When the world-famous game, Divine Domain, was launched, I did not choose to rush to the top of the rankings, but quietly killed small monsters for 6 hours. Because I got a god-level talent at the beginning, I could increase my attack distance by killing monsters. Divine Domain is a trial field designed by the gods for humans to prevent the invasion of a catastrophe, but once the player dies, it is a permanent demise. In my previous life, I was ambushed and accidentally traveled back to 5 hours before the game was launched. 5 hours later, the system prompt sounded. You are the first player in the world to complete the questionnaire. Congratulations on obtaining the super god-level human soul seal. An ancient stone floated in the air. Congratulations on awakening your talent, the left eye of the giant spirit. Obtain the super god-level passive skill, kill the stone monster with 1 hit. The skill range increased by 1 meter. The primary upper limit is 1,000 meters. Passive skill 2, kill the 1 monster. The mana permanently increased by 1. The primary upper limit is 10,000. I rubbed my face hard. This talent is too strong, and it can still grow. In my previous life, I was the world champion for 3 consecutive years, and was called the ceiling male god of the French system by my fans. However, he was inexplicably involved in a match-fixing scandal and was not only expelled from the club, but also faced a 9-digit endorsement penalty claim. The name, Wind God, was completely ruined in the esports circle, and he could only rely on working in a studio to make a living. Yi Xiaoxian is my sister. Although we are not related by blood, I have always treated her as my own sister. But after I was fired from the club, she was given a critical illness notice due to kidney failure and urgently needed 800,000 yuan for a kidney transplant to have a chance of survival. I was burdened with huge debts and was unable to afford it, so I could only watch my sister pass away. Sitting in front of the computer, I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists. Now that I was reborn, I could never let tragedy happen again. The system voice sounded, "Please choose your professional nickname." I said without hesitation, "Choose the professional mage ID function." The scene changed, and I appeared in the novice village number 358. More than 5 hours had passed since the game was launched. The novice village was still crowded with people. I didn't care about the main quest and went straight to the monster refresh point outside the novice village. Black Goblin, B level, HP 80, attack 6. I took a quick look at my attribute panel, spell attack 10, HP 100, mana 50. I picked up the staff, raised my hand and fired a normal attack. The fireball hit over, quickly resolved the battle, and the mana also dropped 8 points. This is one of the reasons why the mage is a Krypton gold profession. Even normal attacks will consume mana, and it is very dependent on top-quality equipment with mana recovery properties and powerful and expensive magic books. Even if you sell everything you have and spend hundreds of thousands, you may only be slightly better than the civilian profession. I have been blessed by the giant spirit, and my attribute points have been increased. I suppressed my excitement and checked the panel again. As expected, the energy limit has increased by 1 point. It seems insignificant, but I know how outrageous it is. If you keep killing level 1 goblins until you reach 10,000 and only max out the primary talent, you will gain 10,000 energy points, and the range will reach an incredible 1 kilometer. I killed 10 goblins in one go. The attack distance increased from the initial 10 meters to 11 meters, and the level was upgraded to level 2. I opened the attribute panel and added all 5 upgrade attribute points to spell attack power. After returning to the novice village, I received the main task from the village elder, opened the talent spell, and gained 1 talent point each time I upgraded. In Divine Domain, there are 4 major branches of mages before changing their jobs. Water mages have both offense and defense, wind mages have short magic CD and strong one-on-one ability, and earth mages have full defense and control capabilities. Due to my talent, the most suitable class for me is Fire Mage, which has explosive output, high mana consumption, and low survivability, commonly known as the glass cannon. The talent tree can only be opened when you reach level 10, but I know there is a hidden task that can open the talent tree in advance. In the corner of the fence of the novice village, a panicked girl was lying on the ground looking for something. Seeing me coming over, the girl looked up with tears in her eyes. "Have you seen my hat?" Activate the hidden quest, The Panicked Apprentice, and kill monsters around the novice village. There is a chance to obtain the quest item, Yifya's Apprentice Hat. I took the task without hesitation. At this time, the game had been launched for 4 hours, and the number of players staying in the novice village began to decrease, so the pressure of snatching monsters was much less. After killing 30 goblins, the quest item finally dropped. I breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and submitted the main quest, and successfully upgraded to level 3. After finding Ivia and submitting the task, the magic totem began to glow, and the originally dim talent tree was lit up. 3 basic talents appeared in the bottom row: burning flames, rising magic, and spell cooling, each corresponding to the growth of a fire mage. I put skill points into flame burn. The flame burn attack deals 1% of my own mana damage, lasts for 3 seconds, and can be increased to a maximum of 10% mana damage. For ordinary mages, this talent is almost useless in the early stage. A level 10 mage can only add less than 500 mana points if all upgrade points are used, and the burning damage is only 150 points. But for me, this is a god-level talent. 10,000 mana points will bring 1,000 burning effects per second, which means 3,000 damage in 3 seconds. I returned to the monster spawn point and continued to kill monsters. 4 hours passed in a blink of an eye, and a total of 1,000 goblins died under my magic cannon. I opened the attribute panel: name, function, race, human, level 4, spell attack power, 25, health, 150, mana, 1100, range, 110 meters. I became more and more excited and put all 4 talent points into Flame Scorch, which has 4% mana damage. Standing on the hillside, I picked up the staff and pointed it, and the fireballs from the hillside were puffing down. I only needed to use a normal attack on a monster to immediately switch to a 3-second burn, with 132 damage. The goblin with only 80 health points died before it could even rush up the hillside. The players in the game were confused, and the goblins in front of them fell one after another. Some people thought I was cheating and were ready to report it to the game officials. But it turned out that this game didn't have such an option at all, because it was impossible for such a thing to happen in the Trial of the Gods game. Regional announcement: player function has killed 1,024 goblins and earned the title Goblin Ripper. All players in the chat channel were collectively shocked that he could kill 1,024 level 1 monsters like goblins. They complained in the World channel that they had never seen such a boring player like Function. I looked at the attributes of the title above my head, and my eyes lit up. The 10% treasure drop rate is very practical in the early stages of development. The more garbage dropped by monsters, the higher the probability of getting top-quality items. Suddenly, the system prompted: the level 10 elite boss Goblin King will personally attack you. I was stunned, and a boss battle reminder and a 30-minute countdown appeared in the upper right corner. The strength of the Goblin King made me consider whether to find someone to team up with. Suddenly, a red light flashed in front of my eyes. Someone tried to forcefully wake me up outside the game. In the studio, I took off the holographic helmet and looked up to see Chen Wei's annoying face. Mu Feng, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? The server has been open for 8 hours, and you only spawned 1,000 goblins? Do you think the studio is a nursing home? Xiao Xiao Fire Elf, Brother Feng's professional level is obvious to everyone. He is doing this to gain a title. The fat man tried to smooth things over with a smile on his face. Seeing that I was still calm, Chen Wei got anxious and pointed at me and yelled, "Are you here to eat and wait for death? I have to pay you such a high basic salary every month." Before I could get angry, Fatty Zhang next to me grabbed the man's collar and was about to punch him. I quickly stopped him. Fatty has been my die-hard fan since I debuted in the professional arena at the age of 16, and he couldn't bear to see his idol being insulted. "Brother Feng, isn't this obviously bullying?" Fatty was so angry that he was shaking. The base salary is 3,500 yuan, and 70% of the earnings from farming has to be handed over. The corners of my mouth were cold. "Manager Chan, I resign." Hearing this, Fatty was stunned for a moment. He knew that my sister was still waiting for a kidney transplant, but what about Xiaoshuan's surgery? "Don't worry, I have a plan. I plan to form a gaming guild." "You clown are still pretending. Do you think you are a professional player, Wind God?" Chenwei laughed out loud when he heard it. "Then next time you see Brother Feng, remember to call him president." The fat man was so angry that his face turned red, which made me feel aggrieved and angry. I slammed the table and yelled, "Fatty, I quit." Amid the ridicule of the crowd, the two left the studio and returned to the dilapidated rental house. I looked at the dusty game cabin in the corner and swore that I would take back everything I had lost in this life. Plug in the game cabin and go online again. The countdown to the Goblin King's attack is 29 minutes and 3 seconds. The preparation time for the boss battle is calculated based on the player's online time to prevent the player from missing the task due to other things. At this time, I stood on the top of the mountain and killed the goblins frantically. With the current monster killing efficiency, I can easily kill 50 monsters in 1 minute. I plan to improve the proficiency of the giant spirit's left eye as much as possible before the boss appears. I just killed 200 goblins, and a white skill book fell out. Congratulations on obtaining the magic book, Continuous Fireball. I was delighted, It should be the drop rate of the Goblin Ripper that took effect. Continuous Fireball consumes 40 mana and releases 3 explosive fireballs, causing 120% damage to targets within a 5-meter range. The cooldown time is 5 seconds. The AoE group damage effect is okay, and with the Flame Burning talent, the monster killing efficiency will have a qualitative leap. Just as I was thinking, an angry roar sounded in the valley, and a giant goblin in a robe walked out of the forest and ran straight towards me. Elite Boss Goblin Emperor, level 10, health 12,000, attack power 240, skill, summon the undead. When the nearby players saw the boss appear, they all went crazy with excitement and rushed towards the Goblin Emperor frantically. But soon they were all dumbfounded. The Goblin Emperor waved his staff, and a dark hexagram totem appeared. Dense swarms of goblin zombie warriors broke out of the ground and began to pounce on nearby players. My eyes sparkled with joy. The boss's skill could actually summon so many undead warriors. This gave me a bold plan. Soon all the nearby players were slaughtered. Someone in the channel tried to reorganize the defense line, but the average level of the players in the novice village was only level 3 to 5, and they were unable to resist the siege of more than 3 undead warriors. Within a few seconds, a large number of players began to run towards the novice village, and a large number of undead warriors were all led to the entrance of the village. As long as the players left the safe zone, anyone who came out would die. The death penalty in the God's domain is very high, with 10% experience lost each time, and there is a small chance of dropping items. As long as the undead warriors exist, they will not be able to leave the novice village for a short period of time. Just when the players didn't know what to do, 3 flames fell from the sky, and the small monster cluster at the entrance of the village suddenly exploded, blowing away a large number of undead warriors, and more than a dozen undead warriors were burned to ashes. Immediately afterwards, a series of small fireballs fell, like a meteor shower, quite spectacular. The undead warriors who were hit died immediately. I kept releasing normal attacks and continuous fireballs to quickly clear out the gathered monsters, and my level quickly increased to level 5. I found that although the undead warriors were holding their hatred on me, my shooting range exceeded the speed of the monsters. The undead warriors were running around like headless flies. The boss was helpless and furious on the spot and summoned the undead again. I was so happy when I saw this. This is a fixed monster spawning machine. In less than 10 minutes, 400 undead warriors fell to the ground, and 3 pieces of ordinary white and green equipment exploded. I didn't take this equipment seriously and continued to work hard to gain talents. The Goblin Emperor became a true working emperor, with all the attributes that could beat up players but unable to use them. I can't remember how many batches of undead warriors I summoned. In my eyes, there are only 2 words: monster farming. In Divine Domain, there is no such thing as bug-based monster farming. The original intention of the gods in developing the game is to let players become stronger by any means necessary. In my previous life, I have seen more perverted ways of killing monsters. A dragon master sat in a castle, drinking red wine and singing, while 9 giant dragons under his command wreaked havoc in the ruins copy. Overnight, a copy equivalent to a medium-sized country was destroyed and billions of dollars worth of loot was harvested. 5 hours later, a system prompt sounded, regional announcement. A player has been deified and killed 10,000 goblins, earning the title Orc Scourge. The world channel went wild. In less than 20 hours, 10,000 goblins died tragically. This was beyond description. As my level increased to level 6, my talent also increased to ultimate. I opened the panel and looked at it for a long time, and was shocked and speechless. I thought that the range and mana limit would be doubled after reaching ultimate, but it turned out to be 5 times. A range of 5 kilometers, this is simply a magic cannon, and you may not be able to see the target clearly. Under normal circumstances, the player's field of vision is limited to 2 kilometers, and things farther away will be blurry. The ultimate title increases the item drop rate by 10% and the treasure drop rate by 1%, but when holding this title and stepping into the orc city state, all the orcs in the area will be besieged. I know that the difference between dropping and treasure dropping is completely different in actual effect. Once the treasure dropping rate takes effect, it will at least be a piece of blue exquisite equipment or above. The roar of the Goblin King resounded through the canyon, and a hint of frustration and anger could be heard from it. In the distance, the boss was only a vague outline. It took me a while to adjust the firing angle, and I fired a series of fireballs, but as expected, all of them exploded at the boss feet. The distance is too far. It's not that easy to hit. My eyes are blurry. In God's domain, the target lock will no longer work when the range exceeds 200 meters, and you can only attack the boss based on your feelings. He adjusted his position frequently and quickly, and the six-pointed star totem of the fire element lit up, and his whole body was filled with great magic power. On the staff, 3 huge fireballs swayed, gradually releasing an explosive aura. The fireballs streaked across the blue sky, and amid the exclamations of many players in the novice village, they all smashed into the level 10 elite boss, the Goblin King. The consecutive fireballs hit the boss's head, and with the 6-point fiery burning talent, the flames spread rapidly, causing a large drop in the boss's 12,000 health points, resulting in a total of 1,800 burn damage. Thousands of players were excited when they saw the boss being attacked. No team had been able to defeat the level 10 elite boss in the first day of the server opening. Once the boss was killed, it would definitely drop a top-quality item. Everyone rushed towards the Goblin Emperor regardless of the cost. As the attack hit, the boss immediately discovered Mu Lalio's hiding place. The Goblin Emperor rushed towards me, completely ignoring the players who rushed over to die, and at the same time summoned a large number of undead warriors to launch a death charge. But I didn't panic at all. I took a few steps back, looked back and aimed. The next moment, more than 10 fireballs connected in the air and hit the boss like a meteor shower. Although most of the fireballs were off-target, as long as they could touch the boss and trigger the flame-burning effect, the goal would be achieved. A few minutes later, the boss fell to the ground less than 200 meters away from me. The extra drop rate took effect, several bright lights lit up, and everyone was drooling. The equipment was scattered all over the ground, and among them were a few gold coins, which were equivalent to 1,000 yuan each. The equipment dropped by the boss is of ridiculous quality, all green and blue goodies. The staff is purple. Could it be a hero-level weapon? A swordsman player grabbed the hero weapon with great speed and was ready to run, but when he turned around, the staff fell to the ground again, and a prompt popped up saying that the loot did not belong to him. If no one picked it up after 30 minutes, it would be automatically unlocked. A large group of players gathered in front of the equipment on the ground and tried repeatedly, but no one could pick it up. At this time, I walked through the crowd, closed the Black Beastman title, and slowly picked up 2 Imperial gold coins on the ground. Everyone exclaimed, "He can actually pick it up? This boss was killed by him." A bunch of players fell into a stagnation. I made a move and quietly held the 10th level purple staff in my hand. Roland Heroic Staff, level 10, Professional Mage, Spell Attack Power 70, Effect recovers 3 energy points per second. It actually has a recovery attribute, although only 3 points, a bit shabby. I shook my head lightly, slightly disappointed. Weapons with mana recovery attributes are valuable, but they are useless to me. If it is a percentage recovery, it is almost the same. Everyone looked at the staff in my hand, their mouths dry, and they speculated about my identity. If it weren't for the novice village prohibiting players from piking, I have no doubt that I would be killed and robbed by them. In addition, the boss also dropped 3 level 10 blue armors. I casually put them up for auction. Level 10 equipment can only be used as transitional equipment, so it is most cost-effective to sell them. After submitting the main quest, I set the starting price of the staff to 20 gold coins, and then logged off. The next day, at dawn, I entered the game again and 5 email messages popped up. I opened my mailbox to check and was shocked. I checked the auction records and found that the 3 blue items were sold for a total of 30,000 yuan, and the staff was sold for a whopping 200 gold coins. After deducting the handling fee, I made a net profit of 207 gold coins, a total of more than 200,000 gold coins. Thinking of the fact that I had been a slave in the studio for a year, I feel sick now. Suddenly, I received a message from Corpse. "Friend, do you have any other level 10 heroic equipment?" I saw that the other party was only level 1 and proposed a face-to-face transaction, so I guessed he was a liar. In games like Divine Domain, this type of scammers are particularly rampant. After being cheated of equipment and gold coins, the scammers will not take any responsibility at all. In Divine Domain, IQ and mind are also part of strength, and intrigue and deception are the norm. The corpse seemed to realize that I suspected he was a liar, so he simply sent me a screenshot of the Norland heroic staff. I was stunned and checked the auction records, and the staff was indeed bought by this person. After a slight hesitation, he replied, "I don't have it at the moment. I'll contact you when I have it." He said, "It's very troublesome to upgrade this game. Can you help me kill monsters? I'll pay." Hearing this, I immediately became interested and said simply, 100,000 for 1 slot. Shurgu sent me a black question mark emoticon. "You are taking advantage of me." I said, "I guarantee that I can finish it within 6 hours. I won't pay a penny if you exceed the time limit." After saying this, Shurgu immediately sent me a request to form a team, and I was secretly delighted. Teaming up with a trumpet to upgrade will undoubtedly slow down the upgrade progress, but for me now, upgrading is secondary, brushing the passive effect of Soul Seal and making money are king. Then the two came to the misty jungle to kill monsters. The Netherwolf is level 8, with 700 HP, 40 attack points, and the skill Fear combo. It is a dark, ghostly giant wolf. The monster is more than one level stronger than the monsters in the novice village, so the players who kill monsters here almost always form a team. Not far away, a level 9 archer looked at me with disdain. A level 7 mage dares to bring a level 1 trumpet to farm. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. The two raised their hands and fired 3 bursts, pulling the monsters from a long distance. The 6-man team had a clear division of labor, and 8 netherwolves were pulled over. The tank knight in the team roared and rushed forward. The priest continued to heal, and the others began to maximize their output. Whether it was the personnel configuration or the operation, this team was obviously a group of experienced online game veterans. I smiled at the archer and his group and said, "Thanks for your help." The giant monster raised the novice staff, and flames burst out. 3 consecutive fireballs exploded in the center of the wolf pack. The archer and his group wanted to struggle at first, but they didn't expect that 5 minutes later, they didn't get any experience. "Boss, please find a few more people. The 4 seats are empty anyway. I'll give you a 12 discount." I picked up the silver coins and equipment on the ground and looked at the corpse seriously. The corpse stood there in a daze, completely messy, and stammered, "Wait for me. There are indeed a few friends sleeping. I will notify them to come over." I looked around at the surrounding monster spawning spots and found that they were all reserved by the Union team. I immediately shouted in the area, "The 3 monster spawning spots in the northeast direction are occupied by Netherwolf for 1 hour. We apologize for any disturbance." Someone in the area immediately responded, yelling at me to get out of here. There are a total of 6 Netherwolf spawning points nearby, and Long Hung Guild occupies 4 of them. A large number of individual players can only fight for monsters at the last 2 points. In the early days of the game's launch in the previous life, Long Hung showed a trend of striving for the top of the God realm. Now, among the top 50 on the level list, 1/3 of the people are from Long Hung Guild. With the support of the consortium, their style of doing things is naturally quite domineering. My face darkened. If that's the case, don't do it anymore. So I marked the coordinates on the small map and silently estimated the attack distance and angle. The current range of 1,022 meters just covered half of the misty jungle. At the same time, with 10,300 mana added, he cast fireballs continuously, with a 5-second cooldown, and indiscriminately directed his firepower at the 4 monster spawn points. Even if the lock was out of sight and there was no accuracy, it didn't matter. As long as he cast spells continuously, he could always kill the newly spawned Netherwolf. At this time, Shurgu brought a few people to the misty jungle. I stared at the application list in a daze. It turned out that it was all girls. As expected, rich people are arrogant. Others were lucky to bring 1 girl to play, but he brought 4. The girl who looked like a petite loli looked at me coldly with a vigilant look in her eyes. "Mr. Kong, are you going to be cheated again? In the last online game, you said that you were the direct disciple of the number 1 player, but you were cheated of more than 5 million. I was stunned for a while, then looked at a few people's IDs and asked tentatively, "Are you Kong Beijun? Master, have you heard of him?" I took a breath of cold air. This fat sheep was actually one of the 4 richest men in Shanghai. He was also the first sorcerer to be sucked dry by a succubus and died tragically after the advent of the game. However, he had a romantic and counter personality that countless otakus admired. "I happened to see your post on the internet." I coughed a few times, feeling a little embarrassed. "The rumors on the internet are just part of my urban legend." The corpse laughed proudly. The reason why this little brother became a Tianbao strongman in his previous life was purely because of the financial resources of the Kong family. Otherwise, how could a dignified magician of purification die in the hands of a succubus? "Are you sure you want to transfer the money? Aren't you afraid that this will be the 38th time you've been cheated since you started playing games?" The player with the ID Big Sister shook his head and teased, "I swear, it won't happen this time." The corpse straightened his back and showed the style of a young master who spent money lavishly. Seeing his silly look, I sighed in my heart. It's good to be rich. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief when more than 400 gold coins came into my account. With the money I earned from selling equipment before, I can pay for my sister's surgery in one go today. The next second, a series of fireballs flew towards the monster's spawning point, and a ball of fire lit up in the depths of the fog. Zhang Tianqi and others from the Longheng Union were instantly shocked. 3 fireballs exploded at their feet, and the 6 netherwolves were killed almost instantly. The sneers on the faces of the 4 female players froze, and they looked at me in astonishment. The level 8 monster was killed instantly, and it was an AoE group damage. The eldest sister looked at me in shock. What kind of spell is this? It is several times stronger than other mages. I ignored them and continued to stand there and deliver long-range fire. No one knew where my skills flew to. I could only see the flames constantly lighting up in the fog, and then groups of netherwolves were killed instantly. After another half an hour, I killed more than 800 netherwolves in one go. I also reached level 8, and my mana stack was about to break through 11,000 points. The flame burning damage also reached 880 points. Just then, a knight in green came over with dozens of players, all of whom looked at me fiercely. A group of people roared, "Who is the god of wind?" I replied calmly, "I am. Do you have any objection?" I raised my head, and my arrogant and calm tone made Zhang Tianqi and others frown. "It's you who stole the monsters, which delayed our progress. Tell me how to compensate." I smiled and said only one sentence, "Run." When the corpse heard this, he said with a headache, "Master, please retreat first. I will go back and gather a few hundred big men and then come back to fight them." "Are you scared?" I glanced at the corpse nonchalantly. "I'm not afraid of them. I'm at a low level now, so it's not convenient for me to fight. The most important thing is that I have too much money on me. It would be a pity if I get killed." The Misty Jungle is outside the novice village and is not protected by the safe zone. In the early stages of the game, if you kill people in the wild, the killed players have a chance to drop equipment and 5 to 10 of the gold coins they carry. Therefore, many players with strong operation skills choose to play with red names, specializing in hunting down lone rich players to make a fortune. Of course, once a red name player is killed, the cost will be 3 times that of an ordinary player. I asked him in private, "How much gold did you recharge?" The corpse said awkwardly, "I just recharged 20,000 gold coins." I was furious when I heard that. 20,000 gold coins. Once you are killed by a red name, you can only lose 2,000 gold coins per death, which is 2 million. I almost knelt down to him. Zhang Tianqi looked at me with ill intention and smiled. "I'll give you 2 choices. Either you pay 200 gold coins as compensation, or wait to be killed and forced to retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, the IDs of all the players immediately changed from green to red. "You guys quit the team. I'll come and play with them." I turned my head and looked at the corpse. "How can you fight without me? I'll take the damage for you." The eldest sister was eager to try, and she held out the wooden shield in her hand to put it in front of me. However, the next second, I kicked them out of the team one by one. At this time, the people from Longheng Union had already circled behind us and cut off our retreat. A swordsman stepped in front of the corpse. The corpse was only level 5, and was basically shattered by a level 9 swordsman in green clothes. I swung my staff, and a tiny fireball hit the intruder. A blood red number popped up, and then flames rose from his entire body. The flames burned, and the damage continued to increase dramatically, instantly burning him into charcoal. Everyone was stunned, all frightened by the explosion. Zhang Tianqi's eyelids twitched, but he looked like a moth to a flame. Just as he had guessed before, this magician must have some extraordinary props. "Everyone, come on, kill that guy. He has top-grade equipment." Everyone's eyes turned red, and they rushed forward. I had a fierce look on my face. My fire magic was surging, the hexagram totem was shining, and 3 consecutive fireballs in the Misty Jungle instantly killed a bunch of players, and the ground was covered with bits and pieces. Zhang Tianqi saw this. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This terrifying long-range killing power, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a humanoid tyrant. However, as masters of Longheng Union, they are all elite players, and they are naturally quite familiar with the weaknesses of the mage. As long as they can drag him close, any one of them can kill me with 2 swords. I smiled, and even a fool would know what the other party was up to. The distance was too close now, and my cannon's super long range could not be used. In an instant, he dodged and entered the mist. At this time, the female player who had been following the corpse said, "The Longheng Guild is backed by the Dingxing Financial Group, which has a relationship with the Kong family. Master, we can't get involved in this mess." "Shut up. If you touch my brother, I don't care about his consortium." The corpse gritted his teeth and took out the only novice staff he could bring, then chased into the fog. Zhang Tianqi chased into the fog, but didn't see me, so he immediately ordered people to disperse and encircle me. Suddenly, a waist-thick tree fell down, and Zhang Tianqi was almost hit by the tree. Any object in the divine domain could be destroyed by violence. In the early stages of development, The damage caused by collapsed objects to players was even more devastating. Many large trees were violently knocked down by me, and Zhang Tianqi and his group quickly dodged. Their idea was very clear, actively changing the terrain to create conditions for attack. The falling trees formed an obstacle in front of Zhang Tianqi and his group. I continued to attack like a ghost. The swordsman in the team just jumped over the fallen trees and was hit by a cannon. In less than 2 seconds, he turned into a ray of white light. Zhang Tianqi was terrified, so he asked the ranged professional to cover him and sprinted at the fastest speed with a group of melee fighters. Facing the flying arrows and magic fireballs, I calmly took 2 steps back. All the attacks exploded in front of me, but they could not hurt me at all. How can this bastard stand outside the mage's range to output? Long Heng's ranged player couldn't help but be shocked. I've only heard that the range of ranged characters will increase after awakening, but the opponent is only an 8th level mage. Zhang Tianqi continued to pursue me with a steely head, and I calmly played with 6 shots. Relying on the control of distance as a professional player, I stood 21 meters away and attacked normally. The continuous fireballs hit the opposite side again. Zhang Tianqi had no way to avoid it, and the burning feeling came over him. "Brother Zhang, help me pick up the equipment." The swordsman player in the team rushed to the front with a sullen face, using his body to resist. The terrifying string of fireballs burned him into charcoal without any suspense. Seeing his teammate die for him, Zhang Tianqi roared in anger. "I don't believe it if I don't kill you to the point of autism." My eyes were stern. No wonder Long Hong could become the strongest guild in China in the previous life. It must be said that their fighting experience and combat decision-making were completely different from other guilds. It is difficult for a normal guild to cultivate this kind of trust when someone is willing to have their experience deducted to take the blame for their teammates shortly after the server is launched. Suddenly, my expression changed slightly, and a murderous intent arose behind me. A thief appeared behind me in an instant, drew his knife, and stabbed. The light was so cold that one could almost smell the chill from the tip of the knife. The sound of a dagger breaking through the air was heard, and the thief was suddenly stunned. His fatal attack missed? "Where are you looking?" A cold voice sounded, and the thief subconsciously looked up. His face suddenly changed. The black-haired man took off his feet and locked the thief with a staff in midair. The 6-pointed star totem lit up on the thief's forehead. Bang! -40. -950. Click to kill with headshot. Jump up and release the attack. What kind of operation is this? Long Hen's scalp was tingling. Wogan! Kill from the air. Erosion Bone, who had just arrived at the scene, howled excitedly, and the eldest sister and several other girls were so surprised that they were speechless. It was the second day after the launch of Divine Domain, and everyone agreed to use basic attacks and some garbage skills to fight each other. But what does this person mean? The output strength rivals that of the boss right from the start, and in close combat it can crush the mage's nemesis, the thief. The most terrifying thing is that he can do 2 things at the same time and complete aerial output, which is simply incredible for ordinary players. You should know that in holographic games, the player's neurons are connected to the game, and they need to stay focused when releasing skills and attacking targets. Otherwise, there will be penalties such as magic backlash, failure of normal attacks, and stiffness. The wizard in front of us can not only do 2 things at the same time, but can even cast spells while jumping. This operation is simply abnormal. Of course, just because an operation is difficult for ordinary people to accomplish doesn't mean that some top experts can't do it. Like the national #1 magic swordsman and holy priest of the Tianxi clubs, Sword and Conquer, they often perform gorgeous multitasking operations in professional competitions. But if we talk about the best among them, there is only one person. That was the Sword Expedition World Finals 2 years ago, the recognized #1 in the magic system, Fan Shen. After all teammates were killed, he was forced to use the forbidden spell, Inferno, for a desperate fight. Summon 8 elemental clones for extreme operation. He almost overthrew the world champion by himself. I seemed to see the shadow of the master. Shirgu murmured that he had watched the finals match where Fanshin almost made a comeback hundreds of times and could clearly remember every detail of Fanshin's operation. At the moment when the gold medal fighter jumped up, 2 figures seemed to overlap in his eyes. Alas, what I hate most in my life is thieves. Lin Fan frowned and sighed. The 2 thieves reacted extremely quickly, and even though their teammate was killed instantly, they did not let Xiaoju go. When the opponents saw the experienced thief player, they chose to attack him from the front and back, trying to block his movement space as much as possible. Lin Fan shook his head silently. Then there is no other way. I created my own body movement. I love playing basketball. Unable to dodge by moving, Lin Fan suddenly released a series of fireballs at the ground on one side. A huge recoil force caused his body to move sideways, forcing him to keep a distance of more than 10 meters between himself and the two thief players. Seeing this, Shirgu said stupidly, "Brother, do you dare to say that he is not a ghost in disguise? What kind of operation is this? Using skills to move?" Zhang Tianqi's face turned pale, completely stunned by Lin Fan's body movements. Looking at a bunch of newbies who had never seen the world, Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder if they were going too far in bullying them. The combat system of Divine Domain has an incredibly high degree of freedom. Using attack skills to dodge is actually a basic operation for any trial taker in the super hardcore mode. Magic, swordsmanship, physical skills, assassination, and other skills, no matter how strong the numerical panel is, if they cannot be applied flexibly in actual combat with monsters, there is only one way to go, and that is death. 2 fireballs killed 2 thieves one by one, but unfortunately only coins were dropped on the ground. Come on, keep operating and see if there are still a few people who can help you take the bullet. Lin Fan pointed at Zhang Tianqi from afar with domineering attitude, and the latter's face turned pale. Whether it was the exaggerated attack strength or the ghostly movement of the man in front of him, they, a group of half-baked people, could not compare to him at all. The distance was pulled to 21 meters away, and he accidentally entered Lin Fan's buffet section. Chapter 11. A hot man? Just wait for me, kid. I'll remember you. Get ready to face Lunghin's pursuit. More than half of the 30 guild members died. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhang Tianqi uttered some harsh words and turned around and ran away. Run? Lin Fan couldn't help laughing and said, "However many people from Lunghin come, I will kill them all. How many times can I revive? I will kill them all." These guys actually wanted to run away after being named Red, and even exposed their backs to him. They totally don't understand the amazing length of Payoi. Massacre. A one-sided massacre. It's so satisfying. Erosion laughed excitedly. As Lin Fan waved his staff, each fireball turned into a death scythe, and more than a dozen souls were sent back to the novice village. Zhang Tianqi was blown away by the continuous fireballs and lay on the ground, glaring at Lin Fan fiercely. "Yikong City will not let you go? You are dead?" Lin Fan's face was grim, and he said, "Lunghin's boss? Don't worry, I will kill him before he makes a move." In his previous life, Lin Fan died at the hands of this man, and this time he will choose to strike first. This guy is really strong. He's not dead yet. Lin Fan frowned slightly. Zhang Tianqi, who had over 2,200 HP, took 3 hits of flame burning before being burned to death. His tankiness is evident, and no wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Ding dong. A pair of knight's shoulder armor exploded from Zhang Tianqi's body. Purple equipment? Lin Fan was a little surprised and picked it up to check its properties. Wild shoulder armor. Quality, heroic. Level, 5. Occupation, knight. Physical defense, 30. Magic resistance, 30. Effect, in combat, restore 10 health points per second. Activate the 3-piece suit. Increase HP by 300 points. 6-piece set activated. HP increased by 500 points. The attributes are good, but it's a pity that it's only level 5 equipment. Lin Fan nodded, thinking that his work was not in vain. Level 5 hero protective gear was worth at least 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. Just as he was about to put the item up for bidding at the Imperial Auction House, he turned around and saw the senior sister pouting her red lips, looking at him with longing on her face. Lin Fan stepped back subconsciously, really worried that this tiger woman would push him down. "Senior sister, sell it to me for 100,000. I really like the shape of the shoulder armor. It's so sexy." "Second senior sister, $100,000 is not a loss for you. This thing is worth 50,000 at the auction house at most." The fourth apprentice sister glanced at the two of them, glared at Master Kong and snorted, "Why don't you pay the bill?" The two ends of the shoulder armor are decorated with a pair of monster horns, which looks full of wild style. Bone Erosion muttered weakly, "I didn't say anything. I just think that this orc shoulder armor looks a bit too barbaric. If you don't know how to speak, just hold it in." The fourth sister glared at him and prepared to drill a hole in Erosion's brain. "Brother, do you think 100 gold coins will be enough?" Shirgu looked at Lin Fan pitifully. Lin Fan was a little confused. He couldn't figure out the relationship between these people. Why did he feel that the Peacock King was a resentful person? Do all rich young men like the feeling of being abused? Seeing that the price was not bad, Lin Fan agreed to the deal. Crash. 100 gold coins have been credited to your account. Lin Fan began to clean up other spoils and wiped out the people from the Longhin and Shengya guilds and found a total of 5 green equipment, 2 blue equipment, and 8 gold coins. The gold farming efficiency is amazing. If it weren't for the fact that becoming a red-named player would prevent me from completing some of the early tasks, otherwise I really wanted to just go all out and keep an eye on the people with Longhin's equipment. Then he turned around and took the VIP clients to continue fighting the Nether Wolf and finish the task of erosion first. At this time, the World Channel was very lively. Wang Lang Lang, fuck, I was so annoyed when I watched the World Channel. The third echelon of the Dragon Scar Guild was actually treated as a wild monster and blasted. Tianxi, Nidali, I told you that some guilds will fail sooner or later. Now even their purple equipment has been stolen. The kindness of a strict father, 6666, the guy who killed the goblins is really awesome. Boss John, why don't you dare to yell at him again? Dragon Scar Club, please explain the situation. What is going on? A cold-blooded man in a black suit opened the video conference. Boss, you can't really blame us. We tried our best, but that guy's passive skill can deal over 1,000 damage per second. No one can hold out for more than 2 seconds. In the video, a middle-aged man was complaining bitterly, looking like a stray dog, without any of the majesty of General Jean. Haha, I'm a level 13 fire mage, but I can only deal 300 plus damage per second. How can a random mage deal over 1,000 damage? Who are you kidding? During the meeting, a cold and arrogant beauty crossed her long white legs and said disdainfully, "You caused the guild to lose hundreds of thousands of equipment, which is nothing. But the guild's prestige has been damaged because of you. Can you bear the responsibility?" Yes, I admit that I underestimated my opponent. Zhang Tianqi admitted his mistake with a red face. If Lin Fan were here, he would definitely recognize this woman. Zhu Shuangshuang, a professional player, is the chief mage player of the Dragon Scar Guild. In the quarterfinals of the Sword and Conquer national competition, even though he had the advantage of attribute restraint, he was still violently crushed by Lin Fan. Yikongqing frowned slightly and said, 1,000 plus DPS? Your output capacity is indeed beyond most players at this stage, but don't you 6 teams know how to use tactics? Zhang Tianqi's face was full of bitterness, and he said with a wry smile, I do want to, but you can see that his operation is definitely not that of an ordinary person. After saying that, Zhang Tianqi released the game screen recording. Lin Fan launched an attack from mid-air, killing the thief instantly, and then suddenly used his skills to forcibly move. Have you figured out the problem? Shuang. Yikongqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pressed the pause button. Zhu Shuang was attracted by Lin Fan's operation on the screen. Surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She took a deep breath and said, This is the technique of a professional player. It can't be wrong. Zhu Shuang paused for a moment, her face becoming more and more shocked. I kept replaying the video over and over again, trying to catch every detail. The fluency of the opponent's A movement and the control of the attack distance are simply at a top level. Even though I have been playing professional esports for so many years and have seen many professional masters, I was still shocked by this operation and got goosebumps on my arms. Among professional players, he is at least T1, and T0 is possible. Zhu Shuang's pretty face turned pale. Even though she was watching through the video, she could still feel the terrifying sense of oppression from the other person. This is a reflection of absolute confidence in one's own operations and the ease with which one can crush the opponent in all aspects. Yikongqing smiled meaningfully upon hearing this and shook his head lightly. You didn't get the point? No, right? Zhu Shuang was at a loss as to what to do. She was worried that she would make a fool of herself in front of her boss and affect her future position in the Dragon Scar Guild. Stop. Yikongqing raised his eyebrows, and the picture froze on the appearance of the level 8 mage. The key point is here, his appearance. Yikongqing said with a playful smile. Looks? The character's looks are just elegant, but not exquisite. Zhang Tianqi and Zhu Shuang were completely confused and didn't understand what this boss with a net worth of hundreds of billions was thinking. Could it be that, different games, same character models, you can't recognize them? Yikongqing raised his lips, his eyes sparkling, and said, He is the only player who never adjusts his appearance while playing games. He should be preparing for a resurgence. This is impossible. He has been permanently banned by the Chinese Esports Association. Zhu Shuang exclaimed in a very uncontrolled manner, and the back of the young man appeared in front of her eyes. No wonder he dares to call himself a mortal god. Zhang Tianqi took a breath of cold air. He thought the other party was just a fanatical fan, but who knew it was actually the real person? Divine Domain, is not regulated by the Esports Association. As far as I know, even the country cannot interfere with the game process. Yikongqing said, exaggerated operation, absolute calmness, and stable performance are just like artificial intelligence. He is the nightmare of countless professional players and a huge mountain weighing on everyone's heart. Zhu Shuangshuang said in a trembling voice, he is Lin Fan. Yikongqing picked up a cup of coffee and sipped it elegantly, smiling and whispering, if you can't join my Dragon Scar Guild, then destroy it. Chapter 12, Despicable River. In order to pursue the fastest monster-killing efficiency, Lin Fan led his men out of the misty jungle. I am Xiao Xiao on the Divine Domain. Brothers, log off and take a rest now. Brother Sha Mage, that bastard is here to steal monsters. Xing Wuya, I heard that this damn guy is a game administrator. He abuses his power to help others upgrade. Doesn't the official do anything about it? Whenever Lin Fan arrived at an area, he would ask for permission to use his monster spawning spot. The nearby players would curse and protest, but their bodies were still very honest. Even the people from the Dragon Scar Guild were killed by this bastard, so players from small guilds like them could only avoid him. Lin Fan is a bit overbearing, but his credibility is impeccable. He only refreshes the monsters at each refresh point for 1 hour, and then takes the team away after that. The big money owner's boner roading level always maintained a level difference of 3 levels from the monster, and the experience gaining efficiency was maximized. Lin Fan quickly reached level 10. Centaur Warrior, level 12, HP, 1500/1500, attack power, 60, skill, wild charge. For level 10 wild monsters jumped out from a dry riverbed. Lin Fan looked around and said to himself, there seems to be a good mission here. I'll come back later. Bone Erosion said, these monsters seem to be able to attack actively, be careful. After entering the vicious river, you are already in the main city of Edgar, and the monsters are much stronger than before. Moreover, the novice protection mechanism no longer exists. Monsters will actively attack players who enter the territory, and the danger factor rises sharply. Come on, take my sword. The eldest sister held a fine broadsword that had just been released and took the initiative to move into the monster's attack range, intending to test her current tankiness first. The centaur moved very quickly, jumping up and slashing at the senior sister. -110. After a series of sword-swinging attacks, the centaur only lost less than 300 points of health, while the eldest sister was besieged. But these tiger women didn't back down at all. They activated group taunts on the spot and took the damage, still fighting back. The fourth apprentice sister drew her bow and arrow, her eyes firm. The blood volume is so high. I'll come too. The other 2 girls also rushed forward to kill him. Only Erosion was anxious. I can't use my hero staff yet. Otherwise, these monsters will be killed instantly. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly, just like taking a group of noble children hunting in the wild. Before leading them to level up, they had to satisfy their desire first. The eldest sister and others struggled to chop down a centaur warrior, and then 3 more rushed out of the bushes. The 4 ladies, with little practical experience, quickly fell into a difficult battle. Please, don't waste time, Lin Fan said with a wry smile. He started with a series of fireballs, 3 bangs, and sparks flew everywhere. -1100. You killed a centaur warrior. Experience +40. The magic skill damage and burning damage are superimposed, easily killing 6 centaur warriors in seconds. The eldest sister was startled and glanced at Lin Fan with resentment. Hey, you are so boring. Can you have a little more adventurous spirit? That's right. Shouldn't playing games involve going through hard battles and then gaining the joy of growth from it? Second sister said as if she understood. This question confused Lin Fan. When did killing monsters too quickly become a mistake? Lin Fan smiled bitterly and did not answer. These rich people are so naive. To them, this is just a game. So reasoning with them is simply not going to work. Ever since the Peacock King was seduced and killed by a succubus in the previous life, the Kong family has never recovered. The women around him all met a miserable end. Some were even abducted by other guilds and used as sacrifices to the devil. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, then said to Shirgu meaningfully, if they are important to you, then hurry up and become stronger. Shirgu frowned and turned back, his eyes showing the clarity and stupidity that is unique to college students. He also couldn't understand why the guy was so serious when it was just a game. She looked at Lin Fan and opened her mouth to speak, wanting to ask him if he was the man she admired, but she felt a little embarrassed and couldn't say it. Lin Fan waved his staff and fired a series of fireballs. 3 hours later, everyone walked out of the vicious river, and the main city of Edgar was right in front of them. Lin Fan's level was raised to level 12, and the lowest level bone erosion also reached level 10, and the training order was successfully completed within the time limit. Is this the main city of Edgar, which is closest to the novice village? It's so huge. Everyone looked towards the end of the horizon and saw a magnificent city in front of them. Hee, finally you're level 11. Thanks, handsome boy. The senior sister thanked him. It's just a small matter. I should do what I am paid to do. I also have to thank you for taking care of the business. Lin Fan said with a smile that he had found 6 good level 5 blue equipment along the way, and he packed them up and gave them to Shirgu and the others for the low price of 20 gold coins. Bone erosion. Brother, why are you saying this? I'll come find you next time I play a difficult dungeon. Lin Fan nodded. Peacock King was a bit stupid, but he had a lot of girls around him. Maybe he could give one to him. Well, he is indeed a person worth making friends with. After calculating the gold coins in his hand and the money in his bank card, he found that there was still some surplus after collecting the 800,000 yuan for Xiaoshuan's surgery. I plan to play the game later and then go to the hospital to pay the surgery fee so that Xiaoxian wouldn't have to worry about the family not being able to pay. The proficiency of the left eye of the giant has reached 14,000 points, and all 10 talent points of flame burning are maxed out. It feels so good to burn monsters with 10% mana damage. Normal monsters of level 10 can be killed basically 1 per second. Ordinary boss white scale python, level 10, HP 18,000/18,000, attack power 150, skills, crazy attack, poison spread. There is a giant python entwined on each of the 7 suspension bridges leading to the main city. This is the final boss of the novice village. That year, that night, that bed. Don't give up, come and fight again. This time I will definitely crush this stupid bug to death. Yao Yao loves to dance. Please spare me, it's too hard. My teammates are sprayed with venom and I can't even feed them. Hundreds of players were stuck on the bridge, and many of them were already over level 10. As a result, the white-scaled snake blocked the bridge for 7 or 8 hours. Heal me. Hurry up. Why is pastor number 3 in a daze? Call your mom. Can't you see I'm always breastfeeding? Lin Fan was stunned watching from the side and couldn't help but admire the imagination of these players. The most deadly skill of the white-scaled snake is its poison-spreading skill. Therefore, one team formed a team of 3 priests, 1 knight, and 2 ranged attackers, intending to grind the boss with 18,000 HP to death. However, the white-scaled snake has a debuff aura. Once exposed to the poison, the player's treatment amount will be reduced by 50%. And as the battle continues, the healing reduction effect increases, and a 3-priest lineup will only make the output even weaker. To put it bluntly, this final boss tests the player's operational and output capabilities. Watching the 3 priests fall one after another, Lin Fan couldn't help but complain. Don't you even read the skill descriptions? You won't be able to win if you fight like this. I laughed. You bastard, if you can do it, come on. The only remaining knight cursed at Lin Fan. His body was paralyzed by the poison spreading throughout his body, except for his mouth which could still move. Bone erosion. Dude, you're going to make me laugh to death. Do you know who you're talking to? I can kill this boss alone without any problem. Solo? Haha, this guy has a problem with his brain. If I kill the white-scaled snake alone, even if a monster from the Tinsy Guild comes, I will definitely die. I've become addicted to playing games. I'm nothing. When the surrounding players heard what Shirgu said, they all started to mock Lin Fan. Lin Fan was speechless and turned to look at Shirgu. Do you want me to help you beat the boss to a low health level? Then I will leave the team. Aren't you planning to go to the main city? Erosion Bone asked in surprise. I still have some quests to complete in the novice village. I plan to finish them before going. Lin Fan looked at the coordinates of Despicable Riverbed on the small map thoughtfully. There is a level 10 special copy opening point, and the activation conditions are quite special. Once you cross the suspension bridge and enter the main city, the hidden reward will be invalid. In the past lives, many top players missed this mission and regretted it deeply afterwards. Are you sure you don't need my help to cripple the boss? That's improvement. Lin Fan was quite surprised. After reaching level 10, Erosion finally wore the hero staff. He seemed a little inflated and actually refused the clearance benefit offered by Lin Fan. Brother, please stop making fun of me. If I hadn't seen your operation, I would have thought that in this game. As long as you had money and stacked stats, you would be invincible. Shirgu looked at his 4 beautiful wives and grinned. A man should not only be rich, but also tough. Just wait and see if I can beat this little boss. Lin Fan smiled calmly, left the team, turned around and headed straight for the Despicable River, to carry out the next plan. Chapter 13 White Pole and Red Umbrella. Region Announcement. Player Qingwu Feiyang is the first to complete the main quest prologue and is rewarded with 30 attribute free points and 1000 reputation. Region Notice. Players. Against the Sky 1997. 30 attribute points? Doesn't that mean the system gave him 6 levels for nothing? This is too stupid. My friend who was injured by mistake said, "Is this game still balanced? These big guild players are definitely faster than us individual players." Bisui Lanshan, haha, I'm embarrassed to tell you. I accompanied the NPC to go fishing and got 15 attribute points as a reward, and also gave me life skills. Some players on the World Channel complained that the rewards were too outrageous, but Lin Fan was not surprised. The biggest highlight of Divine Domain is that there are many side quests and hidden quests, and many of them have attribute points, skills, and special props rewards. Simply killing monsters, leveling up, and accumulating equipment is not the only way to become a top player. Immersing yourself in the game and triggering chance quests is also an important way to become stronger. Lin Fan returned to the despicable river and picked up a mushroom from a dead tree trunk. This thing looked extremely poisonous, and it would make you sick if you ate it. Magic mushrooms. Quality: ordinary. Effect: the best mountain delicacies melt in your mouth, delicious and sweet. Comments from the gods. White poles and red umbrellas, a must-have delicacy for the gods party. Looking at the system introduction, Lin Fan hesitated. I don't know what was wrong with those players in the previous life that they actually stewed this thing and almost caused the whole team to be wiped out. In Divine Domain, you don't need to specifically select the cooking skill to stew ingredients, and the taste is almost the same as in reality, but it can't really fill your stomach. And adding rare spices, magic meat, etc. during the cooking process makes it even more interesting. The dishes cooked can also enhance the player's attribute buffs. Of course, if the cooking level is too poor, the player's attributes will also have negative effects such as weak legs and fainting. Some players who are chefs in real life can make a fortune in the game simply by being able to cook delicious dishes and sell dishes and recipes. All major guilds have full-time chefs, and top chefs can even make the strength of guild members soar to a higher level. In order to open the elite copy of Despicable River, the prerequisite task is to eat poisonous mushrooms and get knocked unconscious. Lin Fan was frowning and had no choice. Now I have no cooking utensils, the riverbed is dry, and there is no water source, so I can only bite the bullet and grab the poisonous mushrooms and eat them raw. When you bite the mycorrhiza, a stream of juice bursts between your lips and teeth, and a strange fragrance spreads instantly. Lin Fan frowned and found that this thing was not as bad as he had imagined. It just tasted a bit bitter because it was not cooked, like chewing wax. You took magic mushrooms. Your willpower is being undermined. 3, 2, 1. You are trapped in an illusion? System prompts came one after another, but Lin Fan did not panic. He lay down with his back against the stone and fell asleep. The vision in front of him became blurry, and Lin Fan opened his eyes with difficulty. What comes into view is pink walls all around, and on the front wall hangs a photo of Lin Fan and an innocent girl. On the bed in the bedroom, a familiar face with eyes closed and a peaceful smile on his lips was sleeping peacefully. She was still as pretty and lovely as ever. Her shoulders exposed outside the quilt were snow-white, showing a youthful and healthy luster. The long black hair stirred Lin Fan's heart, and the beautiful face made him dazed. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart and said to himself, It turns out that everything was a dream. The world of the gods and my sister's serious illness turned out to be a dream. Lin Fan couldn't hide his excitement and stepped forward to hold his sister's beautiful hand. However, he only took one step forward when the scene in front of him began to shake violently. Xiaoxian suddenly opened his eyes in his sleep and suddenly grabbed Lin Fan's arm tightly. Brother, I don't want to die, brother. Xiaoxian is so scared. Lin Fan suddenly felt creepy, and the sister in front of him became extremely unfamiliar. He wanted to pull his hand away but couldn't. His sister's delicate face became distorted and resentful. In a trance, he noticed that the scene had turned into a hospital ward. This isn't true. This isn't true. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Lin Fan shouted in panic, and the nightmare deep in his heart was awakened again. At this time, the screen switches again. Brother Fan, hurry up, I'll cover your rear. On the ruins, a silver-haired man reached out and grabbed his shoulder, roaring with red eyes. Don't hesitate. Live with my hope? Fatty? Lin Fan's heart was shaken. In the distance, the afterglow of the setting sun was shining. A terrifying dragon-scaled giant python led the way, followed closely by various powerful men. On the back of the two-headed chimera, an imposing man sat on a golden throne, his eyes shining with divine light, and he dominated the entire doomsday world like a god. Dragon mark. Memory of the empty city? By the way, if you see my wife at the Trialist base, tell her I'm sorry for her. The fat man's eyes were filled with tears as he pushed Lin Fan away. He was surrounded by holy light, and various magic patterns surrounded the giant sword in his hand. He roared and rushed towards Ikong City. Ikongqing looked indifferent, raised his hand and pointed, "Kill!" The terrifying magical light of the scorching dragon flame lit up the doomsday wasteland. Lin Fan watched helplessly as the fat man's body was disintegrated until it was completely annihilated. No! Lin Fan suddenly woke up and returned to the divine realm again. The moon was dim overhead, the shadows of the trees were swaying, and in just a few moments, it was already nighttime in the game. Ahem. Damn it. Lin Fan was panting heavily and sweating profusely. He had never felt so bad before. He reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his head, but found that his hands and feet could not move. He barely turned his head and was stunned. He was tied to a horse, or to be more exact, a centaur warrior carried him on his back and walked towards the depths of the river. Lin Fan could clearly smell the stench of the monsters, even though he knew that the game, Divine Domain, was not simple, but he still couldn't help but complain. This isn't a hardcore mode. Why is it so realistic? You have entered the Orc tribe. You have opened the level 10 elite dungeon, Horror Night. Everything went according to Lin Fan's plan. In the previous life, the team of players ate poisonous mushrooms and were kidnapped. When they woke up, they found themselves in the Despicable River dungeon. A few minutes later, in a camp of the orcs, Lin Fan was unloaded as rations and thrown casually into a cellar. Fright Night Dungeon. Mission 1. Escape from the cellar. Mission 2. Kill all elite centaur soldiers and minotaur soldiers. Mission 3. Kill the orc chieftain. After entering the task process, Lin Fan nodded secretly. He only needed to complete the first task to get extra rewards. However, the Horror Night dungeon is just an appetizer. The real highlight comes after killing the boss. In P1. In P2. A ball of fire lit up in Lin Fan's hand, illuminating the surroundings of the cellar. Lin Fan couldn't help but frown. The ground was covered with bones and bloody remains, including a large number of human bones. It seems that this place is worthy of its name, Vicious River. Most of the indigenous people who died here were kidnapped. The cellar walls were uneven, with a clear trail of trampling forming before our eyes, and specific climbing techniques were required to escape. However, as soon as Lin Fan raised his head, his vision suddenly went dark and something was thrown down from above. Lin Fan quickly leaned against the wall. Bang! There was a muffled sound accompanied by a groan of pain. Lin Fan was confused and extended the fireball in his hand over. It was actually a woman? What the hell? That's not right. Others have played this instance many times, but I've never heard of any women there. Lin Fan was completely stunned. He wasn't in a team with anyone, and it was even less likely that there were any players in the same dungeon with him. The woman had a graceful body and skin as white as snow, and Lin Fan was particularly impressed by her surging source of life. Suddenly, a sense of familiarity came over me. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment and tentatively called out, "Yafia?" When Yufuya heard someone calling her name, she opened her big eyes in a daze. "Have you seen my silver holy chaos magic robe? Do you still have the magic apprentice hat, the holy light life staff, the silver dragon white rhino shoulder armor, the boots, and the gloves? Oh, if I lose it, the teacher will scold me to death." As she spoke, Yufuya started to cry again. Lin Fan touched his chin. His face turned red from trying to hold back his laughter. "Oh boy, I lost my hat last time." Now this girl simply lost a set of equipment, which is a very explosive behavior among NPCs who generally have high intelligence. The hidden mission is now open. Flustered Ivia Sequence 2. Greedy Ivia. Comments from the gods. After following the adventurers and eating the magic mushrooms, Ivia has become smarter. Chapter 14. Shield Mage. You're following me? Lin Fan reacted and felt very surprised. Although the NPCs in Divine Domain are highly intelligent, in the early stages of the game, the interactions between players and NPCs are all functional. For example, when a player goes to a blacksmith to buy equipment, he can only choose to buy or sell. Only some side quests will activate the NPC's intelligence. Now, Ifuya actually followed him here from the novice village and even imitated him by eating poisonous mushrooms. This was indeed a bit strange. Okay, Yufuya nodded foolishly. Why? Give me a reason. Lin Fan showed a hint of interest. I've never seen such an ordinary and weak adventurer like you. I think you will be in danger, so? Yufuya said with a slight blush on her face. As he spoke, he looked up and down at the novice equipment on Lin Fan, and the look of pity for others in his big eyes could not be hidden at all. 3 black lines appeared on Lin Fan's forehead. What kind of reason was this? Speaking of danger, if he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been killed by this girl. The condition of the second hidden task sequence of Yufuya pops up. Help Yufuya find the lost equipment and send it back to Edgar City after completing the elite copy. Ifa thinks you are too weak and wants to teach you magic. Do you accept? Lin Fan's mouth twitched, and he wanted to bang his head against the wall. He was actually looked down upon by a silly girl. Lin Fan, who possesses the left eye of the giant spirit god, has very low equipment requirements in the early stages, but he has nothing to do with the word weak. However, it currently has only 320 health points. Once it encounters close combat, problems are likely to occur even if the operation is very good. How could I refuse a magic skill for free? I decisively chose to accept it. I don't mind if I look down on it. 2 magic books appeared in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan randomly clicked on a book to check it out, and his eyes lit up. He made a fortune. C-rank Fire Magic Blood Explosion. Effect. When the target is injured and bleeding, 100 MP is consumed to cause the blood to explode, causing damage of no less than 250 plus spell attack power. The cooldown time is 8 seconds. The higher the magic level, the more terrifying the power. Magic skill levels can be divided into the lowest E level to the highest S level, and forbidden spells that can only be obtained through special missions. In the previous life, the Kong family mobilized the entire family to make the Peacock King a super wizard with 3 forbidden spells. When conditions are right, a single person can massacre an entire city. If it weren't for the fact that Shirgu died so miserably, the Kong family would have the capital to challenge Long Hin in the super hardcore mode. Currently, the starting price of a D-level magic book at the Imperial Auction House is 50 gold coins, and magic books above C-level are worth more than 200 gold coins, and there is still a shortage of people. Bloodburn is undoubtedly a pure damage skill with good burst damage, and is linked to the player's own attack power. The cooldown time is only 8 seconds, which is considered a top-notch skill among C-level magic books. Lin Fan was a little tempted, but he still clicked on the second magic book. D-rank Fire Magic Holy Sun Shield. The magic created by Escorting, one of the 3 great magicians of Edgar. Effect. Consume 400 MP to generate a magic shield. Up to 9 magic shields can be generated. The magic shield can resist 700 points of physical/magical damage. The shield consumes 100 MP per minute while it is continuously on. After reading the magic description, Lin Fan didn't even hesitate and decisively chose the Holy Flame Shield, which was only D-level. Lin Fan was so excited that his mouth was dry. This magic was useless to ordinary mages at this stage because the mana consumption was too high. Just opening a magic shield can drain the blood of a level 10 mage, not to mention the continuous loss of mana every minute. Almost no one can withstand such high consumption. Except him, Lin Fan. With a terrifying mana of up to 14,400, this magic was tailor-made for Lin Fan. Consume 3,600 mana points to generate 9 magic shields at once, which can resist a full 6,300 points of damage. As long as you operate it properly, it's equivalent to having 6,300 extra life points. Who can beat him at this stage? Thief? He is not afraid of any group of people coming. I am indeed weak and helpless. You have a good eye. Lin Fan's hands were shaking with excitement, and he gave Ifuya a wolf kiss on the porcelain doll-like cheek. I love you so much, sister. Is that so? Ifuya stared at Lin Fan blankly. A blush appeared on her beautiful face. She lowered her head slightly, not knowing where to put her hands. Wait for me to rescue you. Lin Fan chuckled, and under the moonlight, even he felt that his smile was extremely obscene. Following the instructions, we climbed out of the cellar in a few steps. Several bonfires were lit not far away. A group of orc soldiers were enjoying some unknown beast meat, not noticing a certain pervert approaching. Elite Centaur Archer, level 13, HP 3500/3500, attack power 120, skill jump shot. The health of elite monsters is several times higher than that of ordinary monsters, and their attack power is also greatly improved. Players below level 20 who are not elite players may find it difficult to deal with even a small monster when entering the despicable dungeon. Puff Puff. 3 fireballs streaked across the night sky, and Lin Fan launched artillery fire at the orc camp from 100 meters away. -125. -1,350. For elite centaur monsters were knocked to the ground, and after 3 seconds of continuous burning, they were burned to death with some difficulty. You killed an elite centaur and gained 300 experience points. You killed. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. The experience given by elite monsters was more than 3 times higher than that of ordinary monsters. It was really worthy of the difficulty of this dungeon at this stage. A deep warning horn sounded, and 10 huge centaurs began to fight back, shooting a rain of arrows at him. Lin Fan looked calm, fire magic gushing out of his novice staff, and 2 huge red shields were placed in front of him and above his head. The rain of arrows dripped onto them, but did not pose any threat to him. It's so cool. Becoming a humanoid turret in the divine realm is no longer a dream. Lin Fan laughed wildly and quickly attacked with a basic attack, burning the approaching centaur melee soldier into ashes. Boom. There was a loud bang, and Lin Fan was attacked from behind. This is a group of violent minotaur warriors carrying totem poles, with a total health of 5,000. The cow's hooves stomped on the ground, raising dust and making a loud noise. As a result, Lin Fan didn't even turn his head. The hexagram lit up and a shield was generated behind him. The 4-sided shield wrapped him completely. He completely mindlessly withstood the damage without losing a single drop of blood, and only a number indicating the shield's decay value appeared above his head. The elite orc howled as fire magic raged. A dozen horse hooves trampled on his head, and a giant battle axe smashed into the shield swiftly. Seeing one of the shields cracking and breaking, Lin Fan smiled and added another safety door. The skill, Holy Sun Shield, perfectly matches his lazy attribute. After a day of killing monsters, I'm too lazy to move. Why not spend more than 10,000 mana points? Standing in the shield, calculating the cooldown time of Flame Burn. Using basic attacks to trigger the talent skill to slowly wear down the Tyrant warrior with more health. Lin Fan started from the entrance of the orc camp and continued to the end, where he found a lot of equipment and silver coins on the ground. This is the good thing about elite dungeons. Although they are very difficult, the probability of dropping treasures is much higher than outside. Especially the Tyrant elite warriors. 1 piece of blue equipment can be produced by killing 10 monsters, which makes Lin Fan a lot of money. Tyrant warrior leggings. Quality. Excellent. Level. 10. Occupation. Warrior. Physical defense. 32. Magic resistance. 32. Agility +1. Dodge rate +1. Minto warrior crown. Quality. Excellent. The Despicable Dungeon is actually a special place for warrior equipment, and almost all the items dropped are warrior armor. There are many players in the God's Domain warrior profession, and at this stage, the level 10 blue equipment is in short supply at 5,000 yuan per piece. Even though the equipment released in the level 10 elite dungeon does not have the set attributes of heroic equipment, each piece has a relatively rare special attribute bonus, which can be said to be the most cost-effective and excellent armor for the warrior profession. Lin Fan dragged the monster and fought as he walked, from Baichao Garden to Sanwei Bookstore, and did not stop until he pulled the monster to the boss point. Soon, all 200 elite monsters were eliminated. Lin Fan sat outside a secret altar, meditating to restore his mana. More than 10,000 mana is still a little bit too little. After holding up the shield for only 20 minutes, the mana is about to run out. Lin Fan shook his head lightly. Men are obsessed with long and big things, and he is no exception. However, if those so-called top mages heard these words, they would probably start planning to kill him offline. Strange. Why didn't any of the equipment that Yafuya dropped explode? Lin Fan frowned and looked at the altar. Could it be that the boss is to blame? In the distance, a bull-headed shaman with a dried-up body was dancing around the altar and chanting spells. Suddenly, a strange blue light shot straight into the sky, and a hollow area appeared in the sky, as if the gate of time and space had been opened. Tauren Lich, level 15, HP, 80,000/80,000. Attack power? Skill? This boss is at the Lord level. You may not be able to deal with it. Do you want to call your teammates to help? Reject. A system prompt popped up and Lin Fan shook his head calmly. It was difficult for him to kill the Tauren Lich and complete the dungeon, but it was not a big problem as he knew the skills and attack patterns and had the protection of the Holy Flame Shield. But that would be missing the real kicker of vile instances. Hidden Boss, Night Elf Queen. Chapter 15 Awesome People Do Awesome Things. Please interrupt the Minotaur Lich's sacrifice process within 1 minute. Otherwise, it may lead to disastrous consequences. After hearing the system prompt, Lin Fan still did not respond. He knew how to unlock the hidden boss level, but in fact, he didn't have to do anything. You just need to hold on until the Tyrant Lich completes the sacrifice and summons the Night Elf Queen. Once players of the Night of Terror dungeon exceed level 20, the Minotaur Chieftain will no longer refresh when they enter the dungeon, and there will be no subsequent hidden bosses. Therefore, many players in the previous life missed the hidden levels, and Lin Fan was no exception. The reason why many players have not noticed this is that they are used to following the system's prompts to complete tasks and ignore many task details. Sure enough, 1 minute later, blue light enveloped the entire sky above the altar. Insects like fireflies flew out from the space cracks. Dark Elf, level 15, HP, 300/300. Attack power, 50. Skills, Dark Flash, Sublimation, Mutation. These are handsome night elves, only the size of a palm, with 2 pairs of transparent wings on their backs, and they look harmless. This little monster is a bit tricky. Lin Fan frowned and stared vigilantly at the dark elf whose health was only 300 points. It's not because of anything else. These little things look weak, but in fact their skills are outrageous. In addition to the offensive skill Dark Flash, the sublimation skill is that once it suffers fatal damage, it will self-destruct. The range and power are enough to wipe out a small team. The mutation skill is that when the number of elves is reduced to a certain number, all dark elves will mutate collectively, and their attributes and desire to kill will skyrocket dozens of times. Compared with the mutant skills, Lin Fan is more worried about these little things self-destructing. If dozens of dark elves gather together and explode, even if Lin Fan can summon 9 shields, he may not be able to withstand it. Sensing the presence of the adventurer, the dark elf let out a sharp howl and began to fly towards Lin Fan. Dozens of flashes of light and dark came at him. Lin Fan swung his hand back and put 2 scorching sun shields in front of him to block them. In a flash, the first side of the fiery sun shield cracked and exploded, and the second side was about to be pierced. The attack power of the dark elves in their normal state is not high, but there are so many of them that their combined attacks can produce quite exaggerated values. More blue than me? Lin Fan retreated calmly, and 2 more fiery sun shields were erected, continuously blocking the concentrated fire of the dark elves. The hexagram totem flashed in front of him, and a string of fireballs broke through the air and smashed into the area where monsters were densely packed. The health of a large number of dark elves was reduced to 0, but they did not disappear. Instead, their petite bodies began to expand rapidly. There was a loud bang and Lin Fan was nearly knocked over by the gust of air. He used his novice staff to support himself on the ground and barely managed to stand steady. Damn, is this a nuclear bomb? Lin Fan couldn't help but complain as he looked at the mushroom cloud rising not far away. No wonder only a handful of players could clear the hidden level of Despicable Dungeon in the previous life. Most players didn't even see the boss and were probably killed in this exaggerated self-explosion. Fortunately, Lin Fan's shooting range was long enough, so he quickly distanced himself and continued to cast spells to bombard the group of elves. You killed the dark elf, gaining experience points +1. Lin Fan was at a loss for words. He had thought these little bugs were at least level 15. Even if they were cannon fodder, they could gain a lot of experience points, but in the end, they only gave 1 experience point. Lin Fan also noticed that killing the dark elf could not even provide proficiency to the left eye of the giant spirit, which means that this thing does not belong to the category of monsters, and it cannot even be considered a living creature. This completely dispelled his idea of mindlessly farming dark elves. Lin Fan fought and retreated at the same time. Explosions sounded one after another, but the number of dark elves increased instead of decreasing. Seeing that his mana was getting lower and lower, if he could not summon a shield, he would have almost no chance of survival. But Lin Fan did not panic. He started to move quickly towards the Minotaur boss to pull the monsters. A large number of insects rushed towards the altar. At the same time, 9 NPC girls with their necks cut appeared on the altar. They were the sacrifices to the Night Elf Queen. 9 souls screamed miserably as they were separated from their bodies and sucked into the space-time rift. In an instant, countless magic patterns flashed in the air, and a terrifying aura was awakening. About there, Lin Fan's eyes were determined, and a series of fireballs accurately smashed down on the Minotaur's head, and hundreds of dark elves were blown down by the fireballs. His body fell to the ground and quickly condensed into a ball of light. The Minotaur had no time to dodge and was instantly surrounded by the terrifying mushroom cloud. -8,000, -16,000, -30,000. A string of shocking damage numbers suddenly appeared, and the boss with a health of up to 80,000 was almost blown to death. The Minotaur roared, magic power boiling in its body, and a strange green light swept across everything it came at it to kill. Wherever it went, grass and trees withered, and vitality rapidly faded. Lin Fan had a grim expression on his face, and he waved his staff, raising 5 scorching sun shields, which were instantly pierced by 2 of the green lights. Lin Fan was surprised by the lethality. A shield could block 700 points of damage, which meant that the skill released by the boss had a damage of 1400 plus. The Minotaur Lich waved his staff to open up another space, and soon a group of elite orc monsters rushed out. Lin Fan had a smile on his face. He would rather take the free experience than waste it. He fired 3 more fireballs, causing the Dark Elves to self-destruct again. Minus 6,000. Minus 12,000. A large number of orcs were killed in the explosion, and the ground was full of equipment and some special materials produced in the copy. You killed the elite Tauren Guard and gained plus 400 experience points. The Minotaur Lich was hit by the close-range self-explosion, and its withered body fell to the ground with a bang. You killed the elite boss Minotaur Lich and gained 10,000 experience points. Your level has been raised to level 13. Your level has been raised to level 14. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel ecstatic. In the blink of an eye, he was promoted 2 levels and instantly became one of the top tier. 3 pieces of hero equipment appeared at once. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as 2 pieces of armor and a weapon appeared on the boss's body, and the entire body emitted a unique purple glow that was characteristic of a hero's outfit. Just like what is written in the strategy guide, the Dark Elf's self-destruct skill is both a player's nightmare and an opportunity to defeat the Lich boss without taking any damage. However, for an average 6-man team to achieve this effect, they need at least 4 powerful ranged DPS with a DPS of more than 300. Only by pulling monsters over a large area and detonating the Dark Elves can they possibly kill the boss. You have become the first player to clear the dungeon, One Night of Horror. Do you want to publish the regional announcement anonymously? Lin Fan smiled faintly, his eyes becoming more determined. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, most players choose to remain anonymous so as to avoid being strangled in the cradle before they grow up. After all, jealousy always drives people crazy, and Lin Fan knows this very well. But the strange and drastic changes that we will face in the future cannot be survived by just keeping a low profile. Lin Fan now wants to tell all the players in the entire Divine Realm world that the Triple Crown Champion will take back everything that belongs to him. The king is back, no need to be low-key. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Fansin for being the first person to clear the elite dungeon, Night of Terror, alone. Rewards, 50 free attribute points, 10 skill points, 5,000 reputation points, and 50 gold coins. As soon as the regional announcement came out, the entire world channel was silent for more than 10 seconds. All the players stopped killing monsters and doing tasks, all of them with a look of dullness and disbelief on their faces. Cleared the elite dungeon and did it alone? Is this what a new player who has been in the server for less than 2 days should do? Do you have any idea? Kaya's expedition, awesome. Brother Fan, you are awesome again. Bone erosion, I knew you were super strong. I wish I was as perverted as you. Senior sister, as expected of the man I've chosen, he's really quite coquettish. He even cleared the elite dungeon solo while we weren't paying attention. Lin Fan immediately received multiple private messages. Fatty Shurgu and the others sent him congratulatory messages, and the senior sister even joked that she would find a CP for him. Lin Fan was speechless, secretly cursing these people for not knowing how to praise others. What a dick, what a pervert. Does this have anything to do with him being such a handsome guy? Block. Block them all. A moment later, in Star Studio, a beautiful woman with delicate makeup woke up from the game cabin, found Shinwei, and forcibly woke him up from the game. I asked you to treat him well, but you forced him to resign. You bastard. You ruined my plans. The beautiful woman found Lin Fan's resignation report and smashed it hard on Shinwei's face. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. I will explain it to God Fan later. Faced with the woman's strength, the usually arrogant Shinwei lowered his head and dared not say a word. Her name is Lu Xingchen. She is the boss behind Xingchen Studio and a major shareholder of many companion gaming and esports clubs. It was she who arranged for Shinwei to bring Lin Fan into Xingchen Studio after learning that Lin Fan was banned. After a while, Lu Xingchen took a few deep breaths and calmed down a little. As a player of God's domain, she knew how difficult it was to solo an elite dungeon at level 10. It could almost be said to be an inhuman operation. She didn't understand how Lin Fan did it, but the only thing she was sure of was, If she wanted to achieve great things in the divine realm, she couldn't do without Lin Fan as her trump card. She opened the limited edition bag, took out a bank card and said, "Transfer the 3 million to Lin Fan and ask him to reconsider returning to work in the company. In addition, I will personally go to the first hospital in the city to visit his sister." Chapter 16. I really want to get NPC's equipment. You have obtained the quest items: Holy Light Life Staff, Silver Dragon White Rhino Shoulder Armor. Ifuya's lost equipment automatically flew into the package. Lin Fan glanced at it casually and blurted out, "Fuck." Holy Light God Staff. Quality: Legend. Level: 50. Occupation: Mage. Spell attack power: 1200. Attack speed: 1.30. Critical hit rate: 30%. Effect 1. Restore 5% health per second. Effect 2. Increase the upper limit of health by 30%. The only awakening skill activated by the suit, Hymn of Life. Effect: increase the maximum health of all friendly forces within a 100-meter radius by 50%, lasting for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Lin Fan looked at the rows of orange letters on the weapon, and tears almost flowed from the corners of his mouth. Every piece of equipment from Ifuya was a legendary piece of equipment of the best quality. The only thing that seemed particularly different was the magic apprentice hat that had almost no attributes. I want to steal the NPC's equipment and take it offline. Lin Fan thought viciously. It is hard for young people not to want to take shortcuts. This item is a weapon exclusive to Ivia. It cannot be used and cannot be discarded/destroyed. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really thought too much. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the divine world. All of Ivia's equipment can only be used by her, and no one else can pick it up even if it is placed on the ground. Lin Fan wanted to pick up the 3 pieces of heroic equipment. Just as he walked over, a woman's low humming was heard from the space-time rift. The charming voice gave Lin Fan goosebumps. It's just perfect. No wonder so many otakus in the previous life were fascinated by the Night Elf Queen. Who can stand such a cheerful voice? Any man would feel weak in the knees and back pain. A long, snow-white leg stepped out of the space gate, which was so pleasing to the eyes that no one with leg control could remain calm. Then another long leg took a step forward. Lin Fan's mouth became dry, and a small flame started to rise. Then, another long leg. And then, again. Are you teasing me? Lin Fan's expression changed from intoxicated to dull, and then from dull to gloomy. There were 8 long legs, 2 or 3 meters long, squeezed together, a huge face wearing a black crown, and 6 broad wings gradually spreading out. In terms of appearance, the Queen of Darkness is indeed good, like a sculpture without any flaws, but her face is lifeless and she exudes a cold aura of death. I'm throwing Lei's mother away. Lin Fan's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his trypophobia and megalophobia broke out simultaneously. Whoever wrote this stupid guide? Stand up and get killed? Lin Fan said frantically. No wonder the dungeon guide in his previous life had all the details of the Night of Horrors, except for the most crucial link. That is the high-definition photo of the Night Elf Queen. It turns out that all the players who have actually opened the hidden copy were disgusted. This is not a noble queen at all. She is clearly an oversized spider spirit. Night Elf Queen. Level 15. Lord level creatures. HP 500000/500000. Attack power 680. Skills: Dark Mage Skill Mastery. This boss is a projection of the Night Elf Queen, with about 3% of the combat power of the original. When the prompt text appeared, Lin Fan began to wonder. With a full 500,000 HP, it's just a materialized projection. God knows how powerful the real one is. At least it is as strong as a world boss in the middle or late stages of the game. Moreover, the boss in front of him seems to have only 1 skill, but in fact, in the rank classification of the Mage Association of Divine Domain, only those who have mastered at least 10 C-level dark magics and upgraded all 10 skills to the maximum level of 10 are qualified to become magicians. In other words, this boss has 10 dark magic skills. Dark magic is the profession chosen by a level 20 mage during his first career awakening, and the opposite and countervailing profession is the light magician. The boss is about to wake up, looking at the hero equipment on the ground and the dark elf who has temporarily stopped moving. Lin Fan could only give up the idea of picking up equipment for the time being. He was not sure whether getting close to the boss would wake it up early. After a moment's calculation, he turned and ran, trying his best to put as much distance between himself and the 8-legged woman as possible. Seeing that the boss and its minions had not caught up with him, Lin Fan simply ran to the cellar in one breath, keeping a distance of 800 meters. It's not that Lin Fan doesn't want to push the distance to the limit and rely on the current maximum distance of 1,600 meters to kite output, but exceeding 800 meters will be regarded as leaving the copy. Half range is half range. Lin Fan took a deep breath and adjusted the output direction. At the same time, he threw Ivia's equipment into the cellar and completed the task of returning the equipment first, so as to avoid being killed by the boss in vain. You returned Ivia's lost equipment. Please escort Ivia to Edgar City. I know. Lin Fan nodded helplessly. In fact, in addition to trying to kill the boss alone, he also considered whether to lure the Queen of Darkness over and let the extremely ferocious beauty Ivia fight with the Queen of Legs. Then he would wait on the side and reap the benefits. But Lin Fan went to the cellar several times to kindly call out to the silly girl, asking her to come out and help him return the house, but Ifuya's words made him give up. Woo-woo. I don't have a servant to help me put on my equipment, so can you help me? An ordinary and weak adventurer. How reliable. The shameful girl of the magic world. Lin Fan was too tired to complain. The Yandra girl was always causing trouble. If he hadn't felt that Ivia's true fighting power was enough to kill him hundreds of times in an instant, he really wanted to throw a fireball into the cellar at her. In the distance, more than half of the dark elves, who had suffered casualties, began to mutate. More than 10 of them merged into one to form a black cocoon of light, and then quickly broke out of the cocoon. Queen's Guard, level 15, HP, 20,000/20,000. Attack power, 230. Skills, Flash Strike, Dark Energy Release, Crazy Bloodthirstiness. 12 of the Queen's Guards appeared, wearing gray armor and holding spears. Each one was strong enough to rival an ordinary level 10 boss. It spread its transparent wings and began to search for Lin Fan's location. Lin Fan stared intently into the distance. As a trial taker, he knew the first key to soloing a dungeon. Always kill the smaller creatures first, then clear the boss. The monsters in God's domain are different from those in ordinary online games. In the super hardcore mode, it is not uncommon for strong players to be careless for a moment and die at the hands of some small fry with strange skills. The hexagram totem lights up the night sky, and a series of fireballs start to fly, swiftly smashing into the area where monsters are most densely concentrated. With the experience of sniping goblin undead warriors at ultra-long distances, Lin Fan's accuracy in long-range attacks has been greatly improved. Flames leaped near the altar, dust rose, and 2 guards were hit by fireballs. The level 10 passive talent, Flame Burning, starts roasting these black grasshoppers. Minus 1,554. Lin Fan was out of the monster's hatred lock range, and the Queen's Guards were attacked and began to fly back and forth. However, the IQ of a high-level boss like the Night Elf Queen far exceeds that of the Goblin Emperor. The Queen's Guards began to split into 3 groups and began searching from various areas. Lin Fan did not dare to be negligent at all, and continued to launch a series of fireballs at long distances. 5 consecutive rounds of skills, plus basic attacks, triggered the passive talent. 3 of the Queen's Guards were burned to death, and the remaining Queen's Guards went crazy instantly. With the blessing of the crazy bloodthirsty skill, the flying speed is greatly increased, but the price is that the Queen's Guards begin to lose blood continuously every second. You killed the Queen's Guards, gaining plus 900 experience points. Lin Fan changed his position while fighting, and began the traditional talent of mage players, walking the dog. However, these monsters have ridiculously high health points, with 1,500 plus burning damage, and it takes dozens of seconds to kill each monster. Given the ridiculous strength of the monsters, coming here to play the dungeon before reaching level 20 would be courting death. You have to know that those teams that can pass the level are all stuck at level 20 and have gone through the first professional awakening, which greatly improve their combat effectiveness before they can pass the level. Otherwise, they can't even deal with these monsters. The remaining 4 guards rushed to him. Lin Fan looked calm and used a scorching sun shield to block the guards' flash attacks. In order to save mana, he started by dodging by moving, rolling backwards to one side of his body, and then dodged a dark energy release. If a player sees this scene, he will definitely kneel down to the knees of a lot of mages. He walks around leisurely and uses skills, and each movement and dodge is just right. With only 1 shield maintained, he managed to grind down the remaining 4 guards. When Lin Fan raised his head, a huge shadow enveloped him. The Night Elf Queen flapped her terrifying giant wings, stirring up waves of air, and looked down at him from above, like a god gazing at an ant. Chapter 17 Basic Operations. To be honest, Lin Fan didn't expect the Queen of Darkness to move so fast. Of course, what he didn't expect was that when he observed the details of the boss's appearance at such a close distance, he would find that the woman's pores were so large that it made his scalp tingle. From a distance, the boss looks graceful like a god descending from heaven, but upon closer inspection, he is simply a disaster. The leg hairs that were as thick as steel needles almost made Lin Fan suffer from electronic yang wei. Fortunately, the key areas of the boss were covered with black leather armor, otherwise he would have really gone crazy. How many ignorant boys and girls have been deceived by the unreliable strategies from previous lives to come here and die? Lin Fan shook his head and complained. As a otaku, he felt very disappointed. The Queen of Darkness seemed to sense Lin Fan's extremely blasphemous gaze, and she raised her 8 long legs and began to trample on him ruthlessly. Lin Fan had been prepared and kept moving backwards to avoid the boss's continuous physical attacks. But the boss's attack speed was very fast, and it soon blocked his retreat with its long legs. With a wave of his hand, 3 black flashes came towards him. Lin Fan smiled calmly. A scorching sun shield appeared under his feet. He stepped upward with 1 foot and dodged the attack at strange angles in the air. Whether in the past life or this life, when it comes to the practical application of magic skills, there are very few strong people who can match him, Lin Fan. Facing a boss with a relatively rigid attack pattern and only 3% of the main body's combat power, Lin Fan was naturally able to deal with it with ease. The moment he landed, he raised his hand and fired 3 consecutive fireballs, accurately hitting the leather armor on the boss's chest. -1. The continuous fireballs only left a shallow mark on the leather armor and did not cause any substantial damage, but Lin Fan did not feel surprised. There are roughly 2 types of attacks on monsters in God's domain. One is to hit the target in an area not covered by equipment, causing normal damage, and the other is that the attack is blocked by the target's high-level armor/protective gear. The current situation belongs to the latter. -1355. The Queen of Darkness howled a few times, and wisps of flame spread across the boss's chest. Although the skills used did not break the boss's defense, the Fire Mage's passive talent still took effect. Lin Fan succeeded in his attack and then retreated again. The Queen of Dark Night was angered by the pain, and her attack became more fierce. A dark magic spear appeared behind the boss, and with a swish, it broke through the air and rushed to Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes focused, and the space vibrated wherever the magic spear went. The killing radius was estimated to be at least 3 meters. He was different from the players in his previous life who had awakened their professions and had health points of over 3,000. With his pitiful health points of over 300, he would most likely die if he was hit once. Look at the shield, look at the shield. It's still a shield. Lin Fan generated 4 scorching sun shields in one breath to resist. Bang! The spell attack power is so high. Lin Fan was startled and cold sweat broke out on his back. In an instant, the 3 fiery sun shields were pierced by the magic spears. The last shield barely blocked the spear's penetration. Each fiery sun shield can block 700 points of damage, and 3 shields were penetrated, which means that the boss's instantaneous burst damage is at least over 2,000 points. One random strike was enough to kill 6 or 7 times. Lin Fan's face changed, and he stopped trying to tease the boss, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. Lin Fan's magic power surged, and he started with a basic attack and immediately followed up with a series of fireballs. The 4 fireballs once again locked onto the leather armor on the boss's chest. -2. If you succeed in a 4-hit combo, the damage deducted will be increased. Lin Fan nodded secretly and immediately ran away on the fiery sun shield. There were constant rumbling sounds behind him, the ground was shaking, and the Queen of Darkness continued to attack violently. -4. -1355. The surrounding orc camps were destroyed by Lin Fan, creating favorable terrain to slow down the boss's movement speed. However, even if flame burning has an excellent effect of continuously losing blood, but the Dark Night Queen's health is as high as a terrifying 500,000. If the fight continues like this, Lin Fan will die from mana exhaustion before the boss falls. It will take at least dozens of fireballs before this ugly girl can break through her defense, Lin Fan said to himself. Relying on the smooth walking A technique, he turned back and continuously locked onto the boss's chest, bombarding it hard. This is not because Lin Fan is a mean person and has to punch someone's chest, but because of the special protective gear mechanism of the Divine Realm. Although all armor and weapons in the Divine Realm have no durability, they can indeed be destroyed violently. Once the target's armor is destroyed, the damage taken will be greatly increased. And some vital parts, heart, head, internal organs. Once the protective gear is broken, there will be 100% critical damage. There is also a chance of causing negative effects such as the target becoming stiff or floating in the air. The area that Lin Fan continuously bombarded was exactly the heart of the boss. Currently, Lin Fan's critical hit rate is only 2% because he has no equipment to support him. But for a trial participant, even if it is a 2% critical hit rate, as long as the spell attack is accurate enough, he can even achieve a 100% critical hit rate. After 10 minutes of pulling, the armor on the boss's chest began to crack, revealing a large area of snow white. But in Lin Fan's eyes, there was no beauty at all. He just wanted to quickly kill this ugly woman who kept screaming. The boss's health was reduced by 20%, but he suddenly stopped chasing. The boss has switched its attack stance. Lin Fan understood immediately upon seeing this. The more powerful the boss is, the more it has not only one attack mode, but as its health is reduced by the player, it will trigger one or more attack postures. This is also one of the main difficulties in conquering the God's Domain boss. Suddenly, a huge dark hexagram appeared behind the boss, covering the sky and the sun, and the stars were extinguished. A blood-colored magic pattern descended from the sky, ignoring the scorching sun shield above Lin Fan's head, and the dark magic hit directly. Several black magic patterns appeared on Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan glanced at them casually and said to himself, "A level dark magic, death curse pattern. A level dark magic, death curse. Effect: the health of all targets within the range is forcibly reduced to 10% for 1 minute, decreasing according to the target's magic resistance, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. This is the abnormality of dark magic. If there is no light mage to protect, no matter how good the player's equipment is, once the curse is generated, the attribute advantage of the opponent's equipment will be greatly weakened. In the previous life, there was a curse wizard from a small guild who used this death curse to stun all the big shots in the enemy guild, who were then easily surrounded and wiped out by the small guild. Moreover, the dark curse magic is almost unsolvable in the early and middle stages of the divine realm. Getting hit by it is like waiting to be slaughtered. After all, with only 10% of your health left, you will be brought to your knees after a few basic attacks. Only. Using this ultimate move against Lin Fan is like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito, and is basically ineffective. With such a big ceremony, you only show me this? Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. If a normal player were to use this trick, he would definitely have to lie on the ground and wait for Sister Legs to step on him to death. But Lin Fan was aiming to pass the level without taking any damage, so he wouldn't even shake a muscle even if he only had 1 point of health left, let alone 35 points of health left. As long as he has enough mana, the 9-sided sun shield will be his health. The Queen of Darkness screamed triumphantly, mocking the cursed adventurer in front of her. 6 large moths flapped their wings, and 3 dark magic swords broke through the air. Lin Fan waved his hand and used 6 fiery sun shields to perfectly resolve the 2-on-1 situation. At the same time, he glanced at his own mana, which was only less than 1,000 points left. Although his mana was about to run out, Lin Fan remained calm and continued to tickle the boss's leather armor. -20. Every time a basic attack hit the boss's chest accurately, Lin Fan had an illusion that he was born to do this. Even he found the accuracy terrifying. The mana bar has reached the bottom and the gap in the leather armor is getting bigger and bigger. Lin Fan saw the right moment, raised his novice staff and snorted, "Take it off for me." Snap. The black leather armor shattered and fell from the air. Lin Fan raised his eyelids, ignored all the images that disturbed his mind, and forced himself into sage mode. Critical hit -230. A series of fireballs exploded, a string of blood-red numbers lit up, and the boss's huge body flew backwards uncontrollably. A shrill groan of pain was heard, and Lin Fan's eyes were as sharp as torches. He fired one fireball after another, hitting the heart. The Queen of Darkness was actually hit by him and was floating in the air continuously. Lin Fan once again demonstrated his legendary A-walking skills. Each A was almost seamless, causing the boss to fall and float up again and again. For a mage holding a novice staff and with an attack speed of only 0.5, even if the interval between each attack is a fraction of a second off, he will not be able to perform continuous aerial strikes. What's even more terrifying is that Lin Fan was able to do 2 things at once and silently turned on the game's built-in screen recording function. Soon a minute passed, and the number of combo times x33 appeared above the boss's head. 10 minutes later, the number of combos reached a terrifying 352 times. Half an hour later, the number of combos exceeded 900 and the boss's health reached the bottom. If there were any old players of Sword and Conquer present, they would definitely shout. This is the magic God Lin fan. Basic operation is 6. Chapter 18 I Can't Pretend. Regional notice. Player Yikongcheng led the team to clear the elite dungeon, Dark Dungeon. Team rewards, 30 free attribute points, 3 skill points, 1,000 reputation points, and 15 gold coins. Pizza doesn't like spicy food. Boss Longhen is awesome. Give me flowers. Lu Qiqiang of the Divine Realm. Longhen is invincible, and the boss of Kongqing is a natural archer god. It's just a matter of time before he can conquer the Divine Realm. Beiqian. My personal opinion is not as good as Fanshin. It's not a solo game, so why would I announce it? There is no technical content at all. After a hard battle, the core players of the Dragon Scar Guild successfully cleared the first level 15 elite dungeon in Edgar City, but many players had mixed reactions to this. Naturally, its value is far less shocking than that of a common god solo, Fright Night. But it does not affect the large number of online lickers who are kneeling down to lick Yikongcheng. Yikongcheng immediately spent 10,000 yuan to buy loudspeakers for the entire area. The success of the land reclamation is inseparable from the help of teammates. Kongqing would like to thank everyone for their efforts. We look forward to more players joining us. Longhen. The fat man who was killing monsters in the wild saw this and said disdainfully, "What a hypocritical thing. You don't act like this when you're fighting against monsters and bosses." Ding dong. Player Longhen has distributed red envelopes to all players in the zone. Amount, 1,000 gold coins, limited to 999. Suddenly, all the players in the server received a notification. Fatty was startled. Damn, 1 million red envelopes? Even though he was cursing, his hands were so fast that he grabbed the world red envelope in seconds and opened it to see that there were 5 gold coins. He was so happy about the 5,000 yuan dumpling. He hacked down a street like crazy. The super rich man is alive. Brother Kongqing is too generous. Help me, I want to join Longhen. Sun and tears fell. What kind of person is a god? Longhen is still more powerful. Emma, I have half a month's living expenses. Demon travels the world. Without exaggeration or slander, Yikongcheng is the #1 person in the Divine Realm. The $1 million red envelopes directly exploded the world channel. After all, who would refuse the love and care of a super rich and domineering boss? There were even statements boasting that Yikongcheng was the best in the Divine Realm. Players who didn't know about the Dragon Mark Guild before now completely remember the boss Dragon Mark's arrogance, and it seems that they have already listed Dragon Mark as their first choice when joining the guild. Just like in the previous life, the Dragon Scar Guild has long since established an image of not being short of money in the minds of the players. Lin Fan stood in front of the gradually dissolving corpse of the Dark Elf Queen, watching Yikong City showing off on the World Channel. It must be said that there is a reason why Dragon Mark can become the strongest guild in the entire server. You know, if we just compete in financial strength, there are many guilds that can rival Longhen. But there are very few guild leaders who can have the courage of Yikongcheng. The million red envelopes are ostensibly to celebrate the completion of the dungeon, but in reality they are to create an advertising effect for the character of Dragon Mark. And the actual value generated is far more than the million. Since you want to show off, I'm sorry, I don't accept it. Lin Fan smiled indifferently. The next second, all players on the server received another prompt. Regional notice. Player Fanshen was like a holy spirit possessed and defeated the hidden boss, Lord Level, Night Elf Queen, alone. Rewards, 70 attribute points, 20 skill points, 10,000 reputation points, and 80 gold coins. What? Lord Boss? Solo? I'm going to piss you off. This mortal god is a relative of the boss. A level 10 mage can crush the overlord boss. For a time, countless players were cursed with petrification, their brains froze, and they began to suspect that they were not playing the game in the same dimension as the mortal gods. Emo Xing Tianxia, a hymn. I unilaterally say that Boss Longhen is currently ranked 2nd in my mind. Lord Kai's expedition, haha, the slap in the face came too suddenly. I am dying of laughter. I, the great mortal god, never interfere with human affairs. What should I do? Will the red envelopes still be given out? Inside Edgar City, Zhu Shuangshuang, dressed in a water-themed hero robe, looked embarrassed. Tianxi Quangzhan was so angry that he was furious and yelled, "That bastard must have had a bug. Otherwise, how could he have killed the Lord Boss alone? What a shameless thing." After sending out millions of red envelopes, another player has now stolen the limelight. But Yikong City has remained particularly calm. Even if I got stuck with a bug or found the boss's weakness mechanism, but as long as I can kill the Lord alone, It's enough to show that he is very strong, proving that my vision is correct. Yikongqing said with a smile, showing no sign of anger. Yikongqing looked at his somewhat frustrated guildmates and chuckled. I have already obtained the blueprint for the level 15 legendary bow. Friends from each group, please lend me a hand. Tianxi Quangzhan, don't worry, boss. Our team can take care of the skins of 500 blood crocodiles. Zhu Shuangshuang, I'll ask a life player to get the 3,000 magic crystals, no problem. Yikongqing nodded and used his money ability again. 2 million red envelopes were sent to the team channel, and everyone was smiling again. In the Fright Night dungeon, 2 silver holy lights burst out from the disappeared body of the boss, as well as a half-human high and somewhat broken statue and a fist-sized sapphire. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he picked up the statue to examine it. Statue of the Elf Queen. Quality: damaged relic. Description: a legendary relic from the elves. Its effectiveness has been reduced by 99% due to being destroyed by the Queen of the Night Elf. Put it in the package to gain special skills. Skill: Immortal Spirit. A blessing from the Elf Queen, entering a spirit state that cannot be attacked, lasting for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Invincible for 3 seconds. Lin Fan was overjoyed. The otaku strategy really didn't deceive me. It is this thing that has made countless high-level players beat their chests and stamp their feet, because they have exceeded level 20 and lost the opportunity to be a real man for 3 seconds. The 3-second invincibility effect may seem short, but it will become a trump card in Lin Fan's hand in actual combat. There is no doubt that for those thieves who have maxed out their attack and critical strike, one strike will kill them. But if you see this thing, you have to kowtow to Lin Fan. Even though the cooling time is terribly long, it will greatly reduce the success rate of sneak attacks by thieves. What is this thing? Extra dropped items? Lin Fan looked at the sapphire on the ground with some confusion. This boss did not descend in person, so the things it dropped can be said to be quite stingy, with only 3 dry gold coins and a holy relic. The guide also did not mention what kind of gems the boss would drop. Lin Fan was busy showing off and didn't pay attention. He guessed that it was the title of Orc Heretic that took effect, and the 10% additional drop rate took effect. Silmaril. Quality: Holy Relic. Use level 15. Unique effect: reduce the cooldown of all professional skills by 30%, and have a certain probability of copying 1/2 normal attacks/skills, depending on the quality of the weapon. Description: the main material used to create legendary weapons. Just a few words made Lin Fan's mouth open. How could he not know the value of this thing? Just a 30% cooldown reduction was enough to drive players crazy. The most terrifying thing is the copy attack effect. Is using 1 skill equivalent to using 2 or 3? If he is lucky enough, he can use a chain of fireballs and 9 fireballs will fall at the same time. Doesn't that mean it's like a meteor shower? Li Dapu, how could a flawless holy object explode? Lin Fanren was stunned. The statue dropped by the boss was just a broken holy object, but this thing was actually a genuine holy object of the elves. Reopen the battle log and check. You killed the Night Elf Queen, gaining plus 30,000 experience points. Your level has been raised to level 15. Then scroll down and read, congratulations. The extra 1% treasure drop rate is effective. Lin Fan couldn't help but swear, I did it. The 1% probability really happened to me. Chapter 19 Outstanding Employee Award. After clearing the entire Night of Terror dungeon alone, Lin Fan made a lot of money. Get 2 relics, 3 level 15 warrior hero outfits, and a lot of first pass bonus gold coins. The most important thing is the 30 skill points awarded, as well as a full 120 attribute points, which are enough for Lin Fan to gain a foothold in the early stages of the game. The importance of own attribute points is not much. They can increase the player's initial attribute values. Subsequent upgrades to magic levels will require a large amount of skill points/gold coins, especially when awakening to a level 20 profession, which usually places more stringent requirements on the player's magic level. However, the rewards of clearing the dungeon solo for the first time are indeed huge. But Lin Fan doesn't think that this little advantage can make him invincible. Generally, after level 10, difficult side quests, hidden quests, and achievement rewards almost all have skill/attribute point rewards. This is not uncommon, it's just a matter of how much the reward is. What this game has the most is hardworking players. Relying on the nutrient solution that comes with the advanced gaming cabin, some players can even stay online for weeks at a time. It can be said that as long as Lin Fan relaxes, other players will catch up with him soon. Lin Fan checked the properties of the equipment that had exploded and shook his head, saying, it's a pity that these 3 pieces of equipment are all level 15 transitional equipment, Otherwise, I would have given them all to Fatty. These 3 pieces of equipment are all heroic outfits, 1 weapon and 2 pieces of armor. What's more valuable is that they are all warrior sets named Bone Crusher. Wearing it at the same time can increase attack power by 150 points, which is very powerful in the early stage of the game. But level 15 equipment is actually a bit awkward, because the upgrade speed is very fast before level 20. After the career awakening at level 20, a huge amount of experience is required for each upgrade, and the efficiency of leveling up will be greatly reduced. To be able to get a set of level 15 heroic equipment before reaching level 20, only a wealthy person like Shirgu would dare to spend so much. Lin Fan casually threw 3 pieces of equipment onto the auction house. The staff was sold for 200 gold coins at the last auction. This time, since it was sold as a set, Lin Fan thought that the rich man was not short of money, so he simply marked a high price of 1,000 gold coins. I glanced at the real time. It was 3:30 in the afternoon. If it was any later, the hospital would have closed. So he exchanged the 700 gold coins in his hand for money, then quit the game, and planned to go to the hospital to pay Xiaoshuan's surgery fee first. The Bone Crusher set. The seller is Fan Shin. It's him again. He is so mean. Who would buy 3 pieces of equipment for 1 million? Oh my god. Could these 3 pieces of equipment have just been dropped from a dungeon? This game makes me money faster than delivering food. The traders who were closely watching the Imperial Auction House and the top leaders of the major guilds all went crazy, staring at the 3 pieces of purple equipment with wide eyes. Although these 3 pieces of equipment alone would not rank in the top 10 of the equipment list, the attributes of this set of equipment that increase attack power are too great. What should I do? Should I buy it? Will it be a big loss? Everyone was hesitant and didn't dare to act rashly. After all, it was a full 1 million. Shit. It was sold out in seconds. Someone bought it so quickly. What a pity. If the boss had taken down the 3 pieces of equipment, he would have no problem clearing the normal dungeon of Scarlet Killer. The boss of a large guild was dumbfounded. He had just recharged his gold coins, but when he opened the auction house again, his items were gone. However, something even more speechless was yet to come. Just 30 seconds later, the Bonebreaker suit was strangely put up for auction again. Price: 1,200 gold coins. Sold by Anonymous. Damn it, you just want to make more money? I'll help you. The warrior leader was getting anxious, thinking that Lin Fan had removed the product from the shelves and then put it back up at a higher price. But this is not over yet. Only half a minute later, the warrior boss had just recharged an additional 20,000 yuan, but Bone Crusher was taken off the shelves again. The price this time is 1,500 gold coins. The seller remains anonymous. Empire God War, Fan Shin, you are really disgusting. If you are not sincere in selling it, why do you put it at a flash sale price? Now you are raising the price? Are you kidding me? The boss of the Empire Guild was defeated on the spot. Imperial God Milk, be kind, my friend. There is no one as poor and crazy as you. Crazy War, God's gift, haha, as expected, just a poor loser. The 3 pieces of equipment were handled by several middlemen, and eventually the price was pushed up to a sky-high price of 1,800 gold coins. In the end, he was defeated in tears by the boss of the Empire Guild, Shunjan, and was truly made the scapegoat. Slurp. It smells so good. I must have eaten too much monster meat. Even the instant noodles smell so good. At this moment, Lin Fan was slurping instant noodles in the living room. If he were playing games, he would find countless private messages greeting his ancestors. Of course, if Lin Fan knew that the equipment was being sold for 1.8 million, he would probably be so angry that his thighs would slap themselves. He was simply too inferior to the middleman level of the small divine realm. After changing clothes and washing his face, Lin Fan took a taxi to the hospital. Lin Fan couldn't hide his excitement at the thought of seeing Xiaoxian soon, because Xiaoxian had disappeared from his world for 5 years. Standing under the hospital's internal medicine building, Lin Fan paced back and forth instead of going in directly. He had faced countless life and death crises in the Doomsday world, but he had never been as nervous as he was now. His hands holding a bunch of carnations were shaking constantly. What should I say? Your favorite brother is back with money. Are you impressed by his handsomeness? Or, slug, you haven't seen your brother for a few days. Are you missing him and can't sleep? Come on, give me a kiss. Lin Fan's mind was in a mess. He glanced at the cashier window and saw that there were fewer people, so he walked over immediately. Hey, Xiao Fan, what a coincidence. At this moment, someone suddenly called him. Lin Fan turned around in surprise, only to see a beautiful woman in fashionable and beautiful clothes waving at him. There is a horse-faced man standing next to him. Chinwei? Lin Fan was stunned for several seconds before he realized that the beautiful woman was actually Lu Xingchen, the boss of Xingchen Studio. Boss Lu, why are you in the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Fan looked the other person up and down in confusion. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old, with a charming face, a good figure, and a pair of charming eyes that seemed to speak, but she did not seem to be in any physical condition. Look at what you said. Can't I come to visit my employee's family member if he or she is sick? Lu Xingchen pursed her red lips, pretending to be displeased, and was quite friendly. Employees' families. Lin Fan frowned and immediately shook his head. Boss Lu may have misunderstood. Yesterday, Tang Kai and I submitted our resignation reports to Manager Chan. Chinwei looked flustered and quickly apologized with a smile. Shaolin, everyone is a little upset about what happened yesterday. Why do you keep taking it to heart? It's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Sorry, I'll talk to you later. I have to go to the payment window first. Lin Fan didn't want to get too entangled with the two of them, and he roughly understood that Lu Xingchen came to show his goodwill to him. No. Lu Xingchen frowned, and Lin Fan was puzzled. No? Why not? Lu Xingchen smiled and said in a teasing tone, Of course not. You wrote a resignation report, but you didn't get my consent, so it's not possible. Ah. Lin Fan was speechless. Why was this woman still playing tricks on him? Lin Fan opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Xingchen glanced at Chinwei and said coldly, How was the task I asked you to do? And what was the response from the hospital? Chinwei put on a flattering smile and said, Don't worry, Mr. Lu, Xiaoshuan's surgery fee has been paid, and the surgery will be performed by Dean He himself. Lin Fan, who was standing nearby, was shocked, not knowing what on earth this woman was doing. What is the surgery fee? Which Dean is the chief surgeon? Are you sure this is the level of treatment a studio's gold-winning slaves deserve? Lin Fan was a little confused, and Lu Xingchen continued, Here is 3 million. It's not a lot of money. Take it. 3 million isn't a lot. As Lu Xingchen handed over a platinum card, Lin Fan was completely confused and asked seriously, No. I mean, why did you suddenly give me so much money? Lu Xingchen was frightened by Lin Fan's captivating gaze, and he coughed dryly and said, Well, congratulations, Lin Fan. You won the Best Employee Award this year, with a bonus of 3 million. Chapter 20 Dad, I was wrong. A 3 million yuan award for outstanding employees? If it was before yesterday, Lin Fan would have snatched the card and stuffed it directly into his crotch, regardless of whether the other party was playing a prank or not. But now, a mere 3 million is a joke? Boss Lu, you are so interesting. Lin Fan looked at Lu Xingchen, who looked uncomfortable, with a smile on his face, and saw through his intentions almost immediately. Rather than saying that this huge sum of money is an employee bonus, it would be more accurate to say that it is an investment in Lin Fan. This woman wanted to use her slender waist that could be held with one hand to tightly wrap around him. Well, to be exact, I came to hug his thighs. It is impossible that Lu Xingchen did not notice Lin Fan's strong performance in Divine Realm and was thinking of tying him up in Xingchen Studio to work for him. Business of other games is not good recently, right? Mr. Lu. Lin Fan smiled jokingly. Lu Xingchen's face gradually turned cold, but he still managed to put on a smile and said, It's okay. Lu Xingchen is a second-generation rich man. He has made a lot of money by forming professional teams and gold-earning gaming studios in many popular games such as Sword and Conquer. However, since the announcement of the launch of Divine Domain, the dimensionality reduction attack on other games has begun. The number of players of Sword Conquest, in which he had invested a lot of money, began to drop sharply, and now the income of Lu Xingchen's company is declining sharply every day. She had no choice but to start investing all her financial resources into Divine Domain, hoping to expand the studio and set up a guild, hoping to turn things around by relying on Divine Domain's terrifying player base. Lin Fan has the Triple Crown title and has also shown his brilliance in the game. Obviously, he became Lu Xingchen's key investment target. Lin Fan re-examined Lu Xingchen and said, I have to say, you are really smart. Thank you for the compliment, Xiao Fan. Lin Fan's eyes that seemed to be able to expose someone made Lu Xingchen feel angry, but she didn't dare to show it now and could only force a smile. In just over 30 hours since the game was launched, Fan Shin's name has topped the charts many times, even crushing the momentum of Long Hin, Yakongqing. Once he returns to the Star Studio and plays a phenomenal leading role in establishing the guild, the name of the Star Guild will be completely well known. This wishful thinking is indeed the style of this woman. In his previous life, the Xingchen Guild was very eye-catching in the early stages of the game, and Lin Fan was the gold farming leader of one of the 100-man teams. At that time, the gap between players was not that big. Relying on Lin Fan and former professional players who had retired from other games, they successfully opened up difficult dungeons one after another. At that time, the development of the guild was actually quite good. Until the battle for the guild's stronghold began, Lu Xingqian was content with the status quo and made a wrong judgment. She didn't think the guild had the strength to establish a foothold, and she was even more reluctant to spend 5 million to buy a seat in the guild war. This caused the core players of Xingqian to lose their morale, and many former professional players were poached. Before long, the guild disappeared from the mainstream echelon. What do you think? I can promise that you will lead the guild in the future. Lu Xingqian gritted his teeth and made a decision. Lin Fan couldn't help laughing, his face full of sarcasm. Look, Mr. Lu is talking nonsense again. How can I take on such a big responsibility? If he still worked for them like in his previous life, would Lu Xingqian come to him and beg him to accept the money? Don't be fooled by this woman who has big breasts, a brainless face, and pure lust. She seems to be kind and capable, but in fact she is just a business bitch who takes advantage of people she meets. During the 2 years I've been working at Xingqian Studio, earning the lowest base salary in Jiangchuan City, and working hard as a gaming social animal for more than 12 hours a day. Lin Fan wanted to laugh. If Lu Xingqian hadn't been behind the scenes helping the evildoers, how could a manager like Qinwei dare to exploit his employees like this? Brother Fan, please think about this seriously. We have been together for 2 years, and I just offended you by being rude? Qinwei bared his teeth when he heard this, and quickly stood up and said, how about you beat me up to calm down? After saying that, Qinwei pretended to slap himself in the face. Lin Fan felt sick watching this and waved his hands. Don't try that on me. Yesterday you wanted to eat me and Fatty alive. The hospital is not the place to discuss this kind of thing. I won't take your surgery fee or bonus. Lin Fan shook his head with a cold face. Lu Xingqian felt cold in his heart. Just as he was about to continue to persuade him, Lin Fan turned around and added, however, I owe you for being able to invite the dean to perform the surgery personally. Lu Xingqian's expression changed, and he instantly understood Lin Fan's meaning, proving that there was still room for maneuver in this matter. But Lin Fan soon stopped her from thinking that. He smiled and said, I will not join your guild. I can only help you take down the guild base, but there is a prerequisite. Boss Lu, don't listen to his nonsense. It's not that easy to take over a guild base. Qinwei's face darkened, and he lowered his voice and said to Lu Xingqian, no matter how strong he is only one person. The list of strongholds released on the official website has more than 50 companies registered now, and it will increase to at least hundreds later. But the first batch of strongholds only has 12 city-state strongholds. Lu Xingqian's face was uncertain. Looking at the man in front of her who was as calm as water, she didn't know where the other party got the confidence from, as if he could do it if she said she could take down the stronghold. Just tell me what your conditions are, and I'll try my best to meet them. Lu Xingqian made some compromises. Given her current dire financial situation, she had no choice but to take this one chance. You know, if the stronghold was really taken down by this man, with the current popularity of divine domain, transferring the stronghold would make her earn a lot of money immediately. Lin Fan also had a scale in his heart. When he was fired by Tianxi and in the most difficult time, it was this woman who took him in. Although the treatment was not good, no matter what purpose this woman had, overall he did owe Lu Xingqian a favor. Lin Fan looked at Qinwei dimly, and the latter immediately felt something was wrong. Then Lin Fan called Fatty. Fatty, hey, what are you doing? I'm just about to do a dungeon. Lin Fan, someone wants to talk to you. Fatty, who is it? A girl? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan heard a slapping sound. The fat man on the other end of the phone was beaten up by his sister-in-law. Fuck you, you fat bastard, get out of here. Fatty, I'm sorry, Brother Fan, you were hallucinating just now. Lin Fan was amused by this. Don't worry, my ears are closed. Lin Fan put the phone on speakerphone and handed it to Qinwei, whose face turned pale. Under Lu Xingqian's murderous gaze, Qinwei stuttered and shouted, Dad, I was wrong. After saying that, Lin Fan heard the fat man's laughter like a pig. Huh? Who is it? The signal is bad. I can't hear you clearly. Please speak louder. Qinwei's face flushed red as if he had eaten a fly. Finally, he yelled at the top of his voice, Dad, I was fucking wrong. After helping the fat man get his revenge, Lin Fan sent Lu Xingqian away with a few words. Holding flowers, Lin Fan came to the long-awaited Ward 414, took a deep breath, and moved to the small window in front of the ward. No matter how many times I die, I swear I won't let this nightmare happen again. Lin Fan mustered up all his courage and prepared himself mentally countless times. He just wanted to be a good brother. Under the bright sunshine, a girl with long chestnut hair sat on the hospital bed. Her pretty face looked a little pale. Her long hair was gently lifted by the breeze. She was swiping the tablet in her hand, with a sweet smile on her lips. In an instant, Lin Fan burst into tears. He knew that his inner demons had been shattered and his dreams had come true. He opened the door, ignored the strange looks from other patients, and walked forward to hug her tightly. Lin Fan gently stroked her long hair and whispered in her ear, "I'm back, this time. I'm really back. Brother, aren't you at work?" The girl looked at him in surprise, a smile blooming on her face. Her pretty face turned slightly red as she seemed a little shy, and she looked particularly pure and charming in the sunlight. Chapter 21 Number 1 Brainless Fan. Wow, you are so embarrassing. Who is the slug? You have soiled the hospital gown I just changed into. Yi Shaoxian was completely speechless. His brother, who was usually always tall and majestic, was crying like a baby. She couldn't stand the looks from her fellow patients, so she pinched Lin Fan's ears and said with a red face, "That's enough. Brother, we haven't seen each other for just 2 days. There's no need to be so sentimental." Lin Fan noticed the gazes behind him. The nurse was looking at him with disgust. Lin Fan quickly made way for him and said stubbornly, "You know nothing. This is called a tough guy with a soft heart. You're a tough guy, but you can't do 20 push-ups." Yi Shaoxian laughed mercilessly, and Lin Fan was suddenly embarrassed. This body was indeed very weak due to long-term lack of exercise. Yi Shaoxian raised his eyebrows playfully. "Well, pick me up? I'll go pack my luggage. It'll be done in a minute." Although it seemed like a joke, Lin Fan felt a pang of sadness in his heart, knowing that the girl was afraid of wasting money on medical treatment. "I'll take you back to cause trouble for me?" Lin Fan gave Nizi a look of disdain and raised his chin and said, "Get ready to be transferred to the VIP ward. I am your brother and I am now rich again. I have already paid for the surgery. Director, he will personally perform the surgery on you on the 1st of next month." "Really? That's not true." Yi Shaoxian suddenly frowned and said resolutely, "You are not borrowing money from a loan shark, are you? If so, if you don't pay the money back immediately, I will jump from here now." Lin Fan was shocked. Knowing this girl's temper, he knew that she was definitely not joking. So he told the story about how he killed everyone in the divine realm and how he made money. "Ha ha ha. I knew it. This player who is known as a shill and profiteer is so much like you." Yi Shaoxian suddenly laughed heartlessly, and Lin Fan had a black question mark on his face. Yi Shaoxian handed the tablet to him to look at. Lin Fan took the tablet, and his face quickly fell. The screen shows the official forum of Divine Domain. The pinned post is titled, "Remember this scumbag, the agent hired by the official to cheat us out of Krypton Gold." When you click on it, the first thing you see is a high-definition photo of Fanshin, Wuma looking handsome. Comments. Xiao Zhuang. I have never seen such a shameless person. It has been revealed that this mortal god is an official tester, and he also played the dungeon alone to deliberately induce players to recharge. Black Mountain Old Yao. I felt that this person was not right from the beginning. He himself admitted that he was a tester. Why didn't the authorities deal with it? Empire God of War. The broken game and the dead profiteers ruined my youth. I fuck all the gods at #yen%. Less than an hour after the post was published, the number of replies exceeded 10,000, and it directly became the headline of the forum. Is there really anyone who would buy transitional equipment for 1 million? Lin Fan touched his chin in confusion. He had been planning to sell it to Erosion Bone at a low price if he couldn't sell it. Yi Shaoxian shook his head and smiled at him playfully. "I know that my brother is the best at any game. I am your fan without a second thought, Triple Crown Champion, Oni-chan." "Necessary?" Lin Fan nodded solemnly. Seeing that his sister was in good spirits, his mood also improved a lot. In the past, whether it was a professional game or training, Shaoxian was always seen sitting in the seat closest to the stands. Lin Fan has long been accustomed to this lifestyle, so he will try his best to protect this silly girl. Rather than saying that Shaoxian has always been dependent on him, it would be better to say that she is his spiritual pillar. Remember to listen to the nurse and don't lose your temper all the time. Seeing the doctor coming to change the 4 bottle, Lin Fan kept nagging her. Yi Shaoxian was as obedient as a kitten, pouting and nodding. "Elder brother." Before leaving, Shaoxian called out to Lin Fan, hesitantly wanting to say something. "What's wrong?" Lin Fan turned and looked at the silly girl. Xiaoxuan's pretty face blushed. She blinked her big eyes and smiled sweetly. "Wait until I finish the operation. I will be your nurse and help you, okay?" Lin Fan felt warm in his heart and nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll wait for you. After returning to the rental house, Lin Fan called Fatty. I'm dying of laughter. What the hell are those idiots in my work group doing? They're all apologizing like crazy in my moments. The fat guy couldn't help laughing wildly. The colleagues who had mocked him before in the circle of friends were lined up to be publicly executed by the fat guy at the instruction of Chinwei, which made him very happy. Stop laughing. I want to discuss something serious with you. Do you remember the guild I mentioned to you before? Lin Fan said seriously. I remember, of course I remember. Do you really want to do it? Lin Fan thought for a while and said, the guild stronghold war is about to start. If we miss this opportunity, it will be troublesome later. We need to take our place first. But the damn registration fee of 5 million is too expensive. The fat man was a little hesitant. This amount of money was really an astronomical figure for the two brothers. Don't worry, there's still a week left. We should be able to get the money. Even if we have to borrow it, we must. Lin Fan said seriously. Guild strongholds are crucial in the later stages of the game. As the levels of players/monsters increase, the stronger the guild, the more likely it is to gain an advantage in dungeon development/major battles. Some rare items/world bosses are difficult to obtain by personal strength alone, and the setting of player reputation points is largely for the purpose of guild wars. Fatty, oh, that's right. You really made a fortune from the equipment you got this afternoon. Well, I saw someone on the forum saying that he should have made a small profit of 100. What? Isn't it 180W? Can you be more sincere, Comrade Lin Fan? Now it was Lin Fan's turn to be stunned. 1.8 million? The fat man told Lin Fan about the dealer's price manipulation. Lin Fan felt his heart bleeding and was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Damn it. After working very hard to kill the boss, the merchant just made a few trades and made a net profit of 800 gold coins at no cost. What a crappy game. Are you going to play it anymore? There are black-hearted businessmen in every game, but the black-hearted businessmen in God's realm are the most black-hearted. Even Lin Fan had to admire this point. After all, not every player had the foresight to dare to hype like this. Otherwise, if the equipment was not in their hands, it would be a huge loss. After adjusting his mood, Lin Fan entered the game as agreed with Fatty. Time and space travel, the picture twists. Lin Fan appeared in the despicable river, and Ifuya squatted behind a big rock and secretly watched him. Ordinary and weak adventurer, could you please change my clothes for me? Ifuya asked with blushing cheeks. Lin Fan's eyes instantly showed a wolf-like gleam. It was such a wonderful start right after coming online. Looking at Ifuya, who was wearing only a single piece of clothing, with such a hot body and such a beautiful face, Lin Fan's excited heart and trembling hands were self-evident. As a die-hard otaku, this is what he is most satisfied with about divine domain. The so-called anti-harmony system is actually in name only. There is no such thing as the mysterious mosaic that hinders the progress of civilization. Because of this, to a certain extent, divine domain has been strongly resisted by parents of naughty children since its launch. But it doesn't matter. The gods don't care about the nonsense of parents. You have gained the favor of Ifuya, friendship value plus 10, 10/100. By giving the Yandra girl equipment, Lin Fan's friendship with the NPC increased. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he murmured. It is said that when the friendship value with an NPC of the opposite sex reaches 100 points, you can get married and have children. In his previous life, Lin Fan was either making money or struggling to survive in super hardcore mode, and he had no time to study the relationship with NPCs. However, he knew that once the divine world merged with reality, the NPCs in the game would not disappear, and to some extent, they would be no different from the players. Of course, Lin Fan is a serious person. What he cares about are some clues to hidden tasks/occupations, which can only be triggered when the friendship value reaches a certain level. But it is not easy to improve the friendship value with NPCs, and the conditions are usually very harsh. If he hadn't cleared Night of Terror and obtained the equipment lost by Ivia, otherwise he wouldn't have increased his friendship value by 10 points. You can imagine how difficult it was. However, this girly Fuya is indeed a good breakthrough. Well, it's worth taking advantage of. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and took Ivia back to the suspension bridge leading to Edgar City. That person is a mortal god. He's got an NPC girl with him? Damn, she's so big. Is this the demeanor of a great god? Lin Fan's arrival caused a small commotion. Wow. Girls, look. What a handsome warrior. Based on my many years of experience in judging men, judging from the way he stands, he must be a handsome guy in real life. but the commotion was soon drowned out by the screams of the female players. In the distance, there is a tall warrior wearing a gray cloak and holding a silver sword. He stands with his back against the suspension bridge, looking handsome and dashing. The warrior lifted his cloak, and instantly screams rose one after another. He has handsome facial features, diamond-like shining silver hair, and a figure as straight as a sword. His voice was extremely magnetic. His golden pupils stared at Lin Fan, and he said calmly, "Excuse me, sir, where is your sword pointing?" Chapter 22. Fatty goes to fight him. Needless to say, the handsome guy with silver hair is the fat guy himself. Looking at that overly handsome face, Lin Fan was simply unable to complain. If Fatty hadn't been in the gaming industry making money, he would definitely be a genius at creating character images. Just relying on this skill, if he had sold the character models he made on the forum, he would have achieved financial freedom long ago. Facing the fat man's immature question, Lin Fan was embarrassed. He blushed and pointed his staff to the sky. "My sword points to North Street, Jiangchuan's red light district, and my heart points to the South River, Jiangchuan City's largest club." The fat man walked up to Lin Fan and bumped fist with him X3. American boy gestures X6. Lin Fan accompanied him through all the connection codes with a stern face, and the players next to him were all dumbfounded. Where did these two crazy idiots come from? "Oh yeah, my good brother." The fat man laughed with satisfaction and jumped up and bumped his chest. "I swear I will hide my ID next time." Lin Fan wanted to find a hole to crawl into. This American boy's way of meeting others made him too embarrassed to face others. Master Kai's expedition application has been added to the queue. Lin Fan nodded in agreement helplessly. The fat man shook his head casually, looked at the white-scaled snake boss on the bridge, and said proudly, "I will show it without thinking, and you will output." Lin Fan looked at the fat man's level 14, 2,150 health points, and he was wearing a blue suit. These attribute values were already very strong among non-rich players. Lin Fan wasn't surprised. Fatty wasn't a former professional player, but after following him for so many years, his gaming skills were naturally far superior to those of ordinary players. "Don't bother. We can easily kill this little boss in seconds. We need to first go into the city and send this NPC back to the Mage Guild," Lin Fan said. The fat man was startled, and then he noticed Fuya hiding behind Lin Fan. The fat guy's eyes suddenly glowed green. "Fuck. Why is my wife at your place? Give my wife back to me." Lin Fan had 3 black lines on his forehead. "Tang Kai, you are really tired of living. If your wife catches you mentally cheating with an NPC, she will definitely skin you alive. Tisk, do you know what family status is? How dare she talk to the head of the family?" Laugh. The fat man had a look of disdain on his face, and Lin Fan beside him laughed. This guy's personality of being too concerned about face has never changed. 2 people are killing White Snake? Even the priest doesn't want it? That mage is wearing level 1 novice equipment. Are you sure he's not here to make fun of me? What's that tiger and wolf talk? How can a White Snake with only 20,000 HP be killed easily? The surrounding players looked at him in surprise. Even after the server had been open for so long, there were still many players stuck here. The 2 of them walked leisurely on the bridge, as if the giant white-scaled python in front of them did not exist. "Fatty, let me ask you, how do we set up a guild? Even if we can get the money, what about the people who will manage the guild? We can't just pick 2 random people to make up the numbers." "No rush, I already have a candidate, but he doesn't know me yet," Lin Fan said with a smile. "You are amazing. I admire you." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant python twisted its body and rushed towards the fat man. Clang! With a swing of the silver sword, he jumped to block the giant python's sharp fangs, and then stabbed the giant python's eyes with the sword. Critical hit, -570. The giant python roared and opened its mouth to spit out green venom. The fat man is agile, and his operations are smooth. He took off his cloak and threw it away, just in time to block the boss's venom. He charged with the silver sword raised above his head and delivered another critical hit. "Peerless swordsman, can you block the boss's poisonous attack like this?" "Guyuya, I saw this soldier yesterday. Everyone in his team was wiped out, but this guy managed to kill the boss with a little life left. What kind of boss is this? You're so slow." When the fat man heard someone praising him, the corners of his mouth turned to the back of his head, intending to show off his skills in front of Lin Fan. "It's really amazing." Lin Fan smiled knowingly and started with a basic attack to launch a fireball. Puff! -223. The fat man was immediately surprised. "No way, brother Fan. You can only deal more than 200 damage with a level 1 staff?" Lin Fan smiled without saying anything, and he still put all of his attribute points gained from the first kill in the dungeon into attack power. Even though he only got a level 1 staff, his spell attack power has already exceeded 200. Then a series of damage values pop up. 1,560. What the hell? Nearly 5,000 damage in a few seconds. I'm going to play with your big turtle. The fat man opened his mouth and could hardly speak clearly. Oh my god. This is too abnormal. Could this guy really be a shill hired by the authorities? Is this output really scientific? The mage class is so strong. I'm going to delete my account and start over. The onlookers were in an uproar. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that Divine Domain, a game created by AI, would have had a spy. Well, it's true that I can kill him in seconds. I'm just a clown, okay? The fat man looked desperate. He thought he had obtained some opportunities and tasks in the main city, and he was not weak at all now. However, compared with the pervert in front of him, he was really far behind. It wasn't difficult at all, and I killed the boss in no time. The boss dropped a bunch of white garbage and a few limited silver coins. Of course, there is nothing that can be done about this. The white-scaled snake is only the boss of the main quest. It is not difficult to kill it. It is nothing compared to the elite boss in the dungeon. It's a cheat. Where did you buy it? I want to get one too. The fat guy sent a private message in a mysterious tone, thinking that Lin Fan had got the game plugin from somewhere. You want to eat shit? Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. For a reborn person like him, perhaps he himself was a cheat. I don't believe it. Can I admit that I'm trash? The fat man looked unconvinced. Once we're in the main city, I'll tell you what to do. Lin Fan had already planned to make the fat man stronger quickly. Good brother, I'll ask you to wash my feet tomorrow. Lin Fan. In his previous life, when Fatty awakened for the first time, he got the hidden profession of magic swordsman. With magic in one hand and sword skills in the other, plus his own operational talent, his combat power is actually not weak. The magic swordsman is a B-level strength profession. Although it can crush ordinary players, it is still several levels behind those S-level awakened players. Therefore, Lin Fan decided to give Fatty a cheat first. By the way, I have another video file to send to you. Please check it. Lin Fan said after thinking for a while. The fat man was startled and raised his eyebrows obscenely. A small movie? Brother Fan, you understand me? Fuck off. Lin Fan cursed with a smile and sent him the video of himself solo killing the Night Elf Queen with infinite combos, asking him to post it on the Divine Domain forum when the time was right. The two chatted intermittently and walked into Edgar City with Ivya. Most of the first-tier players have left the novice village, and now the number of players in the city is overwhelming. But this city is very large, and there is basically no crowding. What are you doing in the Bounty Hunter Tavern? The two stopped in front of a tavern. The fat man shook his head and said, I've been there. The missions there are rubbish, and you have to pay 10 gold coins to become a bounty hunter. Here, I'll give you some gold coins. Go and become a bounty hunter first. Lin Fan proposed a transaction, and the fat man clicked confirm in confusion. It feels so good to be supported by a rich man. A full 100 gold coins were thrown onto the transaction window, and the fat man laughed heartlessly, without even saying anything polite to Lin Fan and clicking to confirm immediately. Lin Fan smiled faintly and nodded. The two brothers have been working together for so many years. Not to mention giving him 100 gold coins, or 100,000 yuan. He wouldn't frown even if it was 10,000. Moreover, the fat man died in his previous life to protect him, so Lin Fan would naturally not treat him unfairly. Bounty hunters are quite special in the setting of God's domain. As long as players become bounty hunters, they can go out to perform demon hunting missions to get rewards, and they can even team up with NPC hunters. There were very few players in the tavern. Most of them were NPC ruffians drinking dark beer. 10 gold coins are worth 10,000 yuan, and not many individual players are willing to spend this money in the early stages. The fat man took the money and successfully applied for the bounty hunter certificate. He looked at Lin Fan and asked, what next? See that homeless guy in the corner? Lin Fan raised a barely perceptible smirk and pointed at the unkempt man in the corner. The fat man nodded blankly, not knowing what Lin Fan was up to. Go up and beat him up. I'll wait for you at the resurrection point. Lin Fan said with a smile. Ah, I can understand beating him up, but why do you have to wait for me at the resurrection point? The fat man was completely confused, but out of trust in Lin Fan, he still walked up. The fat man frowned. The homeless man in front of him had a dirty face and stunk so much that even the NPC next to him didn't dare to approach him. Believe me, he won't fight back. Lin Fan said seriously, clenched his fist and shouted at the fat man. Gonba die. I'll beat you up, you big turtle. The fat man cursed nonstop, but he still plucked up the courage to lift one foot and shouted to himself, although it is immoral, I will do my best to hide the mission. After saying that, he kicked the homeless man in the cheek. The fat man was horrified to find that the other party didn't move at all. The homeless man was like a black iron statue, and the beer in his hand didn't even make a ripple. The homeless man turned around stiffly, his messy long golden hair hanging down, and his pair of bright silver eyes were like a whirlpool that could swallow up other people's sight. Adventurer, do you want to fight me in 1,000 fair duels? Lord Kai's expedition, I don't know. The fat man tried to ask Lin Fan for help, but when he turned around, where was Lin Fan's grandson? The fat man subconsciously checked the homeless man's attribute panel. Vagabond, level 80. HP 7000000. Attack power? Skill? Holy siete. A goddamn homeless man? Level 80. 70 million HP. In an instant, a chill rushed out of the fat man's crown, and the homeless man in front of him stood up like a prehistoric beast. Chapter 23. Touch of the Flame Serpent. Adventurer, you are very brave. The tramp stood up. His stature over 2 meters tall was particularly majestic. The fat man looked up at the other person, feeling very nervous. You have taken the initiative to challenge the Holy Sword Master. The duel is about to begin. The fat man broke out in a cold sweat when he heard the system prompt. Holy Sword Master. This title sounds scary enough. Fuck. I was wrong. The homeless man grabbed the fat man with his big hand and lifted him up like a chicken. No matter how the fat man begged for mercy, the other party ignored him. With a bang, the door of the Bounty Hunter Guild was kicked down, killing 4 players on the spot. The homeless man's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He grabbed the fat man's collar and stomped his feet. The stone slabs on the ground exploded, and he actually jumped dozens of meters away. Oh my God, Brother Fan, help me? The fat man was so frightened that he almost lost his soul, and his hands were grasping at the air helplessly. The tramp had terrifying jumping ability. He quickly moved through the streets of the main city by stepping on the roofs of roads and houses, and soon arrived at a large training ground. The tramp stood there like a mountain, with great momentum and fighting spirit. The fat man watched all this in amazement. The next moment, black devil flames rose from the homeless man's left hand, and terrifying holy light burst out from his right hand. Two-handed magic sword? The fat man was filled with shock and his vision became blurred. In a trance, it seemed as if the person standing in front of him was not a person, but a divine sword with terrifying power. Turning both hands into swords, this is the technique of dual sword warriors. And the tramp himself is the hilt. Let's get started, young man. The tramp's silver eyes flashed, making people feel terrified. S-level hidden job mission unlocked. Hammer and temper. If you die 1,000 times, the mission will fail. Your experience points will decrease each time you die until you successfully injure the Holy Sword Master. The prompt appeared again, and the fat man was so angry that his heart was racing. The opponent was at level 80. There was no way he could beat him. Do I have to be abused by that stinky beggar 1,000 times? Minus 2,250. In an instant, the fat man was shocked and fell backwards uncontrollably. I was killed instantly? But the opponent's moves, he didn't see them clearly at all. When the fat man came to his senses again, he was already standing at the nearest resurrection point. An old silver guy patted his shoulder with a bright smile on his face. How is it? Isn't it great? The fat man stared at Lin Fan for a long time, swallowing his saliva and cursing. It's really refreshing to die. 1 second of painless. That old bastard is so awesome. It's actually an S-level hidden professional mission. Damn it, I'm going to beat that bastard. The fat man said calmly, with excitement in his eyes. Do it carefully and think carefully before taking each challenge. Lin Fan chuckled. Even though the fat guy likes to bluff usually, he never backs down when faced with difficulties. He is a typical stubborn fool. Even if he was killed instantly by the tramp, it would only bring out his stronger side. That homeless man was naturally not an ordinary NPC, but the leader of the 7 great sword masters of the Light Dragon Empire Temple, Sword Saint Bingha. In the background story, the Templar swordsmen are a group of magic swordsmen who master light magic, but Hyoga is an outlier. This person practices both light and darkness, and his strength is extremely terrifying. It's just that dark magic and light magic are inherently incompatible, and users of dark magic will be discriminated against and excluded in the Empire. As a result, Binghe was never welcomed by the Imperial Temple and spent his days drinking in the Bounty Hunter Tavern. In the previous life, many players knew about the Thousand Hammers mission, but almost no one could pass any test. Not only is the mission extremely difficult, it also requires a high level of operational awareness from the warrior player. The most important thing is that experience is lost every time a player is killed. In order to obtain S-level career awakening, there are many players who have been killed by Binghe hundreds of times, and their levels have dropped to level 1. However, Lin Fan has confidence in Fatty. In terms of operating level alone, Fatty was one of the strongest magic swordsmen in his previous life. The only thing that was inferior to others was his equipment and soul seal. The fat man continued to challenge the holy sword master Binghe, while Lin Fan took Ivia to the Mage Guild. Ifa, a white-haired old man, walked over with an unsteady gait and looked at Yifuya with a reproachful look. Yifuya pouted her lips and went up to hold the old man's arm. "Teacher, I'm back?" "This old man is the magician Escorting," Lin Fan said to himself. The D-level fire magic, Holy Sun Shield, was created by this old man. The magic grade is only D, but in actual combat, as long as the mana is sufficient, the defense of this magic is ridiculously strong and is not inferior to C or B grade defense magic. The only regret is that the magic level is too low and cannot be upgraded using skill points. But it is enough to prove the old man's control over magic. "I was lost. It was this brave adventurer who escorted me back, teacher," Ivia said with a blushing face. The old man nodded with a stern face and said sternly, "Why don't you go and prepare to attend the banquet hosted by the lord of the city? Don't bring shame to your noble status." "Huh? This girl is a noble?" Lin Fan was stunned. "You have completed the second hidden mission sequence of Ivia. Mage Escorting offers 50 silver coins as a reward for the mission. You can choose to refuse/accept. Is the labor fee so cheap?" Lin Fan was speechless. It was not easy to take care of the sickly girl. Just helping her put on her equipment almost cost him his life. "No, thank you." Lin Fan shook his head lightly, rejecting the kindness. "Wait a moment, adventurer. The mission of exterminating demons is extremely difficult. I have a scroll of magic suitable for you to learn." Just as Lin Fan turned to leave, old Eisen seemed to think it was disgraceful not to pay him, so he took out a magic scroll as compensation. Lin Fan was delighted. He knew that the hidden mission would not be that simple. Sometimes, retreating to advance would double the benefits. C-rank fire magic, Touch of the Flame Serpent. The magic created by Escorting, one of the 3 great magicians of Edgar. Effect: consume 500 MP to create a magical fire snake, causing 200 plus magic attack damage to targets within the range and 300 points of burning damage. The cooldown time is 1 minute. Current level, level 1. Special effects will be awakened when upgraded to the maximum level 10. A typical large-scale AoE damage magic, which has considerable damage but high mana consumption and too long cooldown time. But this is not a problem for Lin Fan, as he has an ultra-long range of over 1,500 meters, and he also has the Silmaril relic in his hand, which can reduce cooldown and copy magic. Standing 1 kilometer away, if you are lucky, you can release 3 fire snakes at once, which will definitely have a devastating effect. However, what Lin Fan cares about most is the special effect that can be obtained by upgrading Touch of the Flame Serpent to the maximum level. He remembered that only powerful magic above level B had these characteristics. This magic was only level C, but it had special effects awakening, which was something Lin Fan had not expected. Currently, the entire auction house does not have any B-level magic books, let alone any B-level skill books for other professions. Even C-level skill books are very rare, and each one costs more than 50 gold coins, which ordinary players simply cannot afford. At this stage, most of the skills that players can learn are from the E/D level of the job shop. After saying goodbye to Yifuya, Lin Fan immediately started to activate his skills. You spent 1 skill point/40 silver coins, and your magic was upgraded to level 2. You have consumed 2 skill points/90 silver coins, and your magic has been upgraded to level 3. You spent 4 skill points/1.9 gold coins, and your magic was upgraded to level 4. The level of Touch of the Flame Serpent was raised to level 6, and Lin Fan began to sweat profusely. The mage profession is recognized as the most expensive profession, and the number of skill points/gold coins required to upgrade skills far exceeds that of other professions. I used up all 30 skill points, barely upgraded the skill to level 8, and consumed more than 50 gold coins, which is more than 50,000 yuan. This is only C-level magic. If you change it to higher level magic, the amount of resources consumed will increase further. Well, fortunately, The numerical panel has been improved a lot. The skill damage becomes 350 plus spell attack damage and causes 470 points of burning damage, and the cooldown is also reduced to 52 seconds. I'm still short of at least 20 skill points. Where can I get them? Lin Fan hesitated for a while. He originally planned to go solo to clear the elite dungeon, Dark Dungeon, in the city. But the first clear reward had already been taken by Longhin's people, so there was not much point in getting it again. You received an invitation letter from the city lord. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and opened his mailbox to check. The city lord sincerely invites the top 100 adventurers on the ranking list to attend a banquet at the city lord's mansion to discuss the plan to destroy the demons. You are currently ranked 27th in the rankings and are eligible to participate in the side quest, Night Banquet. Task description. This task can obtain a large amount of experience points, skill points, and attribute points as rewards. This mission is quite difficult. Please do it according to your ability. Looking at the task prompt, Lin Fan's brows tightened and his expression changed slightly. There seems to be something fishy about this task. Chapter 24, Deadly Enemy. Wudong Shan He, haha. I'm ranked 100th, just barely making it through. AI Mimi, stop pretending, you little rubbish. This mission recruits the top 100 players, so it must be difficult. You are giving it away just by entering the mission. Wudong Shan He, you know nothing. With Kong Chung and his gang of big guys sweeping the dungeon, I can just sit back and enjoy the fun. The players who failed to reach the target in the World Channel were very regretful. This is the advantage of fast leveling up. One step faster means you will be faster than others at every step. It seems that this mission is impossible to go. Lin Fan was thoughtful. This mission would be the first lesson the gods taught the players, a trap that only targeted elite players. Lin Fan opened the ranking list to check the list. 10th place, Crazy Man, level 16, 22%. 9th place, Young Master Long Hin, level 16, 45%. 8th place, Tianxi, Mad Wolf, level 16, 77%. 3rd place, Yakongcheng, level 17, 13%. 2nd place, Queen Haoyue, level 17, 35%. 1st place, Space 19, level 55%. That guy made it to number 10. What a lunatic. Lin Fan saw the familiar face from his previous life at a glance, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. The 10th place thief player has a close relationship with him. In his previous life, Lin Fan, Fatty, Madman, and 3 other people formed a fixed team and went through a lot of things. The Empress is still so strong. She is indeed a woman who can nurse and fight. The top 11 female players on the level list rushed to 2nd place and even suppressed Yukongcheng. Lin Fan had the impression that this female player not only had superb operating skills, but was also the boss of the Haoyue Guild, which only recruited female players. And within 3 days, this female knight player will awaken a AA level profession, Paladin. Well, it's AA, as straightforward as her figure. Infinitely close to the strength of an S-level profession, she can not only heal herself, but also have the exaggerated defense of a knight. In the early dungeons, this woman is basically unkillable. Unfortunately, the Haoyue Guild is only a niche guild, with female players making up the majority. Although the top players under the Empress were very strong, their numbers were too few, and they were soon defeated by the Dragon Scar Guild. As for the number 1 space thief, he is far ahead of all the players and has already stepped half a foot into the threshold of professional awakening. No one has ever really seen what the space thief looks like, but she is the only ruthless person who has killed Ikong City multiple times alone. It is well documented that this person does not belong to any guild, but possesses at least 2 god-level soul seals. It is not an exaggeration to call him the darling of the gods. At the same time, it is also the god-level assassin that prevents Ikong City from sitting on the golden throne in hardcore mode, making him the most feared. A child of destiny, whether it's opportunity or financial resources, this person is a mystery. Lin Fan murmured. Lin Fan knew that this Hongmin Night Banquet was a trap, but to be honest, he was also very curious about what the god-level assassin looked like. I'm so depressed. Why couldn't this crappy mission be completed earlier? I was killed 8 times and dropped out of the top 100. I lost 100 million. The fat guy sent a private message full of resentment, and his level has dropped to 13. It's okay. I've studied this mission and found that basically few people can pass it, and the punishment is very severe. Lin Fan replied calmly. Fatty, oh, that's all right. I'll continue to deal with this old scoundrel. Come on. Lin Fan chuckled and told the fat man not to think too much. Even if he dropped to level 1, with the speed at which he was leading people to level up, he could quickly drag him back to the first echelon in at most one day. Compared to this tiny loss of experience points, the possibility of an S-level career is obviously more important. In Lin Fan's opinion, even if he obtained a top-grade Divine Seal later, he would not be able to unleash the power of the Divine Seal if his profession was too rubbish. Almost all of the famous heavenly rank masters in the previous life started from A-level awakening career, and could only achieve something with soul seals of heroic spirit level or above. Lin Fan walked towards the City Lord's mansion. Here comes the cheater. Stay away from him. I'm afraid that if the system bans my account, I'll be banned too. The official hired shills really don't have any acting skills. They just use novice equipment to deal thousands of points of damage. Who the hell would believe it? Lin Fan walked to the opening point of the dungeon. Players who came to do the night banquet mission avoided him as much as possible, fearing that a thunderbolt from the sky would strike the hanging wall and implicate them. Hey kid. A burly knight walked up to Lin Fan. Well, I'm sorry about what happened before. The burly man said vaguely. Who are you? Lin Fan tilted his head and looked at the other person, looking confused. The sturdy man was stunned for a moment, baring his teeth in anger and wanting to attack, but he still forced himself to hold back and said, I, Zhan Tianqi, the one who robbed you yesterday. Oh, someone from Long Hin, that's amazing. Lin Fan replied with a smile. My friend, from the tone of your voice, apart from the previous misunderstanding, has our Long Hin ever offended you? Zhu Shuangshuang walked over with an unhappy look on her face. She was wearing a blue robe and holding a level 10 heroic staff, making her stand out in the crowd. Nothing, I just don't like you guys. Lin Fan turned his head with a smile, revealing a handsome face with a kind and harmless smile. It's you. Zhu Shuangshuang's face turned pale instantly, and she took a few steps back unconsciously, tightly clenching her staff with one hand. I remember you. You are terrible at playing the water mage. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and recognized the other person, and his words were murderous. Asshole, do you still think this is a sword expedition? What qualifications do you have to be so arrogant? Zhu Shuangshuang's cheeks flushed when she heard this. Zhan Tianqi beside her quickly winked at her and said in a low voice, Don't forget what the boss told you to do. Brother, this is it. We at Longhin intend to have you join our big family. The boss said that you can give any price you want for the annual salary. Zhan Tianqi chuckled and approached Lin Fan, intentionally trying to get closer to him. Interesting. Lin Fan revealed a hint of teasing and whispered into Zhan Tianqi's ear, Stay away from me, or I will lose control and kill you. Zhan Tianqi's face suddenly changed, and he said angrily with a strong calmness, You really don't know how to appreciate my kindness, right, kid? Lin Fan looked at the crowd and said calmly, It's not impossible for me to join Long Hin, but the prerequisite is that Yakongqing brings his head to me. As soon as the words fell, everyone couldn't help but gasp. So fucking crazy. 1 versus 3 on the top lane. Well, this guy is really brave. He actually dared to reject Longhin's invitation. He is worthy of being a wall hanger. Deep in love, confused, why is Longhin so arrogant? Apart from being rich, he is nothing. Many players present had been bullied by Longhin during the upgrade process, and Lin Fan's words resonated with many people. Triple Crown champion Lin Fan, there's no need to be so troublesome. At this moment, a hearty laugh rang out among the crowd. Know me? Lin Fan's whole body trembled, and his pupils contracted violently. He saw an imposing archer slowly approaching, and the surrounding players made way for him. This man had handsome features and a tall figure, and he was wearing a complete set of level 15 heroic armor, which was extremely luxurious. Remember the empty city. The man had a lazy smile on his face and exuded the bearing of a king. An overwhelming aura spread among the players. Wait, Boss Kongqing said this guy is the Triple Crown champion? Lin Fan. Fuck. Is this really the ceiling for mages? A mortal god? Crazy. Really crazy. Wasn't he banned by the Esports Association a long time ago? As soon as the title of Triple Crown champion came out, everyone in the entire regional channel felt their hair stand on end, and everyone stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. Even if many players don't play Sword Expedition, they must have eaten the Baal Me takeaway endorsed by Lin Fan. However, the two words Lin Fan not only represent labels such as arrogant and invincible, but also symbolize the shame of Chinese esports. The match-fixing scandal at the World Championship caused him to fall from his throne and become a rat crossing the street. The Triple Crown wants my head. I'm right here, come and get it. Yakongqing smiled and pointed to his head, then said, But before that, let's talk about cooperation first. Before he could finish his words, Lin Fan hesitated for only half a second. Then he suddenly smiled with relief. Okay, I'll meet your request. Everyone was shocked, and the smile on Yi Kongqing's face came to an abrupt end. As the novice's staff was waved, a large, six-pointed star totem appeared in front of Lin Fan, and the creepy fire magic power boiled. The flames let out a death roar, and a giant red flame python more than 10 meters long rushed out of the totem. All round, no blind spots. Comprehensive coverage of Long Hin and his group. Chapter 25 Empress. A creepy red monster appeared and started to strangle people indiscriminately. What kind of skill is this? The range is so large. The players who were watching the fun were too close to Yikong City. Lin Fan couldn't care less and killed all the players around him in an instant. Boss! Zhang Tianqi's face changed drastically, and he immediately rushed to Yikongqing to help him block the damage. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. It would be great if we could die together in an orderly manner. The fire snake wreaked havoc throughout the field under his control, and no one was spared within the skill range of about 20 meters. Area AoE magic damage is so abnormal? Minus 780. A dozen or so touch of the fire serpent damage lights appeared, and the players' scalps went numb, and their health points dropped by about half almost instantly. But the scarier part is yet to come. Touch of the flame serpent is a continuous damage skill that lasts for 10 seconds. Once you are entangled by the flame effect, the talent, Flame Burning, will be continuously triggered to bring lasting effects. Minus 1,530. Zhang Tianqi and Zhu Shuangshuang quickly turned into white light and were killed. And Yikongqing really has the demeanor of a king. He stands in the flames without changing his expression, relying on the high health bonus brought by the heroic suit to withstand the damage. Is this the result you want? Yikongqing said coldly. Minus 1,530. The burning damage continued, and no matter how good Yikongqing's equipment was, it would soon reach its limit. The ID above Lin Fan's head had also turned blood red. You can understand it this way, so let's start the war. Lin Fan said with a cold expression. The conceited man in front of him would never have imagined that, just 3 years later, the horrific monsters descending from outer space would, together with Longhin's minions, become the natural and man-made disasters that all trial participants would have to face. I accept your challenge, Lin Fan. Yikongqing responded coldly, and then was quickly submerged by fire magic. So strong. Boss Longhin was defeated in seconds. What kind of equipment did he hide? Could it be the god-level soul seal introduced on the official website? Red name. I didn't expect him to dare to kill people in the city. Isn't he afraid of losing his equipment? The players present quickly evacuated the battlefield. These people were all top players in the first echelon, and someone immediately realized that there was something fishy about Lin Fan's equipment. The only item that can deal damage far beyond that of an ordinary mage in the early stages of the game, apart from legendary equipment, is a high-quality soul seal. Endless sinking. If it is a soul seal, then it naturally cannot be killed and dropped, but this guy made a lot of money selling the Bone Crusher suit. Tianxi Quanglong. That is indeed true. The people of the Dragon Scar Guild are certainly hateful, but it is only natural to clear out the red names. Madwolf, who was ranked 8th on the ranking list, stood up. To be able to squeeze into the top 10, he was definitely not an ordinary person. He stared at Lin Fan with a sneer. That's possible. I want to see what this official hired agent or Triple Crown winner is capable of. Let's kill him together. The red-named players deserve to die. Yes, what are you so arrogant about? How dare you kill someone in the city? Under the instigation of Tianxi Madwolf, more than a dozen players responded immediately. Follow Tianxi's people, and I will kill them all. Lin Fan looked back indifferently with a hint of smile on his lips. These people spoke of being righteous, but they just wanted to kill him and gain benefits. If you want to play the siege game, then let's settle both old and new grudges together. Tianxi Quanglong. No matter how strong he is, as long as he is forced into hand-to-hand combat, he will definitely die. At a command, more than a dozen elite players quickly moved closer to Lin Fan, trying to force him into close combat, which would be the most disadvantageous for a mage. Lin Fan smiled indifferently when he saw this. They had no idea how terrifying the 9-sided sun shield was. They can even block the direct damage from the Night Elf Queen, let alone a group of low-level players who have not yet awakened their profession. However, just as Lin Fan raised his staff and prepared to release the shield, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned around suddenly and was stunned. Brother, take my shot and turn around to dig it out. A black-clad thief player turned into a ball of black mist in front of him, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Lin Fan. And the bastard who did it was none other than the madman who had a life-and-death friendship with him in his previous life. What an idiot. He was also blinded by the money. This was a scene that Lin Fan had never expected. While Lin Fan was stunned, the madman's attack was so fast that one hand actually passed through the scorching sun shield that was about to be formed. A sharp black blade was pointing straight at his heart. If it hit, he would surely die. Suddenly, something strange happened again. Lin Fan saw a flash of silver light before his eyes, and a tall, beautiful female knight appeared behind him, saying in a deep voice, "Unparalleled, shield wall." The broad knight's shield slammed down onto the ground, causing it to sink more than an inch. The ground shook violently, causing all the players who were close to Lin Fan to fall backwards. Forced knockback and stun, the madman opened his mouth in astonishment and shouted in a hoarse voice, "What are you doing? You have a prey worth thousands of gold in your hands. Do you still want to keep it all for yourself? You talk too much nonsense, you crazy bastard. Focus your fire on him." The Empress snorted coldly, and the three long-range female players focused their fire on the madman, who was killed before he could even come to his senses. Retribution. What a retribution. Lin Fan smiled happily upon seeing this scene. The madman, who was known as the second thief after the blank thief, finally got his day. He deserved it. The Empress turned her head and glanced at Lin Fan, not understanding why this man was still laughing when he was almost killed. The Empress held a large shield in front of Lin Fan and said coldly, "Whoever wants to kill Red Name must get past me first. Come on." A priest player said, "Queen, do you know what you are doing? This man killed Ikong City. Do you want your Hao Yue guild to be destroyed as well? Long Hin dares to kill people at will. Why is he afraid of being killed? If you don't accept it, come here." The Empress snorted coldly and looked at the ID on the opposite side with disgust. Young Master Long Hin. Sister, who dares to act rashly in front of a great knight with nearly 5,000 HP? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and muttered, "The queen's health is almost more than twice that of other knight players, and she has at least 3 pieces of heroic equipment. Moreover, with this physique and aura, even when facing siege from elite players, relying on the knight's unique protection skills, the players of Hao Yue Guild can stand behind him and output without thinking. Young Master Long Hin. Wait until we are beaten into a sieve in the stronghold battle." The Empress remained motionless upon hearing this. Just as she was about to order her players to take action, Lin Fan took the lead and fired 3 consecutive fireballs, blasting young Master Long Hin away. Young Master Long Hin was on fire, and he used his priest skills to heal himself, using single target healing, group healing, and healing auras. Plus 360. Plus 420. Minus 1,600. Young Master Long Hin took a mana restoring potion and used 5 or 6 skills on himself at once, but his health was still dropping rapidly. What kind of bullshit damage is this fuck? When the 3 seconds were up, young Master Long Hin, still with a look of disbelief on his face, burned into a charcoal. Oh my god, is the fire mage so strong? This damage seems a little weird. The players of the Hao Yue Guild gasped. The Empress looked at Lin Fan and said quietly, "Is this the power of the god-level soul seal?" Lin Fan did not give a direct answer. He just smiled at the Empress, who had come to his aid, and said straight to the point, "Tell me, what do you want to gain from me?" Chapter 26, NPC colludes with monsters? The Empress was a little surprised that Lin Fan would be so straightforward, and said calmly, "I just don't like others bullying the minority with their numbers." There was little fluctuation on Lin Fan's face. Having experienced the end of the world, he did not believe in any help without any reason, especially when the one who helped was a strong person like the Empress. The Empress remained arrogant and said, "You just need to remember that you owe me a favor." Good. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan didn't waste any more time and walked directly into the banquet hall of the Lord's mansion. Lord Kane sat on the throne. There was singing and dancing in the banquet hall, and the dining table was filled with all kinds of delicacies waiting for the players to enjoy. The top 100 players entered the banquet hall one after another, and Lin Fan searched for the blank assassin among the crowd. But the result disappointed him a little. At least half of the players chose to hide their IDs when entering the dungeon. Moreover, rogue players are notoriously fond of low-key sneak attacks, so it is difficult to tell who is blank from their appearance and attire. Lin Fan, get ready to be reset to level 0 and become the #1 laughingstock in the divine realm. Don't think you can survive by hiding in a safe zone if you kill our people. The players who were killed by Lin Fan before rushed over from the resurrection point, and Ikong Cheng and others appeared again. All of them were extremely angry. However, since this is a dungeon, players cannot fight each other. They can only shout at each other but cannot take action. You are so good at hiding under the crotch of a sadist. Don't let me catch you next time. I will definitely take away all your equipment. The madman who failed in his sneak attack just became very friendly and put his hands on Lin Fan and the Empress' shoulders, looking at them with a sinister smile on his face. Go away. The Empress snorted coldly, grabbed the madman, and threw him out. Even though she couldn't cause any harm, her move was very decisive. The madman was extremely skilled. He swayed his body in the air and landed smoothly on the ground as light as a feather. Don't be so complacent, you sadistic guy. After my profession awakens, I will be the first one to break down your defense and strip off your armor piece by piece. The madman sneered obscenely. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh and said, Empress, you better be careful, he is serious. You dead fly, get out of here, a male soldier beside the Empress scolded. The little lickspittle beside the Empress has such great authority that it scares me to death. The madman laughed sinisterly, then grabbed the food on the table and began to eat it. The Empress ignored the madman and looked at Lin Fan and whispered, What do you think of this dungeon? If it was just a banquet, the system wouldn't prompt a high difficulty task. Look at the NPCs around you. Lin Fan reminded her, and the Empress looked around the banquet hall. There were 4 white-robed mages standing in the corners, constantly carving some strange patterns on the wall. Judging from their attire, they should be people from the temple. Temple mage? Then there should be no reason for him to attack players. The Empress was slightly surprised and was impressed by Lin Fan's insight. I don't know then. Let's wait and see. Lin Fan said, his eyes fixed on the beautiful girl sitting next to the Lord, who was Ifuya, who he had just escorted back to the city not long ago. The banquet begins. The Lord first made an impassioned declaration, expressing his great welcome to the adventurers. Lin Fan sat in his seat, eating an apple calmly. The food in God's domain tastes just like the real thing. Although it cannot really fill your stomach, it has tricked the player's brains to some extent. Lin Fan noticed the gaze and looked up, and his eyes met Ikong Cheng's. Ikong Cheng was shocked. The inexplicable murderous intent from the other party made him feel uneasy. He didn't understand what he had done to make Lin Fan hate him so much. Do we know each other in real life? Ikong Cheng sent a private message. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment and replied, I don't know him. Then what benefit will it bring to you to offend me? Please tell me. Ikong Cheng said in a deep voice. No good, but if I have the chance to see you, I will still kill you one by one. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he also gave Ikong Cheng a playful smile. Ikong Cheng's face turned gloomy. He thought he was broad-minded and had the ambition to unify the divine realm. He is going to take a path of kingship that ordinary people cannot imagine. Brainless garbage. However, Ikong Cheng was angered by this brainless bastard. Lin Fan was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, making it difficult for Ikong Cheng to control his surging anger. Ikong Cheng took a deep breath, quickly calmed down and chuckled. I look forward to meeting you in reality, Lin Fan. Hearing this, Lin Fan's expression changed slightly, and his eyes became unusually cold. Damn, I almost forgot about this. Lin Fan cursed himself for being stupid and forgetting such an important thing. Reality and virtuality have not yet merged. Now that Ikong City has the support of Dingxing Group, it is easy to eliminate this trouble in reality. The barrier of Edgar City has been loosening recently. I'm afraid that demons have taken advantage of the chaos to enter the city. In order to eliminate this crisis, I ask all adventurers to cooperate. At this moment, the Lord's words interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts, and a strange atmosphere spread. Young Master Longhin, cooperate 1 or 2. How do we cooperate? Madman, why do I feel like I've been tricked? What a weird mission. The players present were all top players of various online games. They immediately noticed that the atmosphere in the entire banquet hall began to become weird, and they all stood up. Lin Fan looked behind him and found that the 4 temple mages who were standing there just now had disappeared at some point. Night Banquet Mission 1. All players must do everything they can to survive. When the mission prompt appeared, everyone's hair stood on end, and they discovered that the restriction on killing in the safe zone had been lifted. Brave adventurers, this will be your moment of glory, Lord Caning said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Ikong Cheng stood up coldly and decisively, pulled the heroic longbow and attacked Kane. Swish. In a very short time, 3 sharp arrows formed a straight line, and each one went straight to the Lord's forehead. The archer's skill multi-strike? No, this is simply a high-level fast attack. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. At this stage, the attack speed of an archer without professional awakening is at most 1.5, but Yikongcheng can shoot 3 arrows in 1 second, which means that the attack speed is at least 3.0. With the same attack power, Yikongcheng can deal twice as much damage as others. Even if it was just in the early stages of the game, this kind of strength was definitely not something that ordinary people could achieve, and he did have the capital to be proud of it. Lord Cain did not move at all. Yifuya suddenly took action, and a scorching sun shield was placed in front of the Lord, easily blocking the attack from Yikong City. Lin Fan frowned, and Yifuya looked gloomy with confusion between her brows. It was obvious that joining this Hongmin banquet was not her intention. "Enjoy your meal, my distinguished guest," the Lord laughed harshly. The next moment, more than a dozen figures appeared in the banquet hall. This group of people were shrouded in blood mist. They had handsome appearances, scarlet eyes, and exuded a bloodthirsty aura. Blood family member, level 20, HP 50,000/50,000, attack power 380, skills, soul imprisonment, bloody eating, elementary blood magic. What the hell? The vampires are colluding with the lords. What a bloody plot. What kind of monster is this? It's even stronger than a level 10 elite boss. How can we defeat more than a dozen bosses? Many players realized that something was wrong and planned to give up the mission. However, when they retreated to the gate, they found that the door lock was sealed. Damn it, never mind. Let's fight our way out first. It's just a matter of dying once. What's the big deal? A level 15 warrior player was driven into a corner and tried to break out with his companions. Suddenly, a bloody shadow flashed past him like a ghost. The scarlet nails tore through his armor in an instant, and then bit his neck, and his face quickly turned pale. After a few breaths, his body began to petrify, his terrified facial expression solidified, and he turned into a lifeless stone sculpture. The target's soul is imprisoned. You will be reborn after 48 hours. Everyone was shocked to see a 48-hour countdown appear above the stone sculpture. Wouldn't it be that once bitten by a vampire, all 48 hours would be wasted? No wonder. In the previous life, many of the first-tier players in the pioneering period disappeared after attending the banquet. Lin Fan suddenly realized, if you waste 2 days in the development period, you will be left behind by others in terms of level or equipment, and most players cannot afford such a loss. Screams continued to ring out, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 players turned into stone statues that could not be resurrected. "I am pleased with this feast, Lord Cain." At this time, a red-robed woman walked out from the blood mist, very satisfied with the slaughter feast before her. City Slayer Cariel, level 20, HP 120000/120000, attack power 770, skills, group confinement, blood dragon roar, overlord, blood sacrifice upgrade, chapter 27 fishing enforcement. All ranged DPS stand behind me, knights form a shield wall, and priests add light barrier to melee. The Empress reacted quickly, rushing to the front while giving orders, and other unfamiliar players also joined the formation one after another. Several shields that could block 400 points of damage were added to the front row players. The Empress shouted in a deep voice, "Prepare to push forward. The knights pull the monsters to taunt, and deal with the miscellaneous soldiers first." "What are you daydreaming about? Stand behind me." A soldier shouted anxiously, trying to pull Lin Fan, who was standing in front of him, but Lin Fan dodged sideways. "Mortal God!" the Empress shouted with a frown. Lin Fan shook his head and said, "I can't fight him. The barrier can't block a few hits of damage. If you get killed, you will be petrified." "So are we just going to hide here and wait for death?" said the madman. "Wait a minute, there's something fishy about this mission." Lin Fan remained expressionless. The difficulty of the dungeons in Divine Domain is indeed abnormal, but it will not put players in a situation where they have no chance of survival. At least it will give players a glimmer of hope of winning. However, the door to the banquet hall was sealed, and the space available for players to dodge and move was limited. Facing so many vampires that were no less powerful than elite bosses, theoretically they had no chance of winning. "So, you need to wait. Lord Cain has used you. Please try to survive in this dungeon as much as possible." When the mission reminder sounded, all the players were startled. Players who were dodging in panic were constantly caught and killed by vampires, and in a short while a large number of players turned into stone statues. Zhang Tianqi, damn it, killing one will break even. Killing two will make a huge profit. Long Hen and his group rushed forward. Relying on their good equipment, two knights with high health rushed to the front and held on. Yikongqing and Zhu Shuangshuang in the back row attacked crazily, and under the concentrated fire of everyone, a vampire was soon crippled. But before they could be happy for long, the powerful firepower attracted 5 vampires to rush over together, and the knights in the front row quickly fell to the ground with hatred. Seeing that Yikongqing was about to be killed in a close combat, he suddenly tightened the longbow in his hand, and an explosive arrow exploded, and the vampire was instantly bounced away. Immediately, he flashed and took Zhu Shuangshuang to squeeze behind Lin Fan and the others. A group of vampires rushed towards Lin Fan and others. Because they were standing too close together, the knights in the front row panicked and started to taunt the group to reduce damage. He ended up making things worse and attracted the hatred towards Yikongqing, and was killed and petrified by the vampire in the blink of an eye. This bastard! The madman cursed angrily upon seeing this. He was going to drag them down with him. Yikongqing, Lin Fan, it doesn't feel good to be tricked by someone, right? Lin Fan didn't say anything. Yikongqing's move was indeed insidious, but he knew that this man had more than one way to save his life. Even if he doesn't use them as a shield, Yikongqing still has other cards up his sleeve. After all, in the previous life's Night Banquet dungeon, most of the players were petrified, but Yikongqing was one of the few players who survived. "I come," the Empress said coldly, and the knight's shield in her hand suddenly sank. A strong suction force emerged, sucking all the monsters within 10 meters in front of her. C-rank combat skill, Brutal Strike? Lin Fan recognized her skill as soon as he saw her opening move. This move was the most important monster-sucking skill for early-stage knight players. Each copy of Cruel Strike is sold at more than 200 gold coins in the auction house, so players can make a fortune if they get one. The Empress roared angrily and slashed down with the knight's sword with great force, causing the 6 vampires to be stunned/attack power reduced in a group. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the Empress was, she couldn't withstand the siege of 6 vampires. The nurse in the back row's hands were sore from nursing. The Empress's health kept jumping back and forth between 300, 1200, and she could be knocked down and killed by the vampires at any time. Seeing this, Lin Fan took decisive action, and fire snakes danced wildly wherever his staff pointed. -830, -1600. Flame burning plus touch of the fire snake continued to exert their power, and the vampire was burned and jumped up and down, screaming continuously. Seeing this scene, Zhu Shuangshuang, who is also a mage, was terrified, as abnormally strong as ever. Yikongqing's eyes flickered as he murmured, "It is indeed too strong, but if I cannot use it, then I will die. Look at what I'm doing, output." Lin Fan turned around and glared at Yikongqing, who nodded slightly embarrassedly. In order to avoid being petrified for 48 hours, everyone can only reach a temporary cooperation. Although the vampire's health was high, everyone present was a top player, and the 6 monsters were quickly dealt with. The Empress took a look at the output statistics panel and couldn't help but gasp. Yikongqing dealt 15% damage in his heroic outfit, while Lin Fan alone contributed 70%, and the others together only contributed 15% of the output. "Oh my god, you're such a jerk. You're treating the boss like a monster. You're amazing." The madman was stunned. Even the Empress might not be able to withstand the outrageous output of the mortal god for a few seconds. "You killed the blood follower. Experience points plus 2,000. You killed." The monsters in the high-difficulty dungeon dropped all the top-quality items, and the equipment and skill books in front of me exploded all over the ground. "Wow, so many good stuff." The madman let out a strange cry and tried to grab the spoils. The next second, someone waved his hand and the spoils disappeared completely. 2 skill books and 4 pieces of blue equipment. Not bad. Lin Fan smiled proudly, and the Empress and others were speechless. When it comes to grabbing equipment, Lin Fan claims to be second and no one dares to claim to be first. When the vampire's health was still low, he deliberately slowed down his output, otherwise his output would be higher. The crisis was temporarily resolved, but the players on the other side had lost most of their money. However, the blood mist was still spreading, and more vampires emerged from it and attacked again. "Madman, fuck, is this ever going to end?" "Not good," exclaimed the Empress. 6 vampires are the limit of what the Empress can withstand. If a few more come, it is only a matter of time before the formation is broken. However, Lin Fan didn't care about these small fry, because the real boss, City Slayer Carrier, never took action. It's time to start. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the Lord's eyes, and Ifuya beside him suddenly raised his staff, and a terrifying magical wave came out. Lin Fan's expression was shocked. The magic patterns on the walls of the banquet hall emitted white light. Several beams of light drilled out of the wall and formed a huge cage. The boss was actually locked inside. Kelly's face was filled with resentment, and she yelled at the Lord, "Liar! Liar! You destroyed the barrier and killed my citizens. You deserve to die." The Lord showed a smug smile and looked at Ivia beside him. "Go ahead, Ivia Mage." Ifuya looked solemn, her red lips slightly parted. "Holy light magic. Angel judgment." Holy light burst out in front of Ifuya, and the shadow of a six-winged angel descended. Dozens of spears of light fell from the sky, and the boss and the nearby monsters were instantly turned into hedgehogs. Minus 99,999. A large number of monsters were killed, and the boss's health dropped rapidly. The soul-tearing spears fell randomly, and 3 players standing together were killed instantly. The madman was confused. "What? Are we also within the attack range?" The queen smiled bitterly. "I knew it. Players are just baits needed for law enforcement. This lord is really insidious." Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The lord was really a ruthless person. He deliberately used players to lure the boss to have a feast, and then annihilated it in one fell swoop. As expected, none of the NPCs in the divine realm are simple creatures. Please note that you have been killed by the S-class magic Angel Judgment, and your level has dropped by 5 levels. When the prompt sounded, Lin Fan's face suddenly changed, and he was trembling. Ivia's killing of the monsters should be a mechanical killing, otherwise the damage would not be so exaggerated. And based on his understanding of this girl, she would not do anything to massacre the players, so she herself could not control the landing point of the killing spear. Lin Fan calculated secretly. Although he had the holy relic skill, Immortal Spirit, which could make him invincible for 3 seconds, he did not want to expose this trump card too early. "So, it's time to test your luck." Lin Fan looked towards Ikong City cunningly. It would be great if he could ask Longhan's people to help him carry the load. However, Ikongqing had also learned his lesson and understood what he was planning in seconds. He put on a stern face and took Shu Shuang to hide in another corner. "How boring. Why are you so scared of me?" Lin Fan shrugged helplessly. Ikongqing snorted coldly and ignored him. Players kept being killed, and just when it seemed the boss was about to be eliminated, something strange happened again. The boss suddenly turned into a large group of black bats, broke out from the narrow gap of the cage, smashed the wall, and disappeared into the night sky. Everyone was shocked. The boss actually ran away? The progress of the side quest, Night Banquet, has been updated. Mission 2. Assist the Lord's Guards to kill the seriously injured and dying City Slayer Cariel. Chapter 28. I have a bold idea. Lin Fan was considering whether to chase the boss immediately, when he suddenly felt a chill on his spine and a shadow flashed past him quickly. Is he a madman? No. This thief has never been seen before and has been hiding behind us? Lin Fan was shocked. The banquet hall was located on the 3rd floor of the City Lord's mansion, more than 20 meters above the ground. The assassin actually jumped directly from the gap created by the boss. My goodness, do you value money over life? Even with all my agility points, I wouldn't dare to jump like this. The madman was frightened and leaned his head out to see with a gloating look whether the little thief had fallen to death. Unexpectedly, after the thief landed, he rolled flexibly to buffer and quickly disappeared into the darkness. A thief with such a low sense of presence, could it be him? Lin Fan said to himself. The favor has been repaid. Let's talk again when we have time. Lin Fan smiled at the Empress and jumped down from the gap. Madman, what the hell? What kind of monsters are you guys? Lin Fan summoned the fiery sun shield in midair, using the shield as a buffer step to land smoothly. Everyone was stunned. It was bad enough that the thief was agile, but a mage dared to do this. Chase. Meet up at the boss's location, Ikongqing said, and jumped down following Lin Fan's footsteps. Longhan's people will not miss the opportunity. After all, the boss is now seriously injured, and the difficulty of killing him is greatly reduced. They just need to follow the guards of the City Lord's mansion to pick up the leaks. However, Ikongqing and others could never have imagined how dangerous the world of martial arts was. Lin Fan, help me check the spoils. Thanks. The Empress was stunned when she received Lin Fan's private message. Spoils of war? Didn't you guys loot them all? I mean, what comes next? Lin Fan smiled calmly. After landing, Lin Fan did not chase immediately, but waited quietly outside the City Lord's mansion. Seeing that Ikong City had assembled a team of 6 or 7 people, Lin Fan couldn't help but sneer. You're still thinking about taking advantage of the situation. You're thinking too much. After saying that, He stood 100 meters away and blasted out a touch of the fire serpent, and the skill accurately hit everyone in Ekong City. Ekongqing and others were blown into a panic and scattered in all directions. Minus 780. Minus 1,550. Multiple white lights lit up, and everyone except Ekongqing was sent back to the resurrection point, and a lot of gold coins and equipment appeared on the ground. Even Zhu Shuangshuang's heroic staff was revealed. The Empress suddenly came back to her senses and finally understood what Lin Fan was talking about. She couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This guy was simply too insidious. Sure enough, there is a way to save your life. Lin Fan stood in the darkness and stared at Ekong City. He saw that this guy fell down and did not return to the resurrection point. Instead, his body turned into a charred puppet, and his original form appeared again not far away. A puppet substitute? It can take the place of the original body and bear fatal damage once. Lin Fan recognized this item. It was a secret treasure dropped by a special boss. It could avoid the reduction of experience upon death, but it had a 24-hour cooldown period. Lin Fan, don't fall into my hands. All of Ekongqing's teammates were killed, and they could only stand there helplessly in rage, vowing not to let Lin Fan pay the price. Seeing that Ekongqing didn't dare to chase him rashly, Lin Fan didn't want to fight and continued to rush towards the boss point. Thank you for your hard work, adventurer. We will help you kill that damned city slayer. As soon as Lin Fan walked out of Edgar City, several masters from the city lord's mansion quickly came over, saying that they would assist the player in killing the boss. Heavy armor swordsman Lu Renjia, level 20. HP. Attack power. Skill. Earth Mage Long Tao, level 20. HP. Attack power. Skill. 2 melee fighters, a mage, and a priest. Lin Fan did not see Fuya following. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and nodded, choosing to accept the help. You go first, I'll be there soon. Lin Fan said. Lu Renjia nodded in greeting and chased out of the city with a torch. Just as a few NPCs left, a cold light suddenly burst out from the bushes beside them. Lin Fan's face darkened. He had already expected this, and a scorching sun shield blocked in front of him. With a bang, a dagger exploded in front of him, and the flame shield that could withstand 700 points of damage was shattered. At the same time, a terrifying murderous intent came from behind Lin Fan again, and he shot out a series of fireballs without even turning his head. 3 fireballs lit up the night sky. The opponent seemed to know that Lin Fan had terrifying output capabilities, and immediately did a series of backflips to avoid the burning range. Lin Fan's eyes focused, and he finally got a clear look at the other person's face in the light of the fire. The thief player wore a snake-patterned mask, had long purple hair under his cloak, and had a pair of extremely cold eyes. First use the hidden weapon skill to feint, then take the opportunity to go around and attack the enemy's heart with a critical hit. Lin Fan shook his head and sighed, mockingly saying, "Do you rogue players like looking at the mages but so much?" Don't be fooled by Lin Fan's calm and pretentious appearance. He is actually taking the opportunity to build up a shield for himself. If the opponent is blank, Lin Fan dare not be careless in the slightest. Even though he has the super god level soul seal of the left eye of the giant spirit god, but based on the agility and damage ability shown by the opponent, he currently has at least 1 god level soul seal in his hand. There was a hint of helplessness in the eyes of the thief player. He used all his strength to break through the shield with his hidden weapon, but the mage in front of him was simply unreasonable. It's pure hooliganism. He summoned 9 shields at once, wrapping himself up so tightly that it was no exaggeration to call him a human iron turtle. You are strong. A cold voice sounded through the snake-patterned mask. Girl? The blank assassin who kills people without blinking an eye is a girl. Lin Fan's jaw dropped in shock. But I can still kill you, Kong Bai said coldly, instantly distancing himself from Lin Fan and standing out of the range of ordinary mages. Give me a reason why you must kill me. Lin Fan smiled indifferently. Baikong said without hesitation, red name, grab the boss, and I need skill points. Really? Then you'll know if you try it. Lin Fan gestured to her that she could do whatever she wanted. But Kong Bai was not in a hurry. He chuckled and said, maintaining a high-intensity protection skill should consume a lot of mana. Besides, I'm at a safe distance. I just need to follow you and kill you when your mana runs out. Snap, snap, snap. Lin Fan clapped his hands, gave a thumbs up and said, Little sister, you are really smart. I admit that your bravado is more interesting. His cheeks were slightly red under the blank mask, and he said sarcastically, not wanting to be outdone. Lin Fan saw through it, but didn't say anything. The man in front of him was still far from growing into a god-level assassin, and his ideas and fighting style were still very immature. Not to mention the safe distance of more than 20 meters. What if it's more than 200 meters? But it is also difficult for Lin Fan to kill the opponent. The distance is too far and his attack speed is only 0.5, so the hit rate of his skills will be very low. Lin Fan simply opened the shield, lay down on the ground and began to count the stars, saying, "Come on, let's see who can outlast the other." You. Kong Bai was speechless upon seeing this. He looked towards the boss position in the distance and became secretly anxious. How much mana does he have? Why can he still maintain the shield? Blank whispered in his heart. No need to guess. I can probably maintain this condition for a few hours. Lin Fan saw through the other party's little thoughts at a glance. With nearly 17,000 mana points, it was enough for him to squander for a long time. A couple of hours. There was no change in Lin Fan's facial expression, and Kong Bai realized that this guy didn't seem to be joking. Kong Bai was in hesitation, not daring to act rashly, and there was no guarantee that he would be able to kill the wizard instantly by using his trump card. Why don't we cooperate? We'll split the spoils 50 to 50. You and I both seem to be in great need of skill points anyway. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and spoke. Blank, okay, tell me what you think. We players were almost tricked to death by the Lord. Can you swallow this anger? I can't. Lin Fan showed a wicked smile, frowning. So what do you want? It's not just revenge. I heard that killing NPCs seems to drop a lot of things. Lin Fan stood up and brushed the dust off his body. You don't want to kill the NPC? Kong Bai was shocked. Kill the NPC first, then kill the boss. It doesn't conflict with the side quest objectives anyway. How about it? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Bai Kong's hair stood on end when he heard these crazy words. He thought he was an unconventional assassin, but compared with the man in front of him, he was simply naive and ridiculous. Chapter 29. Shooting Star? No, that's Big Daddy. Who told you that the NPC dropped things? Why should I believe you? Kong Bai asked back, not being stupid. This question stumped Lin Fan. It was true that there were players who had tried to kill NPCs, but they were almost always killed instantly. Take Ivya, for example. On the surface, she is a sickly girl, but in fact, she is wearing a legendary divine outfit, and with a wave of her hand, she can cast the S-level magic Heaven's Judgment, which no one can withstand. However, this is only the early stages of the game. It won't be long before players discover that not only can certain NPCs be killed, but the items they drop are even richer than those dropped by elite bosses. In the past, some large guilds would even join forces to launch a surprise attack on NPCs. Just because I understand the game better than you, are you satisfied with this answer? Lin Fan said calmly. Kong Bai hesitated for a moment, thinking that Lin Fan was a former professional player and what the other party said was probably true. If there weren't a priest profession among the NPCs who would always heal teammates, I wouldn't need your help, Lin Fan said. After saying that, Lin Fan pulled Kong Bai into the team. Seeing that he was so sure, Kong Bai put his worries aside and quickly ran towards the location of the 4 NPCs. At the end of the mountain road outside the city is a spooky castle, which must be the lair of the city massacrer. Blank, what's your plan? These NPCs seem to be waiting for us to make a move. This is a bit of a headache. We are planning to let this NPC work for us and then reap the benefits. The 4 NPCs looked at the empty space suspiciously, waiting for her to come over so that they could charge into the castle together. This is the difference between God's domain NPCs and ordinary online game NPCs. In this world, NPCs must be treated as living people. They also have their own inherent set of intelligent thinking. At the same time, each character has a different personality and their style of doing things is no different from that of normal people. Lin Fan said in a deep voice, just attack. I'll deal with the 2 frontline warriors, and you can leave the priest and the mage. I don't ask for you to kill them, just hold them off until I'm done. Blank. Will it take too long? What if the boss is snatched away by someone else? It's okay, let them fight first, they can't beat me. Lin Fan chuckled. Kong Bai nodded when he heard this, and walked up to the pastor decisively and asked him a series of heart-wrenching questions. Critical hit, minus 736. Bleeding, minus 120. Real wound bleeding? Lin Fan was shocked when he saw this, and stabbed the priest's aorta with a knife. Blood gushed out, and 4 real damage effects popped up on the priest's head. The earth mage next to him immediately counterattacked with a stone spike at Blank. Blank dodged to the side, and slashed the priest's neck with the dagger again. The bleeding effect is a passive skill unique to thieves, and usually only occurs when the target's vital points are stabbed. but the output benefit is not high in the early stage, and it will only cause ordinary continuous damage. The true damage is even more powerful, and is usually only possessed by A-level or above Thief Awakening professions. The damage will ignore the target's equipment resistance, and usually deducts health continuously as a percentage. After the true damage assassin accumulates attack power in the later stage, a critical hit plus bleeding can knock down the Blood Bowl Knight. Critical hit minus 736. Bleeding minus 130. The rogue buff lasts for 5 minutes, and the duration is refreshed after a critical hit. Lin Fan's face changed as he looked at the strange buff gain that appeared on the blank status bar. Bleeding damage could actually be accumulated with the number of normal attacks? It seems that just as he expected, Kong Bai must have a god-level human soul seal on him. Lin Fan couldn't imagine that if this god-level soul seal was used properly, Kong Bai's single combat ability would reach an abnormally strong level. For example, first go to the training ground to find a puppet and brush up on his passive for half an hour, stacking his true damage and bleeding to more than a few thousand, and then go to fight a life and death PK with others, betting all your wealth? What are you daydreaming about? Why don't you take action? Kong Bai was angry. He was besieged by 4 NPCs. If it weren't for his incredibly fast movement, he would have been killed instantly by a single blow from the NPCs. Sorry, the beauty's movements were so beautiful that I was stunned for a moment. Lin Fan laughed and said that he would take action immediately, but in fact he started to run back. Blank, you bastard. You want to kill me and take the boss for yourself? Don't be impatient, it's too long, just bear with it. As soon as Lin Fan opened his mouth, he realized that the tone of the painting was not right. Kong Bai looked at him in shame and anger, and cursed. What Triple Crown champion? You are a stray dog. I knew you were not a good person. That's too harsh, beautiful lady. I'm just a little taller. No, what's wrong with me? A mage, keeping a distance. Lin Fan smiled bitterly, feeling that the more he explained, the worse it got, so he kept silent. Keep the distance? Over 300 meters away? Who are you trying to show off to? Bai Kong was extremely angry, but he couldn't continue to be distracted. Because the 4 NPCs have become hostile, all their health points have been revealed. The heavy warrior Lu Ranjia has 300,000 health points, and even the mage with the most fragile skin has 100,000 health points. Dare to betray the Lord and die. Lu Ranjia rushed over with a broadsword in hand. Kong Bai jumped up on one foot, like a dancer dancing on the tip of a knife. He touched Lu Ranjia's head with his toes and kicked him in the back. Then he stabbed him in the back with his head facing the ground in midair, and the critical damage was maxed out again. Fuck, is this how a normal thief would operate? Lin Fan was shocked. He could see that Kong Bai didn't use any special fighting skills, but was able to perform moves that even professional players couldn't do. That could only mean one thing. In real life, this woman can perform the exact same assassination moves. The reason is simple. The Divine Domain family is applicable to all common sense of physics and reality, and the player's brain nerves are connected to the game helmet. It's like a player who can't swim in real life. If he doesn't learn the swimming skill in the game, he still can't swim in the game. Could she be a traditional Chinese warrior? Lin Fan thought to himself. Lin Fan thought of the group of ancient warriors who rushed to the front line to fight the enemy when the end of the world came in his previous life. They all came from large Chinese clans and mastered ancient martial arts killer moves that ordinary people could hardly imagine. If it weren't for this group of people who had used the entire clan's strength to resist the most intense fighting on the Chinese front, it would not have been the turn of the Dragon Mark Guild to show off its power in the rear. For against one, facing 4 NPCs that were no less powerful than level 20 elite bosses, Kong Bai quickly fell into an absolute disadvantage. The 2 front-row warriors, in particular, are born nightmares for rogue players, with high attack and defense. Once they fail to hit their vital points, they will easily be counterattacked by the opponent. With a bang, Kong Bai was knocked away by the broadsword, and his health dropped to a low level. Kong Bai stared fiercely at the direction where someone was running away, and swore in his heart that he would catch that brat no matter what, and then kill him 100 times. No, killing him 10,000 times would not satisfy his hatred. Just when she was in despair, Kong Bai suddenly raised his head, looking a little dazed. I saw a bright light streaking across the night sky, and Blank murmured, "Is it a shooting star?" No, it's obviously the daddy coming. Chapter 30 The Blank of Indecision. Lin Fan stood on the top of the mountain, waving his novice staff and launching a crushing attack from high to low. Fire 3 fireballs in a row followed by a normal attack, and then use the normal attack to cancel the lengthy pre-swing action of Touch of the Fire Serpent. It seems as if two different skills are connected into one whole skill. Boom. Minus 1,557. Minus 1,440. A series of blood-red damage rose up, two skills plus a basic attack. The damage caused exceeded the passive burning for the first time. Lin Fan nodded secretly. Now, as long as he upgraded to level 20 and took the Silmaril to find a blacksmith to forge a legendary weapon, his damage capability would undergo a qualitative change. Seeing this scene, the little mouth under the blank mask could no longer close, with a face full of question marks. This is indeed a bit long. After saying this, Bai Kongxiao blushed and quickly made a poo sound to prove her innocence. The four NPCs were completely stunned and couldn't find a target to counterattack for a long time. Then there was another round of bombardment, and Lin Fan focused on the other three people except the pastor. The heavy-armored swordsman class was indeed not friendly to thieves, so Lin Fan took away the melee aggro first. Then wait until Blank has dealt with the priest, and then let her hide behind him and launch a sneak attack to cooperate with his output. God of the Immaculate and Innocent, please heal us all. The priest NPC begins to chant healing magic. Interrupt him, Lin Fan said in a deep voice. Without waiting for his reminder, Kong Bai had already seized the opportunity, rushed forward and stabbed the priest so hard that he was chilled to the bone, forcibly interrupting the priest's spell. It's okay. It's quite spiritual, Lin Fan commented with a smile. The three NPCs moved very quickly. Lin Fan frowned as his attacks missed one after another. He immediately shouted to the sky, "It's too dark. I can't see clearly. Tell me the coordinates." His shooting range is beyond the locking distance? Kong Bai's scalp tingled. 271.122, Warrior. 258.114, Mage. Kong Bai didn't have time to think about it and stared at the coordinates reported by the three NPCs. Nice. Isn't this a good match? Lin Fan laughed while standing on the top of the mountain. He used basic attacks and fireballs to continuously throw down, causing continuous burning damage. At the same time, the priest was firmly locked by Blank. Kong Bai was speechless. He had never seen such a bad guy before. It's enough to control a large amount of shield blue energy to last for a few hours, but the key is that the range is outrageous. The prediction ability is so amazing. These NPCs know how to move in irregular positions, but they are still within the range of this guy's prediction. Kong Bai felt a chill on her back. Even she couldn't guarantee that she could avoid Fan Shin's predicted output every time. You have to know that her health is only 1800 now, and she will basically die if she is hit by the burning effect once. However, when she saw on the team list that Fan Shin only had 400 health points and couldn't even withstand her critical hit, Kong Bai felt a little better. Lin Fan was moving and attacking at the same time, and the two NPCs in the front row were so angry that they kept screaming. Although the level 20 Earth Mage is a long-range NPC, his range is still far behind Lin Fan's, so he can only chase after him like an iron-headed kid. On the other side, the priest became Kong Bai's plaything, and his few rare attack skills were easily resolved by Kong Bai. Blank kept hitting critical hits, adding true damage and bleeding, and the priest's health quickly dropped to a low level. Please, let me live. I will definitely give you a generous reward when I return. The dagger in her hand paused, and Kong Bai discovered to her disbelief that the low-health priest actually knelt down in front of her, crying and begging for mercy. Kong Bai had a bewildered look on his face. It was the first time he had seen such a scene since the server was launched. It was as if the old pastor in front of him was exactly the same as a real person. Come on, as an assassin, you are still so merciful? Lin Fan, who was far away, was too tired to complain when he saw this. He wondered if he had found the wrong person. This girl in front of me has immature fighting style and simple mind. She doesn't have the demeanor of a god-level assassin at all. If you don't want to be counterattacked, I suggest you act quickly, Lin Fan reminded. But, Bai Kong frowned. She felt uncomfortable about having to attack an old man who had no ability to resist. This was not in line with her style. Seeing that she was hesitant, Lin Fan stopped talking and continued to draw the hatred of the three NPCs and continue to output. This is all the gold coins I have. Can you use this money to redeem my life? The priest threw out a bag of money, his eyes flashing blankly, at a loss. Even though she kept comforting herself that this was just a game and that she had to get rid of the priest as soon as possible, everything here was too real for her to do it. Just as Lin Fan expected, the priest lowered his head, a vicious look flashing in his eyes. Go to hell. Bai Kong was shocked. The cunningness of the NPC in front of her was beyond her understanding. A cross of holy light suddenly smashed into the blank space, covering a large area, and the surrounding trees were crushed into powder in the first place. However, just as the priest's staff was about to fall, 3 fireballs fell from the sky, forcibly interrupting the priest's high-level magic in one fell swoop. The huge explosion brought Kong Bai back to his senses suddenly. His expression changed from confusion to anger, and he finally put away his naivety. He rushed forward with one quick step and delivered 5 critical hits in a row. Each move was fatal. The priest screamed and fell to the ground, dying. 2 pieces of purple armor and 3 skill books dropped from his body, all of which were high-level items above level C. However, Kong Bai had no intention of checking the properties of the spoils. He tore off the mask on his face, leaned against the fallen tree trunk, and gasped. Whether it's the feel of killing NPCs or the distribution of vital points on the human body, everything is the same as the special training I received. It's so real. It's all so real. Kong Bai fell into deep doubt. Although the NPC's body had disappeared, the smell of blood in the air was so familiar. You can cooperate with me if you want, but only if you don't hold me back. Lin Fan's words awakened Kong Bai. Kong Bai stood up vigilantly, looked towards the uphill end, and couldn't help but clenched his fists. Even without her help, Lin Fan was able to fight 1 against 3 and was not at a disadvantage at all. Both the output method and the operating skills displayed made Kong Bai shocked. What mages fear most is close combat, but this concept does not exist in the hands of the Triple Crown champion. The continuous fireballs have a certain degree of impact effect. Lin Fan disrupts the formation of the 2 front row players at close range, using the limited space to output the lowest HP, but to restrict the movement of the Earth-type NPC. Puff puff. -290. Lin Fan held the flames in his hands and crushed them mercilessly. He could accurately predict the movements of multiple targets within a range of 300 meters and easily control their psychological state. And within 20 meters from the target, Lin Fan is a true god of magic. The most common basic attack can always find the weakest point of the local mage. After more than a dozen basic attacks, the mage's crown armor was blown off. -580. Basic attacks started to hit continuously and critically locked the opponent's head. This scene made Kong Bai in the distance dumbfounded. She didn't have much experience in the game, but she knew how terrifying such an operation would be in such a chaotic melee confrontation. Chapter 31. Demon Ascension Pill. At the same time, the Empress and her entourage discovered Lin Fan in the midst of a fierce battle. Lu Bao, Sister Hao Yue, the mage just now seemed to be beaten by NPCs. Should we go over and take a look? Wu Yin smiled. What are you thinking? Do we have to help our competitors? You are a red-named person and you are beaten by NPCs, so you blame us. Lu Bao, that's true. If we don't hurry over, the anonymous players might have succeeded. There were 5 of them who survived the attack just now. In addition, the Longhin Guild, led by Yakongcheng, was defeated by Lin Fan. Now, Hao Yue Guild has become a powerful force in the competition for severely injured boss. The Empress looked embarrassed. She admired the maneuver and courage of the mortal god very much, and perhaps by making friends with him, she could bring him to the guild. However, other guild members seemed to be very averse to Lin Fan's presence and strongly opposed the Empress' proposal to go up and help. The Empress shook her head helplessly. For the benefit of the team, she could only respect the opinions of the members. However, Lin Fan, who was being beaten up in the eyes of others, now had the upper hand, moving around and continuously using AoE skills. Lin Fan launched a series of headshot attacks, breaking the defense of the Earth-type NCP, and the head, one of the vital parts, was blown into pieces. Use the Fiery Sun Shield to block the heavy melee attack, retreat, and take advantage of the gap in the opponent's attack to launch a basic attack to trigger Flame Burning. 1440. The heavy armored warrior Lu Runjia roared. His movement speed increased dramatically, and he raised his heavy sword and began to slash wildly. Fierce and continuous slashing. Lin Fan's eyes focused, and the 3 fiery sun shields in front of him were all destroyed. -119. The blood volume dropped by 1/3. Lin Fan frowned. He was still careless. These NPCs are not that strong, but they all have their own deadly tricks. This violent combo can deal more than 2,000 plus damage. If the damage was a little higher, he would be killed instantly. Fortunately, his strategy against the enemy was correct, and he prioritized killing the mage who caused the highest damage among the 3. Otherwise, if he waited for several NPCs to focus their fire, it would probably be useless even if he could summon 9-sided Scorching Sun shields. Next, Lin Fan did not give his opponent any chance and held the only flaming fireball in his hand that could have a knockback effect. As long as Lu Ranjiao with the highest attack power comes close, repel him, then continue to fly the kite and keep roasting him. You killed Lord Kane's guards, experience points plus 5,000. You killed Lord Kane's mage, experience points. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan killed all 3 NPCs. He waved his hand and used his privileges as the team leader to pack all the spoils into the package first. Seeing that his mana was about to run out, he sat on the ground and began to meditate. Since you killed the NPC in the Lord's Mansion, your sin value increased by 10,000 and your reputation increased by 4,000. The system prompt sounded, the sin value generated by killing an NPC is 30 times that of killing an ordinary player, and the ID above Lin Fan's head turned from light red to dark purple. Now the accumulated sin value has reached 11,300. If he wants to clear himself now, he will have to spawn the same number of monsters to atone for his sins. The villain achievement is achieved. The regional announcement will be released soon. Do you want to be anonymous / hide the triggering reason? Real name release. The reason for the killing is hidden. Lin Fan smiled faintly. He would not miss the opportunity to be on TV, but in order to fool the Lord, he chose to hide the reason. Region notice. Player Lin Fan has committed many sins and has achieved the villain achievement, earning the title, Full of Evil. Players are requested to kill this person if they see him. Regional notice. Tianmu Jin, this guy is causing trouble again. I don't know which dog this guy did to. It is said that this title requires 10,000 sin points to obtain. Ba Xiaobi, brother is so ruthless. He is a role model for red name players of our generation. I love him so much. The players who saw the announcement were speechless. This mortal god had done all kinds of outrageous things, and now even the system couldn't stand it anymore, and was actually prompting the players to kill him. However, this pervert even killed Boss Longhin in seconds. How many people dare to say that they can definitely take him down now? He has committed many evil deeds. This really fits his style. The Empress looked stunned when she saw the notice, and the Hao Yue player who had previously complained about Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Wu Yin smiled. That kid actually killed the NPC? Are the NPCs in this game so fragile? Several people from the Hao Yue guild looked at each other in bewilderment. All of them were slapped in the face, thinking that it was the NPCs that were beating up the players, but in fact it was Lin Fan who surrounded the NPCs alone. I said I wouldn't play the red name game, but I ended up getting red anyway. Who made me so poor? Lin Fan sighed and checked the attributes of the title. Title: Full of Evil. Effect: increases the drop rate by 10% when killing a player and 50% when killing an NPC. When killed by other players / NPCs, all equipment, items, and gold coins will be dropped. Lin Fan was shocked by this title. The profit from killing NPCs by Full of Evil was off the charts, but if he was killed, he wouldn't even be left with a pair of underwear. Nice. 4 sets of hero equipment and 9 skill books. This is indeed a good profit. Fortunately, killing 4 NPCs yielded a lot of rewards. Among the 9 skill books, 2 can be upgraded to C-level magic, and the rest are all for other professions. Lin Fan does not plan to keep them. In addition, 3 pieces of heroic armor and a priest's scepter, all of which are level 20 fine products, can be sold for at least 2,000 gold coins as a package. Wait, what is this thing? Lin Fan's expression changed slightly as he found 2 strange mission items in the package. Quest item: Barrier Stone. Purpose: a corner of the hexagonal barrier array. The barrier will be restored when returned to its original position. Lin Fan was confused and looked at the Night Banquet taskbar. Barrier Stone 101. One of the mission objectives actually showed as having been achieved. That's not right. Didn't the Lord say that the barrier stone was taken away by the boss? Lin Fan smelled a conspiracy and thought that the Lord was going to kill the players as well. And it induced the player to kill the low health boss to obtain the barrier stone. But in fact, the barrier stone was always on the NPC. If you follow the side quest, once a player kills the boss, the NPC only needs to find an excuse to hand over the barrier stone to the player. It can be said that the whole process is the Lord using a borrowed knife to kill people, using the player as a tool. What is this? Lin Fan took out an old bottle from the package, which was also a mission item. Quest item: Soul Collection Bottle. Purpose: collect 20 souls of elite boss and above to obtain a Demon Ascension Pill. The stronger the boss you collect, the more powerful the magic pill will be. It can only be taken by NPCs. Shit, Demon Ascension Pill. I get it. Lin Fan instantly became excited, thinking of the major event that happened in Divine Domain, a month after the server was launched in his previous life, the demonic tide attack. That was the first major event in the game. The barriers of many large cities, including Edgar City, were broken, and they were attacked by countless monsters. Several powerful Lord-level bosses appeared in Edgar City, causing great suffering to countless players defending the city. At this time, Lord Kane suddenly appeared and burst out with amazing combat power, cooperating with the players to kill all these bosses. I think the Lord asked his men to bring soul-collecting bottles, saying that they were here to help players kill the boss, but it would be more accurate to say that they were here to collect the boss's souls. As for the purpose, it is naturally to refine the Demon Ascension pill. You should know that 3 years later in the hardcore mode, not only did traitors who defected to the devil appear among the trial takers, but there were also many powerful NPCs who rebelled. The main way is to take the Demon Ascension pill, which will transform the NPC into a demon. That's amazing. The game has just started, and there are NPCs planning to upgrade to demons. Lord Kane is really hiding it. Lin Fan sneered. After thinking everything through, Lin Fan raised his eyelids and glanced at the blank space in the distance. How disappointing. This is the god-level assassin? That's it? During the entire killing process, Kong Bai seemed to have lost his soul. He neither chose to step forward to help nor had any intention of quitting the team and selling out the opponent. He just stood there in a daze and watched him operate. Blank, you're wasting my time. Lin Fan walked over and said. Blankly, he grabbed a handful of dirt and muttered, Don't you think everything here is too real? I know. Lin Fan's face was gloomy. He had thought that blank would be the key to completing his next plan, but now it seemed that the other party was simply unable to take on this task. Then why are you so decisive? Have you ever killed anyone in real life? Bai Kong frowned and looked up, revealing a charming face. Lin Fan shook his head and laughed when he heard that. He strode towards the boss's lair and laughed meaningfully. I don't care if I've killed him before or not. I'm just being ruthless because I don't want to die. You are too young. Get out of here. After saying that, Kong Bai turned his head in surprise, and a scorching fireball hit him head-on. Kong Bai's expression changed from shock to relief. He endured the burning flames and stared at Lin Fan and said, Next time I take revenge on you. I hope you can still be so arrogant. Chapter 32. Force System Complete Training. Player blank requested to add you as a friend. Lin Fan smiled calmly and agreed to the friend request. Picking up the level 15 heroic dagger that fell on the ground, it was the weapon that Kong Bai had just dropped. The other party didn't say a word. Lin Fan knew very well what Kong Bai was planning. Given Kong Bai's arrogance, he would not ask for the exploded equipment. She had only one goal, which was to use the coordinate information in the friend list to know the approximate area where Lin Fan was located at any time so that she could hunt him down. The Divine Realm does not need the weak. Lin Fan, who only wanted to protect his sister and friends, didn't need it either. Therefore, he decided to give Blank a chance to prove himself again. Let Blank chase him continuously, constantly hone Blank's assassination skills, and at the same time remind himself not to let his guard down at any time. Compared to the hardcore mode that could fail at any time, Lin Fan feels that he is living too comfortably in the relatively relaxed novice period of God's domain. Got a bunch of goodies? Lin Fan saw that Erosion Bone was online and sent a message. Erosion Bone, haha, how can I not want the good stuff made by the master? Send it to me for a look. Lin Fan was stunned and didn't say anything. He had never admitted that he had a useless disciple like Shirgu, but who made him a big money sponsor. Ever since the last time the Bone Crusher set was sold at a crazy price, Lin Fan simply packed them all up and sold them to people he knew to prevent the money from being taken away by the traffickers again. Bone Erosion, fuck, I'm drooling. So many skill books? Did you mess with the boss? Bone Erosion, level 20 hero equipment. The attributes are too exaggerated. The level 10 staff I have now is garbage. Although the heroic equipment dropped by killing NPCs are all scattered pieces, the attributes of each piece are very exaggerated. A priest's scepter has 300 points of magic power, which is twice as high as the magic power of ordinary blue equipment at level 20, and it also has an additional healing improvement. As for these skill books, Lin Fan kept 2 magic books, 1 C-level Wind type, Wind Whisperer, and 1 C-level Earth type, Shaking the Stone Vine. C-rank Wind Magic, Wind Talker. Effect: consume 200 MP points, gain the blessing of the Wind Spirit, increase normal attack speed / casting efficiency by 20% within 30 seconds, cooldown time 45 seconds. C-rank Earth Magic, Shaking the Stone Vine. Effect: consumes 300 MP, causes the terrain in the target area to change, and causes damage equal to the spell attack power. Cooldown time is 2 minutes. Both skills are very practical, especially Wind Talker, which can make up for Lin Fan's insufficient attack speed and long casting time. Lin Fan thought about it for a while and decisively clicked to learn skills. If other mages saw this scene, they would probably laugh their heads off, thinking it was such a foolish waste of skill books. Normally, mage players will specialize in a certain series of magic skills according to the magic talent tree, linking the talent with the magic attributes to achieve a magic effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. When talent points are very limited, learning other magic skills at the same time will result in the magic power in the middle and late stages being far less than that of a mage player specializing in a single skill. However, Lin Fan did not have so many concerns. Although the ways to obtain talent points in Divine Domain are very limited, most players only know that they can obtain talent points after upgrading. In fact, some high-difficulty opportunity tasks can also obtain talent points. This is the reason why he dares to squander the skill book like this. Mastering 4 types of magic seems to be a good thing, Lin Fan said to himself with a smile. A wizard who has mastered all 4 types of magic can be said to be incredibly strong in the early stages. In the past, there were indeed wealthy mages who tried to master the first 4 elements of their first professional awakening, but without exception, they all ended up deleting their accounts and having to start over. Firstly, it is because chance missions are too difficult to be discovered, and secondly, it is time-consuming and laborious to obtain a large number of skill points to master all skills to level 10. But for Lin Fan, who has mastered a lot of game information, this can be done by spending a little time. Shirgu, Master, please name a price. How many dumplings should I pack? How about 3,000 gold coins? Lin Fan said after thinking for a while. Last time, someone bought 3 pieces of equipment for 1,800 gold coins. This time, there are 4 level 20 heroic equipment and 7 good skill books. This price is definitely a friendly price. Bone erosion. Good. All gods are righteous. Seeing that Shirgu readily agreed, Lin Fan said, I'll put the equipment up for auction. You can buy it in seconds. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Fan's mailbox rang, and 3,000 gold coins were directly deposited into his account. Aren't you afraid that I will lie to you? Lin Fan was amused by his action. A rich man is a rich man. He had 3 million and dared to mail the equipment directly without even seeing it. He was really arrogant. Bone erosion. I'm not afraid of anything. Even if you lie to me, I'm happy with it. Lin Fan, you have a real sword. Having said that, Lin Fan mailed all the equipment over and saved a considerable amount of auction fees. Then Lin Fan opened the blank chat window and threw all 1,500 gold coins and the blank dagger into the mailbox. No matter how unpleasant the process of cooperating with Kong Bai to kill the NPC was, but it was agreed that the dirt would be split 50-50, and Lin Fan always kept his word. Moreover, without blank to hold back and kill the priest, he alone might not be able to take down the 4-member NPC group before his mana was exhausted. Lin Fan is still clear about this. I'll kill you once I see you. Blank replied, and Lin Fan was speechless, complaining, what a girl with no manners. Although he spoke so cruelly, it did not stop others from accepting the dividends, which made Lin Fan really regret it. Outside the lair of the City Slayer, more than a dozen survivor players have cleared out the elite monsters outside the castle. Lin Fan stood far away and did not act rashly, but silently observed the changes in the situation. A blurry figure emerged, a river of blood flowed out through the big hole in the ruined castle, and the creepy cry of a woman could be faintly heard. A pair of blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness, emitting an eerie red glow, and the smell of blood in the air quickly became thicker. City Slayer Cariel, level 20. Lord level creatures. HP 600000/120000. Attack power 770. Skills: Group Confinement, Blood Dragon Roar, Overlord, Blood Sacrifice Upgrade. The massacrer revealed his true identity and slowly crawled out of the cave. This is a giant blood bat with one of its wings cut off. Its blood volume is half of what it was before, and its body is covered with hideous wounds. It seems that it was seriously injured by Yufuya. People on the opposite side, join forces, the Empress shouted at the top of her voice. Not far away, Yikongqing stood with 5 players around level 16, and this group of people all hid their IDs. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. There were at least 20 very difficult blood followers lying under the feet of this group of people. It seemed that except for the people from Ikong City, the strength of these people was still above that of the Haoyue Guild. Anonymous warrior, what do you mean by an empty city? Yikongqing glanced at the Empress coldly and said coldly, I am not familiar with them. You can play however you want. The madman who followed the Empress heard this and cursed. Damn it! Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? If we hadn't fought off most of the monsters in the banquet hall earlier, would you be able to run wild here now? The anonymous warrior sneered when he heard this and said sarcastically, "Stupid thief. Do you think I don't know that if it weren't for that fake Psy brother, you would have been petrified and left alone long ago?" The madman laughed in anger and said, "Yes, yes, what you said makes sense. I don't believe that the six of you can take down this big boss." In response to the madman's sarcasm, the other four anonymous players laughed out loud, and the mocking and contemptuous laughter made the madman blush. "Stop pretending. The boss is right there. Please show me your skills." The madman cursed, unconvinced. "Anonymous warrior, with your limited skills, you should practice more." As soon as he finished speaking, the anonymous warrior flashed towards the boss, raised the sword in his hand, and threw it fiercely. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the tip of the sword accurately pierced the boss's eyeball, and the boss immediately let out a painful howl. Critical hit, -1100. I made it. It was thrown so accurately. It doesn't seem like he used any skills. Could it be a manipulation technique? The warriors of the Haoyue Guild gasped, and even the Empress expression changed slightly. The sword hit the target, and as if it had life, it drew a strange curve in the air and bounced back into the hands of the anonymous warrior. The anonymous warrior delivered another two-handed slash, striking the boss's injured wing painfully. Hit the weak spot again for a critical hit bonus. Critical hit, -1100. The boss raised his claws and swung at him, but the anonymous warrior didn't panic at all. He used his sword's counter-parry skill to block, and his body leaned back to release the force due to inertia, and his health only dropped by 1 point. Exist. This stupid boss, can you play? The madman was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, but he didn't expect that he would be pretended to be powerful by the other party. The boss roared, raising a bloody storm, and a magic blood dragon enveloped the anonymous warrior. The madman was overjoyed when he saw this. "I told you to show off, die now." The strength of City Slayer is blood magic, and its close combat is slow, so it is not surprising that it is defeated by the warrior. "Schwer, interrupted spell," the warrior said coldly. A female mage stood up from among the anonymous players. She was holding a silver staff. Her long black hair was like a waterfall, and her temperament was extremely cold. Lin Fan, who was watching the game from a distance, was shocked and said to himself in surprise, "Wu Xuanyi? Could it be that these people are from the Tianxi Club?" Chapter 33 Professional Brother. The hexagram magic pattern surged, a sonic boom sounded, and several violent wind blades shot out. Just before the blood dragon took shape, the mage used wind blades to continuously strike to interrupt the boss's spell, allowing the anonymous warrior to escape safely. "Do you know how to play the game, rogue?" The warrior stood calmly and mocked the madman. "QNMGB." The madman spouted English, with a hint of impotence and rage. On the other side, the anonymous knight held up a large shield to withstand the subsequent output of the boss. -189. -320. This knight's health is just over 3,000, and his health bar is far less thick than that of the Empress, but he is more skilled in operating techniques than her. The lost blood was quickly recovered by the priest in the team. Seeing that the single target skill was ineffective, the City Slayer immediately used the AoE control skill, Group Confinement. 6 blood balls are hovering over the heads of the people in Ikong City. Once hit, they will be petrified immediately. Get out of the way, and the back row will keep up with the damage. The anonymous warrior snorted coldly, and the other players moved in unison, and no one was hit by the skill. It's so smooth to fight the boss with the help of experts. The professional players are really worthy of their reputation. Yikongqing couldn't help but praise, and raised his hand to shoot multiple arrows to repel the boss. The Wind Mage followed up with output, and also dealt considerable damage. Professional players? No wonder these people's operational awareness is much higher than ours. The Empress said to herself dejectedly. The gap was obvious at a glance. At this stage, most players are still at the stage of exploring how to play the game. Professional players who have received holographic game training for many years have already simulated how to fight various types of bosses. Except for Ikong City, who was equipped with luxurious equipment, the anonymous warriors and others were actually not as well equipped as the Empress and others. But the actual combat effect was beyond the Empress and others' imagination. This is the difference between amateur and professional. The disadvantage in equipment is only temporary. As long as the technology is good enough, the equipment gap can be caught up in no time. Wu Yin smiled. "Boss, just go ahead. If you don't go up and kill the boss, they will snatch it away." Lu Bao. "That's right. How can I be discouraged when I haven't even competed with Sister Haoyue?" Besides, no matter how good they are at operation, can they be as strong as a mortal god? Indeed, that's my problem. Get ready to act. The Empress nodded when she heard this. She was indeed frightened by the opponent's momentum. The Wind Mage on the opposite side was indeed powerful, but he could not be compared with a monster like the mortal god. I'm here. Who dares to grab the boss? As the Empress and others approached the massacrer, Yakongcheng raised his longbow with a cold expression and targeted the female priest named Labao. Call your grandma. This boss is your mother. Why don't you let me snatch it? The madman was sharp-tongued and directly greeted the elders of Yakongcheng's family. Yakongcheng's face darkened, and he clenched the bowstring. Although he was very angry, he was too disdainful to bother with a madman who was just talking nonsense. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Hao Yue Guild, or the eldest lady of the Chen family? Yakongcheng smiled coldly, staring at the Empress. It's just a game, but you're using real-life forces to oppress me. You can't afford to lose, right? The Empress's face changed and she felt the pressure, and this pressure came from the super consortium where Yikong City was located. The Chen family is also a well-known family business in China, but it is more than one level behind the Dingxing group behind Longhin, and the two are not on the same level. Losing never exists in my dictionary. Yakongcheng remained strong as always, sweeping over every player with a domineering look. After suffering a series of setbacks at the hands of Lin Fan, he will now let other players see clearly who has the final say in the entire Edgar City. The original intention of Longhin's creation was to sweep away everything. No matter what guild the opponent was from or what kind of giant stood behind it, Yakongcheng was confident that he could destroy it. The Empress clenched the knight's shield, her fingers trembling slightly, and she gritted her teeth in hatred. She didn't expect that people in Yikong City could be so shameless and arrogant when playing a game. As they were talking, the anonymous team cooperated well, their damage output and damage resistance were orderly, and they kept suppressing the boss and beating him up. The boss's health quickly dropped to around 400,000. Even though it had a variety of powerful outputs, it was still unable to break through the double line of defense formed by anonymous warriors and knights. The Empress looked indignant, knowing that if she continued to fight like this, the boss would be in the opponent's pocket. Empress, has your pride been cut off? A playful laugh reached the Empress's ears, and Lin Fan sent a private message. The Empress's eyes were filled with disdain as she replied, You can insult me, but you don't dare to attack me? Are you scared by the guy on the other side who is hiding his head and showing his tail? Lin Fan chuckled upon hearing this and said, You dare not offend Yikong City, I will do it for you. But the premise is that you help me do something. You say. The Empress said with interest. It's very simple. First, let your 4 men go directly to the boss and kill them. Lin Fan showed a sly smile. Giving away your life? Why? The Empress asked with a frown, unable to understand Lin Fan's thoughts. If you want to complete this mission, you have no choice but to trust me. It's up to you how you choose. Lin Fan bluntly stated that unless the Empress completed the task, it would be impossible for him to remove the thorn in his side, Yikong City. By the way, your subordinates won't be disobedient, right? The Empress heard the hidden meaning in Lin Fan's words and felt a little embarrassed. Just now, out of consideration for the interests of the team, she did not choose to go up and help Lin Fan deal with the NPC. Don't worry about it. They only trust me. The Empress pretended to be calm and told several teammates about her plan to kill the boss. Lu Bao, Sister Hao Yue, asked me to climb a mountain of swords. How can I not obey? I love you. You Bai Shuang, it's just one death. As long as you don't get petrified by the boss's imprisonment skill, you shouldn't be punished by being forced to idle for 48 hours. 10 minutes later, the boss's health was reduced to less than 50,000. The madman was so anxious that he just stared blankly, but he didn't dare to go up and attack alone. But soon he saw all 4 teammates going up, and the madman was even more confused. What are you doing? Don't you call me a super thief if you want to rob the boss? Asked the madman. They are going to die. Are you going too? The Empress rolled her eyes at the madman. The madman looked suspicious, feeling that the other party was hiding something good from him, and pouted. Then what should I do? We are a team. I have to follow even if I die. The Empress pulled the madman back in a bad mood, and said to him with a half-smile, An old friend of yours told me to spare your life for the time being. My old friend? You're sure it's not my old friend? Well, don't hit me on the head, thank you. The madman shook off the Empress's hand in a serious manner, wondering in his heart why he felt like he was being manipulated by an old pervert. Qinshan, what do you mean? Do you still want to fight with me? Yakongcheng shouted angrily when he saw the people from Hao Yue Guild rushing up. They didn't start to interfere with your output. The Empress spread her hands helplessly, allowing Yikongcheng to open his eyes wide and see clearly. Yikongcheng was shocked to see 4 players from the Haoyue Guild taking off all their equipment and weapons, and then starting to swing their fists at the city massacrers. -1. Miss. This set of operations left Yikongcheng and the others all dumbfounded. Anonymous warrior. Is this a way of venting your anger? No. Aren't we going too far under the leadership of Master Kongcheng? The 5 boss fighters were dumbfounded, watching the boss waving its sharp claws, catching every kid with one claw, and sending the players of Haoyue Guild back to the city one by one. Then a strange scene appeared. Blood balls appeared on the bodies of the dead players. The boss opened its mouth wide and 4 fist-sized blood balls flew into its mouth. Shit. Could this be the boss's sacrifice to upgrade this skill? The anonymous warrior was stunned. The health of the boss who was about to be killed suddenly increased to 400,000. Blood sacrifice upgrade. Every time you kill a player, your health will increase by 100,000. Knights of the second team, pay attention. That female knight seems to be trying to steal the boss's aggro. At the same time, the wind magic girl reminded, and a wind blade hit the Empress. The Empress's eyes were sharp. She raised her knight's shield to block the damage and swung her greatsword violently, raising a large amount of dust to interfere with the opponent's output. Cruel strike? The lion roar? The Empress rolled over and approached the boss again, using a taunt skill that maximized the hatred value to hit the boss. Relying on her own equipment advantage, she forced City Slayer Cariel to turn around and attack her. Let me in. The Empress let out a low roar that was so fierce that it was unbelievable. The powerful and brave knight really intimidated the anonymous warrior and others. Then, he slammed the knight's shield in his hand towards the boss and used his skill again. Unparalleled shield wall. The next moment, the boss, who had an absolute advantage in size, was pushed into the hole in the castle by her. The Empress pushed the boss away with all her might, then quickly retreated, shouting into the distance, "Attack! Mortal God!" She's calling Fanshin? The wind magic girl showed shock on her face and looked at a blurry figure in the distance in disbelief. Chapter 34. I am the inner demon. Lin Fan's staff flew in the air, and he clapped his palms fiercely. Shake the stone vines. The ground near the castle began to shake, as if a giant creature was moving through it. The Empress and the madman dodged in a hurry. The soil beneath their feet crackled, and layers of earth waves surged up and down. The whole castle began to shake violently. A large amount of rubble fell from above, quickly blocking the entrance of the cave. Asshole! Lin Fan, what are you doing? The anonymous warrior came to his senses and roared towards the distance. Lin Fan replied indifferently, buried alive. Anonymous knight, what's going on outside? We can't get out. Yikongcheng, Heatsong, are you crazy? Yikongcheng and others could only watch as the exit became smaller and smaller, and they also had to deal with the attacks of the boss, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Lin Fan, I'm going to fucking kill you. The anonymous warrior's face was uncertain, and he gritted his teeth and tried to rush forward to kill Lin Fan. But when he saw Lin Fan's position clearly, he realized how naive this idea was. The anonymous warrior broke out in a cold sweat. The distance between the two sides was at least 500 meters. Is this the attack distance that players can currently achieve? If he rushed over to kill the mage at this distance, no matter how skilled he was, he would probably be blown into pieces before he could reach Lin Fan. Besides, that bastard is the ceiling of the magic system. Can anyone be worse than him in terms of technique? Lin Fan ignored the anonymous warrior and continued to bombard the castle with a series of fireballs and basic attacks. Looking at the fireball falling from the sky, Crazy Yama was stunned and exclaimed, Wang Defa! This guy is from the second artillery, right? It's so long, so far, and so fierce. The Empress laughed at herself. Haha, this is not a game. I knew there was a problem with his attack range, but I didn't expect it to be so serious. With a loud crash, the foundation of the castle cracked and soon collapsed completely. The shouts of Yikongcheng and others could no longer be heard from inside. You killed the player NIG, sin value plus 300. You killed the player Yikongcheng, sin value plus 300. Except for those who did not enter the boss's lair, everyone inside was smashed to death by rocks. This is the vicious plan that Lin Fan came up with after observing from the outside for a long time. This level of building collapse is too much for a player with only a few thousand HP to bear. Even most of the bosses in the early stages of God's domain would be smashed half to death. Minus 10,000. A large number of blood red numbers popped out from the ruins, and City Slayer Cariel screamed and shrieked, and her health dropped by more than 200,000. It's a pity that I couldn't kill the boss at the same time. Lin Fan frowned, and the boss burst out with black light all over his body. The surroundings were bounced away at any time, and he drilled out of the ruins again. This was the effect of using the skill of Overlord. Boss skill, Overlord. Effect. Ignore all control effects such as control, stiffness, and floating within 3 seconds. Let's get to work, my friends. Lin Fan laughed, and the fire magic power around his body surged out, and the long flaming snake flew from the sky again. Seeing this, the madman swallowed his saliva and spit out, "Damn, you are basically cheating. Your range is so long. How can we thieves survive?" Seeing his old acquaintance, Lin Fan was in a particularly good mood and said with a smile, "As a thief player, just steal and do something else. Why do you have to worry about my noble mage Xiaoju? Get lost. Stupid wizard." The madman cursed angrily. "I will take the boss's hatred, and you, crazy man, keep an eye on those two people," the Empress said in a deep voice, fearing the sudden attack from the two professional masters of Tianxi. Lin Fan quickly approached and said with a faint smile, "As long as they start to attack, I will kill them instantly." "Captain Fan, long time no see," Wu Xuanyi said timidly. Lin Fan glanced at Wu Xuanyi and said indifferently, "I don't deserve the title of Captain Fan." Wu Xuanyi looked embarrassed. The anonymous warrior glared at her fiercely, then said to Lin Fan, "What's wrong with you, fake brother? How dare you face people? What's wrong with the #1 magic swordsman in the country? You panicked when you saw me." Lin Fan said sarcastically. Heatsong snorted coldly, revealing his ID with the prefix Tianxi. Tianxi, Fuchen. The #1 magic swordsman? Is he the undefeated Heatsong? The Empress was shocked. No wonder the swordsman was so skilled. He turned out to be the star player of the Tianxi Club. Heatsong is the #1 magic swordsman in Sword Expedition. His secondary account is also among the top 10 swordsmen and mages in the national server. Undefeated? I laugh every time I hear this joke, right? Hikong. Lin Fan laughed. Heatsong is a rising star in the Tianxi Club. He is indeed a talented esports player, but he met Lin Fan. People on the internet praised him as the undefeated champion and the person most likely to replace Fanshin and carry the banner for the Tianxi Club. However, the word undefeated is a great humiliation for Heatsong. Whether using the mage character or the swordsman character, he and Lin Fan had never won in the club simulation battle. Heatsong's face flushed upon hearing this, and he shouted hysterically, "Even if you are very strong, it can't hide your identity as a street rat. You are a disgrace to the entire Tianxi Club and a disgrace to Chinese esports." Yes, you were right. Lin Fan smiled playfully. If it were in the past, he would definitely get furious, but now that he has been reborn, his temperament has changed. The glory of the past was important, but it was no longer what he wanted to pursue. "Stop him, and don't let him touch the boss. I'll deal with the two people here," Heatsong said, clenching his sword. Wu Xuanyi's pretty face turned pale as she watched the man approaching with great gait, but she could not muster the slightest thought of resisting. Any player who can join the Tianxi Club is an esports genius, and she is no exception. But there are a few genius mages who don't panic when they meet Lin Fan, because he is the god of magic of the Tianxi Club, the true soul of the god-given club. The Empress boss is injured, and her movements are slow. You just need to take boss for a walk. No problem. The Empress continued to taunt the boss's hatred, pulled it aside, and used the terrain to pull the boss. Your operation details just now are a little better than before. It seems that you haven't slacked off just because you became a main player. Lin Fan and Wu Xuanyi passed each other and said without turning back. Wu Xuanyi hesitated again and again, but finally put down the staff in her hand and said softly with a guilty look on her face, "I'm sorry, Captain Fan." The Empress and the madman were stunned. They watched Wu Xuanyi's figure gradually disappear. She actually chose to log off in the copy? "My cousin, who was that woman to you? She ran away after you said a few words." The madman exclaimed with his mouth wide open. "My apprentice," Lin Fan said calmly, the emotion on his face disappearing for a moment. "Damn, what a bull nose. What does he look like in real life? Is he a human bomb tank?" The madman screamed obscenely. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. "Please, my apprentice and I never pinch our faces. They all look realistic." The madman said excitedly, "Oh wow. Introduce her to me. What's her WeChat number and I'll add her. VMe 50, prove your strength." "I don't have any money, get lost." Lin Fan and the madman walked towards Heatsong while joking around. 2 versus 1? The great god of magic is only this good. Hitsung laughed coldly. No, of course it's a 1v1 real man battle. Lin Fan said with a smile, knowing that Hitsung was not convinced by him, so he would give him a chance. Even if I have the ability to kill you in an instant, I won't do it. Lin Fan had a calm expression, and every step he took brought a strong sense of oppression to Hitsung. Hitsung clenched his sword tightly, cold sweat dripping from his temples. It's not that Lin Fan is invincible, it's just that his opponent is a defeated one. I want to torture you and everyone in your God-given club. Lin Fan smiled, his eyes flashing with madness, and he took the initiative to turn off the passive, flame burning. There was no left eye of the giant to suppress the opponent's range, and it openly stepped into the 20-meter range of a normal mage. Fuck you. Hitsung growled, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He wanted to kill his inner demon with his own hands. Chapter 35 Shrimp and Pork Heart. Madman, he, soldier. Watch out for your chrysanthemum. Just as Hitsung was about to take action, the madman's words froze him in place. It is not a wise move for any profession to expose their back to thieves. Every critical hit from his sword will pierce every heart, and will always teach every stubborn person the importance of protecting Xiaoju. Do you want to take action, lunatic? Lin Fan asked casually. The madman picked his nose and snapped his fingers. Wait until you two are at low health, I will come and harvest you. Fan's Hin, you have a lot of equipment and money, right? That's okay. I'll take you back to the fountain to revive now. Lin Fan grinned. He knew the madman too well. This guy would definitely do what he said. The madman smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Thinking of the terrifying output that Lin Fan had shown before, it was more than enough to kill him, a thief, in seconds. Madman, I will let you go for now. After saying that, he decisively retreated 100 meters before stopping, for fear of being ambushed by some guy with amazing length. Die! Hitsung was secretly delighted when he saw this, and he took out another blue sword from his waist and equipped himself. The madman's eyelids in the distance jumped. This man turned out to be a dual sword warrior. Lin Fan was not surprised. When Hitsung was fighting the boss just now, he obviously did not show his true strength. There are a wide variety of warrior styles in God's domain. In the early stages, most players will choose equipment such as knife/shield, sword/shield, or two-handed greatsword. The most difficult one to operate is the dual blade flow, which gives up most of the blocking ability to obtain maximum output efficiency and does not affect agility because of the heavy half-body shield. However, warriors who dare to choose dual blade style are either novices or players who are absolutely confident in their own operations. Lin Fan had a blank expression on his face and tried to use a basic attack to release a fireball. Boom. Relying on the advantage of long arms to launch continuous attacks. -33. -11. Block. Hitsung smiled conceitedly and swung his two swords, each of which hit the fireball accurately. Facing a basic attack with an attack speed of only 0.5, Hitsung demonstrated the basic skills of a professional player in controlling timing to the fullest. What's more, he was still using two swords. If he switched to a single sword plus shield combination, he could almost block all attacks. The madman saw this and yelled, "Cousin, can you do this? How come your basic attack can't break the defense? You've touched too many sparrows." When Lin Fan heard this, he was almost amused by this grandson. He shook his head helplessly and continued to attack with basic attacks. Hitsung was within 10 meters of Lin Fan, but Lin Fan remained calm and fired 3 fireballs instantly, followed by a basic attack to launch a combo. Hitsung finally felt a trace of pressure. He suddenly stood still, swung his two swords in circles, and used the warrior's D-level skill, Roaring Tornado. The wind is blowing hard and sweeping away everything. All of Lin Fan's attacks were once again absorbed and still did not actually hit Hitsung. Lin Fan turned his head and quickly moved sideways to avoid Hitsung's sword throw, relying on skillful walking A to fight and retreat at the same time. -15. -29. The damage caused by Lin Fan was very limited and could not be offset by Hitsung's sword. Hitsung raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile. "I estimate that you have a soul seal embedded in your hand. Otherwise, you can't get a large-scale attack range. But you are stupid enough to dare to fight me in close combat." Hitsung jokingly said, "Let me guess, it's at least a spiritual level soul seal, right?" Lin Fan didn't say anything and seemed to be still doing some useless work. Whether it was a basic attack or a series of fireballs, they were all easily eaten up by the opponent. "You were so impatient. You finally got some confidence and now you come to trouble us? Don't you know that the spirit-level soul seal is just garbage to the real strong?" Hitsung looked arrogant and became more and more excited as he spoke. constantly venting the depression that had accumulated over the years of being suppressed by Lin Fan. Spiritual level soul seal. That's it. That's it. Lin Fan was very good at holding back his laughter. In this game, the lock indicator is disabled beyond 300 meters. Even if you have a 500-meter range against a player of my level, what use is that? Hitsong laughed wildly. He knew that today was the day to avenge his previous humiliation. From now on, the word undefeated will no longer be a shame, but a sign of his rise. He wants to slap all those brainless fanatics who kneel and lick the mortal gods in the face. What French ceiling, what triple crown, are nothing in front of him. Hitsong. He Kong. Lin Fan suddenly spoke up, interrupting Hitsong's endless why. Why do you always like to talk so much when you were piking? Could it be that you were too inferior to others when you were a child and were often bullied at school, so you want to prove in the game that you are better than others? Lin Fan said with a frown. Hitsong was stunned. Those black eyes seemed to be able to see through all the truth, and their gaze reached the deepest part of his heart. How would he know? Hitsong was confused. I see. Lin Fan smiled calmly. If he wanted to destroy a professional player, he would start with the operation he was most proud of. Windtalkers. Lin Fan whispered, and the corner of the hexagram belonging to the wind element lit up. Practicing 3 types of magic together? Hitsong was surprised. In his opinion, this kind of mage development path is killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, and is basically the development path for pure amateur players. Learning 3 different series of magic is really powerful in the early stages, and can perform incredible combo combinations. The price is insufficient talent points, insufficient skill points, and gold coin consumption that even ordinary players cannot afford. It seems like you'll really stop at nothing to get revenge on the people in our club. Hitsong thought he saw through Lin Fan's thoughts. The next second, Lin Fan's first basic attack fireball hit Hitsong's body. -248. Hitsong was stunned for a moment as his health dropped. The increased attack speed brought by the Windtalker caused Hitsong to misjudge his blocking. Then another series of fireballs flew over, with the speed 20% faster. -332. Block. Hitsong's expression suddenly changed, and he barely blocked the last blow of damage. This is the effect Lin Fan wants. Crazy. Oh my god. I'm deliberately using a basic attack to feed him. This is to paralyze the nerves of this stupid warrior. This was not the end. Lin Fan looked at Hitsong with a mocking expression. You are not good at playing a warrior, and you are even worse at playing a mage. I don't understand why you always regard me as a thorn in your side. Are we from the same dimension? Every word Lin Fan said was heart-wrenching. Hitsong's face turned pale. He took a blood-recovering potion and started rushing forward, thinking that he had adapted to Lin Fan's attack rhythm. However, the staff in Lin Fan's hand paused for a moment, and the frequency of his attacks became erratic. The fireballs were sometimes fast and sometimes slow, seemingly without any pattern, but they were extremely precise and effective. Lin Fan was once a professional player, and he knew that a professional player's offense and defense often have their own rhythm. However, once this rhythm is broken, mistakes are likely to occur. -248. The basic attack hit again, and Hitsong's health was reduced to a minimum. Hitsong's eyes were full of disbelief. He didn't understand why he couldn't even touch the other person, even though the distance between them was less than 5 meters. I've told you many times before that there's something wrong with your fighting style, Lin Fan said lightly. Unfortunately, Hitsong, who claims to be the best magic swordsman in the country, is very fond of fixed high-level professional play routines and has poor adaptability. If the opponent enters his attack rhythm, it is indeed easy for him to be crushed and defeated by his violent style of play. But the Lin Fan in front of him was just a feather floating in the air, and no one knew what his next move would be. The madman next to him dropped his jaw in shock. Holy crap, can a mage play like this? This is the ability that Lin Fan has honed under the hardcore mode, to adapt to changes and to be able to have rules without rules. Moreover, the layout has already begun as soon as he stepped into the 20-meter range. He knows everything from the target's psychological activities to physical movements. This time, he attacked Hitsong from the atmosphere. I don't accept it, Hitsong roared. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Professional players also have their differences. Lin Fan chuckled and raised his hand to launch a basic attack. Send old teammates to the west. Chapter 36: The Truth About Match Fixing. Hitsong turned into white light and was sent back to the resurrection point. Unfortunately, his luck was bad and he only lost dozens of silver coins. Empress, are you done? I can't take it anymore. Empress sister, I'm here, Lin Fan said with a contented smile. The Empress said speechlessly. Go away. You can just not come. Several group restraints fell, but Lin Fan and the other two easily avoided them by operating online, and the seriously injured City Slayer Kelly was soon beaten to a low health. Stab him. Burn him. The boss is going to fall. The madman urged. The boss's health dropped to less than 10,000. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly received a private message from Hitsong, and his mood instantly fell to the bottom. Everyone in the Tianxi Club deserves to die. Lin Fan suppressed his anger. Tianxi Fuchin, Lin Fan, laugh as much as you want. I want to see how long you can laugh. Do you want to know why you were banned by the Esports Association? You are the only one who is aloof and noble. You are the only one who is a superstar and has no shortage of money. To tell you the truth, in that game that ruined your reputation, all of us except you were actors. Everyone knows that you are very good at pretending, so you will definitely not agree to a match fixing. So? Haha, each of us made a few small profits. Even your favorite disciple Wu Shuani made a lot of money. Are you angry when you hear this now? You're right to be angry. I forgot to tell you that you wanted to file a complaint with the Esports Association. Do you know that the Esports Association's biggest sponsor is the Tianxi Club? If they don't ban you, who else will they ban? After Hitsong finished speaking, he did not forget to curse. You stinking beggar. Even though he had experienced the cruel end of the world, Lin Fan's heart was still in turmoil. He now finally understood why Wu Shuani had shown that expression before, and she didn't even dare to look him in the eye before logging off. Because Wu Shuani didn't have the face to see him, and didn't have the face to dare to talk to him, Lin Fan wanted to laugh, laughing at how naive he was back then. He had always believed that it was his own operational error, and that he had not commanded everyone well. That's why we lost so badly. Lin Fan had always suspected that there was a traitor in the team, but he never expected that everyone except him, including Wu Shuani, whom he had personally trained, were actually involved in the match fixing. Madman, fuck it, cousin. If you don't do something, we're going to die. Empress, why are you daydreaming? Keep up the output. Seeing that his two teammates were about to die, Lin Fan suddenly came back to his senses and smashed the flame serpent's touch at the boss in anger. Ding dong. A bunch of things exploded from the boss's body, but Lin Fan had no intention of going forward to check them out. Lin Fan was silent for a long time and replied to Hitsong in the private chat channel, you guys should prepare to delete your account. After saying that, he blocked Hitsong without giving him a chance to continue talking. No one of you can escape, I swear. I fucking swear. Lin Fan roared in his heart. This time he was really angry. He felt sick when he thought about the scenes of him and his teammates laughing and scolding each other day and night. You killed City Slayer Cariel. Experience plus 20,000. Your level has been raised to level 16. The soul collection bottle has detected collectible boss souls. Do you want to collect them? The prompt sounds came one after another, and Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and chose to collect. A wisp of white smoke emanated from the boss's corpse and quickly entered Lin Fan's package. Soul collection bottle. Collection progress. 1/20th. The progress bar went up, and Lin Fan was undecided for a moment. Only NPCs could take the Demon Ascension pill, so he could only collect the souls first. The regional announcement will be released soon. Do you want to be anonymous? Lin Fan gradually regained his composure and said calmly, real name. Regional notice. Player Fan's Hen led the team to defeat the boss, Lord Level, City Slayer Kalier. Only 3 people survived this dungeon. The reward for clearing it without NPC help will be doubled. Rewards, 60 attribute points, 40 skill points, 12,000 reputation points, and 30 gold coins. Skynet chuckled, amazing. Lien Yakongqing and the others couldn't snatch this guy. How cool. One night, Ji Shun, I am dying of laughter. Why don't the people from Longhin say anything? Where are they? 36D's chest was broken by a huge stone. I heard that Longhin and Tianxi have joined forces, right? That's it? That's it? The entire chat channel was in an uproar. The players who had been clamoring the loudest before, saying that Dragon Mark plus God's gift equal dominance, collectively lost their voices. The Dragon Scar player felt ashamed as his elite team was killed instantly by the same person. Even if he tried to be tough, he couldn't say a word. Jean Ian Jean, I really appreciate Brother Fanshin. Come to our Jean E Guild. The annual salary is no less than 20 million. I sincerely invite you to join. Weilon, are you afraid of offending Longhin? Sorry, I won't pretend anymore. I will give you an annual salary of 35 million plus lifetime privileges at the Tianlan City Massage City. I will invite you to have a chat with the ceiling of the legal system. News about recruiting Lin Fan began to appear on the World Channel, and an annual salary of tens of millions was casually offered, which made the onlookers extremely envious. The corners of the Empress's mouth raised a touching arc, and she looked at Lin Fan and teased, "It's better to come to our Haoyue guild than to go to their guild. The annual salary is 50 million, and there are 2 girls to play with you. What do you think?" Hearing this, the madman jumped up excitedly, pointed at himself, and shouted, "SS, please consider me. I don't want an annual salary. I just want a young lady." The Empress glanced at him with disdain and said, "Go play in the mud, little brat." "Damn it. You guys are digging my master. Why don't you go to the shit?" When Erosion Bone, who was hunting monsters in the wild, saw the news, he immediately responded and bought 2 golden trumpets worth 1 million. This thing can expand the shouting range to the entire Asian server, and it can be translated into more than 20 languages, which is quite outrageous. Divine Domain Cross-Server Channel. Huasha player Erosion Bone. Ahem, hey hey hey. Hundreds of millions of players on servers across Asia were stunned as a mysterious golden announcement appeared in the sky. Lord Kai's expedition. What kind of family is it, playing with a golden trumpet? What the hell is going on here? A psychopathic player? The madman was dumbfounded. The Empress frowned at the bone erosion ID and said, "This person once robbed me of a boss in the wild. He inexplicably threw 100 gold coins at me and asked me to watch him operate from the side, and he didn't allow me to take action. I admit that I gave in for the sake of money." Erosion Bone, I, the chairman of the Kong family compound, invite my master fans Hen to join the compound with an annual salary of 200 million yuan. Let's eat, drink, and have fun together and create a better future. 200 million a year. Why would I want an electric car? I want to fly a plane. No idea. Which company's second-generation rich kid is squandering money? Wouldn't it be great if he could buy a mansion worth 200 million? When did that beast Fanshin have a disciple? Looking at the golden notice floating above his head, Lin Fan finally smiled and secretly complained, "If you have money to buy a loudspeaker, you might as well contact me directly to help the poor." This sand currency. Lin Fan received a large number of private messages immediately afterwards, most of which were from guild managers who wanted him to join them, saying that they were not short of money but needed his participation. Lin Fan chose to ignore them all, closed the private chat channel, and began to collect the spoils. The night banquet side quest is actually not that difficult. He and Kongbai killed the NPC first, resulting in the reward announced by the entire server being doubled. But under normal circumstances, with the help of NPCs, and by figuring out the skill mechanism of the vampire monsters, it is not difficult to complete this side quest. The risks and rewards of missions in the Divine Realm are directly proportional, so the loot dropped by the boss is very ordinary, with only 1 level 20 purple armor and 2 D-level skill books. Seeing that none of the Empress's friends had a use for it, they put it up for auction and the proceeds were split equally among the 3 of them. Damn it, didn't they say there was a task prop? The madman fiddled with the corpse for a long time but didn't find any prop to submit the task. Lin Fan then remembered that there was a barrier stone dropped by killing an NPC in the package. Madman, damn, this is a stupid quest. I've killed the boss, but the quest items are gone. Lin Fan's heart moved, but he didn't say anything about it. He shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. I took a look at the night banquet task list and it showed that I could now submit the task to the Lord, and there would be no penalty for choosing to abandon the task. View the task details again. Due to the loss of the barrier stone of Edgar City, a large number of monsters have been pouring into the city recently. Please help Lord Kane find the barrier stone. A large number of monsters are pouring in. That's interesting. If I don't hand in the barrier stone, I should be able to kill monsters without leaving the city, right? Lin Fan had made up his mind. Lord Kane probably would never have dreamed that there was a 6th-rate player like him. Chapter 37. The young man has a promising future. Return to the banquet hall. Madman, why is this old guy crazy? Why did he overturn the table? When Lord Kane learned that his men were killed and the barrier stone could not be found, he flew into a rage in front of Lin Fan and others and smashed the table with a slap. Lin Fan smiled secretly. Killing the guard accidentally ruined the Lord's plan. How could this old guy not be furious? You failed to submit the quest item Boundary Stone, so the quest reward has been greatly reduced. You gained 4,000 experience points, 10 free attribute points, and 5 skill points. Just as Lin Fan guessed, he could still get certain mission rewards by destroying the boss. Although it's a bit painful to lose most of the rewards, this risk is worth taking in order to be able to use the barrier stones to spawn monsters in large numbers. After leaving the dungeon, the Empress went to meet up with the guild members, While the crazy man had something else to do, so he planned to log off first. Lin Fan pondered for a while and remembered that the madman's first career awakening in his previous life resulted in him obtaining an E-level hidden career, a lockpicking thief. So I reminded him not to make a decision when he encountered a hidden profession, but to send him a message to discuss it first. Crazy. What? You've done a pretty in-depth game guide? Are you trying to get me to join you by showing your goodwill? Lin Fan smiled and said, That's exactly what I was thinking. I plan to set up a guild, and I'll buy a seat for the guild war later. Will you come? The madman looked at him in surprise, thinking that the brat in front of him was indeed quite capable, and said very honestly, I'll come if there's a girl. Anyway, casual players can just play around. Okay, you're one. Lin Fan smiled happily. The madman was actually not a simple person. He was best at tactics and sneaky development. On the surface, he seems to be a wretched person, always talking about finding girls, but in fact, he is a top student in a military academy. He played God's domain just for fun, and didn't pay much attention to choosing a profession in the early stages, so he couldn't catch up with those god-level thieves in the later stages. But Crazy is just a solo player, without any resources or support, yet he was able to become one of the top 10 thieves. This is enough to show how cunning and resourceful he is. Now that he has recruited the madman, Lin Fan's guild's grassroots team has been roughly formed. We don't care how big the guild is. We only care that every player is capable of fighting and trustworthy enough. Just as I was thinking about whether to log off and have a midnight snack, a loud shout suddenly rang out behind me. Criminal! Surrender now! Lin Fan looked back in confusion and found a group of NPC soldiers approaching from behind. Only then did he remember that his sin value was as high as 10,000 plus, and he would be hunted down whether he was in the city or outside the city. This is the first time I've seen a guy whose name turned purple after killing someone. How much sin has he committed? Brothers, this guy is the mortal god. Kill him, and we will be successful. On the main street of the city, the appearance of Lin Fan made dozens of players' eyes turn red. If there were no NPC soldiers present, these players probably wouldn't dare to take action. The man in front of them was the one who made Ekong City suffer a loss. Lin Fan patted his forehead and gave a bitter smile. He had been thinking about too many things recently and had forgotten about the red name. The surrounding players acted quickly and started calling their friends. He is a very powerful mortal god, right? But in the eyes of Chinese players, as long as the opponent has health bars and dozens or hundreds of people are not enough, then thousands of people will go together. The human wave tactic is the invincible tactic in the early stage of development. Seeing more and more players around him, Lin Fan was speechless for a moment. Everyone thought that he would run away in order to protect the large amount of gold coins on him, but Lin Fan smiled evilly and put his hands together on the spot. Everyone was stunned. The super famous person was captured by NPC soldiers in front of everyone? Fuck. The dignity of the Triple Crown is worthless? It seems that we can't attack him. Bah. Kong family compound is spending 200 million just to buy a wimp like him? I conservatively estimate that he has at least several thousand gold coins on him, which means millions. My treasure just flew away just like that. Many players were in tears and could only watch Lin Fan being taken away by the NPC. You were arrested by soldiers of the Light Dragon Empire. Given your current sin value, you must pay a fine of 1,190 gold coins or be imprisoned for 300 days to clear your name. Will you pay the fine? Lin Fan was arrested and taken to a dungeon inside the city. After hearing the system prompt, he immediately chose to refuse. Are you kidding? He just killed a few NPCs and players, but the bail was over 1 million. He didn't have that kind of spare money. As for ordinary players who have been detained for 300 days and encounter this situation, they can just delete their account and start over without thinking. But Lin Fan was not too panicked. Maybe entering the dungeon would be an opportunity to change his appearance. Lin Fan squatted in the dungeon and tried to release skills, but there was no response. When I opened the equipment panel, all the equipment bars turned gray. He gave up the idea of escaping the prison violently, thinking that the shackles on his hands might have the effect of suppressing magic. I need to see your prison boss. Lin Fan shouted at the top of his voice. What are you yelling about, you little bastard? Shut up, a jailer named Zhao Laowu cursed. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Just because the equipment bar is unusable doesn't mean the package is unusable. With a ding-dong sound, an imperial gold coin suddenly fell at Zhao Laowu's feet. Zhao Laowu's eyes lit up, and he quickly bent down to pick it up carefully, and even held it in his mouth and bit it to confirm its authenticity. Hey, what can I do for you, young master? Zhao Laowu's expression changed in a second, worthy of an Oscar-winning actor. Lin Fan couldn't help but complain in his heart. Divine realm is indeed a masterpiece of the gods. My God, it's true that money can make the world go round. Take me to see your manager. I have something important to discuss with him. Lin Fan frowned and perfectly put on the role of the criminal. Well, I'm afraid our boss isn't very convenient right now. How about changing it and buying you a chicken leg to chew on, please? Zhao Laowu said in embarrassment. Ding! Another gold coin bounced out from Lin Fan's hand. Zhao Laowu laughed excitedly. Great adventurers are incredible. I'll take you there right now. Then Lin Fan was taken to the city wall defense post by Zhao Laowu. Standing in front of the door, I could only hear the sounds of him and ah coming from the half-open door, which sounded cheerful. Lin Fan's smile petrified. He was completely convinced. Why didn't he notice so many Easter eggs when he was playing the game before? Captain of the guard, there is a prisoner who wants to see you. Zhao Laowu pushed the door open carefully, and a smelly iron boot was immediately thrown out from inside, scaring Zhao Laowu so much that he quickly hid backwards. Damn it, can't you see I'm alive and well? Get out! The captain of the guards cursed angrily. Soon, a naked woman ran out in panic. Lin Fan praised God again in his heart. It's not censored. It's really not censored. If it's nothing important, I'll kill you. Captain Wang Meng of the Imperial Guards sat on the bed with a gloomy face. Do you think this is important? After Zhao Laowu finished speaking, he took out an Imperial gold coin and shook it in front of him with a smile, indicating that the boy next to him was a big fat sheep. Wang Meng asked Zhao Laowu to leave first and looked Lin Fan up and down. Humph, kid, do you know what crime it is to bribe the Imperial City Guard officials? Seeing the other party putting a hat on him, Lin Fan smiled faintly. I don't know about this, but it knows. He simply took out a bag of gold coins, a total of 50 coins, and threw them over. Wang Meng's eyes glowed green, his face was full of greed, and he said in a serious tone, Humph, I'm upright, don't try to play tricks on me. After saying that, he stood up and closed the door. You must have suffered a lot in the cell because of your delicate skin and tender flesh. Wang Meng's face changed immediately. That's right, that's right. Lin Fan's heart moved, and he nodded repeatedly in agreement with the other party. Wang Meng took out the key and removed the magic shackles for him. After the restraints were removed, Lin Fan originally planned to kill the little termite, but after thinking it over, he gave up. Check the other party's properties. Captain of the City Guard Wang Meng, level 30. HP. Attack power? Skill? Lin Fan secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't take direct action. The strength of this jailer is at least above that of an ordinary Lord's Guard. Otherwise, it wouldn't be impossible to detect his specific attributes. If the opponent doesn't have a domineering skill, you might be able to kill him. But if you fight here, you might still be surrounded by NPC soldiers. Captain of the Guards, how about we make a deal? Lin Fan calmed down. Wang Meng smiled and said, Young man, I like you very much. Chapter 38 Legendary Mission. You successfully bribed the captain of the guards guarding the city. The captain of the guards offered 300 gold coins to redeem your freedom, but the sin value cannot be reduced. Lin Fan remained calm when the reminder came and began to bargain with the dragon-slaying sword. I will give you 100 gold coins at most, otherwise I might as well go back to jail. The captain of the guards offered 200 gold coins. It's just 100 gold coins, forget it. Lin Fan slammed the table, took the handcuffs and put them on his hands. Wang Meng got angry and quickly raised his hand to hold him down. Oh, I have parents and children to take care of, and I have to use all my connections to get 120 gold coins. I really can't give you any less. Seeing Wang Meng pretending to be pitiful and suffering a great loss, Lin Fan really had to admire the creativity of the gods. Even if this game is not integrated with reality, the degree of freedom alone is no different from the real world. In addition, I need a fake identity, and the guards in the city cannot chase me within a week. Lin Fan said calmly. Wang Meng frowned, indicating that the fake identity issue was easy to resolve, and then said, a week? The soldiers guarding the city rotate every 3 days, so I'll give you 2 days at most, otherwise I can't take care of that. Okay, 2 days is enough. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. You have obtained the Imperial Mage set. You have been given a limited time fake ID /48 hours. Lin Fan's package contained a complete set of level 15 green mage equipment. However, all equipment attributes are displayed in gray and can only be overlapped with his own novice outfit, which means that it can only be used as an accessory or clothing. Please give the fake ID a name. Lin Fan's mouth curled up. This was the benefit of deep gold farming and studying various ways of playing in his previous life. In order to do shady things, thief players often hide their identities and use various channels to disguise themselves. Fake IDs like this are just routine operations. Some high-level thieves can also use transformation potions to disguise themselves as other species, NPCs, or even manhole covers. ID Boss Lin, confirmed. Confirmed. The ID above his head changed from purple to the NPC's unique blue color, and Lin Fan's mouth almost split open with laughter. No wonder the rogue profession is the most difficult and second only to the mage in terms of Krypton gold costs, but there are still so many players immersed in it. It turns out that being the sixth player can be so cool. Through Wang Meng's relationship, Lin Fan came to the southeast direction of Edgar's outer city, marked on the boundary stone. This is a slum with stinking ditches and some dilapidated buildings caused by monster invasions everywhere. Hey, everyone please stay away. Boss Lin is here to inspect our work. Lin Fan walked on the road with a merciless and unaware pace, and there were very few players around him. Because it stinks so much here, no player is willing to come and take on the quest. Master Mage, a Master Mage is coming? Oh my god, we are finally saved. With the help of the wizard, this place will be impregnable. A group of poorly equipped NPC soldiers saw him coming and cheered with joy. In every country in the divine world, mages have always held a lofty status. Mages naturally possess super destructive power, and the number of high-level mages determines a country's combat effectiveness to a certain extent. This is only the outermost area of Egypt, and the city walls are much lower than those of the inner city. Whenever there is a problem with the city defense barrier, the outer city with the largest number of poor people is always the first to suffer. Lord Lin, monsters have frequently invaded our defense areas in recent days, and now they are gathering again. Please come with us out of the city to eliminate the monsters. A soldier came forward and saluted. Okay, roughly how many monsters are there? Lin Fan asked. There are probably hundreds of them within visual distance. Only a few hundred? Lin Fan frowned. This amount would be gone in just 2 swipes. How could he upgrade the soul seal level and wash away his sin points then? In addition, in order to disguise himself as the city guard NPC, he spent more than 100 gold coins, which is tens of thousands of yuan. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Grown-ups? A group of NPCs were at a loss when they heard this. Could it be that this mage who was suddenly transferred from the inner city was too weak and therefore did not dare to take action? It's too little. I've lost a lot on this deal. This broken barrier stone has made me lose so much in rewards. Lin Fan was a little angry and secretly cursed himself for taking things for granted. It is still the pioneering stage now. Even if the outer barrier of the city of AI is missing, it is difficult for a wave of monsters to appear under normal circumstances and cause him to explode. Lord Lin, according to my scouts' estimates, if the monsters that have not yet fully assembled are not dealt with quickly, I'm afraid the number of monsters will explode within a day. Then we won't be able to hold on. The NPC soldier said anxiously. Lin Fan immediately became interested after hearing this. He slapped his thigh and sighed. I can't stand it. The NPCs became even more panicked when they heard this, and were almost scared to death when they thought of the numerous monsters. Ding dong. You refused to leave the city to fight, so you triggered a hidden mission. Lin Fan's expression was shocked. He finally got the hidden mission that he could not ask for easily. Hidden mission. Guard the breach stone gap. This mission is of abyssal level difficulty. Please recruit members of the war group to fight the enemy together. The difficulty of tasks in God's domain is divided into normal, elite, legend, abyss, hell, and legend. Usually the dungeon system will prompt that a 6-person team is allowed to go, while some high difficulty tasks will recommend a battle group, that is, a small group of 60 people. The difficulty of this hidden mission has reached the abyss level, which shows that it is definitely not comparable to ordinary hidden missions. Mission requirements. Resist the invasion of a large number of monsters. If the monsters enter the inner city, the mission will fail. Failure penalty, level down by 3, reputation down by 20,000 points, and experience points gained in 10 days reduced by half. Attention! Unless you have the barrier stones to fill the city barrier, the monster invasion will continue for 24 hours. When he heard the details of the task, Lin Fan finally couldn't help laughing out loud. You made me laugh. Normally this hidden quest would not appear at all, because the barrier stone should be in the hands of the Lord, but because he killed the NPC and did not hand in the barrier stone, this led to the subsequent monster invasion quest plot. With the barrier stone in his hand, even if the number of monsters is too overwhelming to defeat, he can just put the barrier stone back to its original position to terminate the mission and escape unscathed. After much persuasion from the soldiers, Boss Lin reluctantly climbed up the tower to check the gathering of monsters. Goblin Vanguard, level 18, HP 4500/4500, attack power 185, skills, swift dash, ground stab, elite skeleton knight, level 22, HP 12,000/12,000, attack power 270, skills, halberd charge, soul rush. There are quite a few elite monsters among the hundreds of monsters, most of which are around level 20, which is just right for brushing up levels and proficiency. I took a look and saw that there were still 2 hours of preparation time before the monster invasion began. Lin Fan turned and walked down the tower, thinking that it would be more cost-effective if he could complete the tasks that required killing monsters/obtaining monster materials at the same time. The sin value is too high. What should I do? Lin Fan frowned and said to himself. Although there is a fake ID, based on the experience of those thieves, such a low-level disguise cannot be hidden from functional NPCs. Otherwise, if you disguise yourself as a lord or king, other players will have no chance of survival. Therefore, when his sin value is too high, NPCs who can take on side quests and kill monsters will simply ignore him. Lin Fan suddenly had an idea. That's right. There is a place where I can take on a lot of monster-killing missions. Chapter 39, Flame Dragon. Lin Fan walked back to the inner city wearing the NPC costume and went straight to the Bounty Hunter Tavern. It scared me. I thought the cops came into the Hunters Guild to arrest someone. What's going on? Are Imperial mages also involved in demon hunting missions? Lin Fan stared at Boss Lin's ID as it appeared. Just then, several red-named players were accepting quests, which scared these little villains so much that they almost ran away. The Bounty Hunter Guild is a rather special existence in God's domain, and it has a base in almost every town. The biggest main quest of Divine Domain is to annihilate the demons. Even red-named players and Imperial criminals can survive here as long as they have a demon hunting certificate. Spend 10 gold coins to obtain a hunter certificate, and a lot of tasks will appear in front of you. Hunter mission levels range from E to SSS. E-level tasks are mostly miscellaneous tasks, such as finding an adult's kitten, looking for a missing girl, etc. D-level and above are usually monster subjugation missions, such as killing 100 Yaiwe werewolves, collecting 50 troll fangs. As for tasks above level A, they are quite abnormal. Level S difficulty will even require players to form a team to slay the dragon. Currently, Lin Fan's hunter credentials are at the lowest black iron level, and he can only accept E-level and D-level difficulty tasks. Usually, not long after the game is launched, there are very few D-level missions available. However, due to the damage to the E-city barrier, the number of D-level subjugation missions has increased. You have accepted a D-rank subjugation mission. Kill 50 skeleton mages. You have accepted a D-rank subjugation mission. Obtain 60 demon ape claws. You have reached the upper limit of the D-level missions you can accept. February 2nd. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. It was a bit troublesome to be able to accept only 2 tasks at a time. It takes more than 10 minutes to walk from here to the outer city slums, and a lot of time is wasted running back and forth on missions. Do you want to buy the Hunter Mission Expansion Pack? Hunter Expansion Primary Gift Pack. Effect. The upper limit of missions accepted is increased to 20. A system prompt appeared, and Lin Fan smiled helplessly. The option to purchase a gift pack automatically popped up in front of him. The price of the gift pack was 50 gold coins. The Demon Hunter gameplay is a benefit for those who work hard in the Divine Realm, and they can get certain silver coins and skill points as rewards. But in his previous life, he was reluctant to open the gift package, and now he has no choice for the sake of efficiency. Purchase the Premium Gift Pack. You spent 300 gold coins and received a high-level gift package. Hunter Expansion Premium Pack. Effect. The upper limit of tasks accepted is increased to 60, and you will also gain the authority to enter the town and accept/submit tasks remotely. Lin Fan felt a pain in his heart. It was really troublesome to run back and forth to submit tasks. If he wanted to improve the level of his hunter certificate, he could only do so by completing a large number of tasks. The King of Passersby. Fuck. All the D-level missions are gone? Weren't there more than 20 missions just now? Tianxiang Jile. Who is Boss Lin? What does it mean to take him away without seeing if he can complete the task? Several players gathered around the bar were furious. When they turned around and looked at Lin Fan, they were all confused. Is there a psychopath among the NPCs? Regardless of whether Lin Fan could complete all these tasks, he would just take them on first. According to his experience, The Crusade mission is refreshed every 2 hours, and the unfinished mission can be replaced at that time. How long will it take you, Fatty, to finish your job? Can you do it? Lin Fan sent a private message to Fatty, but after a few hours of no response, his level had dropped to level 9. Kaya's expedition. Fucking high. If I don't touch the old drunkard's armpit hair tonight, I won't believe Tang. Ugh, that's miserable. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless. This stubborn fatty had been abused by the Holy Sword user hundreds of times, but he was still full of fighting spirit, truly a masochist. Lin Fan, try to finish it as soon as possible, and I'll help you level up later. The fat guy didn't say a word and continued to suffer seriously in the training match. I checked the time for the monster to attack, and there was still more than an hour left. I thought tonight would be a night of overwork, so I logged off, took a shower, and bought a dozen skewers of grilled lamb downstairs for a big meal. 10 minutes into the countdown, Lin Fan logged back into the game. Region announcement. Player Luan Zue Chan Fu has shown extraordinary courage and successfully awakened an A-level hidden profession. Crazy night. Rewards. 100 attribute points, 40 skill points, 5,000 reputation, and 50 gold coins. Heavy armor daddy. Old 4 Nyobi. This is the first A-level hidden profession in the whole server. Luan Zue Xiao Sa. Old 4, that's fine. If you don't give out millions of red envelopes, I'll look down on you. The first A-level hidden profession in God's domain appeared, and players in the World Channel paid their respects. Luanzue Chinfu was not stingy at all, and gave out red envelopes of 500 gold coins to give away money. Many players praised the guild, and Luanzue won a lot of attention. Lin Fan shook his head lightly upon seeing this. He remembered that this man was the fourth in command of the Chaos Sin Guild, and he performed strongly in the early stages of the game after obtaining an A-level hidden profession. However, his operational awareness was average, and he failed to keep up with the rhythm of the game in the later stages of the game, ultimately becoming lost among the crowd. It is certainly a good thing to obtain a powerful profession in the early stage of development, but after all, there are no purely garbage professions in the Divine Realm, only garbage players who don't know how to operate. It is not uncommon for the lowest level E-level awakening players to overthrow higher level awakening players. Returning to the outer city slums, Lin Fan climbed up the defense tower again. Master Lin, if we don't leave the city to meet the enemy, we'll be doomed, the NPC soldier reminded anxiously. Well, this is a considerable number. Lin Fan took a deep breath as a dark mass of monsters appeared in the distance, their number already reaching thousands. Lin Fan's scalp felt numb. No wonder a 60-man team was formed for this mission. With the number and strength of the monsters, a team of 6 would be courting death. I roughly estimated the distance to the monster, which was about 2 kilometers. Lin Fan frowned. It's a bit troublesome. It's beyond my range. Now his maximum range can reach 1,670 meters, and his idea of consuming the monsters before they launch an attack has failed. Countdown 60 seconds. You have gained the authority to command the NPC soldiers in the outer city. The task prompt pops up. Lin Fan looked back to see the number of NPC soldiers guarding the city. There were only less than 30 of them, most of whom were around level 15, far less powerful than the NPCs in the inner city. Simply relying on these NPCs to go out of the city to fight would be just sending people to their deaths. Lin Fan made some plans and began to improve his magic level. You have consumed 9 skill points / 6 gold coins, and your magic has been upgraded to level 9. You spent 12 skill points / 14 gold coins, and your magic was upgraded to level 10. Ding dong. C-rank fire magic, Touch of the Flame Serpent, has been enhanced. C-level fire magic mastery, you have obtained the fire magic, Flame Dragon. Effect 1. Consume 600 MP to summon a magic fire dragon. Each fire dragon strike causes 400 plus magic attack damage. The fire dragon lasts for 15 seconds, and the cooldown time is 50 seconds. Effect 2. Causes 220 damage per second to the target that comes into contact with the flame dragon, lasting for 3 seconds. Lin Fan was delighted when Touch of the Fire Serpent was upgraded to the maximum level. He spent a lot of gold coins and skill points and finally got a qualitative change. On the surface, this skill is only a C-level magic, but in Lin Fan's opinion, it is not weaker than a B-level AoE skill at all. With 25 skill points left, Lin Fan upgraded both Stone Shaking and Wind Whisperer to level 5. The damage capabilities of these two skills have only been improved moderately, and they can only be considered auxiliary skills. The level increase is only reflected in a reduction in cooldown time. The countdown is over. The monsters are attacking. Lin Fan's eyes were stern. The ground began to tremble, and monsters in the distance were pressing in like layers of dark clouds. Chapter 40. People are still very nice. The fastest moving monsters in the group are the skeleton cavalry, and there are also some agile monsters, numbering between 200 and 300. Lin Fan came to his senses immediately and realized that the health of these powerful monsters was over 10,000. Sending NPC soldiers to form a shield wall for defense will definitely not work. In 2 or 3 rounds at most, all the NPCs will be trampled into meat paste. Windtalkers. With the blessing of Windtalker, the casting efficiency is improved. Lin Fan started by casting a level 5, Shaking Stone Tendrils spell, but he did not release it towards the pile of monsters. Instead, the magic took effect 600 meters away from the city wall. One after another, huge stone pillars broke out of the ground and transformed into more than 10 stone chevaux de frise under Lin Fan's control. As we all know, cavalrymen and drunk drivers are most afraid of this thing. Even if it cannot cause direct damage, it can greatly slow down the monster's movement speed. Each chevaux de frise is about 2 meters high and about 3 meters apart, forming a cavalry-restricted area in the open area outside the city. This is the ability of earth magic to change terrain. Among the 4 types of magic, earth magic has the weakest attack power, but it has unimaginable plasticity. Usually in a city defense battle between players and guilds, a great wizard with outstanding defensive capabilities and specialized in earth can hold off an entire front by himself. After completing a line of defense, Lin Fan did not take action immediately. He continued to wait for the 1 minute and 45-second skill CD of Shaking the Stone Vines. Everyone, get on your horses. 5 people on each wing. Lead the scattered monsters towards the direction of the barricades. At Lin Fan's command, his NPCs immediately rode out of the city on horses, satisfying his desire to be an NPC general. Most of the 20-odd NPCs are infantrymen and archers, and the noble heavy armored knights are basically only stationed in the inner city. Therefore, these NPC soldiers will not gain any attribute bonus when they mount their horses. Fortunately, since they are all light infantry, they move faster than most monsters, which can be used to attract the monster's hatred. More than a minute later, the second stone barrier was formed at 500 meters. This time the intervals between the chevaux de frise were further reduced and formed a V-shape. Lin Fan's eyes were shining. According to his judgment, after the skeleton knights were blocked by the first wave of barricades, the monsters that followed would inevitably fall into chaos. In the end, a large number of monsters will be stuck in the V-shaped barricades and unable to move. This will be a classic team battle pocket formation. As expected, there was a sharp explosion, and Lin Fan looked over and saw bones and debris flying everywhere. Minus 3,500. More than a dozen skeleton knights crashed into the chevaux de frise, and their bodies and the skeleton horses under them were broken into several pieces. As an undead creature, the skeleton knight has basically no ability to think. He only knows to charge forward and does not even dodge when encountering roadblocks. But even though they were smashed beyond recognition, these undead creatures with broken limbs were still running forward. Under Lin Fan's command, NPC soldiers went out of the city and began to lure monsters. The monsters scattered to the surrounding areas were gathered together again by the NPCs. At the same time, he took the remaining 10 NPC archers out of the city. Approaching the pocket formation, the archers lined up, drew their bows and arrows, and prepared to fight. More and more monsters squeezed into the pocket formation. Lin Fan raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Try a new skill. The hexagram magic circle burst out with red light, and a roar like a wild beast broke through the sky. Lin Fan was startled and could clearly feel that the temperature around him suddenly rose by more than 10 degrees. The magical elements in the air were ignited at this moment. Boom! A flaming dragon more than 20 meters long condensed in the air, and the scene was extremely spectacular. The fire dragon roared angrily, as if it had life, and rolled up dozens of fireballs and smashed them into the group of monsters. Minus 1,100. Minus 220. Is this thing sea-level magic? This situation made Lin Fan lose confidence. The fire dragon will release a massive fireball every 3 seconds. Each summoning of the fire dragon will last for 15 seconds and can release a total of 5 fireballs. Although its single-target output capability is indeed average, its large-scale AoE effect is comparable to priceless A-level magic. Minus 1,530. The passive skill, Flame Burning, was activated, and a large number of half-dead skeleton cavalry were burned to death. In the blink of an eye, the entire wasteland outside the city was engulfed in flames, and large groups of monsters were reduced to ashes. Hundreds of monsters were stuck in the pocket formation and could not move. Once any of them escaped, the archers on the periphery would immediately shoot and kill them. You killed the elite skeleton knight, experience points plus 600. You killed the demon ape, experience points plus 450. You killed the goblin cavalry, experience points plus 430. The experience points increased rapidly. In just a few minutes, the level 16 experience bar increased to 15%. At this efficiency, it would take less than half an hour to reach level 1. A large number of mission items and monster materials entered Lin Fan's pocket. Lord Lin is extremely powerful. Long live Lord Lin. The NPC soldiers were encouraged by this and began to flatter Boss Lin. Lin Fan accepted the foot licking with peace of mind. What's weird? What's weird about me? Strange. How come the monster ran away while I was brushing it? At this time, the players who were spawning monsters outside the city were confused. The monsters at the dozen or so monster spawn points nearby ran away as soon as they spawned. No matter how the players attacked the monsters, they all rushed towards one place, as if there was a big meal waiting for them. Yao's legend, oh my god, something is wrong. Why is it showing miss when I kill these monsters? My heart was empty. Catch up and see, could it be that we have triggered some mission? Many players noticed something was wrong and followed the monster out of the refresh point. Oh my god. The number of these monsters is too terrifying. I estimate there must be 1,000 or 2,000 of them, right? There are so many monsters gathered together. Whoever can kill them all, I will call him Daddy. There was smoke in the distance, and I watched NPC soldiers riding horses to lure monsters everywhere. All the monsters were led to the foot of the city wall. Shit, what kind of magic is this? Is this summoning a fire dragon? Too scary. Elite monsters with more than 10,000 HP were all defeated in less than 10 seconds? Is this the strength of an NPC mage? A group of players stood there in a daze, only to see the NPC wizard waving his staff and easily knocking down groups of monsters. They were stunned by the terrifying mana reserves and exaggerated damage. I bet that if I go up and talk to this NPC Master Lin, I can at least get a hidden mission. No, maybe I can get an S-level hidden magic profession, a player said with certainty. Several mage players were moved after hearing this and began to wipe the dirt off their bodies and tidy up their clothes. They know that these NPCs have high IQs and often look down on people they meet. We must strive to leave a perfect impression of being studious and ambitious in front of the King of France. Mr. Almighty Mage, do you need my help? A male mage walked up and made eyes at Lin Fan, looking like a complete lackey. Fuck, you noob, get away from me. You're only level 13 and holding a level 10 green weapon. What can you do to help me? However, this practice was immediately despised by other players. Brother, I'm level 15, and I'm as skilled in fire magic as the King of Magic. You should choose me. Immediately, another person rushed forward, patted his chest, and said that he could at least fight a level 20 elite monster alone, and he was quite confident in his own strength. Seeing this, Lin Fan forced himself to hold back his laughter, put on the posture of a hermit, and released a series of fireballs to continuously attack the monster. I heard that a remarkable guild has emerged among you adventurers. It's called What's the Hin? Lin Fan said. The King of FA has heard of Dragon Mark? All the players were collectively shocked. Judging from Boss Lin's conversation and strength, he was definitely the best among the NPCs. You can definitely find him if you want to accept the hidden quest. Humph, more than just heard of it. Lin Fan shook his head and sneered. Everyone was a little puzzled when they saw this. Lin Fan continued with a gloomy face. Right now, the monsters in the outer city are rioting, causing the tragic deaths of countless adventurers and citizens of the Empire. All lives are lost, and the people are living in misery. All this is because of the unscrupulous actions of the Dragonmark Guild. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. It seemed like they didn't see any relevant system announcement. I guess you're all here for a mission? Lin Fan tried hard not to laugh and changed the subject. Holy crap, there really is a mission. This is going to make a lot of money. The players present were immediately overjoyed and nodded quickly. Yes, yes, yes. Do you have any tasks for us to do? Each of you will list 10 crimes of the Dragon Scar Guild. I hope you can spread the word so that all the countries in the Divine Realm will know about their evil deeds. Once you're done, you can go find the inner city guard captain Wang Meng to claim your reward. Lin Fan said calmly, pinching his thigh to stop himself from laughing. It's that simple? A group of players were shocked and instantly fell into ecstasy. Wouldn't such a simple task be given away for free? The King of France is a very nice person. Chapter 41 Fox Tribe Set. 10 minutes later, piles of skeleton knights fell, and only a small half of the more than 1,000 monsters were left. The frequency of the monsters' attacks began to slow down, but Lin Fan was not careless. He raised his hand and another, shaking stone vine, was generated, which once again reinforced the pocket formation and lengthened the defense line. More than 30 fox demons with flames all over their bodies approached. There are not many of these elite monsters, but their attribute values are far higher than those of ordinary monsters. To a certain extent, they are not much weaker than the ordinary level 20 boss. The most important thing is that these monsters are very cunning. They did not charge forward like the skeleton knights, but suddenly broke up into small groups and started chasing the NPC soldiers who were luring monsters from the periphery. Lin Fan's face darkened, and within a moment the horses ridden by the 3 NPC soldiers were knocked down. Seeing this, the other monsters swarmed over. After a bloody storm, the NPC with 50,000 HP was eaten to the point of nothingness. Demon Saint Fox, level 22. HP, 35,000/35,000. Attack power, 300. Skills, claw attack, elementary fire magic. This monster is not common. If I remember correctly, it will drop a level 20 set for the mage. Lin Fan ordered the NPCs that were attracting the monsters to retreat, so as to avoid being defeated one by one. Although these fox demons possess a certain level of intelligence, they are far inferior to Lin Fan, the 6th oldest. With the blessing of Windtalker, Lin Fan's attack speed increased. He used a basic attack to interrupt the leading fox's pursuit, and immediately followed up with a series of fireballs to blast it away. However, a bolt of thunder suddenly struck, and an NPC soldier was hit. Green smoke came out of his body, and he fell to the ground and entered a state of forced paralysis. The leading fox demon was extremely handsome, with lightning flashing all around him, and he growled at Lin Fan with hostility. Demon Saint Fox King, level 22. HP, 140000/140000. Attack power, 470. Skills, Fire Thunder Curse, Claw Smash. Just as he guessed, the leading fox was an ordinary level boss, but its health and skills were not much worse than those of an elite boss. In particular, the skill of Fire Thunder Curse is a variant of the Fire system, Thunder system. In the 4 basic mage school settings, each school has multiple career promotion options, ranging in strength from D to A. One is to look at the difficulty of the career awakening task, and the other is to look at the player's own operating talent and preferences. The Lightning Mage is one of the C/B professions in the ordinary awakening of the fire element. It has both destructive power and release speed, and is considered a relatively powerful type among ordinary awakening professions. Lin Fan looked at the arrogant Fox Demon King and smiled indifferently. A fire dragon quickly condensed above the Fox Demon's head. With a bang, the Fox Demon King was unable to dodge and was swept up by the huge wave of fire. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he used the Flame Dragon's built-in frontal knockback effect to hit the Fox Demon King with continuous basic attacks. Even at a very long distance of more than 200 meters, he managed to create a combo effect with his basic attack. Combo X10. Combo X30. At the same time, the Flame Dragon threw out a large number of fireballs. The sound of violence continued, and a large number of fox demons were burned in the sea of fire. The group of fox demons tried to break out and kill Lin Fan, but when they took a step forward, they fell into the range of the NPC archer's rain of arrows again. A large amount of arrow rain pierced the group of fox demons into hedgehogs, and their blood volume dropped rapidly. You killed the Demon Saint Fox. Experience points, plus 1,000. You killed the Demon Saint. Your level has been raised to level 17. Lin Fan was secretly delighted. The efficiency of leveling up was even higher than he had imagined. Conservatively speaking, if you play the game for 24 hours, the experience points required to level up will increase significantly after level 20. But with this insane monster-killing efficiency, you can at least reach level 23. Minus 1,640. Minus 1,641. The Fox Demon King was hit madly by the combo and the talent Burning Flames. He screamed continuously and floated in the air without coming down. Is this the method of the King of Magic? Brainless combo X1 82 times. What the hell? I kneel down to the King of Magic. It's hard for me to hit the monsters 10 times in a row, but he can hit them so many times in a row. 1 to 2,000 people are injured every second. It's so horrible. The mage players who stopped to watch the battle knelt down on the spot. Even though they believed that Boss Lin was the best among the NPCs, The scene of him beating the boss like his son was still shocking. To ordinary players, being able to perform unlimited combos on ordinary bosses at will is a miracle, but in hardcore mode, it is a necessary survival method for trial takers. Ordinary bosses do not have escape skill enhancements such as dominant body, hardware, and unparalleled posture. Any experienced trial taker can perform hundreds or thousands of combos. Tears in heaven, damn, the hero outfits are gone, and there's more than one. Kingdom Minotaur. It looks like a robe and some other armor. Can I go and grab it? The Demon Fox King exploded in the air, and a large amount of materials, gold coins, and equipment were scattered everywhere. Purple light shot up into the sky, blinding everyone's eyes. But before they could see the shape of the equipment clearly, Lin Fan waved his hand and put all of it into his waist bag. Fox Clan Robe. Quality, Heroic. Level, 20. Occupation, Mage. Defense, physical/magical damage reduced by 20%. HP, 300. Effect 1. Restore 1% of mana per second. The 6-piece set activates the Awakening skill, Thunder. Effect. Increases lightning/fire magic critical strike by 50% within 1 minute, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Lin Fan's scalp tingled. The Fox Clan Mage set was at level 20 in his previous life, and was one of the strongest heroic level mage sets, especially the Awakening skill obtained after completing the 6-piece set, Thunder, which can be said to be the exclusive magical skill of the early violent mage. The critical hit rate doubles within 1 minute. Even the rich man wearing a legendary suit may not be able to withstand it. Moreover, the basic attributes of the Fox Clan suit itself are also very good. The percentage of defense resistance is very important for thin-skinned mages. The percentage of mana recovery in armor is not as useful to most mages as a fixed increase in mana, but it is particularly friendly to a male mages like Lin Fan who has a huge amount of mana. Currently, he has 17,500 mana points, and 1% of mana recovery is equivalent to 175 mana points restored per second, which is enough to make him a perpetual motion machine for spells on the battlefield. Lin Fan continued to check out the second piece of purple equipment dropped by the monster. Fox Clan Ring, left hand. Quality, Heroic. Level, 20. Occupation, Mage. Effect 1. Increase critical hit rate by 5%. Effect 2. Attack speed increased by 0.2. It feels good. Lin Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Accessories did not improve the character's panel attributes much, but they were the equipment that was most likely to widen the gap with other players. Because the probability of accessories dropping is much lower than that of armor and weapons, many players are unable to collect a complete set of accessories even when they are over level 30. Having tasted the sweetness, Lin Fan continued to brush frantically. The frequency of monsters gathering in the distance gradually slowed down. It took an hour to kill nearly 2,000 monsters. Congratulations on holding off the first round of monster attacks. The reward is 20,000 experience points, 5 skill points, 5 free attribute points, and 2 gold coins. Please don't let your guard down. The monsters will come back in 10 minutes. The system prompt sounded, and Lin Fan relaxed a little. Looking at the large amount of spoils scattered all over the battlefield, Lin Fan's mouth was distorted with a smile. If there weren't people watching nearby, he really wanted to laugh out loud, but for the sake of the glorious image of Boss Lin, he had to hold it back. Start cleaning up the battlefield. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw this, and a huge amount of spoils flew into Boss Lin's hands. You received 27.5 gold coins. You have obtained 53 pieces of green equipment. You obtained 15 pieces of blue equipment. You obtained 2 pieces of purple equipment. You have obtained 12 professional skill books. Chapter 42. Unintentional. You learned C-rank water magic, Chaos Tide. You learned the D-level fire magic, Explosive Fireball. 4 of the dropped skill books are for mages. Although their quality is not high, you can learn them first. Now all 4 types of magic are complete. The only regret is that high-quality magic books are too rare. Only this C-level water magic, Chaos Tide, is somewhat useful. Effect: consumes 200 MP, creates a chaotic water area. Monsters in the area cannot distinguish between friend and foe for 3 seconds. Cooldown time 45 seconds. A typical PvE small-range interference skill. The skill introduction is quite impressive, but it is actually useless to NPCs and players. Lin Fan doesn't care since he has already learned it. After all, he is a rich man. What's more, there are so many waves of monsters waiting to be killed, and the things that are least lacking are skill books and equipment. With the title of Orc Heretic, the 10% extra drop chance is extremely useful. If it were any other player, they would definitely not be able to get so many things. As for the actual drop rate, it is only 1%, but there are so many monsters he kills that he will always hit the target. A purple knight's greatsword and a warrior's armor were all dropped at real drop rates. Now the proficiency of the left eye of the giant god has reached 20,000, and this is just the beginning. Lin Fan noticed that the monster was getting stronger as the attack went on. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the monsters gathered again, rows of stone barricades appeared in front of him again. In a short period of time, a total of 12 lines of defense almost enveloped the entire outer city. He couldn't guarantee whether the next monster would break through the defense line, so he could only continue to ensure himself. My sin value is still over 9,000. If I am killed, all my equipment will explode. Meditate to adjust your state and prepare to continue killing monsters. At this time, the world channel was not calm. Region announcement. Player Yikongqing holds a magic weapon and may be invincible, and will be ranked first on the magic weapon list. The first owner of a legendary weapon will be rewarded with 2 talent points, 20 skill points, 30 free attribute points, and 50 gold coins. The players were shocked. Lin Fan opened his eyes from his meditation and murmured, "Is it still the same as in the previous life?" Young Master Long Hin, congratulations, boss, for creating a magical weapon. Let's celebrate together. Emperor of Thorns, level 15 legendary bow. It's great to have money. It cost more than 10 million, right? Nitian Xiaoya. Yikongqing is also a fun person. It's just a level 15 weapon. Is it necessary to waste so much money to make a useless weapon? Lin Fan clicked on the weapons list. First place, Memory City. Weapon, Golden Feather Bow. Quality, Legend. Attack, 400. Critical hit rate, 20%. Effect? Except for the basic panel of the weapon, all awakening effects are hidden. This is a protection measure for the player's trump card. However, the attack power alone can crush the level 20 purple hero bow, and the 20% critical hit rate is even more exaggerated. But Lin Fan knew that these were not the most powerful aspects of this bow. In his previous life, he saw someone post the specific properties of this bow and arrow on the official website forum. The Golden Wing bow has the characteristic of ignoring a certain level of physical resistance. It also has range enhancement and triple split arrow effects. It is a very powerful weapon. It was with this bow and arrow that Yikongqing was able to slaughter everyone in the upcoming guild Stronghold War, killing more than 600 players by himself and ranking first on the kill list. It was this battle that made Yikong City Sword of Fame. Not only did it solidify its title as the #1 archer in Divine Realm, it also made the entire Dragon Mark famous. All new players who enter this game and think of joining a guild all aim to join Dragon Mark. In the final analysis, this is the first guild Stronghold War in God's domain, and the first battle is the final battle for the guild's reputation. This is an irresistible trend at this stage, and Yikongqing is the sole figure who stands on the crest of the wave and waves the flag for Long Hin. Yikongqing, thanks to the brothers and sisters in the guild and the various gold-making studios for their great help. If you hadn't given up your time leveling up, this bow wouldn't have been made even with the blueprint. Yikong City bought a regional loudspeaker to send out a thank you notice, continuing to play the role of a benevolent monarch as always. The bosses of many guilds watched silently without saying a word. Although they were very unhappy with Yikongqing's dominating attitude, they could do nothing about it. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Memory City had been continuously suppressed by the Triple Crown, but this did not affect the continued growth of the Dragon Trace Guild. After all, no matter how strong a single player is in everyone's eyes, it is simply impossible for him to compete with a guild supported by a top financial group. Legend of Yao. Well, I'm interrupting the boss's speech of gratitude. My heart was empty. That's right. Why are you pretending? Doesn't anyone know Longhin's behavior? Even the NPC king of the Divine Realm can't stand it? At this time, some discordant remarks began to appear on the world channel. NPC is unhappy with Longhin? What are they talking about? The leader of the Chaos Crime Guild, Emperor Demon, and several core members were drinking beer in the AI City Inn, discussing how to deal with Longhin in the guild war. The Wanzue Guild has a great background and also aims to become the #1 guild. It is inevitable that it will have a head-on collision with Longhin in the future. They absolutely do not want to see Longhin dominate the world of God's domain. Some players on the world channel began to stand up and accuse Longhin of various crimes. Legend of Yao, Crime 1. My niece just entered high school. Do you know how excited and happy she was when she had the chance to defeat the goblins for the first time in her life? Luohua Shuangwu, There are melons. There are melons. I like to eat melons. The legend of Yao. The people of Long Hin didn't even look at it. They just stepped on the goblin to death, and they also snatched every monster they saw. Do you know how heartbroken my niece is? Xiao. Isn't it a strong resonance? Our team plays games after the shift, and our refresh points are taken away by Long Hin every day. Damn it. Legend of Yao. Well, crime too. My friend's classmate was playing games with his girlfriend, but was kidnapped by Long Hin manager with a green outfit. My friend's classmate's love for his whole life was wrong. How sad. Crime 3. Last time I went to the Dragon Scar Guild to sell health products offline, they actually looked down on me and called me a lowly person? How can selling condoms and oil earn a living based on your own ability? How can it be considered despicable? Isn't this occupational discrimination? The legend of Yao continued to fire, and his sad and unwilling words aroused empathy from the players. Then, another literary master came forward and wrote a long accusation. The topics involved are extremely wide-ranging, including environmental protection, where Dragon Mark players spit everywhere after killing monsters, destroying the environment of humanity's second home, etc. Regarding the ethical aspect, a certain senior executive of Long Hin is a married man and is suspected of having an affair with Master Zhu, which is a very hot topic. Someone immediately took a screenshot and reposted it on the official forum, where it became a super hot post with over 10,000 comments that day. What the hell is this? I'm going to pee from laughing so hard. The Demon Emperor of Chaos stared blankly at the gossip, while several core members of Chaos held their stomachs and laughed wildly. They thought that Long Hin's momentum was unstoppable, and they could only suppress him by performing well in the guild war. But now, with a large number of whistleblowers showing up enthusiastically, the momentum of Long Hin was actually suppressed, instantly diverting the attention of many players. Players who add Dragon Mark are either losers or idiots. Your girlfriend or wife doesn't want them anymore, right? Just add Dragon Mark. Disgusting guild, disgusting players. Go to hell. Give justice to my niece. I regard Yikongqing as my big brother, and he regards me as a minotaur, nothing more. Damn, talented. Lin Fan, who was killing monsters, was stunned for a moment. The smile on his lips was harder to suppress than an AK-47 rifle. Long Hin's already bad reputation began to collapse again. An unexpected result leads to a great harvest. I just casually teased a few young wizards, but I didn't expect that each one was more talented than the other. These players are really working hard to get the mission rewards. They are all talented writers. Their ability to write stories is comparable to that of a certain Big V. Haha, I can complete the hidden task just by shouting, that's awesome. Brother Ao is very eloquent. If you hadn't asked me to copy, I definitely wouldn't have been able to list all 10. The group of people were all smiling, and after spreading the rumor, they decisively went to the inner city to find the captain of the guards to receive the reward. Ding dong. However, just as a few people reached the city gate, there was a noise coming from the mailbox. Yao was startled and opened his mailbox to take a look. Task reward. You received 10 gold coins sent anonymously. Fuck. I got rich. 10,000 yuan? I received it too. 10 gold coins. Everyone was immediately overjoyed. Yao's mailbox came with a message. You have been awarded the position of Public Opinion Director of the Godkiller Guild. Chapter 43. Long and Fierce. In the previous life, the Dragon Mark Guild did have a very bad reputation, and the players who suffered greatly from it were all gnashing their teeth in hatred. But generally speaking, it is because Dragon Mark is too powerful, which has squeezed the living space of small guilds and individual players. But it is different now. The Dragon Mark Guild has not yet begun to truly exert its strength in the Divine Realm world, and its reputation has collapsed again and again. This was a scene that Yikongqing and other Long Hin managers had not expected. Qingfeng, can you please stop scolding me? Can't I just quit the guild? The regional loudspeaker appeared again, which surprised the players a little, but it made sense after thinking about it. The warrior named Qingfeng is a highly skilled player. He often posts on forums to discuss various fighting styles of warrior schools and enjoys considerable prestige among the player community. Qingfeng suddenly announced his intention to quit the guild, sending a signal that Dragon Scar was not a monolithic entity. The other Dragon Mark masters are naturally not stupid. Following Ikong City does give them a chance to make a living, but not everyone has such a good attitude and can endure being blocked and scolded every day. The situation escalated, with many wealthy players quitting the game one after another. Long Hin and his executives had to go offline to hold an emergency meeting. I don't want someone who changes with the wind. I want someone who is truly strong. However, During the meeting, Yikongqing looked calm. Obtaining the legendary weapon made him full of confidence. From his point of view, screening out some unreliable members in advance may not be a bad thing for the guild. So what should we do now? We are having difficulty recruiting players right now. Zhu Shuangshuang frowned and said that the super popular post on the forum put her under tremendous pressure. My advice is to do nothing and don't respond to anything. Yikongqing said calmly. Why? We were just a little more active in grabbing monsters. We didn't do anything excessive. Zhu Shuangshuang felt aggrieved for the players under her. Yes, let those guys jump around for a few days. Once the guild war starts, these clowns will show their true colors. Zhang Tianqi stated. Yikongqing nodded with a smile. He always believed that as long as one is a human being, he or she will admire the strong. Longhen always crushes other guilds in terms of strength, so the lost hearts and minds can always be won back. The guild stronghold war is a good start. Have you found out that person's address? Yikongqing changed the subject and looked at the person in charge in front of him. Found it. Guess where the Triple Crown winner lives? Haha, the poorest shantytown in Jiangchuan City. The person in charge couldn't help laughing. Yikongqing chuckled when he heard this, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Let's go and have a good talk with this Triple Crown champion. Okay, I can come visit you tomorrow at the latest. On the other side, Lin Fan was completely unaware that trouble had come his way, and was still immersed in the joy of killing monsters and getting equipment. After 8 hours of crazy grinding, he squeezed into the top 3 from outside the top 30 on the level list. What the hell? After a night's sleep, I woke up and found that I was already level 21. I got 4 levels in a row. Some players who had been keeping an eye on the leaderboard noticed something was wrong. Every few minutes when the level list was refreshed, the experience bar progress of all the gods would rise noticeably. Keep rushing. Rush from night to day, and then from day to night. Another 10 hours passed. A total of 18 waves of monsters were defeated, with more than 20,000 monsters. Check Soul Seal proficiency. Left Eye of the Giant Spirit, Super God level. Passive skill 1. For every 10 monsters killed, gain a 1 meter range bonus. Intermediate upper limit 42, 47/5,000 meters. Passive skill 2. Every time you kill a monster, you gain 1 point of mana. Intermediate limit 42470/50,000 MP. Relying on the Super God level Soul Seal, the passive damage is getting higher and higher, and now the flame-burning damage has reached a terrifying 4,000 plus per second. Even though the monster levels and panels have become stronger as you progress further, even a level 20 lord cannot withstand this passive damage. You received 63.3 gold coins. You have obtained 82 pieces of green equipment. The stronger the monster, the better the items that drop from it. I got all the equipment for the Fox Demon Hero except the weapon, and the only thing missing were 2 earrings, the most difficult accessories. Alas, what a pity. It would be great if this quest could be completed continuously. Lin Fan looked at the devastated wasteland in front of him and couldn't help but feel sorry. The tone of his words sounded like he was brushing off the weakest goblin. In fact, if other players see troll elite monsters with a health of up to 110,000, level 25, and a size comparable to that of a mammoth rushing towards them in groups, they will definitely be scared and disconnect immediately. The monsters have become stronger, and the frequency of their gatherings has decreased a lot. Now each wave of monsters only has more than 300 powerful elite monsters and an elite boss. It seems that the wish to upgrade the Soul Seal to a high level has been dashed. The troll warrior slowly approached with a big bone club. All the NPC soldiers under Lin Fan were killed in the battle, but he was not panicked at all. After changing into a white fox suit, Lin Fan checked the panel attributes. ID, Fan's Hin. Race, human. Level, 23. Spell attack power, 390, novice staff. HP, 1300/1300. MP, 39500/42470. Attack speed, 1.1. Agility, 33. Defense, 170/20% double resistance reduction. Critical hit rate, 12%. Range, 42,490 meters. Free attribute points remaining, 140 points. Skill points remaining, 190 points. This panel attribute cannot be said to be invincible without carrying weapons and buff bonuses. I can only say it's quite perverted. With a range of 4.3 kilometers, Lin Fan had no idea how far a random A shot could reach. Lin Fan kept all the attribute points and talent points and did not touch them for the time being. Compared to equipment, skill books, and other things that can be bought with money, There is no regret medicine for the allocation of points. Wait until you receive the Career Awakening task and consider the reasonable allocation. What's the situation now? While chatting with the fat man, Lin Fan casually put a set of 6 cruiser equipment, an archer-class hero suit, on the auction house. The main feature of this set of equipment is skill cooldown/critical damage. The awakening skills are relatively useless and can only reset the 2 skills that are on cooldown once. It seems good at first glance, but in fact the archer's skill CD is relatively short. The only thing worth mentioning is the good attribute panel of the suit. The starting price for the set is set at 1 gold coin, with no upper limit and a time limit of half an hour. Wait, am I blind? Heroic suit, 1 gold coin? What the hell? What the hell? Brothers, look, there's some great stuff on the auction house. It's from that Fanshin guy again. The second-hand dealers who squat at the auction house every day are going crazy. Currently, even level 20 blue equipment is still relatively scarce, and purple equipment is even rarer. But what was put on the shelves was a complete set of level 20 hero suits, and it was a 6-piece suit for the popular profession archer. Who wouldn't be confused? Old demon, check the auction house. Quickly. Luanzue Chinfu immediately found the boss Emperor Mo, because the boss of Luanzue was an archer. A mortal being beaten by a god? Is this man a monster? Emperor Mo was shocked. The data on the weapon panel was no less than the legendary bow in Yakangcheng's hand. He was almost drooling. In the moment that Emperor Demon hesitated, the bidding price of Cruiser was raised to 3,000 gold coins. The number of gold coins is skyrocketing every second. Ask the finance department to transfer the money. No matter the cost, get me the middle cruiser suit. The Demon Emperor roared while panting. Chinfu, send me a private message to Fanshan. From now on, our guild will collect all the suits above level 20 produced by him. It is true that the Chaos Sin Guild is wealthy, but the Demon Emperor is also very shrewd. He has no shortage of money, but what he lacks is finding suitable equipment for his core personnel. Level 20 equipment and level 15 transitional equipment are 2 different things. Even if you use them until level 30, you can still resell them without losing much money. Luanzue Chinfu, brother, do you have any other professional equipment? Our guild will buy all the purple sets for all professions without any hesitation. Ding dong. Hundreds of private messages popped up, but he ignored them even when he received a private message from a wealthy person from the Luanzue Guild. In addition to the archer suit, he also has a knight suit, a priest suit, for warrior suits, and 3 rogue suits. There are still 6 hours left to kill the monsters. If I'm lucky, I should be able to collect 4 sets of heroic equipment. Lin Fan understood the importance of these powerful equipment to the top combat forces of each major guild, especially when the guild stronghold war is about to begin. Letting expert players wear a set of heroic equipment to join the battle will inevitably affect the balance of the entire guild war. Therefore, he had already selected the sponsor for these equipment. Chapter 44, God-Killing. Erosion of Bones. Wogan, dear master, there is something good. Why didn't you inform me? Lin Fan smiled bitterly and said, I knew you were going to ask, so I left you a set of knight's clothes. Let your senior sister wear it, and she will be invincible immediately. Bone erosion. Hee master, you still understand me. Lin Fan got goosebumps all over his body and added, how much does the cruiser cost? I'll give you a 50% discount on the knight suit. Bone erosion. I love you, Momoda. Lin Fan, get lost. At this time, the fat man finally replied, damn it, look at my current level. The fat man roared as if he had eaten dynamite. Lin Fan was startled, and he opened his friend list and took a quick look. Level 3? This is the rhythm of being killed by the holy sword user, and the level is reduced to 0. Don't bother me. I can only die 20 more times at most. I must seize this last chance in my life. I'm going to continue being fucked by him. Damn, I'm the one fucking him. The fat man kept yelling and raving, and Lin Fan was ashamed. He seriously suspected that he had been tortured to the point of mental breakdown, and his speech became incoherent. Forget it. Since you are pitiful, I will give you a helping hand. As Lin Fan spoke, he threw an exploding fireball towards the group of trolls. A fireball like a small sun exploded in the group of monsters. Minus 1,233. Critical hit minus 2,466. Minus 4,130. This magic is an enhanced version of Fireball Consecutive, with short CD and high damage. Its disadvantage is that its trajectory is too slow, and it is easy to be dodged by high agility targets. Nothing can help. You don't know how perverted that old dog is. The fat man was about to continue complaining, but he was stunned the next second. There was a long row of skill books in his mailbox. C-rank combat skill, wind and thunder step. B-rank combat skill, endless slash. D-rank combat skill, dragon strike. The skill book that others are worth a fortune was put into the package, and the fat man's eyes almost fell to the ground. What a generous gift. 21 books in total. The most outrageous thing is that one of them actually contains B-level warrior skills. You should know that there are only 8 B-level warrior skill books in the auction house now, and each book is priced at more than 400 gold coins. Damn it. A skill book costs 400,000. Should I learn it or not? The fat guy simply logged off and called Lin Fan via video. No, brother. You gave me this B-level skill book? Let me ask you again, do you really have a cheat? The fat man was seen hiding in the toilet, unable to hide his excitement and lowering his voice, as if he was attending a 007 meeting. Damn, there really isn't any. I just randomly spawned some monsters here, Lin Fan said unhappily. The fat man still looked unconvinced. What level of monster can drop this thing? A level 25 elite boss. I think its name is the Dark Knight Captain. I spent a lot of time to take away his health of over 700,000. If you don't want it, just give it back to me, Lin Fan said after thinking for a while. I'll give you a hammer. Even though he knew that his brother Fan was extremely awesome, the fat man still couldn't help but swear, "Madfuck, you are really not a human being." After saying that, the fat man hung up the video. Lin Fan was puzzled. He gave this kid a skill book with good intentions, but was scolded for no reason. In fact, the biggest difficulty in Fatty's challenge to the Holy Sword Master Ice River is not the operation, nor the damage problem. Because for this S-level awakening mission, Fatty only needs to hurt Hyoga. The so-called injury of the opponent is essentially the same as reducing the opponent's HP by 10,000 or reducing it by 1. There is no difference at all. The reason why Fatty is always killed instantly by Bingha is mainly because his level is low, and he has too few available skills. He can basically only attack with a normal attack, so his operating space is limited. Of course, the opponent is always Hyoga, the holy swordsman of the Light Dragon Empire, who has several more dimensions of fighting experience than the fat man. Giving a bunch of skill books to Fatty is just a help. Success or failure depends on him. After a round of monsters were defeated, Lin Fan began to submit subjugation missions in batches. You have completed the C-rank subjugation mission, hunting the Netherworld two-headed crocodile 50/50ths. Freedom points +3, skill points +4, silver coins 30, experience +4,000. You have completed the D-level collection task, 30/30ths of the emblems of the skeleton archer during his lifetime. Low-level crusade missions don't add many attribute points, but every little bit counts. Lin Fan's hunter level has risen from black iron to bronze, and he can now take on C-level characters. It usually takes at least half a month to upgrade one level. Just finding quest monsters is also very time-consuming, and upgrading becomes more difficult as time goes by. Fortunately, there are many kinds of monsters in this city defense mission, and you can always encounter the mission target several times in a round. If you are unable to complete a task, just give up and try again. In more than 10 hours, 65 C/D level tasks were completed. Just from the Crusade mission alone, I gained 130 free points and 154 skill points. Add to that the mission rewards obtained for resisting each round of monster attacks. The total is very considerable. However, Lin Fan was still not satisfied. With only 300 plus skill points in his hand, he still could not meet the requirements of the 4-element mage hidden mission. Still have to brush. Still need liver. Crazy. The Emperor Demon is crazy. 13,000 gold coins to take down the cruiser. 13 million was spent just like that. The financial strength of Emperor Demon is not inferior to that of Ekong City at all. With this magical equipment, the Chaos Guild has already reserved a guild base. At the Imperial Auction House, the cruiser's suit was sold out. Ding dong. Lin Fan received an email from the auction house. There was a rustling sound of coins scattering, and after deducting the transaction fee, a total of 12,350 gold coins fell into Lin Fan's pocket. Damn, so many gold coins. Lin Fan took a breath. He had no idea about the world of the super rich, and the money he made actually made him feel a little guilty. For others, it would be so difficult to get the set that they would cry even if they worked so hard. But with the title of Orc Heretic, he only spent a few hours to get it. Under normal circumstances, in a legendary 60-player hidden mission, the spoils are shared among dozens of top players. He, Lin Fan, has it all to himself. This is the benefit of being able to solo. This set of archer equipment is just the tip of the iceberg in his package. Thousands of level 15 to 25 green equipment are enough to meet the leveling needs of most ordinary players. According to the market price of 30 silver coins each, these pieces of junk can be sold for 300 gold coins. But Lin Fan didn't plan to sell it, but had other uses for it. The more than 300 pieces of high-level blue equipment in his hand are his main force. Blue equipment is what can attract elite players in guilds at this stage, and the price of a single piece is 10 to 20 gold coins. As players reach level 20 for the most part, the prices will only go higher. This batch of goods is enough to arm a 60-man combat group and can influence the outcome of the guild war. Ding dong. Lin Fan received another email. This time it was from Shirgu. 6,500 gold coins. Lin Fan accepted it with satisfaction, raised his hand, and threw a complete set of Skyrim Night Hero equipment into the mailbox and had it delivered by express delivery. This set of equipment can add 4,500 health points, 400 points of physical defense, and 300 points of magic resistance just from the attribute panel, which is quite luxurious. It comes with a 15-second, 35% damage reduction awakening skill. Wearing it will turn you into a human fortress on the battlefield. Bone erosion. I don't know what to say. Thank you, master. Shirgu was very clear that this price was just a friendly price. If this set of equipment was put on the auction house, it would definitely be sold to a sky-high price by those big knights. The price will only be higher than that of the cruiser with poor skills. At least the player named Queen Haoyue will definitely not miss it. Now holding more than 20,000 gold coins in his hand, Lin Fan felt much more confident. Open the mall and find the guild node war seat. You are about to spend 5,000 gold coins. Are you sure? Lin Fan took a deep breath. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time and had started planning since the first day of his rebirth. The expense is equivalent to 5 million renminbi, and he might have felt distressed in his previous life. But now Lin Fan knows clearly that after 3 years, when virtual reality is integrated, the currency in reality will be like waste paper. Besides, without strength, no matter how much money you have, it will all be in vain. Confirmed. Lin Fan calmed down. You have been awarded a guild token. Please name your guild. The system prompt sounded. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, the name of the guild is Godkiller. Why not Demon Slayer? Lin Fan's eyes flashed with ferocity because he knew it very well. In the apocalyptic world, no matter how the gods bestow strength and power on humans, in the final analysis, the trial takers are just weapons made by the gods, and the gods are the cause of all the disasters that bring about the catastrophe, be it gods or demons. As long as Lin Fan is still alive, he will kill them all. Chapter 45 Guild Selection. Region Announcement. Congratulations! Player Fanshin has created the guild Shirshin and obtained a guild war seat. Regional Notice. What? A mortal god. He didn't even want to go to the Kong family compound, where the annual salary was 200 million yuan, in order to create his own guild. Things are about to change. Large guilds like Dragonscar, Heaven's Will, and Chaos Sin may have rivals. The entire world channel was in an uproar. So many days had passed since the launch of Divine Domain, and there were hundreds of announcements about obtaining guild war seats. Everyone was already used to stone, so they weren't that surprised. But the problem is that the creator is actually the Triple Crown winner who was once banned. This is a very serious problem. Things are different now. The previous triple champion became a laughingstock because of match fixing. No one had ever thought that in Divine Domain, he could defeat the Dragon Scar and Tianxi copies one after another by his own strength. The arrogant Yakongcheng was killed instantly many times. He rejected an annual salary of 200 million and chose to create his own guild. This indicates that this former holographic online game mage will make a comeback. Shirgu. I won't say anything else. I'll support my master and share his wealth. Although Shirgu was surprised that Lin Fan founded a guild, this guy had a very high EQ and didn't care. He immediately sent out 666 gold coin red envelopes through the world channel. Empress Haoyue, congratulations, God Fan. I look forward to our next in-depth cooperation. The Demon Emperor of Chaos. I hope we can have a good fight in the guild war. Many big guys came out one after another to give out money and congratulate, which attracted many players to watch and scramble for the red envelopes. I remember this guy Emperor Demon, a battle maniac. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. The boss of Luanzue was the owner of a listed company. He once awakened an S-level Thunderblade Archer, which caused headaches for several major guilds. Just now, Lin Fan ignored the private chat of the person who committed the crime, and this guy did not bear a grudge. He was a madman who was very keen on fighting. Player Zijian, level 17, occupation, warrior, applies to join the guild. Player Snow Fairy, level 16, occupation. System prompts continued to sound, and in a split second, more than 300 players popped up, all wanting to join Godslayer because of the title of Triple Crown Champion. Lin Fan shook his head lightly and chose to temporarily close the application channel. The quality of soldiers is more important than their quantity. A Black Iron level guild can only accommodate up to 300 people. If you want the guild to level up faster, you need a large number of professional players to join. Excluding the places for daily life players, there are not many places left for main battle players. These members must be strong enough and trustworthy enough to prevent other guilds from inserting 007. Otherwise, when the Stronghold War begins, it will be very difficult if the key strategic layout is leaked. You sent an invitation to join the Player K's expedition. You sent an invitation to join the club to the player Madman. You are blowing the breeze to the player. Fatty, I'm only level 2, brother fan. Are you sure you want me to hold you back? Crazy man. Oh my god. Where did you get all that money? Did you find a rich woman? Why is my life not so good? Qingfeng. Player K's expedition has accepted the invitation. The fatty and the crazy quickly agreed to join the guild. There is no need to say much about these two buddies. One is a good brother who shares weal and woe, and the other is a military strategist who graduated from a military academy. The most important thing is that they are trustworthy. As for inviting Qingfeng, the blogger of the warrior section of the technical forum who was forced to leave Longhin, Lin Fan had thought of this before. In his previous life, Qingfeng's first professional awakening was only B level, and his strength was not ranked on the warrior list. However, he has a characteristic that is difficult for ordinary players to possess. He is not only proficient in the operation and fighting methods of the warrior style, but also has a deep understanding of other professions. The guide to countering all professions written by Qingfeng was very popular in the entire God realm. The professional teaching paper of more than 50,000 words is a must-read for almost every novice player. At this stage, the combat capabilities of most players are terrible. When they fight, they just hack and shoot randomly, simply competing to see who has more money and who has better equipment. If Qingfeng could be persuaded to join the guild and be made the head coach, it would significantly improve the combat effectiveness of the entire guild's players. My last guild was in Dragon Scar. Can you trust me? Qingfeng sent a private message, and Lin Fan replied with a smile. I'm not sure yet, but I trust your game theory level. After a long silence, Qingfeng looked at the private messages from his friend list, all of which were insults and abuse from his former teammates from the Dragon Mark Guild. He felt very chilled by the comments that he was a traitor and had a fragile heart. I don't like fighting for equipment, just ask me for equipment, Qingfeng said after a moment's hesitation. Piece of cake. Lin Fan smiled faintly and threw over a set of level 20 blue premium warrior uniform, worth more than 100 gold coins. Qingfeng didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward and immediately agreed to the invitation to join. After completing all this, Lin Fan continued to concentrate on killing monsters. Looking at the time, the guild war will start in more than a day, and most players are now busy leveling up. Level 20 is a watershed, because at level 20 you can undergo regular career awakenings and also get new level 20 equipment, which will bring about a qualitative transformation in your own strength. Another hour passed, and 3 hours later the monster's siege ended. I did it. I fucking did it. I am the sword god of the world. Brother fan, please read the notice. You must read it. I will definitely become famous. At this moment, the fat man suddenly sent out a voice scream, which scared Lin Fan. Region announcement. Unbelievable. Player K's expedition completed the S-rank hidden professional mission. 1,000 hammers. Obtained an S-rank hidden profession. Light and dark swordsman. Rewards. 100 attribute points, 120 skill points, 10 talent points, and 150 gold coins. As soon as the news came out, the players on the World Channel were shocked. The first S-level hidden profession turned out to be a level 1 player. I didn't mean to say, shit. This is such shit luck. How can a level 1 player awaken an S-level job? Tying. Where did you accept the mission? A 50 gold coin bounty mission clue is too good to be true. Dragon Scar Saber. Why? I'm in the top 50 of the level list, wearing a set of level 20 blue gear. Why would an S-level hidden profession be given to a novice warrior? Kaya's expedition. Hey, stop arguing. I cleared the level because of my good skills. You guys can just go to bed. Lin Fan was amused by this guy. Kaya continued to show off in the channel, saying, there is nothing I can do if you are unhappy. Remember, I am the king of Europe. Do you understand? And those who want to recruit me into the guild, forget it. I am the second in command of godkiller. The fat man, who had been abused 998 times before finally passing the level, had long been unconscious, and now he just wanted to vent all his resentment. Those players who thought they were warrior gods were so angry that their livers were splitting. They couldn't understand why all the benefits were taken by people related to ordinary gods. Stop talking nonsense. I'll drag you into the dungeon and take you to level 20 in 3 hours. Lin Fan made a team invitation. Fatty, what? Level 20 in 3 hours? The fat man was stunned, suspecting that Lin Fan was jealous of his talent and was now talking nonsense. What else? Look at my current level. Lin Fan chuckled. I made it. Level 24 and 90%? Number 1 on the level list. Are you eating pig feed to level up? The fat man cursed, not daring to believe his eyes. Eat your sister. Lin Fan cursed angrily. The leveling progress was much faster than Lin Fan expected. In the last 4 hours, there were not many monsters, but their levels are all around level 25 to 29, and their health is incredibly thick, but the experience gained from killing them is equally exaggerated. Where are you? 10 minutes later, a shirtless, white-haired level 1 handsome guy appeared, and all his equipment fell off due to a level reduction. The fat man was confused and looked everywhere for Lin Fan. Where are you looking? I'm right in front of you. Lin Fan was speechless. The fat man stared at him blankly for a long time. Boss Lin? NPC. I finally understand. You don't have any plugins, you should be a game planner, right? The fat man made a bold assumption. I'm your father. Lin Fan jumped up and slapped him on the head. Critical hit -99. The poor fat guy was almost sent back to the spring by a slap. Just stay here and don't move. I'm going to start brushing. Lin Fan sighed. Wait, let me try out a new skill. The fat man touched his head and grinned. He stretched out a hand, and a dazzling white flame burst out from the palm of his hand. It was the Sword of Light, one of the two-handed swords used by the Holy Sword Master Bingha. After a while, Lin Fan's face froze. The fat man raised his eyelids awkwardly and muttered, Damn, not enough mana. It's a bit short. The fat man's level was too low, and the originally majestic and domineering magic sword in his hand was only the length of his little finger. Lin Fan's mouth twitched, and he patted his shoulder and said earnestly, At this length, we'd better not take it out. Chapter 45. Online solo kill? Oh, dust. The fat guy sat next to him and kept the game running. His upgrade speed was like a rocket. For the first 10 levels, he would upgrade by 1 level just by killing a few elite monsters. After the last 3 rounds of monsters were defeated, the fat man's level was raised to level 19. Even if it didn't reach level 20 directly, the leveling efficiency was outrageous. I'm poor. I'm really poor. The level 25 elite boss only dropped a bunch of junk for me. The last elite boss fell, but the expected purple light did not appear. Only a few level 25 blue items with average attributes. You got 5 gold coins. You have obtained the quest scroll for the dungeon Dragon Girl. Wait, clues to the legendary copy? Lin Fan was startled and opened the package to check the scroll. The lost ruins of the Frost Dragon Kingdom. Go to Xian City to look for clues about the girl. You will risk your life, but the gods will pray for you. Wish you good luck. The mission coordinates appear on the minimap. Xian City is the second town that players need to reach. It is far away from Edgar City, and the monsters there are much stronger than those near Edgar City. However, some players who choose to complete the main quest first will choose to rush over mindlessly and open the teleportation coordinate points so that they can take the teleportation array to get there later. The difficulty of the Abyss level dungeon is quite interesting. Lin Fan became interested. Generally speaking, it is already difficult to reach the legendary level for a task, and the Abyss level is just as the name suggests, it will become a nightmare for players. In the previous life, the first Abyss level dungeon was conquered by a group of professional players half a year after the server was launched. However, the higher the difficulty of the God's World dungeon, the rewards will increase exponentially. The most typical feature of the Abyss level dungeon is that it can drop legendary equipment, and skill books above level A may also appear. The 24-hour countdown to the monster attack is over. The scene in front of Lin Fan and the fat man switched. The monsters in the distance no longer gathered, and the surrounding NPC soldiers and terrain returned to their original state. Region announcement. Player Fanshen is like a god on Earth, defending against the attack of the monster group in the outer city of Edgar. The first clear of the legendary dungeon has been achieved. Experience points reward 100,000, skill points 30, free attribute points 25, gold coins 30, reputation 20,000. As soon as the district-wide notice came out, The world channel was collectively speechless and even felt a little numb. No wonder I was able to get a full set of archer equipment. It turns out I encountered a legendary instance. Fortunately, they didn't say that it was completed alone. If it was completed alone, it would be too scary. Many top players breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that there was no achievement for soloing the dungeon. They all consoled themselves, thinking that since Fan Shen was a professional player, he had an advantage over others in getting started with the game. Plus, with the help of strong teammates, it was reasonable for him to clear the legendary dungeon. However, Lin Fan brought a burden with him, and the fat man was busy tinkering with the skills of his new profession the whole time, let alone contributing any effort. What's wrong? Why are there no more monsters? The fat man fiddled with the two magic swords in his hands and looked up at Lin Fan in confusion. You're addicted to AFK. The mission has been completed. Lin Fan scolded with a smile. Only the fat guy was shameless and felt at ease to gain experience. Then I will continue to complete quests and level up. When I reach level 20, that's when I'll truly stand up as a man. The fat man laughed. Lin Fan smiled but said nothing. The S-level awakening profession was indeed powerful, but the special skills that came with the profession required a lot of time to hone. Especially for the dual sword style like light and dark swordsman, it is difficult to operate as a basic profession. Now you have abandoned the shield defense, you can wear two main weapons, and you can enchant the weapons with light and dark magic. Maximizing the attack power gain will mean that the difficulty of operation will increase sharply. By the way, I almost forgot to ask you, how did you pass the mission? It was so extreme. Lin Fan asked curiously. The fat man laughed sinisterly and raised his eyebrows at him. I'm going to delete my account just because I died twice in the last 2 times. But who is Kai? He's a genius. After listening to what the fat guy said, Lin Fan was shocked. He thought the fat guy relied on a fancy skill set and a bit of luck to win, but who knew that this guy really relied on his IQ? Seeing that his level was about to be reset to 0, the boy changed his mind and spent 10 gold coins to buy a cart full of liquor for Bingha. Who is Bingha? He is a big alcoholic. After a big meal, he is completely drunk. At this time, the fat man challenged him cunningly. Sure enough, Bingha made a fatal mistake, and he really took advantage of the opportunity to successfully reduce his health to -1, completing the S-level trial. You have grasped the essence of this game. Lin Fan had to admit that when one is poor, one must think of change. In the world of God's domain, it is much better to use your brain than to be a stubborn person. Hold the equipment. I've been grinding all day. It's time to log off and eat something. Lin Fan threw a set of level 20 bloody 1000 captain warrior suit to the fat man. The fat man accepted it with a playful smile and said, Brother Fan, you are doing so well. I will come to find you tomorrow and move out of that shabby rental house. We can set up an offline guild site together. Lin Fan nodded when he heard this. This was exactly what he meant. Now that he is not short of money, there is no need for him to stay in the shantytown, and besides, his game cabin is already outdated and it is difficult to sustain it for a long time without the support of Nutrient Solution. Furthermore, most guilds have their own offline studios to handle matters that are inconvenient in the game. After all, meeting in the virtual world always lacks credibility for most players, so it is safer to meet offline. Lin Fan disconnected from the game. I climbed out of the game cabin, looking a little tired. Although I could endure the constant grinding and killing of monsters physically, it was indeed a torture for my spirit. At 10 o'clock in the evening, she sent a message to her sister. After learning that the dean had personally contacted her to study the condition, Lin Fan felt relieved that she had an internal medicine expert to take care of her. I have to say that Qinwei's grandson is not a good person, but he is indeed capable of doing things. No wonder he is highly valued by Lu Xingchen. I am probably the only one who likes to eat instant noodles with tens of millions in my hand. Lin Fan laughed at himself and found a plate to cover the instant noodles. It is indeed true that he likes to eat instant noodles. In the past few years of survival in the apocalypse, every trial taker has gone crazy eating monster meat. Instant noodles, a product of the technological era, are a scarce commodity. Incredible, in just a few days, we have achieved such a god-level start. Tianzi, Longhin, the gods, the demons, let's wait and see. Lin Fan sat on the balcony, lit a cigarette, and breathed in the air greedily. The gorgeous night view outside the window made him miss it. 3 years later, all this will change dramatically, and this rare leisure time is worth savoring. Boom, boom, boom. There was an untimely knock on the door. Who would come to see me so late at night? Could it be that woman Lu Xingchen? Lin Fan frowned and stood up. The trial taker's unique sense of crisis made him remain still. He didn't turn on the lights in the living room. He planned to look through the peephole to see who the other person was first. The knocking on the door became more rapid, and Lin Fan felt more and more uneasy. Lin Fan, open the door and talk to you. An impatient voice came from outside the door, but Lin Fan still did not respond. He has lived here for 2 years, and almost no one has ever come to visit him. Even when he pays the rent to the landlord, he does it by transferring money on his mobile phone. Don't install it. The electric meter in your house downstairs is always running. I suggest you just be honest. The woman continued. Lin Fan sighed. The person who was looking for trouble seemed to be quite professional. Wait a moment. I'll be right there. Lin Fan calmed himself down and said calmly, You're looking for me? As soon as I opened the door, 3 men and 1 woman were standing at the door. The men were tall and strong, with a lot of flesh on their faces and didn't look like good people. Lin Fan took a half step back vigilantly, not because of fear, but because of the awareness of a trial taker. He kept his distance and was ready to attack at any time. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qian Jiao and I work in the legal department of Dingxin Group. The woman had bright makeup, a leather jacket, long hair, and a very strong attitude. Seeing Lin Fan's cold face and silent, Qian Jiao snorted and said with a smile, Why? Isn't it convenient for us to come in and sit down? Sit down, of course. Lin Fan smiled meaningfully and invited Qian Jiao and others into the living room. 2 of the bodyguards blocked the door, and the others stood behind Lin Fan, which made Lin Fan feel very uncomfortable. You should know who we are, right? Qian Jiao asked. Yes, the consortium behind the Dragon Scar Guild. Lin Fan picked up the instant noodles. He had expected Ekong City to cause trouble for him, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Let's make a long story short. The message conveyed to me is very clear. You have 3 choices. Qian Jiao took out a stack of documents from her bag and placed them casually on the coffee table. Lin Fan patiently smiled and said, You go ahead. First, join Longhin with an annual salary of 500 million and serve as vice president. Second, I will pay you a one-time buyout fee of 1 billion, and you will delete your account and exit Divine Domain. Third, slurp, slurp. Qian Jiao paused, and there was a hint of anger in her eyes. Lin Fan was eating noodles in front of her and didn't take her seriously at all. Great. So, what about the third point? Lin Fan took the time to raise his head. Third, you will be put in jail for more than 10 years because of the exposure of the solid evidence of match fixing. Qian Jiao sneered. Chapter 46 What's Wrong with Having a Good Time Before Death? After listening to this, Lin Fan continued to eat his noodles. With the strength of the Dingxin Group, it would be easy for them to frame him. This is what the Tianxi Club did before, making him infamous. But this time, Ekong City wants to throw him into a cell, which is essentially no different. He just didn't understand why these people were so disgusting. It's bad enough that I was bullied in the previous life, but I'm being bullied in this life too. Do you really think that Lin Fan is a soft persimmon that is easy to deal with? Qian Jiao smiled softly and said, Lin Fan, I also play the game Divine Domain. I know you are very good at the game. If the young director didn't think highly of you, you would not be qualified to sit here and negotiate with me. You are so noble, beautiful lady. Lin Fan shook his head jokingly, and the bodyguard behind him immediately fell in expression. He took a step forward and planned to teach this ignorant brat a lesson. Qian Jiao frowned slightly, stopped the bodyguard's next move, and smiled. Make your choice. Vice President of Longhin? I'm not interested. Lin Fan finished his soup, stood up and threw away the foam box, and said casually, As for the 1 billion you want to buy me out of the game, to be honest, it's not tempting enough. Then your choice is? Qian Jiao's face changed, her tone became gloomy, and she tapped the documents on the coffee table with her index finger and sneered, Mr. Lin, even if you don't consider yourself, you should at least consider your sister. Your sister is seriously ill and hospitalized, and she needs surgery next month. As soon as these words came out, murderous intent flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. This touched his bottom line. This bitch is playing with fire and getting burned. You seem to have conducted a very thorough investigation. You are indeed professionals. Lin Fan still had a smile on his face. He turned around and brushed past the bodyguard behind him, saying with a smile, Sorry, my mouth is full of oil. Wash your face. The wash basin in the rental house was right next to the kitchen. When Lin Fan finished washing his hands and turned around again, Qian Jiao's face suddenly changed, and she jumped up from the sofa in fright. What do you want to do? I saw that the boy was holding 2 kitchen knives in his hands. Several tall bodyguards were also surprised. They never expected Lin Fan to be so brave. What are you saying to me? You come to my house and act wildly. Do I have to treat you like an idol? Lin Fan said calmly. You're looking for death, little bastard. The bodyguard standing in front of him suddenly attacked, pulled out a baton from his pocket, and smashed it into Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. He dodged sideways and kicked the man on the ankle, causing him to scream in pain. He swung the kitchen knife in his hand backhand and hit the man's neck hard with the back of the knife. The bodyguard almost staggered and fainted. Qian Jiao and the other two bodyguards were stunned. They had never heard that the former esports genius was also a martial artist. Lin Fan raised his foot and stepped down the bodyguard who was trying to stand up. There was a ruthless look on his face. Killing someone was just a matter of thought for him. Under normal circumstances, these professional fighters are indeed difficult to deal with, but the opponents underestimated him because they saw that he was young and not strong. Moreover, as a trial taker who has been reborn, even if his body is ridiculously weak, he can rely on his combat awareness to chop these guys into pieces with just 2 strikes. Lin Fan's face was stern, his breath was steady, and he stepped 1 foot on the bodyguard's face. The terrifying aura emanating from him made Qian Jiao and others feel chilled. I choose the 4th condition. Either you go away or die. Lin Fan issued an ultimatum. Although he and Fatty were killed by Yikong City in their previous life, this incident has not happened in this world. So Lin Fan has been struggling over whether or not to strike first. Since Yikongcheng has been so shameless as to send people to threaten him offline, there is no need to worry about this issue anymore. Lin Fan, remember, you missed the chance to negotiate. If you go against us, you will die miserably. There are countless ways to make you regret it. Qian Jiao pretended to be calm and put away the documents. She didn't know why she could sense a sense of horror in a young man. Every cell in her subconscious was frantically crying for help, and she just wanted to leave here quickly. Lin Fan's face was calm. He grabbed the belt of the bodyguard who was nearly knocked unconscious and dragged him out of the room. I won't take you downstairs. Bye. After watching Qian Jiao and the others get into a Cullinan on the balcony, Lin Fan returned to the room and began packing the necessities for him and his sister. Move place. Move immediately. Jiangchuan City is too small after all, and it is very easy for the henchmen of the Dingxing group to find him. Lin Fan lit another cigarette to calm himself down. He had long been accustomed to being hunted, so this situation could only be considered a minor incident. But in this world, his sister is still alive and needs someone like him to rely on. He cannot take the risk of fighting Yikong City to the end. First, we have to take my sister out of the hospital overnight, and it would be best to find a bigger city with better medical conditions. Amid the lingering smoke, Lin Fan felt a sense of powerlessness. Trying to counter the power of a giant by one person is like throwing an egg against a rock. It's still easy in the divine world. He can play with Yikongcheng and others to death, but this is the real world and many factors need to be considered. Hold. Under the strong emotional fluctuations, Lin Fan couldn't help cursing, and suddenly he felt dizzy, and then his eyes began to hurt severely. His left eye, to be exact. Everything in front of him suddenly became bizarre, and the images of the divine world and the real world began to switch back and forth. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether it was an illusion or reality. What happened? A few minutes later, Lin Fan slumped down in front of the bed, taking a few deep breaths until the uncomfortable feeling calmed down. Just as he was confused, the lights in the rental house suddenly went out, a cold wind blew across his cheek, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Oh no! Could it be that Qian Jiao and the others have come back to kill us? Lin Fan was thinking this when he suddenly looked up at the balcony fence, and his heartbeat suddenly stopped. A figure shaped like a civet cat was squatting on the fence, with long black hair dancing wildly in the wind and a pair of cold eyes staring at him. You look so wimpy in real life. A cold female voice sounded, and the figure jumped off the fence with a very strange movement, like a sword filled with murderous intent being unsheathed. The sound of metal colliding exploded. Blood was gushing out from the base of Lin Fan's wrist, which was torn apart by a huge force. Fortunately, the kitchen knife in his hand saved his life, but his body was forcibly pressed on the bed by the woman. You? Who the hell are you? I know you well? Lin Fan couldn't see the other person's face clearly, veins bulged on his forehead, and he tried hard to use a kitchen knife to block the dagger in the man's hand. The other party's amazing skills made Lin Fan break out in a cold sweat. Then, from the light outside the window, he could barely see that the woman looked quite impatient. Moreover, the other person's body was pressing on him, and his figure seemed to be quite amazing. But even though the girl was nice, not only could he not pick her up, but she also wanted to kill him. Lin Fan had no time to appreciate her. Aren't you looking for death? I'm here to find you. How come a great god of magic is scared? The woman chuckled jokingly, like a cat playing with a mouse. It seemed that the two sides were in a wrestling confrontation, but Lin Fan could clearly sense that the other party still had some strength left, and it was obvious that he was holding back his head just to humiliate him. This body, it's really been masturbated too much. It's so weak. Lin Fan was anxious. His weak body could not keep up with his thinking, otherwise it would not be so passive. After a few seconds, seeing that the other party was still chattering, Lin Fan accepted his fate and simply let go of the kitchen knife. Die, 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 hurry up. Lin Fan was completely defeated. With this woman's skills, it would be easy for her to kill him. Resistance would only make him more humiliated. Huh. The woman was a little surprised. Under the cover of night, in the bedroom, their eyes met, their bodies pressed against each other, and a strange atmosphere filled the air. The stalemate lasted for a long time, and Lin Fan's hands were numbed by the other party's pressure, and he moved slightly. Then an inexplicable hand came up and easily grasped her waist. I'm about to die, so what's wrong with having some fun? Lin Fan said to himself with a blushing face. Snapped. The woman jumped back as if she had been electrocuted and subconsciously slapped the hooligan. She was completely frightened by Lin Fan's sudden and indecent behavior. Fuck, hit me. Lin Fan would not care whether the killer was a man or a woman. Before the other party could come to his senses, he slapped her hard in the face. The female killer had never suffered such an injustice before. She was stunned by the slap from the straight man. She stood in front of the bed, covering her cheek, at a loss. Lin Fan stared at the other person's body shaking, dumbfounded. Is she crying? I never expected that such a skilled female killer would actually cry. Who is the victim and who is the perpetrator? People like you deserve to die, and die 10,000 times. The female killer broke down and shouted at Lin Fan while holding back her tears. This tone sounds very familiar. Lin Fan frowned and once again took a careful look at the female killer from top to bottom. Suddenly he was startled. Kong, are you Kong Bai? Chapter 47 Fairy Palace. Lin Fan was a little confused. What kind of day was this tonight? First, people from Ikong City came to cause trouble, and then they came to assassinate him under the blank line. My eyes felt inexplicably uncomfortable. So, can this crappy game of God's Domain still be played? Be good. Don't cry. Baby, just be obedient, okay? Lin Fan found the tissue on the bedside table and comforted her with good intentions. As a result, Kong Bai felt more and more aggrieved. Not only was he killed instantly by this stinky man in the game, but he was also taken advantage of in real life. But he couldn't even do anything to him. So she cried even harder, her tears streaming down her face, and her heartbroken look was heartbreaking. Lin Fan slapped his forehead. It really felt like he had seen a ghost today. Standing half a meter away from Blank Girl, he kept handing her tissues to wipe her tears and snot. I'll let you kill him 8 or 10 times in the game tomorrow. In reality, we only have one life. You've already stabbed me with a knife, so I can't just take advantage of you. Bai Kangniu has completely grasped Lin Fan's weakness. He is a real straight man, but what he fears most is women crying. Because he Xiaoxian often uses this trick, and it always works. I don't want to say anything more to someone like you. It was a mistake for the palace master to ask me to come to you. You are not worthy of joining us at all. After a long time, Kong Bai finally spoke with disgust on his face. Shop owner? Are you selling something? Are you a scammer? Lin Fan was stunned and asked curiously. Kong Bai turned his head to look at him with murderous eyes. Lin Fan grinned. It's just a joke. Why are you angry? I vaguely think that you are much prettier in real life than in the game. Especially your small nose and eyes are very pleasing to the eye. Kong Bai almost broke down again when he heard this. Is small nose and small eyes a high-end adjective? To be honest, it was only after turning on the light that Lin Fan saw Kong Bai's true face. She was wearing a black, tight-fitting tactical suit, had a slender and graceful figure, a fair face, and a pair of electric eyes with a little teardrop mole on the edge, giving people a feeling of being both cool and charming. No wonder he is so angry. It turns out I just took advantage of him. Lin Fan squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. Kong Bai was so angry when he heard this that he almost vomited blood. His chest heaved violently, and he tried hard to control his emotions. I won't tease you anymore. Tell me, why did your Guwu family come to see me? Lin Fan said with a smile. You. Kong Bai was shocked and felt very surprised. He didn't understand why the other party seemed to know his background very well. You have to know that ordinary people have no access to them at all. Even among the Chinese high-level officials, only a few people know about the existence of the ancient martial arts world. If you still want to enter the divine realm without interference, I will only say this once, and you'd better listen to me. Kongbai said seriously. After a moment, Kongbai explained her purpose. She was asked by an organization called Xianling Temple to come to him. Her purpose was very clear, which was to get Lin Fan to join them and set up a plan in the divine realm. The Fairy Palace. Lin Fan's heart was filled with shock. When the super hardcore mode was first turned on, there was a very large force that almost integrated all the ancient warriors and heavenly level powerhouses in the divine realm. This group of people, at all costs, used their blood and tears to build the first line of defense against the devil and forcibly maintained the temporary peace of the Pure Land of China. This force is none other than the Fairy Palace. When Lin Fan had come into contact with Kongbai before, he suspected that this woman was from the Guwu family. It seemed that his guess was correct. However, Lin Fan was still a little surprised. You have to understand that the game has only been launched for a few days, and the layout of the Fairy Palace is so advanced. Even the god-level assassin Kongbai has long been a member of the Fairy Palace. Although Lin Fan was somewhat famous among the players in his previous life, he could only be regarded as a small shrimp because he delayed the progress of the divine realm for too long, and naturally could not attract the attention of the Fairy Palace. And this time, they actually came to me. Lin Fan didn't know whether it was lucky or unfortunate. Join the Fairy Palace and we can provide you with protection, Kongbai said directly and clearly. It was obvious that she knew what happened to Lin Fan. What about Long Hin? Lin Fan thought for a moment and said that the Fairy Spirit Hall was currently an idle organization and would not require him to join any guild, or even do too much. From a national perspective, the Dingxing group is just a flag. What is there to worry about? Kongbai sneered, looking down on people like Yikong Chung. That's true. Lin Fan chuckled and said, it can be seen that the Fairy Palace is affiliated with the country. No matter how powerful the Dingxing Consortium is, it is just a stronger ant in front of the country. However, Kongbai also made it clear that Lin Fan needed a guarantee from him before joining the Fairy Spirit Hall. That is, become the number one among hundreds of millions of players in all regions, and always be loyal to your country. After Kongbai finished explaining all this, he raised his hand and threw him a business card, telling him to call him the next morning and someone would make arrangements for him. After saying that, Kongbai snorted coldly, stood up and walked out of the bedroom. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Not only have large companies entered the divine realm, but even countries have begun to take action. Lin Fan pondered over it secretly and still felt that he was a little naive. Many of the settings and operations of the game divine realm are not regulated by any country. Faced with such an unstable virtual world, it is impossible for the Chinese top leaders to sit idly by, and he seldom paid attention to this aspect in his previous life. Fortunately, after joining the Fairy Palace, he can finally stop worrying about being killed offline again. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Fan yawned and walked out of the bedroom, planning to take a shower and take a nap. Now he is at level 26 and ranks first on the level list. It is almost impossible for others to catch up with him in a short period of time. Ding ding ding. The electronic lock alarm sounded. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment and was puzzled to find that Blank Girl was standing in front of the door and hadn't left yet. Could it be that this woman was unwilling to accept the fact that she had been molested, planning to pay it back multiple times? Lin Fan showed a vigilant look, put his hands in front of his chest, and asked tentatively, "Why don't you leave?" The Blank Girl with her back to him blushed and said in a very small voice, "You locked the fingerprint lock? I can't open it." "No. Don't you know ancient martial arts? Since you were able to climb in from the balcony just now, it means you should be able to jump down, right?" Lin Fan said seriously. "This is the 13th floor." The corner of Baikong's mouth twitched. If she didn't know how to curse, she would have already burst out with gibberish. What's wrong with the 13th floor? It's not like we can't jump. Lin Fan looked at her very seriously, his eyes full of anticipation. It was too dark just now, and he couldn't see the ancient warrior's demeanor clearly. This time he must look carefully. "I can't explain it to a fool like you." Baikong was so angry that she stomped her feet around. She grabbed Lin Fan by the collar and walked to the door and forcibly unlocked the fingerprint lock. Lin Fan stood at the door and sent her downstairs, muttering, "Oh, if you haven't mastered your skills yet, just say so. It's no big deal." Kong Bai's blood pressure soared again, and he gritted his teeth. "Die 10,000 times. Die 10,000 times for me." Chapter 48 Legendary 3-Piece Set. The next day, Lin Fan called according to the business card given by Kong Bai. The people at the Xianling Temple were very efficient, and in less than an hour, An SUV with military license plates picked him up. The driver called himself Lao Su, and he was from the provincial military region, but he was not willing to reveal his specific position. Lin Fan didn't think too much about it, because there was no point in thinking about it. As long as the fairy palace could provide protection, it would be fine. The car drove to the Huanqing Lake Villa district. Lao Su handed him the villa access control and drove away in a hurry, saying that there would be someone from the hospital to be responsible for protection. Although Lin Fan was a little confused, he found that the decoration of this single-family villa was quite good, and it was equipped with 6 of the latest game cabins according to his requirements. He didn't ask any further questions. With old Su's cold attitude, it was obvious that he wouldn't talk to him anymore. Check your equipment and log back into God's domain. Travel through time and space, switching scenes. Lin Fan returned to the inner city of Edgar. I worked frantically for 24 hours yesterday and cleared all my sin points. I can finally walk safely on the street. Opening the equipment panel, he collected all 12 pieces of the Fox Clan suit that countless Thunder Mages dreamed of. After a little consideration, Lin Fan decided to replace the 3 top-quality equipment, Demon Staff, Fox Boots, and Fox Shoulder Armor. Most players like to pursue suits that can gain awakening skill enhancement effects. The enhanced effect in the Fox Clan's weapons and armor set is useless. It just reduces the cooldown time of Thunder by 3 minutes, and the cost-effectiveness is actually not high. The correct way to open it is to keep the Fox armor, get the Thunder effect, and put the 3 empty pieces of equipment together to get a set of equipment to get the second awakening skill effect. The 3x3 mode is the strongest equipment option at this stage. Lin Fan still holds the rare holy object, Silmaril, in his hand. It would be a pity if he doesn't use it to create legendary equipment. Lin Fan went straight to the city to build a street of equipment. Adventurer, take a look around and tell me if you like anything. A sturdy man was standing at the door soliciting customers, and Lin Fan stood in front of him as soon as he walked up. Superior equipment can be customized, and the grand opening sale has a 99% discount on all items. The blacksmith was talking nonsense and Lin Fan was speechless. What the hell was the difference between a 99% discount and no discount at all? Lin Fan ignored him. There were more than one NPC of the same type in the Divine Realm. There were 8 blacksmith shops on this street alone, and the craftsmanship of each NPC was very different. Many players have complained on the forum that they have repeatedly fallen into the trap of encountering equipment made by blacksmith apprentices, spending thousands of dollars only to get a bunch of green junk. Therefore, when it comes to finding a blacksmith to forge iron, luck actually plays a big role. The legendary longbow made by our master forger is feared by the world. Across the street, a forging/equipment shop attracted the attention of a large number of players, with dozens of people queuing at the door. The magic bow on Yakongcheng's body came from here. This is a super Krypton gold shop. The forging cost is more than 5 times higher than other shops. Lin Fan said to himself, this store is purely for the rich. Both the prices of ready-made equipment and the forging costs are ridiculously high. However, it was indeed made by the master blacksmith in Icheng, who can guarantee the quality of the forged equipment, and the success rate is also the highest among its peers. Lin Fan walked all the way to the end of the alley and stopped in front of a makeshift shop that looked very simple. The dream of a billion girls. I spent 50 gold coins and dozens of materials to make a purple weapon, and you just tell me that the forging failed and that's it? Young and shy boy, spicy guy, give me back my money. Give me back my money, old man. Go, 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 go and have fun. Don't you know that forging is risky? Inside the shop, a red-bearded dwarf was holding a barrel of wine and drinking it violently, completely ignoring the complaints from numerous players. I told you guys long ago that if you use garbage to build me, it will only become a pile of garbage. The dwarf blacksmith even hung up a sign saying closed today. Boss, custom-made equipment. Lin Fan walked into the store calmly. Young and shy boy. This damn dwarf dropped 2 of his 3 pieces of equipment, and one of his blue equipment turned into a blank one. You're still looking for him? Are you stupid and rich? The players around who had been fooled were all puzzled. How could this guy jump into a pit even though he knew there was one? Isn't this just pure stubbornness? If other blacksmiths get forging materials and there is a probability of forging failure, at most the quality of the equipment will be downgraded. But this old guy will just give the player a pile of scrap metal. Lin Fan ignored the others and walked into the shop and approached the dwarf blacksmith Wade. Wade frowned and glanced at him. Breathing down his breath, he said, the success rate for heroic equipment is 30%, and the success rate for excellent equipment is 20%. You decide for yourself. What about the legendary equipment? Lin Fan smiled jokingly. Upon hearing this, Wade put down the beer barrel in his hand, squinted his eyes and smiled. Boy, It sounds like you are very ambitious. Not bad. I need 3 pieces of legendary equipment, a weapon, a robe, and shoulder armor. Can they be customized? Lin Fan smiled indifferently. The players standing at the door watching the fun were shocked. A legendary 3-piece set? Ekong City has only made 1 weapon and 1 piece of armor so far. First on the weapons list, first on the armor list. Who is this person? How could he be so arrogant? He chose to find these unreliable sand-dollar dwarves to customize the equipment, which is pure insane behavior. If you really have the financial resources and top-quality materials, why not go to the Weiss equipment store across the street? That's where the rich players belong. Of course. Bring me the holy relic. The success rate of level 20 legendary equipment is 100%. Wade put his short legs on the operating table with a look of disdain on his face. You think Vader handed over a Silmaril? Thump. The instruments on the operation diagram were swept to the ground by the short legs. Wade stood up in astonishment. Is it really a holy relic? The attitude of the gray dwarf Vader has changed. The next moment, Wade turned into a small electric motor and closed the shop door in no time. The players outside who are defending their rights are all confused. What the hell is going on? Wade quickly put on his reading glasses and examined the crystal-clear diamond carefully under the candlelight. Thanks to the blessing of the god of the gray dwarves, I finally found the legendary forging material, Wade said to himself with a fanatical look on his face, shaking his head. Can you do it? If you can't build it, don't waste my time. Lin Fan pretended to take back the gem, but Wade quickly turned around and held the holy object in his arms, muttering, Yes, there's no reason why I can't. What about the equipment blueprints? I don't have time to kill monsters to get blueprints, Lin Fan said, with a barely perceptible smile in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Wade shouted anxiously, I can provide it. Of course I can provide it, just the blueprints. The last thing I lack is blueprints. 2 legendary equipment blueprints immediately popped up in front of Lin Fan. Eternal Fury Suit. Style characteristics, additional spell penetration effect, high mana bonus, high cooldown reduction. Holy Land of Power Suit. Style features, additional true damage effect, high attack power bonus, high attack speed bonus. The forging cost of a single piece of equipment is 1,000 gold coins. Lin Fan showed a satisfied smile. This was why he looked for a scumbag dwarf to make his equipment. This old guy has an Easter egg. If the materials provided by the player are too low quality, he will just randomly forge the materials for the player, and the success rate will be very low. But if the player provides high-level materials, this old guy will take out his best forging skills. Not only can it provide the equipment drawings that are necessary for customizing equipment, at the same time, the handling fee is 10 times lower than that of the forging master Weiss. Otherwise, the handling fee for 3 pieces of legendary equipment would be 30 million. The 3-piece set of the Holy Mirror of Power, Lin Fan said with a smile. The attribute panel of the equipment is random, and the equipment style can only be judged by the overview. Comparing the two, it is obvious that the second set of equipment is more in line with his needs. Main weapon forging rough conditions, Silmaril 1-to-1, achieved. In addition, you need to obtain 200 pieces of refined iron, 100 pieces of fur of the vengeful beast, 30 troll leg bones, 5 pieces of sky feather crystals, and 3 pieces of the god of war's heart. When the system prompt appeared, Lin Fan was a little troubled. He could handle the first 3 materials. Fine iron can be decomposed using level 20 green equipment, with a 20% chance of obtaining 1 piece of fine iron. He has more than 1,100 pieces of green equipment in his hand, so he should be able to decompose it barely. Fur and leg bones, all of which were just enough to be dropped when monsters attacked the city. The only things left are the sky feather crystal and the god of war's heart, which are top-grade materials second only to holy objects. I really don't know where to get them for the time being. Forget it, let's do it next time, Lin Fan said regretfully. However, Wade, who had just lit the stove and was about to get to work, became anxious. No, why next time? Right now, give me 5 hours and it will be done. Lin Fan shrugged helplessly and said, I want to, but unfortunately I don't have enough materials. So he told Wade about the lack of 2 top-quality materials. Haha, that's not a problem for a knowledgeable person like me. Since you can get the holy object, it means that your strength is far above that of other adventurers. Wade laughed when he heard that. Lin Fan was startled, and the copy mission clue popped up. Hidden Quest, Mystery of Metamorphosis clue. Go to the Frozen Valley and find the entrance to the ruins of the Metamorphosis Kingdom. Chapter 49, S-Class Holy Spirit Priest. The Mystery of Metamorphosis? This dungeon, if I remember correctly, It should have been opened by Tianxi's people for the first time. After a player completes a hidden mission in God's domain, some mission copies will be retained and the difficulty will be reduced to facilitate other players to enter. Lin Fan was deeply impressed by the mystery of Metamorphosis, which is a legendary level copy. If he hadn't completed the missing boundary stone first, the first person to conquer the legendary copy should have been the Tianxi Club. Have you ever given your mission clues to anyone else? Lin Fan questioned Wade. Wade felt a little guilty when he heard this and said bluntly, "Boy, I'm very good at judging people, and I'm even more optimistic that you can pass the level smoothly." Sure enough, he was not the only one who knew about the Easter egg of the Grey Dwarf blacksmith. The people in the Tianxi Club should also know it. And judging from Wade's performance, the other party submitted at least one top-quality main material, otherwise he would not be able to get the mission clues. In that case, he must leave as soon as possible. Lin Fan knew very well that at this stage, the Tianxi Club, which had a large number of professional players, was actually more powerful than the wealthy Long Hung. Naturally, their efficiency in conquering high-difficulty dungeons is far beyond that of the rich team. Lin Fan marked the location on the small map and ran all the way towards the frozen valley. Half an hour later, Lin Fan appeared on a snowy field. Icefield Thief. Level 27. HP. 36,000/36,000. Attack power. 580. Skills. Continuous shooting, jumping and slashing. There are many elite monsters scattered across the snowfield, and their attack attributes are much stronger than those of the monsters near Edgar City. As soon as Lin Fan appeared, more than a dozen Icefield thieves surrounded him. Lin Fan raised the demon spirit staff, and heavy rain began to fall over the snowfield. Sea-level water magic. Rain Blade Tide. -200. This kind of magic is a continuous damage effect, and the damage value each time is very low. However, the number of rain blades is astonishing. Not only do they cover the entire area within a 30-meter range, but they can also produce a linkage effect with the frozen ground, causing negative effects such as reduced target movement speed and a higher chance of falling. The Icefield bandits fell to the ground, and Lin Fan waved his hand to summon a fire dragon, burning them wantonly. -4,170. From 100 meters away, with multiple magic strikes and the mixed use of 4 types of magic, the output efficiency is simply unstoppable. Critical hit, -1,500. -750. With a set of level 20 hero suit in hand, Lin Fan's spell attack power now reaches 800 points. Even if it is just a normal attack, the critical damage is already considerable. Lin Fan simply couldn't believe how high his output capacity would reach after completing his career awakening and putting on the legendary 3-piece suit. Easily eliminate the nearby elite monsters and continue moving forward. Just then, the sound of fighting was heard in the distance. Lin Fan stopped vigilantly and looked up. Dozens of players were seen blocking the entrance to the frozen valley, besieging a large boss that was more than 10 meters tall. Ice Troll King. Level 27. HP. 63700/800000. Attack power. 850. Skills. Troll Ruler, Ruthless Blow, Bone-Shattering Cripple. The troll boss with green skin holds an iron hammer in his hand. Every time he hits the ground, the whole valley rumbles, the wind and snow dance wildly, and the scene is very shocking. However, although the Troll King was powerful, the players he faced were all operating at full capacity, and several consecutive attacks failed to cause effective damage to the knights in the front row. Lin Fan also noticed that although there were about 30 players, only a few of them actually fought the boss. Most of the other players were on guard in the surroundings, whether to prevent anyone from getting close or to guard against interference from monsters. Just from their discipline and operation, we can see how high the level of this group of players is. They don't look like novice players who have just started playing similar online games. The man from heaven is indeed already here. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with coldness, and he saw at a glance that the dual-sword warrior who was attacking in the front was Hitsong. Hitsong held a two-handed sword in his hand, jumped high, and spun his body in the air, as if turning into a tornado. He slashed the boss's chest with the sword more than 10 times in a row. Critical hit, 1100. -550. He obtained the A-rank job, Bright Sword Saint, a few hours ago. There are light enchantments on the twin swords, and their lethality is much higher than the last time I saw them. The Troll King counterattacked by smashing down with a heavy hammer, but Hitsong stuck his 2 swords into the ground and easily dodged the attack by inertia. Hitsong smiled coldly and said, "I told you. This boss is so heavy, I can defeat it alone." Tianxi cried, "Master Tsong's move is really amazing." He just fought against a level 20 ordinary boss without any damage. I saw it with my own eyes. Tianxi sadness. With a big DPS like Songyi on the scene, any legendary dungeon can be easily cleared. Several players on the periphery started to flatter Hitsong. Hitsong said coldly, "If you are new, practice more and stop trying to cling to me all day long. If you are really strong, then you should be able to kill Lin Fan alone, right?" A cold voice came from the team. The smile on Hitsong's face froze, and he sneered, "I was just careless last time. If I run into that bastard again, I will make him doubt his life." At this time, the Troll King was so angry that he raised his head and let out a violent roar. Skills: Troll Ruler. Hundreds of giant wolf warriors emerged near the frozen valley. These giant wolf warriors are all elite monsters with a total health of 60,000, which immediately made Tianxi and his men feel the pressure. "Don't let the monsters get close to me and affect my healing spells." The white-robed priest who had previously challenged Hitsong reacted quickly and commanded, "Teams 2, 3, and 4, all go to the left wing to intercept the monsters. Xuanai, follow me to support Hitsong and Shaolin." The three teams divided the work and cooperated with each other, each pushing their formation forward, forcibly pinning down the elite monsters and continuing to approach the main battlefield. Lin Fan, who was far away, looked gloomy and said to himself, from the sound of her voice, "It should be her." The Troll King began to use his skills, and the front row meat shield knight was knocked away by a hammer. The Troll King waved his giant palm and intercepted him again in the air. -1,330. -1,557. -1,600. A B-class Templar with at least 3 pieces of level 20 purple equipment was beaten up like a chicken, and even his health was as high as 7,000. He couldn't hold on. Seeing that the meat shield was about to be killed, a silver hexagram lit up in front of the white-robed priest. Holy Light Magic. Defense Protection. Holy Light Magic. The Lament of the Immortal. Physical resistance plus 300. Health plus 800. Plus 900. Plus 1,000. The health of the Templar, who was originally dying with low health, was instantly raised, and his physical resistance increased rapidly. The troll swung his hammer again, but this time the heavy attack skill only caused 1,000 points of damage. And this is not the limit of this priest. The light of the hexagram shines all over the field again. Holy Light Magic. Life goes on. More than 20 players have an extra life halo above their heads, with their health increasing by 200 points per second. At the same time, their health limit and dual resistance are increased. It immediately allowed the peripheral players to stabilize the front line and begin counterattacking the group of elite monsters. Not to mention the strength of our big sister, she deserves the title of the best pastor in the whole district. First in the whole region is nothing. Big sister is first in the whole server. Do you understand the value of being the world's first priest? A group of God-given players have fanaticism in their eyes. With the presence of the white-robed priest, they have been invincible from the opening of the server to now. There is no dungeon they cannot conquer. This is the S-level hidden profession, the Holy Spirit Priest. Lin Fan's face was gloomy. The white-robed priest has blonde hair and delicate features. She looks weak and lovely, but she is actually a ruthless character. If there is one person in the Tianxi Club that Lin Fan fears the most, it is Qi Ziyue, the first holy priest of Sword Expedition. She is the captain of the Tianxi team. Apart from the club owner, she is the one who calls the shots in Tianxi, in charge of all matters, big and small. Of course, except for the command power in the game, because that belongs only to the god of magic Lin Fan. Chapter 50. Bury them all. When he was in the Tianxi Club, Lin Fan basically didn't care about anything other than playing games. Because he was an orphan since childhood, he knew that he could only rely on himself for everything and had no time to care about other people's opinions. But this gave Qi Ziyue a reason to set the pace and intentionally or unintentionally win over other team members, which inevitably caused Lin Fan to be ostracized and isolated by others. This woman is very scheming, and even though she is a full-time priest, she is the most dangerous person in the Tianxi team. As for the match fixing and frame-up, Lin Fan can confirm that if it wasn't planned by Qi Ziyue alone, then she was instructed by the boss of Tianxi. Qi Ziyue stepped forward to protect him, and his subordinates began to kill monsters with all their might. The knights in the front row mindlessly resisted the damage from the Troll King. Hitsong performed all kinds of gorgeous operations closely, while Wu Xuanyi stood in the back row and attacked the boss with all her strength together with another archer. These 6 people have all completed their career awakening. Each of them has a career level of at least A level. In addition, their own skills are much stronger than others. A mere troll king can hardly resist them. 5 minutes later, the boss's health dropped to less than 200,000, and half of the summoned giant wolves were killed. If this continues, this elite boss will surely become the spoils of Tianxi. Adventurer, do you need me to do my bit? Suddenly, a voice sounded behind everyone. Qi Ziyue looked back in surprise and saw an NPC wearing an imperial robe appearing 100 meters away. NPC Imperial Mage? Boss Lin, why did he appear here? What's going on? Have we triggered some hidden mission? Tianxi and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. There were no villages or strongholds near the ice field, so how could an NPC suddenly refresh? Don't be distracted, keep focusing on the boss. Qi Ziyue frowned slightly, with extraordinary concentration, and a scolding made everyone come back to their senses quickly. No, thank you. Qi Ziyue responded coldly. She understood that the game Divine Domain was different from other online games. The appearance of NPC characters did not necessarily represent opportunities, but often could be a sign of impending crisis. I am very strong and I don't need any reward from you. I just hope to lend you a helping hand. Lin Fan took the initiative to reveal his health bar and level. Heh, a little mage with only 1500 HP, and he actually said he was strong? All the squishy professions in our team have HP above 2500, so get out of here. Hitsong couldn't help but laugh, and waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly, telling him to get out. Please think carefully. This Troll King is not simple. If you are not careful, you will all be destroyed. Lin Fan lowered his head with a gloomy expression and continued to persuade him kindly. Qi Ziyue was getting impatient with what he said and said bluntly, even if killing an NPC will increase your sin value, if you don't leave, I don't mind killing you. Get lost. After saying that, Qi Ziyue locked onto Lin Fan with the scepter in his hand, and a beam of holy light pierced a large hole in front of his heels. Oh, just wait for the bad luck to come. Lin Fan shook his head and sighed, then turned around and disappeared into the fog under Qi Ziyue's angry gaze. 2 minutes later, Lin Fan climbed up the ridge next to the ice field. 2,200 meters away, wind direction to the left. There is destructible terrain above the valley. The CD for the holy priest to cast strong protection magic is very long. Lin Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and muttered to himself. He originally planned to disguise himself as an NPC and go directly into the valley to find the entrance to the dungeon first. However, Qi Ziyue and Hitsong were really rude. He was Boss Lin and the King of Law in Icheng, and he really couldn't swallow this humiliation. He decided to go all out and calculated the skill release distance on the spot, intending to bury them all. Lin Fan had a grim expression, and strange inscriptions appeared on his staff. A thundercloud gathered in the sky, and lightning struck down and sank into the staff. Thunder. A purple buff immediately appeared on the status bar, increasing the fire/thunder magic critical strike by 50% within 1 minute. Windtalkers. Attack speed and casting efficiency improved. Anyone who betrays me should die. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the scene of being humiliated by his former teammates was vivid in his mind. He was framed and became a rat crossing the street that everyone in the esports circle wanted to kill. Lack of money for medical treatment led to my sister's death. Now, this is just the beginning of settling the account. Eye for eye. Flame dragon. Explosive fireball. Rain blade tide. Shake the stone vines. As soon as the previous skill flew into the air, the next skill was immediately generated. Lin Fan didn't care about things like accuracy at all. Just throw all your lethal skills at your enemy and you'll be done with it. No, something is wrong. Qi Ziyue suddenly felt a palpitation and his face turned pale. Wu Xuanyi looked at her with concern and said, "What's wrong, Captain? Something is wrong. The boss is going to die soon. The level is wrong." Qi Ziyue blurted out with a chill in his heart. "What do you mean by wrong level? What are you talking about? Didn't you sleep well?" Hitsong looked puzzled. The levels of the NPCs in the Light Dragon Empire are all integers. How could there be a level 26 NPC mage? Also, why is the NPC's health so low? Qi Ziyue explained. Hitsong shook his head helplessly, not understanding what she was talking about, and continued to scold the Troll King. "You're not saying that NPC is a thief in disguise. I've heard of a thief doing something similar and cheating several players out of a lot of money," said another teammate. Qi Ziyue suddenly realized something and immediately opened the level ranking list. At the top of the ranking list, there was a line of big words written. First place, Mortal God, level 26, 15%. Disperse. Everyone, disperse. That NPC is Lin Fan in disguise. Chi Ziyue panicked when he saw this and shouted to remind everyone to avoid the attack. However, the other members were confused. Even if the NPC is the stray dog in disguise, he seems to be no longer nearby, right? Besides, with so many of us, how could we be afraid of him? How could we be afraid of him? When Hitsung heard this, his expression changed. Thinking of the last time he fought with Lin Fan in the dungeon, the bastard's incomprehensible attack range made his hair stand on end. Run! Hitsung just opened his mouth and subconsciously looked up at the sky. A flash of burning fire came from far away. It turned out to be a terrifying fire dragon. In an instant, the earth shook and the entire valley was filled with violent explosions, as if the end of the world had arrived. Critical hit minus 2,000. Critical hit minus 8,500. Minus 4,250. The four basic magics formed a vortex that reaped lives, and a large number of blood-red damage numbers jumped wildly. Xiaolin, shield wall? Hitsung shouted anxiously and tried to let the Knights Templar set up a shield wall to protect their main teammates and put up some feudal resistance. Nearly 10 players had not yet realized what was happening before their health points were immediately reduced to 0, and they died tragically. Under the large-scale AoE magic saturation attack, all operations and positioning become ridiculous and pale. Even if there is an S-level priest class in charge, which can provide a lot of magic resistance protection for teammates, but it is just a drop in the bucket in front of Lin Fan's violent output. Oh, accept the punishment. Wu Xuanyi sighed lightly and gave up struggling. She had no intention of resisting her master. In her mind, her master was always mild-tempered. But once he decided to do anything, no one could stop him. Magic burn deals over 8,000 damage, huh? No wonder I feel sick every time I see this person. Chi Ziyue showed an intriguing expression. Even though she tried her best, the Templar in front of her couldn't hold on for more than 3 seconds. She couldn't understand how that person did it, and she didn't understand why such a person appeared in her world. When she was in the team, Chi Ziyue was the commander, but after that man came, she had no say in the game for a while, and her command was taken away. This was unacceptable to Chi Ziyue, who was naturally proud. I was ordered around like this for 3 whole years, and I thought I had finally made it. However, that bastard showed up again. Chi Ziyue looked up at the huge rock falling above his head, and his heart was dead. You killed Tianxi and Fuxing. Sin value plus 100. You killed Tianxi and Qixue. Your sin value is? Dozens of battle messages popped up, and Lin Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just cleaned up, and now I'm red again. I promised not to play with a red name. You killed the Ice Troll King. Experience points plus 12,000. Just as Lin Fan had planned, once the players with high hatred values who were besieging the boss were killed, the boss would become ownerless. All the spoils are collected. Chapter 51. The Kingdom of Feathering. Lin Fan walked into the valley entrance and cleaned up the battlefield. On a rock covered with ice crystals stood a silver cross half a person's height, and holy light and magic power continued to gather from all directions. I'm so lucky that I'm still alive, Lin Fan murmured. The S-level Holy Spirit Priest not only has a high health bonus and exaggerated protection/healing ability, but also has abnormal skills such as Holy Spirit Rebirth. When a Holy Spirit Priest is killed, he will be reborn at the cost of a certain amount of experience. The more experience injected, the higher the panel attributes will be after rebirth. Come, show me how you resurrect. I will kill you as many times as you resurrect. Lin Fan stood on the cross and guarded the corpse. Damn you, lower man. Chi Ziyue was so angry that she almost vomited blood, but she was more hesitant about whether to resurrect. There are very few priest players who are pure healers. High-level priests generally have good single-target output capabilities, but their group damage cannot be compared with that of mages and archers. Even if she is an S-class professional, does she really have the courage to revive and stand up in front of a violent mage who is bombarding the entire field with violent AoE? Moreover, on the operational level, no one dares to say that they can definitely win against the god of Mage in a 1v1 battle. The reason why Chi Ziyue's priest can be called the strongest in the country is not because her operation is unstoppable, but because her teammates are too strong and can perfectly bring out the upper limit of her priest profession strength. In front of Chi Ziyue, Lin Fan unscrupulously counted the spoils. The Troll King dropped a level 25 purple armor and 3 low-level skill books, 2 for archers and 1 for rogue. More than 100 gold coins dropped from Chi Ziyue, Hitsung and others, but unfortunately, their purple clothes were not dropped. Are you scared? If you are, just lie still. Lin Fan said to himself, in the guild war, all of you just wait for me. If I can take a base, I lose? Lin Fan, the outcome has not been decided yet. You'd better remember this. Chi Ziyue threatened in the soul state. More than just remembering, when it came to framing me for match fixing, you should have known that this day would come sooner or later. Lin Fan responded coldly. Chi Ziyue calmed down and did not rashly regenerate in front of Lin Fan. A few seconds later, the silver cross shattered and a ray of white light flew back to the resurrection point. After getting rid of Tianxi and his gang, Lin Fan walked into the frozen valley. The inside of the valley was a bit weird. I walked for a long time without seeing a single monster. The further he went inside, the narrower the valley became. When he was about to reach the end, Lin Fan stopped. Found it. Lin Fan fumbled on the ice wall for a while, blasted away the obstacles according to his memory, and easily found the entrance to the copy. You are about to enter the ruins of the Yuhua Kingdom. This instance is of legendary level. We recommend entering in a team. A system prompt appeared, and Lin Fan entered the cave without hesitation. Lin Fan had only cleared this dungeon a few times. The probability of monsters dropping items was too low, and the copper coins dropped were relatively rare, but the monsters were quite strong. Generally, there are very few high-level players coming here to play dungeons. However, this copy is actually similar to a Knight of Terror and has hidden levels. Feathered Statue, level 25. HP, 85,000/85,000. Attack power, 550. Skills, self-destruction, heavy punch. Lin Fan had just entered the tunnel when two stone statues guarding the arched stone door saw him and rushed up to him. In the previous life, these two stone statues trampled to death countless pioneering players. The high monster stats were only one aspect. The most troublesome point was the skill of self-destruction. These two stone statues have a special mechanism. If the player focuses on activating one monster, when the health of the two monsters differs by 10%, the monster with more health will explode. 10,000 points of self-destruction damage is fatal to early-stage players. It often causes chaos among players who come in groups, and is a real test of the team member's ability to coordinate. Controlling the monster's health is the key point. Lin Fan's approach was quite direct. He shook the stone vines to block the way, stopped one stone statue from approaching, and then used the sea-level water magic, Chaos Tide, to smash the other one. The two monsters started fighting each other. Lin Fan turned off his passive skill, Flame Burning. His passive damage was too high, which could easily cause the monster's health to be unbalanced. You can only start dealing damage with basic attacks from a distance, and check the health of the two monsters at all times. Just as the stone statue was about to break through the stone vines, Lin Fan waved his staff and a gray swamp appeared on the ground, trapping the stone statue again. The damage ability of the D-level earth magic, Quarantine, is not high, but its advantage is that it can limit the monster's movement speed to the maximum extent. The larger the target's weight, the better the effect. This is not over yet. A gust of wind blew into the tunnel. Level wind magic, sound of wind break. The two stone statues were blown all over the place, and combined with the quagmire deceleration effect, it was a great effect. The strength of the four-element mage lies in its comprehensiveness. Various control and output skills can often produce some incredible effects. A moment later, the two stone statues exploded, and the tightly closed door of the ruins slowly opened. Lin Fan walked quickly into the stone gate, and the view in front of him suddenly became clear. This is the ruins of a large-scale underground city. He is standing on a stone platform from which he can have a panoramic view of the entire underground city. It is said that the king of this place and his entire clan ascended to godhood, and the kingdom was therefore named Yuhua. You need to find the secret behind the entire clan's ascension. When the prompt text appeared, Lin Fan naturally knew the direction of the copy plot. On the surface, they say they have ascended to godhood, but in fact, the king of this country is a madman who led hundreds of thousands of people to self-immolate as a sacrifice to a powerful being. There is a broken bridge in front of the stone platform, and you have to find a way to get through here. Lin Fan aimed at a ruined stone tower in front of him and attacked it with a basic attack. The stone tower was broken into two pieces, and a pile of rocks blocked the broken bridge, allowing people to pass through it. You have disturbed the ghost in the ruins. A prompt sound rang out, and a large number of translucent monsters rushed out from the broken bridge. Emergence of the Undead, level 25. HP, 30,000/30,000. Attack power, 420. Skills, Fearless Charge, Cursebound. Lin Fan stood still and threw out the Flame Dragon. -1,360. -300. -4,240. These undead spirits were burned to ashes before they could get close to Lin Fan. The dark magic curse that could reduce attack power couldn't reach him at all. Lin Fan pushed forward across the stone bridge, and after killing more than 10 waves of monsters in succession, Lin Fan suddenly stopped. Wait, why would I be so stupid as to run over to find the boss? Lin Fan was stunned, amused by his own honest behavior in passing the customs. The extremely magnificent golden palace in the distance is the boss's lair, only 3,000 meters away from him. Who is this Lin Fan? His shooting range is close to 5,000 meters. He is the defense tower from the novice village. With this distance and such a good field of vision, wouldn't it be enough to just stand on the stone platform and bombard the palace to lure out the boss? Thinking of this, he decisively started running back. There are several elite bosses waiting in the distance to chop Lin Fan into pieces. If they had any intelligence, they would be stunned. There are actually such ridiculous players. Come out, old ghost. Lin Fan said with a smile that the palace target was so conspicuous that he didn't need to lock it accurately. A series of skills attacking in the general direction without thinking will definitely trigger the hatred value of the final boss. Who is disturbing my peace? The majestic voice echoed in the dungeon. A huge black shadow appeared above the palace, and a bone dragon with a human face appeared. Emerged King Foreign, level 25. Lord level creatures. HP 130000/130000. Attack power. Skill. As expected of a legendary dungeon that has not yet been cleared, the boss's attack power and skills are all unknown. Lin Fan looked stern and didn't dare to be careless. When he came to play the dungeon in his previous life, the mystery of metamorphosis had already been taken over by the TNC Club, and the difficulty of the dungeon had become elite level. Now the boss's health has doubled to 1.3 million, and the difficulty has more than doubled from elite level to lord level. Chapter 52. Lifelong Enemy. Dingxing Group, Divine Domain Project Division. Yikong City was awakened from the game by the assistant. You can't touch him, at least not in real life. A middle-aged man in casual clothes walked into the office, and Yikong looked at him with an uncertain expression. The middle-aged man in front of him was not good-looking, but the two people standing next to him were wearing neat military uniforms. The highest-ranking accompanying officer was a female major, which was enough to show that this middle-aged man had a noble identity. Mr. Su, right? I don't quite understand who the he you are talking about is. Yikong said calmly. Seeing that Yikong pretended to be confused, Old Su didn't bother to be polite with him and said, his name is Lin Fan, he is number 1 on the God Realm ranking list, and he is now in our army. Do you understand what I mean? The more I listen, the more confused I get. As far as I know, he is not from any military unit. Yikong's face was calm. Faced with Mr. Su's sudden visit and accusation, Yikong was actually more confused than afraid. But there was more of a sense of anger, and they sent people to threaten Lin Fan to leave the Divine Realm. As a result, one bodyguard was slightly injured, and the others fled in panic. This is a great humiliation for Yikong City. He couldn't swallow this. It wasn't before, but it is now. Old Su responded with a straight face. Yikong sat up straight and said coldly, Can I understand that you are threatening me on behalf of the military? As soon as the voice fell, the female major next to him couldn't help but laugh and said, No, if I was just representing the military, I wouldn't personally accompany Master Su on this trip. We represent China. Representing the country? Yikong was shocked and speechless. Master Su still had a poker face and frowned, saying, Lin Fan and his relatives and friends are on our protection list. This is a red line that you must abide by. I can only say this much, otherwise it will involve state secrets. After saying this, Mr. Su declined the invitation from the vice president next to him to stay for a quick meal, and turned around and left with his people. Please wait. Master Su turned his head suspiciously. Yikong was silent for a moment and said, Lin Fan is interfering with our normal activities in the divine domain. As the project leader, I cannot help but fight back. Please understand this. Of course I can understand that. Therefore, the competition between you two is limited to the game. I am only responsible for his life safety. Master Su forced out a stiff smile and shook his head, saying, Young people should be careful when doing things. Otherwise it will bring disaster to your parents. Yikong's eyes turned cold when he heard this, and he said calmly, I see. Thank you, Mr. Su, for reminding me. The forces behind him extend into all areas. As the young director of Dingxing Group, he has many friends in both the military and the government. The other party claimed to represent the country, but in his opinion, it was just a means of intimidation. Admittedly, Lin Fan's appearance did disrupt his plans to a certain extent. However, as the headquarters continued to inject massive amounts of funds into the divine realm, he believed that it would not be long before his Ikong city would be able to turn the tide, whether in reality or in the game. Vice President Lee turned around and looked at him in surprise. Ikongcheng suddenly threw the water cup in his hand, furious like a tiger. His handsome face became ferocious, and he grabbed Mr. Fu and said viciously, "Take the people from the legal department and get out of here. Lin Fan, I want you to die miserably." After dismissing the vice president, Ikongcheng was filled with anger. It was the first time in his life that he was threatened in person, which made him crazy. At this time, Lin Fan sat firmly on the Diaoyutai, dragging the boss, which was thousands of meters away, to the vicinity of the stone platform. Turn on Windtalker to quickly walk and output A. Under normal circumstances, with such a long distance, an ordinary boss would be killed by him halfway. However, King Foreign is different. Apart from having a ghost face, his body has completely turned into a dragon. Not only does he move at an astonishing speed, he also has the ability to fly. For most players at this stage, it is difficult to adapt to the high-speed flying boss due to the slow trajectory of basic attacks or skills. Even with close-range output, a lot of misses will occur. Relying on his many years of experience in fighting in the divine realm, Lin Fan completely regarded himself as a human anti-aircraft gun. He would predict the boss's flight path in advance with each basic attack, and would even deliberately miss some skills to let the boss fly along the route he designed, thereby continuously causing damage. The Lord Boss's IQ was not low. After being fooled repeatedly, he began to fly and jump on the rocks outside the dungeon, quickly approaching within 1,000 meters of Lin Fan. Lin Fan was not surprised but happy when he saw this. A quagmire suddenly appeared on the rock wall, and King Foreign stepped into the quagmire and was forced to slow down. When it tried to grab the rock wall with its claws, the sea-level wind magic, Sound of Windbreak, was activated, and a strong wind blew Foreign off the rock wall. Fallen tried to flap his wings to avoid falling. "Give me another try?" Lin Fan sneered and thoughtfully fired a shot to shake the stone vines. A huge stone pillar protruded from the rock wall and smashed hard on Foreign's bone wings. The huge body fell headfirst into the buildings below. Minus 50,000. A huge damage number pops up. Lin Fan showed a wicked smile. The skills he used were basically all auxiliary magic, but as long as they were used properly, they could produce a killing effect comparable to A-level magic. The Lord of the Yuhua Kingdom was teased by an ant. King Foreign's angry roar spread throughout the entire dungeon. "What are you yelling about? Shut up." Lin Fan was still strong, and Foreign was still helpless and furious. He turned around and fired a fire dragon at him, knocking his huge body away. "Thunder!" Lin Fan shouted softly, and the berserk mode was activated. His normal attack was seamlessly connected to the explosive fireball, and he used the Flame Dragon's own group fireball technique to launch a combined attack. Combo X20, Combo X70, Combo X100, Combo X199. Lin Fan's face darkened. King Foreign's health had just dropped by half, and suddenly a green light burst out from his body, and he was forced to break free from the combo effect in the air. Domineering skills, my lifelong enemy. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless. No matter how high his output was or how good his operation was, he was powerless in front of the boss mechanism. Elite bosses above level 20 all have a hegemony-like skill, and the hegemony CD of Lord-level bosses is faster and the lasting effect is stronger. Many wealthy players are most afraid of this skill when trying to solo a boss. Once the boss activates its hegemony, they will most likely be in a panic and be taken away by the boss in one wave. The boss has released the B-level dark magic, Death Acid. Please dodge quickly. A prompt popped up in front of Lin Fan, and King Foreign's huge mouth of the abyss suddenly expanded, and a strange puffing sound was heard. Damn, the attack distance is twice as long as in the previous life, and the coverage area is at least 3 times larger. Lin Fan couldn't help but swear. This boss was such a jerk. The stone platform he was standing on was 100 meters wide, but hundreds of venom bullets covered it completely. The Fox clan waved its staff and released a scorching sun shield to prepare for the attack. Minus 1,000. The venom splashed on the shield with a sizzling sound, and in an instant the shield, which was enough to block 700 points of damage, exploded. The boss's venom lasts for up to 10 seconds, and even Queen Hao Yue may not be able to resist it. Fortunately, there was a certain distance between the shield and Lin Fan, which gave him the opportunity to quickly create distance and decisively retreat and stand close to the wall. A large number of venom bombs exploded in front of him, but the area near the wall was not affected. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. His bet was right. The boss was upgraded to the Lord level, but some basic skills to pass the level could still be used. Before one crisis was over, another one arose. Foreign flapped his bone wings again, flew into the air, and stared at him with resentment. Green dragon breath brewed in its huge mouth, and the aura of destruction began to spread. Even with the blessing of the Windtalkers, a shield will take at least 2 seconds to generate. Could it be that the Virgin is going to die? Lin Fan felt a chill down his spine. The D-level magic was indeed unreliable. The boss would not give him the chance to stack all 9 shields. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to experience any kind of death. Lin Fan summoned an explosive fireball and stuffed it directly into the boss's mouth, trying to forcibly interrupt the boss's spellcasting. Unexpectedly, after the fireball hit the boss, it was quickly bounced off by the Overlord mechanism. Interruption failed. Oh no, the boss's dominance will last for 5 seconds. Lin Fan felt disappointed. Chapter 53, God Falls from the Sky. Seeing the dragon's breath sweeping across everything and coming to kill him, many strategies to deal with it flashed through Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan looked towards the broken bridge not far away, wanting to avoid the boss's dragon breath that could burn everything. The only way to have a chance of survival was to jump off the cliff. At this height, even if the boss falls down, he will lose 50,000 HP. With his small body, he definitely can't withstand it. Lin Fan did not hesitate and decisively chose to jump off the platform. His body fell freely, and Lin Fan counted silently in midair, 5 seconds for seconds. The moment he was about to fall to the ground, a terrifying dragon breath followed closely behind him. All areas affected by the green dragon breath were completely annihilated, like a magic weapon cutting through the mountain, and a large number of huge rocks fell down behind Lin Fan. There is no chance of survival. Just as he was about to fall into a pile of flesh, Lin Fan suddenly shouted, "Immortal spirit body." The body burst out with silver divine light, like stars falling to the earth, lighting up half of the underground city. Immune to attacks. Fall immune. Immune to damage. The green dragon breath swept across his body, but strangely passed through his chest. A large number of huge rocks hit Lin Fan and shattered into powder in an instant, as if they were blessed by the gods. All the damage was offset by this force. In the white light, Lin Fan was holding a damaged statue in his hand, and the bright white light was emanating from this object. Statue of the Elf Queen. Immortal spirit, immune to all damage within 3 seconds. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Even if this thing was a defective product, it was still a rare holy object. God knew how abnormal its invincible skill would be if the statue was not damaged. King Foreign was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect that an adventurer could survive in such a situation. So, it rewarded Lin Fan with another burst of dragon breath. Damn it, in this game, any creature that has anything to do with dragons is hard to deal with. Seeing the dragon's breath brewing again, Lin Fan couldn't help but swear. Bone dragons cannot actually be considered true dragons. Most of them are undead creatures transformed by high-level dragons using dark magic. But even so, the Lord-level bone dragon should not be underestimated. Dragon breath magic is comparable to A-level magic. Not only does it have no CD time, but it is also incredibly powerful. It can easily destroy a Lord boss's mana by more than 10 or 20 rounds. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, revealing an expected look, and waved the Fox Clan staff, smashed the flame dragon. As Foreign flew into the air and opened his huge mouth, Lin Fan's fire dragon appeared above his head and smashed down. The huge body of the fire dragon hit the boss's neck. Black smoke came out of Foreign's mouth, and with a loud bang, the dragon's breath was forcibly interrupted, and a violent explosion occurred in his throat. Backlash damage minus 100,000. Foreign whimpered as he was hit by the backlash of the dragon's breath spell. A 2-meter-wide hole appeared on his neck, and he lost a huge amount of blood. Dragons, creatures that soar into the sky, have almost no weaknesses. Their physical attributes are top-notch, and their magical attributes are abnormal. However, dragon breath is not only the strongest means of output, but it is also the weakness itself. Once the dragon's breath is backfired, not only will there be huge backlash damage, but there will also be a weakness buff of at least 1 minute, and all panel attributes except health will be halved. Lin Fan smiled. It was obvious that this boss had a limited IQ and was not good at using this skeleton body. The dragon creatures seen in the previous life were all cunning and treacherous. Most of them would activate the dominance and then use dragon breath to make themselves immune to the fatal flaw of spell interruption. Minus 50,000. The boss raised a large cloud of dust when it landed, and then suffered additional damage from the large amount of falling. Due to its strong inertia, the boss bounced slightly when it landed. Lin Fan had already spotted the opportunity and sent a flaming fireball at it. The fireball exploded, and the boss's body floated half a meter in the air. Lin Fan made another basic attack, continuously increasing the height of the knockback. If other mages saw this kind of micromanipulation of details, they would definitely curse Lin Fan as a beast, and said that he had utilized the shooting down mechanism in the divine realm to the extreme. Continuous attack X5. X10. Furin's dominance ended, and he was seriously injured, so he was completely unable to resist Lin Fan's floating combo. When the basic attack speed was only 0.5, Lin Fan could use basic attacks to hang up the Queen of Darkness and kill her, not to mention that he now has 10 magic spells with different attributes. All kinds of fancy auxiliary magic plus normal attack output pushed the boss from half a meter in the air to a height of 100 meters. Combo X 200. Lin Fan calculated the boss's health accurately and shook the stone vines to attack again. An evil stick drilled out from the rock and stabbed hard into Furin's lungs. The poor boss free fell to the ground again. Die. 50,000 points of falling damage took effect, and the Lord-level Bone Dragon was actually killed by the fall. You killed King Furin and gained 80,000 experience points. Regional notice. Player Fanzhen was so astonished that he defeated the legendary dungeon boss, Lord level, King Furin, alone. Rewards: 90 attribute points, 40 skill points, 20,000 reputation points, and 100 gold coins. The regional announcement appeared, and the bustling world channel remained silent for 3 seconds. How lonely it is to be invincible. Solo, legendary dungeon. My god. Scar. Who can stop this guy? This game is owned by him. It's so hard for us to fight a normal dungeon, but he is fighting the Lord boss alone. Kaye's expedition. Oh my god, isn't this our president? How hateful. He's pretending to be me again. He might be grinning at the channel right now. Crazy man. Stupid fatty. Why don't you ask him to recruit people for the guild? I'm making it clear that if anyone has a grudge against the god of vengeance wants to seek revenge, go find him directly. Don't just stare at me and fight in the stronghold war. Seeing the two generals Hung and Ha speaking, Lin Fan was completely speechless. They were the ones who were specifically responsible for undermining his career. This time, including Long Hin, the players from the big guild were unusually silent, and no one came out to make any remarks or ridicule. The achievement of soloing a legendary dungeon was like a huge rock pressing on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Going up to speak will only lead to ridicule by other players, which is tantamount to slapping yourself in the face. Lin Fan, stop talking. I've compiled a list and sent it to you. Look up their IDs one by one and ask them to join the club through private chat. He pulled the two generals Hong and Han into the chat group, gave them the authority of 2 vice presidents, and sent over a prepared list of 10 people. Fatty, fuck. You invited a level 10 priest player? Are you kidding us? Lin Fan, don't talk nonsense. I must have these 10 people. You can do whatever you want with the others. Lin Fan, a core member of the guild, had already planned that even though the candidates on this list have low levels and poor combat effectiveness now, each of them will be a capable and independent king in the future. The key is that these people are currently individual players. They are not restricted by other guilds, and their identity backgrounds are relatively reliable. Madman, treatment. How do you say treatment? Lin Fan calmly replied, any player who joins the Godslayer will be given 10 gold coins and a set of level 20 to 25 blue equipment upon joining. These 10 people will be treated as core players of Dragonmark. Fatty, don't you want to save some money for your wife? Getting married is a major event in life. Crazy, Nima, I want to call you the ultimate invincible great rich man. The two funny guys were shocked. For a guild with 300 people, this treatment, according to the current prices in the Divine Realm, was equivalent to giving away several sets of debii. Without paying much attention to the two people's chatter, Lin Fan dismissed the chat group and walked to the skeleton of the Bone Dragon. Use a normal attack to knock away the huge rock that was pressing on the corpse. There was a dull bang and several brilliant and strange lights burst out. 2 purple and 1 orange. Orange, could it be a legendary outfit? Lin Fan couldn't help but be overjoyed upon seeing this. This boss was really competent. It was worth it for him to use a holy relic that needed to cool down for 12 hours before it could be used once to save his life. A level 25, Magic Thief Assassin, rogue hero weapon, and a level 25 War King shoulder guard, warrior armor. One more thing. Shit. This isn't a legendary piece of equipment. This is an A-rank magic book. Lin Fan was shocked. A level 25 Lord Boss could indeed drop an A-level magic book, but the probability was not much different from winning 5 million. Most mages want to obtain A-level or above magic books, but they don't have a lot of gold coins to spend. The most common way to obtain them is to complete the Mage Guild's high-difficulty serial tasks. Someone has calculated that the probability of getting an orange item when fighting a Lord-level boss below level 30 is only 0.1% to 0.2%. Of course, large and organized guilds are an exception. What these guilds have the most is hardworking people who can play a dungeon hundreds of times. Lin Fan checked the battle log and found that the title of Orc Heretic was not triggered. It is speculated that there may be a hidden treasure drop rate bonus when clearing a dungeon for the first time. The fact that 2 holy relics were dropped when clearing the hidden level of a Knight of Terror for the first time is enough to prove the problem. Of course, no one would post such information on the forum in the past, and the managers of the big guilds would naturally not allow it. A-level Earth Magic, God's Fall. Effect. Consume 2,000 mana points, summon a giant meteorite to land on the battlefield in the open area, causing 3,000 points of damage plus 2 times the spell attack power to the target within the range, and the cooldown time is 5 minutes. After Lin Fan checked the skill book description, he couldn't help but curse. Who the hell said that Earth magicians are trash? 3,000 basic points plus double damage. If a spell critical hit is also achieved, etc. If the Silmaril is successfully used to create a legendary weapon, it will have double/triple casting effects. I dare not imagine that 3 big balls fell from the sky at once. Even the King of Heaven would have to kneel down. Chapter 54 Royal Tombs. Lin Fan decisively clicked on learning skills, but did not dare to click on upgrading. A-level skills are indeed powerful, and the resources required to upgrade them are equally astonishing. Not only are they 4 times higher than ordinary C-level skills, but there are also level restrictions. But it doesn't matter now. The basic value of God's Fall from the sky is high enough, and non-top players cannot resist it. This will become a killer move in his hand. After defeating the final boss, Lin Fan went deeper into the dungeon. It would be a waste to leave so many elite mini-bosses unkilled. He originally planned to try out the effect of the new skill, but this place is in a dungeon and the dome is a mountain rock wall. The release environment of this skill is quite demanding, so he can only give up for the time being. Keep going up from the bottom of the stone platform, and when you encounter mobs of soldiers, just use the fire dragon to hit them in the face to stack your passive ability. Lin Fan climbed onto the roof, calculated the approximate location of the bosses 1,000 meters away, called out their names one by one, and then pulled them out and gave them a beating. These bosses have high HP, but their skill mechanisms are relatively simple, making them much less difficult than the Bone Dragon King. It is not difficult to kill them if the distance is far enough. 2 hours later, Lin Fan arrived at the underground palace. A system prompt appeared in front of him, saying that the palace was full of dangers and contained a large number of traps. Lin Fan walked forward 10 meters and then squatted down. A dense rain of arrows flew out from inside the palace, enough to instantly kill a level 20 job-changed player, and flew past his head. Then, magic patterns appeared on the surface of the palace pillars, and 6 stone snakes that could breathe fire appeared. 6 intimidating fire pillars swept across, and if the player saw this scene for the first time, he would definitely run back. But if he did so, he would step on a mechanism and fall into a trap full of blades and be killed instantly. Lin Fan stood there quietly, not moving. Seeing that the fire pillar was less than 1 meter away, a gap quietly appeared in the fire pillar with no blind spots. Lin Fan calmly stepped forward and avoided it perfectly. After so many deaths, you will naturally become familiar with them. Lin Fan laughed at himself. When he first reached this part of the dungeon, he and his teammates had been wiped out countless times. Of course, he remembered how to move. The nanny and the team kept reviving them, but they were killed instantly by the machine again, which almost made her cry. He walked into the main hall with carved beams and painted phoenixes everywhere. Since the bone dragon had been killed by him, there was nothing here except the throne standing high at the top. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, pondering the details of the strategy. After a while, Lin Fan walked up and moved the throne away, and a secret door appeared under the throne. There was a spiral staircase extending downwards inside the secret door. Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction and decisively lowered his body to go in. You discovered the royal tomb of the Yuhua dynasty. A few minutes later, the system prompt appeared, and this was the hidden copy. There was a mist in front of Lin Fan's eyes, and he could roughly feel that the area here was very large. A magic candle lit up in the center of the huge tomb, gradually illuminating everything there. The surrounding atmosphere was eerily quiet, filled with an indescribable strange aura. If a female player came in here alone, she would probably be scared to tears. Lin Fan used to be most passionate about treasure hunting in ruins. He often went in and out of ancient tombs, fantasizing about finding a god-level soul seal and soaring into the sky. Instead of feeling scared in this environment, he feels an inexplicable sense of familiarity. These things are. The vision gradually became clear, and Lin Fan saw an altar in the tomb. A tall black coffin stood there, with 3 silver coffins placed beside it, as if they were paying homage to the owner of the black coffin. Only a coffin? Where is the promised treasure of the kingdom? Lin Fan frowned. Lin Fan fixed his eyes on the coffins, and there was a hint of eagerness in his eyes. He immediately started to dig into the big black coffin. Use the hero's staff as a crowbar, and then use basic attacks to assist. This grave-digging technique is top-notch. Ahem. The stone slab of the coffin fell to the ground. Lin Fan coughed twice and looked inside while holding his breath. There were no remains in the coffin, only a set of purple gold armor engraved with a black snake pattern and an extremely gorgeous sword. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. I made it. I'll make a fortune. It's obvious that these 2 items are not ordinary things. At least they are 2 high-level purple items, right? He reached out to grab the hilt of the sword, but as soon as his fingertips touched it, brown rust suddenly appeared on the sword, and as soon as he gripped it and exerted force, the sword turned into a pile of debris. Interesting, you're just teasing me. Lin Fan was speechless, and the armor turned into ashes. 3 coffins were pushed open one after another, and all the high-end equipment that had once been so powerful turned into ashes. However, there were human remains in these 3 silver coffins. I think the person in the black coffin should be King Foreign. His body has undergone a mutation and has been transformed into a low-level bone dragon. Lin Fan guessed secretly. So it's here. Lin Fan found a treasure box behind the black coffin. Each item on it looked priceless and had not been eroded too much by the passage of time. Top-quality material. Heart of the God of War X3. Description. The heart of the most outstanding warrior in Yuhua Kingdom. Top-quality materials. Tianyu Crystal X5. Description. A very rare forging treasure. Its value is inestimable. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was just unlucky because the previous boss did not drop these 2 materials. It turned out that they were all in this hidden copy. It can be seen how difficult it is to obtain the legendary weapon suitable for the holy relic, Silmaril. It is useless to simply clear the dungeon. Only by discovering the hidden dungeon can you get the materials. However, just as Lin Fan was about to put the materials into his pocket, his eyes suddenly flickered and earth-shaking shouts of killing appeared in his ears. Lin Fan was shocked and looked around, finding himself in a chaotic battlefield. A terrifying black shadow passed by in the sky. Lin Fan caught a glimpse and saw a 100-meter-long magic warship flying across the sky. A salvo of fire from the warships seemed to tear the sky apart. The magic shells, which were comparable to the explosions of small nuclear bombs, exploded. The earth shook violently, and the sound of explosions and roars was endless. Lin Fan's ears were numb from the shock, and after careful observation, he realized that this was a reappearance of the past scene. It's just that he is standing in the first-person perspective, so everything seems particularly real. Lin Fan was not too shocked. Many special plots would have similar CG transitions. From the fact that these magic soldiers were holding black snake battle flags and marching forward one after another into the distance, it can be inferred that these soldiers belonged to the Yuhua Kingdom. However, when he saw the target that thousands of soldiers were heading towards, he couldn't help but gasp. It turned out to be a black dragon, with its huge black wings spread out, almost covering half of the sky. Those warships were like toys in front of it. It could overturn them with just a flap of its wings and crush them with its sharp claws. Dark Dragon King. Blood reversal? Level. Unknown? Lin Fanren was stunned. This was the legendary Dark Dragon King. Classification according to boss grade. Ordinary, Lord, Domain Lord, Holy Lord, King, God. This is a true king-level creature. In his previous life, the dragon tamer who could summon a 9-headed dragon only had dragons under his command that were only at the Domain Lord level. It is far less violent and terrifying than the king-level creatures. Doesn't this mean that the Yuhua Kingdom is not committing collective self-immolation? But was it slaughtered by the Dark Dragon King? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. In the distance, four figures rushed towards the Dragon King on warships. The four of them were extremely powerful and could stir up trouble with just a wave of their swords. But in front of the king-level creature, it was just a larger ant and was defeated soon. Only a middle-aged man wearing a crown managed to escape, and the entire army of the Yuhua kingdom was defeated. The towns were plundered by the Dark Dragon King, and plagues and curses broke out wherever he went. Millions of lives were burned to death or died of disease. The world was devastated, and the tragedy was horrific. The scene changed, and Lin Fan appeared in the underground city palace. The body of the king, who returned seriously injured, began to change. Bone spurs sprouted from his arms one by one, and his skin began to crack, showing signs of death. The man serving the king brought a crystal-clear red fruit. After Foreign took it, the process of his undead transformation slowed down, but it still failed to stop the spread of the curse. This fruit is actually a sacred object? Lin Fan was a little confused and tried to check the properties of the fruit. The fruit of life from the tree of reincarnation. Quality: holy relic. Effect: after taking it, your health will increase by 1,000 points. You can take 0 out of 3. Good stuff. Lin Fan couldn't help but envy him. Since Foreign had taken this thing before, maybe he could find it here. Give me back my daughter. Give it back to me. Before he died, Foreign held a treasure box and murmured, then took out a black rune, with endless regret in his eyes. After that, before Foreign completely turned into a dead creature, the priest placed him in this underground mausoleum. Lin Fan shuddered and broke free from the illusion of the past. Looking at this CG picture, the amount of information is quite large. Lin Fan shook his head, thinking of the black rune that appeared in the picture, and once again checked the treasure box that Foreign was holding before he died. You have discovered a key that opens a door to the unknown. Effect: unknown? Chapter 55. There is a big problem with this copy. Could this be the key to the Dragon Cave treasure house? Lin Fan was stunned. The shape of this key was very unique. It was made of top-grade obsidian, in the shape of an inverted triangle, and was covered with obscure magic patterns. In his previous life, he had seen something similar at a black market auction house, and it was eventually bought by a wealthy man for 100,000 gold coins. It was said that he later actually discovered a dragon treasure and made dozens of times the profit. Dragons are superior to most creatures in the divine realm. Dragons are inherently lustful and greedy for money. Similar basic settings can be seen in many games. Even if it is just a treasure of a lower-level dragon, it is normal to make a few small profits. There is a possibility that the treasure hidden by the demon dragon king Nishue is hidden there. Lin Fan suppressed his ecstasy and put the key into the package. It is hard to say whether we can find the Dragon's Cave treasure house, but at least it is a sure win if we have this thing in our hands. Why does the area of the tomb seem to have grown? Lin Fan frowned and looked back. The surroundings were still foggy, but there seemed to be candlelight in the distance, extending to the southwest. After searching the tomb again and making sure that nothing was left out, Lin Fan began to walk towards the place where the candlelight was lit. Not knowing whether it was an illusion or reality, Lin Fan kept walking forward along the corridor. I could vaguely feel the sound of music coming from the end of the corridor, sometimes far away, sometimes near, making it hard to tell. The gods will not set up useless details in the dungeon. The more confused you are, the more vigilant you should be. Raise your hand and fire a basic attack into the darkness where the sound came from. The light emitted by the fireball illuminated the front, and Lin Fan was surprised. With his exaggerated range, he couldn't hit the end of the corridor with a basic attack. Crash. As the fireball rushed out, the sound of a mechanism being triggered was startled, and all kinds of swords, spears, swords, and falling rocks rushed out from the walls. Lin Fan broke out in sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, he was alert, otherwise he might have fallen into these traps. That's not right. I got all the loot in the hidden dungeon. How could there be a trap? This is obviously not in line with common sense, Lin Fan thought. After going forward for more than 10 minutes, the candlelight disappeared completely, and 3 forks appeared in front of them, and the sound of music like plucking strings became more and more obvious. It has a sad and melancholy charm, and it feels particularly creepy when heard in this deep corridor. Lin Fan was not afraid. He looked at the 3 forks in the road before him. Judging from the nature of the gods, 2 of them would lead to dead ends, and only one would be a way to survive. A series of basic attacks were fired in 3 directions. Fireballs in 2 directions hit the wall and disappeared after a few seconds. A series of mechanisms were triggered, and the entire royal mausoleum was filled with rumbling sounds. Lin Fan swallowed his saliva secretly. The strength of this mechanism was nothing compared to the one above the palace. If it weren't for its amazing length, even if several more teams went into the dungeon together, they would be courting death. No movement on the left. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, and without being careless, he decisively put on 9 shields on himself and took a step forward towards the fork in the road on the left. There were no more mechanisms triggered along the way, which proved that his judgment was correct. After a few minutes, a white magic light curtain descended and blocked the way. Lin Fan tried to fire a basic attack, but the fireball did not explode when it hit the light curtain, but passed through silently. Lin Fan thought about it for a while and realized that this light curtain could not easily determine whether there was any risk. But thinking that the materials for the legendary equipment were already in hand, even if he walked over and was killed instantly, he would just have to return to the city early. He simply walked over, and when his body touched the light curtain, it was not as dangerous as he had expected, and Lin Fan passed through smoothly. The scene in front of my eyes changed, and strong light fell on my face. Lin Fan was shocked. The place was filled with singing birds and fragrant flowers. It was lush and green, and a sea of flowers appeared before him. He looked back at the light curtain he had seen when he came in. The exit was still there, but he didn't know where he was. Is this a small world? Lin Fan whispered. The only thing that can connect a small world is space magic, and this space was artificially opened up. In the setting of God's domain, in addition to the 4 basic magics and the 2 major factions of light and darkness, the magic involving space and time is the most special. The teleportation arrays within the Light Dragon Empire are masterpieces of space magic, but most of them are relics from ancient times, and few players or NPCs can master them. As for time magic, it is more like a legend. I have never heard of anyone being able to use it in my previous life. Thousands of years ago, the Yuhua Kingdom was able to use space magic to open up a pure land, which shows that its national strength was very strong. Unfortunately, it provoked a terrifying existence and ended up with the whole country, Yuhua. You have come to the kingdom of Feathered Deity, the pure land of Feathered Deity. A prompt appeared in front of him, and Lin Fan was stunned. It turned out to be a hidden copy within a hidden copy. Gods, are you putting nesting dolls here for me? Lin Fan couldn't help but complain in his mind. Looking at the space, it wasn't that big and gave him a feeling of being in a paradise. I only hear the sound of the piano, but I can't see the person. Does this count as BGM? Lin Fan muttered. He climbed over the hillside that blocked his view. Not far away, a large gray tree stood above the sea of flowers. Its branches and leaves were yellow, and with a few red fruits hanging on them, but most of them had shriveled. The tree of reincarnation? Lin Fan's scalp tingled. He had seen this red fruit in CG images. It was the thing that King Foreign took to prolong his life. This is a holy object. Each one can increase your health by 1,000 points. Lin Fan was so excited that he rushed over to pick the fruit. -200. However, when Lin Fan rushed to the sacred tree, damage numbers popped up above his head, hitting his head with a bump, and an invisible barrier blocked him. Lin Fan checked the situation anxiously. The hexagonal fence surrounding the sacred tree was cast with some kind of magic barrier, preventing him from getting close. At the same time, he also noticed a harp that had long since decayed next to it. In a trance, he saw a woman with extraordinary talent sitting on the grass and playing the strings of a musical instrument. Her red lips slightly parted, and a gentle and beautiful voice came out, and there seemed to be a trace of longing spreading in the song. That's the voice. Lin Fan's heart trembled. This scene was also an illusion from the past. Is this woman an elf? Lin Fan noticed that the woman was not dressed gorgeously, but had an innate noble temperament. There was no worldly noise in her eyes, and she had a pair of pointed ears unique to elves. Lin Fan tried to check the woman's attributes. Earth Elf Queen, Sky Moon. The Queen of Yuhua Kingdom. Attack power? This woman is actually Lao Gulong's wife? Lin Fan was somewhat confused. This woman was of noble status and extremely beautiful. It was a pity that her beauty fell into the hands of Old Man Folan. Damn, I got infected by the fat guy and the fat otaku. Lin Fan shook his head repeatedly. The illusion of the past was lifted, and everything around him returned to normal. I didn't expect this copy to be so interesting. I wonder if Tianxi and his gang in my previous life discovered it. Lin Fan thought to himself. His eyes moved upwards and stared at the fruit of life on the tree of reincarnation. Lin Fan raised the corner of his mouth, retreated several hundred meters, and began to use basic attacks to try to shake the barrier and see if he could shake the fruit out. -1. The sacred tree barrier was extremely abnormal. With Lin Fan's current attack power of over 700 points, he only dealt 1 point of damage. Advanced Chaos Barrier. Health value, 300 million. Protection, 10,000. What the hell? Lin Fan was stunned when he saw the attributes of the barrier. No wonder it could only deal 1 point of damage. It turned out that this thing was no different from being invincible. However, he keenly noticed that although a normal attack could not cause any substantial damage to the barrier, the entire samsara tree was shaking slightly, and the fruits on it began to sway, as if they would fall off at any time. There's hope. Lin Fan was overjoyed and began to work harder on basic attacks. The barrier emitted waves of pleasant sounds, which seemed to resonate with the music played by Queen Kongyue. This made Lin Fan a little confused, but he didn't think much about it. Thump! A fruit fell down, and Lin Fan was overjoyed. He changed the angle and continued to attack, trying to knock down the fruit on the other side as well. This time, the sound produced by the basic attack was a little deeper. But what surprised him even more was that his basic attack actually bounced back and almost hit him, so he was so shocked that he stopped immediately. There's a problem. There's a big problem with this copy. An astonishing thought flashed through Lin Fan's mind. It seemed that this almost invincible barrier could be broken. Chapter 56 Cut down the sacred tree. Doremi is trembling. Damn, I think I understand. Lin Fan felt as if an electric current ran through his body, and he thought of the piano lessons he had taken in the orphanage when he was a child. The 6 corners of the barrier may represent 6 tones. Combined with the sound of the piano that kept ringing in his ears, Lin Fan roughly understood. This was guiding the adventurers and the Queen of the Earth Elves to perform a harmonious harmony across thousands of years, thus breaking this unsolvable barrier. However, there is still a question that bothers Lin Fan. Why does the attack bounce back? Was it just because he hit the wrong note? Lin Fan fired fireballs in 5 other directions, but they all bounced back without exception. No, this barrier seems very familiar. Lin Fan was startled and casually released the Flame Dragon skill. The fire element in the hexagram immediately burst into dazzling light, while the other 5 corners became dim. The position of the fire attribute was exactly the angle when his basic attack hit the barrier just now. Damn it, I am the genius. This means that each corner of the barrier not only represents a different musical note, but also represents different magical attributes that need to be played. Lin Fan was shocked by his own guess. In order to verify it, he switched the normal attack mode to the wind mode, Windblade. The mage can switch between 4 basic faction attack modes from level 1. With the talent skill, Flame Burning, Lin Fan rarely switches to attacks with other attributes. This time, the attack bounced back again and was offset by the shield on Lin Fan's body. Seeing this, Lin Fan did not give up and continued to release a wind-type basic attack in another direction, and another burst of pleasant sounds was heard. -10. A very small damage number appeared, but Lin Fan became extremely excited. His guess was correct. Switch to Earth-type basic attack, Stone Cone. The attack worked again. The damage becomes -50. Lin Fan was overjoyed and switched his normal attack to a water-based one, Water Bullet. The damage number has multiplied again, 250. What an auspicious number. 3 fruits fell this time, and there are still more than a dozen on the tree. There is no doubt that each one can be sold at a sky-high price in the auction house. This is an extra life value increase. However, Lin Fan now looked down upon just a few holy fruits. He had big ambitions. What he wanted was to break the barrier, then uproot the entire sacred tree and take it home. This is what Lin Fan wants now. Wait, it's still not right. But soon Lin Fan was dumbfounded. After using all 4 types of basic attacks, it seemed that he was still missing 2 corners of the formation. What should he do? The hexagram represents the 6 mainstream magical attributes: water, fire, wind, earth, light, and darkness. If he wants to cut down trees and bring the samsara tree home, he is still missing 2 attributes. Otherwise, he will not be able to break the barrier. Just as Lin Fan thought, after hesitating for a few seconds, the time limit expired and the health of the barrier quickly became full. At the same time, the piano sound in the BGM re-enters the loop. Lin Fan did not give up and continued to analyze silently. If you want to break the barrier, the best way is to pull people into the dungeon, remember all the BGM tones, and then work together to cut down trees. Nowadays, the player levels are generally above level 20, and there are quite a few mages and priests who have switched to the Templar light element, so it is not impossible to find someone to help. But the dark profession is a bit troublesome. After all, this attribute is friendly with monsters. Once you change your profession to the cursed mage profession, You will be treated differently by the Light Dragon Empire. Besides, even if we find the candidate, how can we be sure that the other party will not leak the news? You should know that the big tree in front of you is the reincarnation tree, a rare treasure suspected to be of god-level quality. Haha, someone has chosen. Lin Fan slapped his thigh and cursed himself for being a little stupid. Isn't the fat guy the best candidate? The sword user of light and dark, possessing both light and dark attributes, is the eldest disciple of the holy sword user Hyoga. No matter what you're doing now, join the team and come to the dungeon. Lin Fan sent a private message to Fatty. The fat man who was busy selecting guild members at the moment cursed. You idiot, do you know how busy I am as the vice president right now? There are so many people waiting to curry favor with me. I am almost fed up with it. Stop talking nonsense. Your dad found the secret treasure. Lin Fan cursed. Fatty, I really can't leave, Shinzong, I'll be right there. Fatty shouted in the guild channel. You crazy Wogan, stop chasing girls. I'm going to the dungeon to help Xiao Linzi. You hurry up and recruit people. Crazy man. Get lost now, damn it. You can do whatever you want just because you look handsome? I have tolerated you for a long time. Qingwu Meng Yu, Master Kai, don't go. What's your phone number? Can you add me? Frost and Snow. Brother Kai promised to accompany me to kill monsters. Why did you run away? Wait for me. Lin Fan was a little confused when he saw the female players in the channel. No. Why are there so many girls in the guild? What the hell are these two doing? Crazy, girls, don't follow him. I've seen him in real life. He's a 1.8 meter tall, 280-pound, big man. The fat man froze as soon as he took a step, frowning and muttering, Damn, Brother Fan betrayed me? After adding Fatty to the team, Lin Fan spent half an hour repeatedly using his meager vocal knowledge to record the order of all the notes and posted them on the team channel. Knowing that the fat guy's brain wasn't very good, he thoughtfully drew marks of the light/dark corners under the sacred tree's barrier. The two of them should be able to chop down the tree smoothly just by following his commands. Fatty, damn, the stone can spit fire? I think I'm going to die. Wait for me to come over right away. What Lin Fan never expected was that before the logging plan was implemented, the fat man had just arrived at the underground palace and had an accident and was directly roasted into a suckling pig. Even with Lin Fan's reminders in his ears, the fat guy still fell into the mechanism 5 times. Without a priest to revive him, he had to run back and forth 5 times. After 2 full hours, the fat man finally managed to survive the mechanism with the help of his level 20 heroic outfit and powerful resistance feathers and health bonuses, and finally met up with Lin Fan in the Pure Land. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The fat man in black armor screamed excitedly when he saw the sacred tree. He thought Lin Fan was bragging, but it turned out that there really was a sacred tree. Take it and eat it. Lin Fan threw 2 life fruits over in a bad mood. The fat man caught them and stuffed them into his mouth without caring what they were. Amazing! 1 blood point increased by 1,000. The fat man was extremely surprised. He had already switched to an S-level profession, and his health was very high. With more than 7,000 health points, he crushed most of the warriors of the same level. Now, after taking 2 life fruits, his health points were approaching 10,000. Try again and see if you can eat it? Lin Fan threw another one over. The fat man was stunned for a moment and tried to stuff it into his mouth again, but stopped and shook his head and said, I can't eat it anymore. I've reached the limit, but the reminder says I can still eat 1 more. Me too. Lin Fan also ate 2 pills himself. He thought it was because his basic occupational attribute growth was low, kidney deficiency, so he couldn't eat the full 3 pills. Now it seems that even Fatty, an S-level professional, cannot eat the full limit, which means there are other restrictions. I feel like it should be linked to the level. Can you eat it once at level 10? The fat man guessed. Lin Fan was stunned. The fat man was a straightforward person with a kind of wise appearance. His guess should be correct. After explaining to the fat man how to break the barrier, the two of them took their positions. Stand still according to my instructions. Switch between the light and dark systems. You should be more familiar with this technique than I am. Lin Fan said. It's no use being unfamiliar even after being abused hundreds of times. Old tree monster, watch out. The fat man laughed. However, it is easy to say in theory, but it is still quite difficult to do. The first few times, the two of them either didn't follow the pitch or there was overlap in their coordination, so they had no choice but to wait for the BGM to play again. Try again and again. Keep logging. Fire. Wind. Water. It's still water. Lin Fan struck out 4 notes in a row and immediately shouted, Dark. The The fat man switched to the dark sword and slashed forward. The piano sounded beautifully, and brilliant notes flashed on the barrier. Lin Fan shouted again, "Light! Cut! -6,000. The fat man thrust out with his sword, causing the barrier to lose blood rapidly, and a bunch of shriveled fruits fell from the tree. Lin Fan's eyebrows were beaming with joy. His heart was filled with ecstasy. His guess was completely correct. As long as the method was coordinated properly, it would indeed work. The two of them cast more than 10 attribute cycles in succession, and the entire Samsara divine tree began to shake violently, with a large number of withered fruits falling. What the heck? The fat man transformed into a foot-picking warrior on the spot and blasted out a magic sword energy. This time, the chaos barrier lost a full 30 million health points. Chapter 57. The Tree of Reincarnation. Bang! As the fat man's slashing blow fell, the sound of glass breaking was heard, and strange light shot up into the sky from the nearly invincible barrier. Is this considered a success? The fat man said to himself in surprise. It should be done. Lin Fan responded, and the elf queen's tearful smile appeared in front of him, and then disappeared with the wind with a relieved smile. The next second, the samsara tree quickly withered and aged. Its branches and leaves fell off quickly. The tree began to crack, and large pieces of rotten wood disintegrated. Oh my God! My money tree! Lin Fan was instantly defeated. He didn't understand why the sacred tree would collapse after he had finally cracked the barrier. This doesn't make sense. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. Didn't they think that all their efforts were in vain? What do the gods mean? Why don't they give the tree the fruit? Congratulations! You have completed Mystery of Metamorphosis perfectly. Will there be a regional announcement? Are you using anonymity? When the notification sounded, Lin Fan was not happy at all. What's the point of just clearing the game perfectly? Without the sacred tree, how can they become rich and powerful? This is a sacred tree that can bear holy fruit. Lin Fan has always been planning to transplant the sacred tree to the future guild base. Everyone is guaranteed to have 3,000 additional health points. In the early stages of the game, when players are generally anemic, high blood volume will play a decisive role in combat effectiveness. It's over, damn it. I'm so angry. Lin Fan couldn't help but swear. In total, more than 20 life fruits were taken from the sacred tree. This is indeed an amazing treasure, but compared to the real sacred tree, it is not even a little bit inferior. Regional announcement. Players Fan's Hen and K's expedition wisdom is extraordinary, and they have worked together to solve the legendary copy, The Mystery of Metamorphosis. Rewards: 10 talent points, 30,000 reputation points, and 200 gold coins. When the announcement was released, players across the server were shocked. The dungeon actually awarded 10 talent points, which was much more valuable than rewarding attribute points. The 10-point talent skill bonus could produce a qualitative change in one's strength if used properly. This consolation prize is pretty good. The fat man took advantage of the situation, and seeing Lin Fan in a daze, he comforted him and told him not to be too sad. No, there's more to it. Something is glowing in the rotten wood. Lin Fan stared at the fragments of the sacred tree, and a very unique green color attracted his attention. There's real stuff. The fat man also saw it. The two of them rushed forward, and this time there was no barrier blocking them, so they easily climbed over the fence. This is a small sapling only as long as a little finger, like a beautiful jade, different from the surrounding green plants. The saplings are lush and green, with a unique mist lingering around them. Magic patterns can be vaguely seen flashing in the mist, and it is obvious that they are not ordinary things. Lin Fan held it in his palm and checked its properties with excitement. Seedling of the Tree of Reincarnation. Quality: godly object. Description: the branches of the first tree in the world are born and reborn every 1,000 years. The Tree of Samsara. When the tree matures, it can produce 6 kinds of sacred fruits: fire life fruit, water magic fruit, wind agility fruit, earth resistance fruit, dark critical strike fruit, light luck fruit. Cultivate holy objects, rootless water, and heavenly soil. Due to the current lack of cultivation conditions, transplanting it into the soil can only produce the fruit of life. OMG. Oh my God. This is truly a god-level item. This thing is too amazing. The fat man screamed with excitement. The 2 life fruits alone added 2,000 health points. If he could successfully cultivate this sacred tree and eat the other attribute fruits as well, adding a lot of extra attributes, he would be invincible. It's a big profit. It's really a big profit. Lin Fan's breathing became a little rapid. It was not just as simple as harvesting a sacred tree seedling. More importantly, He knew where to find these two holy objects and cultivate them so that they could grow into a real samsara tree. The rootless water is in the northern desert restricted area, and the heavenly divine soil is hidden in the Holy Light Church in the imperial capital. Lin Fan whispered in his mind, but even if he knew the exact location, he couldn't go to these two places at his current level. Moreover, the location of Weijinshui is a desolate place with divine fire burning the sky all day long. Players or NPCs with weaker combat power will be burned to death if they get close to it. As for the Holy Light Church, it is the foundation of the Light Dragon Empire. Rumor has it that the Holy Light Dragon clan is entrenched there, and any invaders will be killed without mercy. In the divine world, no matter if it is a lower-level dragon or a higher-level dragon, as long as the word dragon is in its name, the life form is ridiculously powerful. Now that he knows the cultivation conditions, Lin Fan has no intention of giving up and will visit these two places sooner or later. After carefully collecting the sacred tree saplings, Lin Fan and Fatty left the dungeon. A lot of time was wasted in the dungeon, and now there are less than 6 hours left before the stronghold battle starts. Lin Fan took a look at the list of guild members. He listed the 6 kings of the road that Fatty had found, and they were already there. As for the remaining 4 people, Lin Fan asked the madman to win them over at any cost and get them to agree to any conditions. Well, the main thing is to trick people into joining the guild first, and then make things a fait accompli and add sugar-coated bullets. If Lin Fan doesn't work, they won't obey. Lin Fan walked out of the frozen valley and returned to the ice field. During the few hours he spent in the dungeon, many players arrived here. The players in this group have generally reached level 20, and nearly half of them have completed their professional awakening for the guild stronghold war. Their combat effectiveness has skyrocketed, and they can easily deal with elite monsters as a group. However, there are still some players who have reached the awakening conditions but did not immediately choose an awakening profession. These people are very confident and are not willing to only get a low-level profession. They are still waiting for the opportunity to awaken a hidden profession. My dear priest, are you healing me or cursing me to death? Why are you attacking me? Brother Knight, I know you are in a hurry, but please don't be impatient. I have a special skill. Fuck. You licked my face and my health dropped like crazy? Are you poisonous? Lin Fan and Fatty stopped on their way back to the city. The scene before them made them both confused. The fat man rubbed his eyes and wondered, am I seeing things? Why is the little priest's healing spell causing his teammates to lose blood? It seems like he is really losing blood, and the frequency is quite high. The knight loses blood 3 times and only heals once. The increase is not as much as the decrease. Lin Fan, who considered himself knowledgeable, was a little dumbfounded. He had never seen such a strange pastor. It was already very difficult for a team of 6 to beat up 3 elite monsters based on the monster panel here, but there were 3 professional awakenings in the team, so it shouldn't have been so difficult to deal with them. As a result, with the help of the little priest, the knight in the front row kept cursing and drinking a lot of red potions. He was almost killed by his own priest. I'll beat your mother. Kill him. This guy is here to do bad things on purpose. I have never seen such a bad teammate. Yes, if you want to live, Archer, shoot him to death quickly. A group of people fought desperately to kill the ice wolf. At this time, the teammates discovered the clue and turned their spearheads to the Pitby priest. The young priest was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly and explained in panic. Don't be angry, brothers. This skill of mine really works like this. It needs to lose 90% of the blood before it starts to work. Believe me. Spicy chicken drumstick burger. I am Qin Shi Huang. Do you believe me or him? The young priest's ID was female dormitory god of war. When he saw that the situation was not going well, he ran away. But how could a priest like him outrun the chicken leg burger archer? He raised his hand and fired 3 shots in a row, killing the young priest from the back. Chapter 58, I think it's okay to betray my teammates. The chicken burger's attack hit the target accurately, but a strange scene appeared again. Plus 233. Not only did the little priest not lose any blood, but he actually gained a lot of blood. Spicy chicken drumstick burger. Oh, damn, there's a cheat. The 5 teammates were all stunned. The fat man opened his mouth wide and pointed at the little priest and shouted, "It's confirmed! This time it's definitely confirmed. I said someone must be cheating in this game." The mage in the team refused to believe it and continuously threw out several wind blades, but he was still healing the little priest. The same thing happened when a bunch of skills were hitting the little priest. Female dormitory god of war. Stop fighting. Oh, I'm going to die. Really stop fighting. My skills are really a bit problematic. 2 great gods help me. These people are so unreasonable that they want to kill me. I don't know how I have offended them. The female dormitory war god ran and stumbled towards Lin Fan and the others while speaking. The fat man looked at Lin Fan and asked for his opinion. Lin Fan thought for a while and said, "This pastor is quite capable. Can you take on those 5 people alone?" Haha, even if there are 10 or 8 more, it still won't be enough to fill Kai's teeth. The fat man laughed and stepped in front of the young pastor. His silver hair was very eye-catching, and an evil smile broke out on his cold face. He raised his hands slightly, and 2 enchanted swords, one bright and one dark, appeared in his hands. Seeing this, Lin Fan commented, "Not bad, this guy took things a little longer this time." The fat guy, who was only handsome for 3 seconds, almost stumbled and fell. He turned his head and smiled foolishly. 1.8 meters tall, 18 centimeters, am I kidding you? Will you die if you don't brag? Lin Fan said unhappily. Spicy chicken drumstick burger. What do you mean? Don't you see that this guy is deliberately delaying our monster hunting? It's meaningless. It's nothing for a few people to bully a pastor. If you have the guts, come and bully me. The fat man laughed jokingly, but the other party was not intimidated at all and sneered. A B-level magic swordsman is so great? I am still a B-level light ranger. This light ranger was quite cunning. While speaking, he suddenly switched to the enchanted arrows. A cluster of light arrows shot out from the bow, stirring up a large amount of wind and snow with great power. The fat man looked calm. He casually raised the dark sword and swung it casually. Dark light surged, and with a clang, the light arrow was shattered. Block. The Ranger of Light was a little surprised. This move caused at least 700 points of damage to the monster, and the firing speed was extremely fast. It was difficult for anyone to react, and it was caught easily. The C-class Storm Mage in the back row attacked, weaving a huge wind net to pounce on the fat man. The fat man's light and dark swords combined into one, and it actually formed a broadsword of light and dark. A sword slashed out, forming a cross of sword light, tearing the fierce wind net apart. But the sword light's attack did not decrease. The Storm Mage, who was 30 meters away, widened his eyes, unable to believe his eyes. The magic swordsman can attack from a distance. Double crit minus 3,200. A horrifying damage value appeared, and the Storm Mage instantly turned into white light and was killed instantly. Double critical hit. What the hell is this skill? Why haven't I heard of this trick used by the magic swordsman? The people in Chicken Leg Burger were numb. Several of them had cold hands and feet and were all stunned. Come on, come on. Who else wants to come up? Brother will teach you how to be a good man again. The fat man pointed his broadsword at everyone, his pair of starry eyes flashing coldly. S-class jobs are really perverted. Even Lin Fan couldn't help but complain. Double critical strike is an exclusive feature of dual blade warriors, but it requires a lot of mana and a bit of luck to perform. For warriors with low mana values, this can only be used when they reach level 30. But the S-level Profession Light and Dark Sword user has a higher mana pool than the Awakened Mage, which allows the fat man to use this move without thinking. Of course, the disadvantage of this move is also obvious. When the 2 enchanted swords are combined into a broadsword, the attack speed/movement speed will be greatly reduced. This would be extremely fatal in a fight between masters, and the only way to face the next attack is to withstand it. But the fat guy concealed it very well. He stood there and took the attack with the attitude of a supreme strong man. In addition, the opponent was also very weak, so he really succeeded in this attack. Look carefully at my ID. Get lost if you don't want to die. The fat man showed off his Kai Yi logo, and the Chicken Burger Ranger was stunned for a moment. S-level professional. He is the vice president of Godkiller. Brothers, go ahead. After hearing the news, the group of S-level professionals were frightened and all ran away in panic, disappearing near the ice field. I can kill a dozen of these noobs, Mr. Kai. The fat man put away the enchanted sword and shook his head with great pride. Big brother is so awesome. Add me as your friend, so I can hold your thigh first. The god of war in the female dormitory was very tactful and started to flatter Kai instantly, making Kai so happy. Our acquaintance is fate. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, tell me your brother's name. The fat man patted the little pastor on the shoulder and laughed. The latter flattered Kai so much that he was overjoyed. The businessmen flattered each other. You are quite good. Other priests save the dying and the wounded, but you are a priest who backstabs teammates. To some extent, you are a genius. No, Master Kai, you are too kind. Your sword can shake the world, which is really amazing. After the two of them added each other as friends, Lin Fan interrupted their chatter and asked, Did you get the soul seal? Huh? The female war god was startled and panicked. She suddenly lowered her body and flashed away like an arrow. "Shake the stone vine," Lin Fan whispered upon seeing this, and a stone wall immediately appeared in front of the female war god. The other party tried to climb over it, but failed due to his low agility. He turned his head and quickly took a detour to continue running. The fat man frowned and said, "It's not fair for a young man to hit you. I'm asking you a question. Why are you running away?" The fat man snorted coldly, rushed forward and grabbed the female dormitory war god. His expression changed suddenly, and the lightsaber was against his neck. "Big brothers, spare my life. It's very difficult to level up after I die once." The female dormitory god of war immediately became scared and raised his hands in surrender. "Don't be nervous. Take out the soul seal and let me see its properties. Don't worry, this thing has already been bound to your character and cannot be dropped." Lin Fan walked over with a smile. It won't fall off? Well, that's good." The female dormitory war god felt a little relieved after hearing this, and looked at Lin Fan, wanting to say something but stopping himself. "Damn it, you don't even know a mortal god? With those rags on you, is he going to give away your equipment?" The fat man became impatient and felt that the young pastor had deceived Mr. Kai's feelings, which made him a little disappointed. "Three-crown champion Fan Shin." The little priest was startled and noticed Lin Fan's blood-red ID. "Let's go. There are too many monsters here. Let's change places." As he was speaking, a group of Icefield thieves gathered around him. Without even looking back, Lin Fan smashed out the fire dragon, causing the monsters to burn in flames and scream in agony. -1,160. -4,330. A huge amount of damage popped up, and all the monsters were turned into ashes in a matter of seconds. So fucking fierce. The female god of war was stunned. This damage value was simply inhuman. This is the man who dares to arm wrestle with Long Hin, and the handsome silver-haired guy next to him is an S-level professional. In his eyes, the two of them are like gods. The three of them walked to an open space with fewer monsters, and the female war god said shyly, "I can show you the soul seal, but I have to speak first. Can you please stop laughing when you see it?" "Damn it, I didn't ask you to touch the bird. Why are you fussing about looking at a broken soul print?" The fat man cursed speechlessly. The female dormitory god of war blushed and posted a message in the team channel. "Right hand of the cursed king, heroic spirit level. Passive skill 1. There is a chance that the target will be cured of the curse when the treatment is released, reducing the target's health by 90% and increasing all attributes of teammates by 90%. The current probability of triggering curse treatment is 50%. Comments from the gods. Cherish your teammates, stay away from curses, and cherish every moment you have." Passive skill 2. When being insulted by the target, the curse takes effect and you gain 90% of the target's mana value. When being attacked by teammates, you gain 90% of the teammate's health value. Comments from the gods. "I think it's okay to let down your teammates. It seems that all the gods can't stand it anymore. Why do I have the urge to beat him up?" The fat man looked dazed. Snapped. Lin Fan immediately clapped his hands. He originally thought that his super god-level soul seal was amazing enough, but he never expected that this person was even more awesome. "By the way, come to our godkiller guild. We happen to be in need of a powerful priest like you," Lin Fan said with a smile, extending an olive branch to the god of war in the female dormitory. The female dormitory god of war looked surprised. Can I do it? You can see that few teammates can stand up to me. If I say you can do it, then you can definitely do it," Lin Fan said calmly. The quality of the young priest's soul seal reached the heroic spirit level, second only to the god-level soul seal, and his skills were so outrageous that he had never seen them before. But to be honest, any heroic spirit-level soul seal cannot be garbage. Reducing the health to just a trace will trigger an improvement in all attributes. This is not just a simple increase in attack power, but also a surge in agility, critical strike, and even critical strike damage. This skill would be quite terrifying if used properly. There is no need to explain much about the second skill. It is a life-saving skill that harms others and benefits oneself. Those who are not killed by me will eventually make me stronger. Chapter 59, Who Wants to Take My Dog's Head? The origin of the soul seal in the female war god's hand is very interesting. He accidentally ran into a fisherman in the novice village and went up to start a conversation with the old man. The old man is the pastor of the village church. He likes fishing in his spare time, but 9 times out of 10 he comes up empty-handed. He also often catches some strange things, and it is normal for him to catch corpses and monsters. The old man was very upset about this and believed that he was cursed, so he complained bitterly to the god of war in the female dormitory. Naturally, he didn't take these words seriously, thinking that the old man's fishing skills were too poor. He himself was an experienced fisherman, so he helped the old man fish and showed off his skills. Who knew that after fishing for a whole day, he still had no catch? Just when the god of war in the female dormitory was a little discouraged, the big fish finally took the bait. What he caught turned out to be a jade arm, which almost scared him to death. Before he could react, the arm penetrated his body, and he inexplicably obtained the heroic spirit-level human soul seal, the right hand of the cursed king. The female war god came to his senses and wanted to find the old pastor to ask about the situation, but the old pastor disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? The heroic spirit-level soul seal is so easy to get. What myth are you telling me? The fat man looked unconvinced. Female dormitory god of war. I'm not lying to you. I swear to God. It's this broken thing that got me kicked out of the team dozens of times. It's really hard to get to level 20. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. When his teammates didn't understand the properties of the soul seal, the little priest could easily cause misunderstandings. He almost killed the knight in the team just now, resulting in the team's annihilation. What he said should be true. There are many ways to obtain soul seals, and chance is one of them. Lin Fan said with a smile. He himself is an example. Who would have thought that one could get a super god-level soul seal by answering open-book questions? This can be understood as a kind of opportunity in the divine realm. I'll send you an invitation to join, Lin Fan said. Master, I will definitely trick you. No, I mean I will be your follower. The fat man glared at her, and the female dormitory war god smiled awkwardly and quickly changed his words. Having the triple crown as your protector doesn't mean you can do whatever you want, but at least it will be much easier to team up and fight dungeons in the future. The three of them rushed towards the city of Egypt. There are only a few hours left before the stronghold battle begins, and now the World Channel is full of news about recruiting experts to join the guild. The first guild stronghold war is crucial, and there are many guilds willing to spend a lot of money to recruit people. But the 300-person quota for the real large guilds has long been filled, and the level of 20 or above is a hard requirement. Everyone is a top master selected from the best. Lin Fan checked the guild member list. Currently, there were less than 50 people, and most of them were female players. Obviously, it was the idea of two wretched guys, the madman and the fat man. However, Lin Fan was not in a hurry. The influence of God's domain was far beyond the comparison of other online games, and there were countless former professional masters who entered the game one after another. Many experts are currently only at level 10, or even just a few levels. Except for the 10 King of the Road players, these are all the candidates he needs to win over. The game is currently in its early stages, and the difference between whether a profession has been awakened or whether one is at a high level in the first tier is actually not obvious. What Lin Fan wants is a real master of operation and stream of consciousness who can stand on his own. Female dormitory god of war. So many red names. Why are there so many red names here? Everyone stopped and red-named players appeared on the outskirts of the ice field. In less than 5 seconds, more and more players gathered, and their number was at least the size of a small battle group. Wonjian guild members temporarily evacuate the ice field monster spawning point. Hurry up! The Shura Society is coming. The sword-asking guild at a nearby monster spawning site heard their boss shout, and 50 or 60 people evacuated the monster spawning site one after another. Other casual players were so angry that their scalps tingled and they cursed. Do these bastards know how to play the game? What's the point of killing people and getting equipment? Although he cursed and refused to obey, he still obediently withdrew from the vicinity of the ice field. Shura Society? What the hell is that? Is it that powerful? Are hundreds of people afraid of just a few dozen of them? The fat man frowned and cursed, and found that the leading few red names were staring at him, so he immediately drew out the twin swords of light and darkness. Lin Fan's eyes flashed coldly. This group of red-named players let other players go, so it seemed that they were the targets. The Shura Guild is an organization of red-named players. In addition to robbing ordinary players for their equipment, their biggest business is to take on bounties offered by employers, specifically targeting players who have offended the rich. Once targeted by this group of vultures with superb skills and good equipment, few individual players can resist. Lin Fan remembered that in his previous life, many players were killed by this group of people and quit the game. Shura Water God, President, it seems to be these few people. Although their IDs are anonymous, the magic swordsman should be the godkiller Kai. S-level awakening profession? It looks like a tough nut to crack. The leader was a level 23 thief, wearing a black cloak and with a vicious look in his eyes. What's going on? Should we run after him? The female dormitory god of war asked with his mouth, but his body was so frank that he retreated more than 10 meters away early. The fat man cursed, "Come here. Can't you see that we have been surrounded and surrounded? Go over there, and you will get yourself killed." The god of war in the female dormitory was startled, and the two teams of red names took a detour to the hillside next to the ice field, ready to intercept their retreat at any time. "Are you a mortal god?" the Shura Lord's boss said coldly. Lin Fan nodded calmly and said, "Yes. May I ask whose order you took?" "That's right, it's you. The rest are business secrets. Get ready to die. After you complete this order, I'll wait for you at the resurrection point," Shura said with a smile. "Oh, doesn't that mean killing me once is not enough, and you also want to block my fountain?" Lin Fan said with a playful smile. "Shura Water God, you're laughing. From the sound of your voice, do you think you can run away? I'll give you a favor as the Triple Crown champion. Delete your account and quit the game, or you'll be killed by the fountain and become a clown." The fat man didn't tolerate him and thrust the light and dark swords in front of him. "Come on, let's see who quits the game. You, Kai, will stand here and kill one and try." Shura Water God's eyes changed. It was rumored that S-level professionals were very powerful, but he didn't believe that the three people on the opposite side could cause any trouble. "Come on, hurry up, I'm busy." Lin Fan looked calm, and his extraordinary courage made everyone in the Shura society frown, wondering what he was relying on. The female dormitory warrior who was ready to run away at any time found the backbone and ran back happily, imitating the fat man's appearance and yelling, "At worst, we can fight. Why are you pretending? A bunch of uncultured trash." "I'm sorry, Lin Fan. Someone will pay 5,000 gold coins to take your dog head," Yin Yin said in a deep voice. "You dare to call yourself the god of law? Die!" Shura, the water god, cursed and cast a water magic wave. A huge blue wave surged and hit the three people. The hexagram lit up, Lin Fan took a step forward, and the fiery sun shield was placed in front of him, easily blocking the wave of attacks. Failed to break the defense? Shura Water God was stunned for a moment. This attack could have caused at least 600 points of damage, but it didn't even break the opponent's shield. "I'll deal with the enemies behind me first, and leave the ones in front to you," Lin Fan said to the fat man. "What about me? What should I do? How about I give you a few pumps?" The female dormitory war god felt a little guilty, and Lin Fan quickly shook his head. No, you better sit and watch. This guy is kidding. It would be fine if the little priest could make them trigger the enhancement of all attributes, but if they don't handle it well, they will be killed by his healing. Lin Fan now has a red name ID. Once the red name is triggered, all his belongings will be lost. Equipment doesn't matter, but he is afraid that the reincarnation tree will be destroyed, which will be a big trouble. That's not good. "Hey, I'm a burden," the god of war in the female dormitory said to himself dejectedly. Seeing this, Lin Fan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't think so. In my eyes, you are a secret weapon. It's not time for you to use your strength yet." The female dorm war god's eyes lit up, and he muttered, "I am a secret weapon. The strong ones will naturally appear last. That's right. My great sword has been thirsty for a long time." The fat man grinned, holding two swords like arrows, and in a blink of an eye he rushed to the front row of melee fighters on the opposite side. The Shura Society's back row archers drew their bows and locked onto him, firing more than 10 fierce arrows. The fat man danced wildly with his two swords, blocking most of the arrows. Although he was hit by a few arrows, he didn't need to worry about it as his health was close to 10,000. 3 slashes against the light. The sword of light flashed, and the 3-hit combo was completed in an instant. -880, -1,100, -1,300. The light and dark sword users have exclusive B-level sword skills, and the damage of each attack will increase proportionally. What the hell is this outrageous output? The big knight with 6,000 HP was shocked and stepped back repeatedly, feeling that the broadsword in his hand was about to be chopped off. Chapter 60, Dragon Among the Sheep. This knight has rich combat experience and can activate the taunt skill to enhance his resistance to damage. That's it? That's it? The fat man smiled triumphantly, completely understanding his opponent's psychology and easily guessing the color of his opponent's underwear. A horizontal slash with the dark sword. The dark sword touches the opponent's armor. A black gas splashes out, and the dark magic curse reduces the knight's defense/critical strike resistance. The fat man roared with all his might, cursed his opponent with his dark sword, and amplified his own panel with his lightsaber. Another sword thrust out, dealing 2,000 points of critical hit. Take it away with one wave of output. Shura was stunned. The Knights Templar were killed in an instant? Whether you were summoned by Tianxi or Long Hin, I can only say that you didn't bring enough people. Lin Fan chuckled, swung his staff, and the fire magic power erupted. A fire dragon fell from the sky, and the Shura player who was responsible for intercepting it screamed. The fire dragon was like a hungry wolf rushing into a sheepfold, with fireballs falling from the sky and flames burning its body, like a purgatory on earth. Minus 1,100. Minus 4,300. 7 or 8 white lights flew by, and all flew back to the resurrection point. The female dormitory god of war swallowed his saliva and exclaimed, "Super thigh. I'm fucking holding on to you. Mommy won't worry about me having no one to clear the dungeon anymore." The distance is at least 500 meters. How did he do it? Shura broke out in a cold sweat, and without thinking too much, he rushed forward with his elite assassins. Earth Mage, use your deceleration skill. Don't let him get away. Shura roared in a thought. He had hunted many rich players and knew that these people's output capabilities were not comparable to those of ordinary players. However, no matter how powerful a mage is, he is nothing but a piece of cake in front of an awakened thief. Eat whatever you want. This is the mutual restraint between professions. This is the unbreakable law of the divine realm. Run? Why run? You are all red names like me. Killing red names makes money very quickly. Lin Fan said calmly, not afraid of the earth magic quarantine that appeared on the ground. Just slow down. Anyway, as a defense tower, he had no intention of moving even a single step. At the same time, Lin Fan had a feeling that the Shura Society was indeed good at hunting down ordinary players, but if they wanted to hunt down him and Fatty, an S-level player, that was purely a suicidal act. The person who found the Shura Society and issued the hunting list could not have been unaware of this. There was a hint of teasing in Lin Fan's eyes. Maybe this was just a test. The other party wanted to use the Shura Society to obtain information about him, or to be more precise, the general attributes of his soul seal. I think both Qi Ziyue and Yi Kongqing should have noticed that he not only had a soul seal in his hand, but also that the quality of the soul seal was extraordinary. Therefore, he wanted to use the Shura Society to find out the situation and take countermeasures in the guild war. Shura Inyan led a group of thieves and charged like mad dogs, and more than 10 ghost shadows attacked from all directions. Seeing so many red-named thieves, an ordinary mage would have been confused long ago. No matter if he was approached by one or several thieves, he would have given up struggling. But Lin Fan still stood there calmly. Running or not running made little difference in front of the thief player. The best way was to defend and attack. Get out of my way. Damn it, die. The fat man who was killing people everywhere saw this and immediately wanted to go back to defend and protect. But he was quickly surrounded by the crowd, and even if they couldn't beat him, they had to hold him back. Go stealth. Shura snorted coldly, and more than 10 black shadows suddenly disappeared. The air seemed to be still, and the murderous atmosphere still permeated the ice field. The reason why this group of players is so successful is that nearly half of their members are thieves. If you encounter a small group that you can defeat, it will be like a nightmare. If you encounter a large group from other guilds, you can evacuate by stealth and invisibility even if you can't defeat them. Clang. There were flashes of swords and sounds, as well as all kinds of heart-wrenching attacks. However, Lin Fan remained motionless and did not launch any attacks, but Shura Inian and others became panicked. Shield. It's still a fucking shield. Shura almost vomited blood. Is this person in front of him a mage or a heavy-armored knight? When it comes to who has a more rogue fighting style, Lin Fan has never lost to anyone. The skill of Fiery Sun Shield is not enough now, and it takes 2 seconds to stack the shield each time. When encountering a strong enemy, it is difficult to give him the opportunity to stack 9 layers of shield. However, from the very beginning of the verbal attack, Lin Fan, although strong in words, had already prepared everything secretly and was stacking shields frantically. I have tens of thousands of gold coins and a lot of treasures on me, and I don't want to let these red name players get them for free. Stormblade. Lin Fan whispered softly. Suddenly, heavy rain fell from the sky, and the raindrops turned into knives and spread out with Lin Fan as the center, covering an area of 20 meters. Minus 230. The dense damage numbers popped up, and more than a dozen thieves revealed their true identities. Shura was shocked. Dual element magician? Did the person who asked you to take the order not explain the situation clearly? Or did you get cheated? Lin Fan raised the corners of his mouth and sighed softly. The rogue stealth skill is indeed very difficult for the mage, but it has a fatal flaw. Once it takes damage, it will automatically reveal itself, and the stealth skill will enter a long CD. Shura's face suddenly changed, and he felt a creepy feeling in his heart. Nah, the shield has been created. What should I do if I can't break it? Another thief just broke the shield, and another shield appeared in front of him, which was really infuriating. Windtalkers. The sound of cracks. 2 more hexagrams shone brightly, increasing the attack speed and blowing away the thieves like flies in front of him. 3 kinds of magic practiced together? He must be crazy. Shura was shocked, and at the same time, an absurd thought flashed through his mind. Is this bastard's mana infinite? The person in front of him started with a variety of large-scale AoE magic. Generally speaking, the larger the area covered by the magic, the more mana it consumes. But this guy not only didn't show any signs of fatigue, he didn't even drink a bottle of mana recovery potion. Even an awakened wizard can't do it. I can't fight him. I can't fight him at all. This guy is even more terrifying than the rumors say. Shura Water God was shocked that even though the president had joined forces with so many thieves, the situation was actually suppressed. He rushed forward with several mages, intending to focus their fire on Lin Fan and help the president and others break the shield. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, looked at him with cold eyes, and fired a basic attack. Shura Water God was stunned. 800 damage? This output is not low, but it is definitely not invincible. However, the next second, the flames on his body began to boil, spreading and burning all over his body. Shura Water God looked as if he had seen a ghost. This is impossible. How can the passive damage be 4,300? He fell to the ground in an instant and flew back to the spring. Have you made enough noise? If you have, it's my turn. Lin Fan looked at Shura Inian and others who were beginning to have the idea of retreating with a sharp gaze. Shura felt a chill all over his body and was about to retreat with his men when suddenly the ground shook and a U-shaped stone wall rose up on the ice, surrounding all the thieves. At the same time, his feet were tightly entangled in the quagmire. The biggest advantages of thieves are mobility and stealth ability, but now they have been eliminated one by Lin Fan's skill set, and it will be difficult for this group of people to make waves again. 4. For element full cultivation magician. Everyone in the Shura society was completely shocked. What kind of madman was this? How dare he learn all 4 types of magic? The explosive fireball in Lin Fan's hand began to call out names. Shura Inyan looked at a loss, and Lin Fan was also murderous enough to deliberately avoid Shura Inyan, leaving him to watch his men fall one after another. Wow, you dropped a lot of money, but the equipment is too rubbish. You guys treat the level 15 blue equipment like a treasure. Equipment fell to the ground one by one, but Lin Fan had a look of disgust on his face. Apart from the gold coins, there were really not many items that he was interested in. Shura Inyan's face turned pale. It had always been the Shura Club that tortured other players, and now it was their turn. This was undoubtedly a form of torture and trampling. You fucking bastard. Even if you don't give me money, I will keep chasing you. Shura bared his teeth and roared, completely driven into a corner. We'll talk about this next time, but our business today is not over yet. Lin Fan showed his 2 rows of white teeth when he heard this. His smile was extremely brilliant, but it made Shura Inyan tremble all over, and there was a fear in his eyes. What do you want to do? I'll send you to quit the service. Lin Fan smiled cruelly. Damn, it's so much fun. On the other side, the fat man was killing people everywhere. There were a few touches of bright red on his black armor, and a whole row of Shura Club players were lying under his feet. Without the protection of the front row, the mages and priests in the back row would be sitting ducks in front of him. The outcome is decided, a one-sided massacre. Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the direction of Egypt City and keenly discovered that there were several people standing on the city wall. A heroic man holding a legendary bow stands out from the crowd and is highly recognizable. Lin Fan raised his head and laughed. Yikongcheng, you already know my intelligence. No matter what tricks you use, the God-killing guild will accept it. Chapter 61. Dog Barking. The person observing the battle from a distance was none other than Longhen boss Yikongcheng. The two looked at each other indifferently without saying a word, but they could feel that they wanted to bite off a piece of each other's flesh. Let's go. Yikongcheng did not get entangled with Lin Fan and led his men away from the city wall. How strong is he? Yikongcheng asked. Standing next to him was a level 21 archer, wearing a set of blue equipment and looking unremarkable. It's amazing. It made me doubt the balance of this game for a while. Qianjun said with a serious look on his face. His health situation is unknown, but the fact that he did not move a single step in the face of the siege shows that he is confident in his health, which is at least higher than that of the first-tier mages. Qianjun analyzed. What about other aspects? Yikongqing nodded, which was similar to his judgment. Many mages will put all their free attribute points into attack/mana, but with Lin Fan's heroic equipment, his health must be much higher than that of an ordinary mage. His operation and game awareness are top-notch, much better than Zhu Shuangshuang. Especially his use of skills is incredible. Qianjun said that he had seen Earth-type mages use the skill, shaking the stone vines, but none of them were as delicate as Fanxian's. What concerned him most was the fighting consciousness of the ordinary gods. It was as simple as an adult beating a child, and he played the old hands of the Shura society around in circles. Actively attract the thieves to besiege them, then set traps one after another, leaving no chance for the other party to survive. This is only temporary. Zhu Shuangshuang next to her said unhappily. Qianjun didn't care, and said he was just discussing the matter. I understand these words without you saying them. Yikongqing's face was gloomy. He was a very proud man and thought that his operating skills were close to those of professional players. However, in front of Lin Fan, he could only be described as immature. I understand, President. Qianjun chuckled. He was a tactical master personally invited by Yikong City. He was a leader in many strategy online games and was also proficient in data analysis. Qianjun. From the known information, he has a god-level soul seal. The effect is to stack the range and mana. Whether it increases the attack power and critical hit attributes is not clear yet. God-level soul seal? Zhu Shuangshuang and Zhan Tianqi were shocked. This was something they had dreamed of getting, but no one could tell them the specific way to get it. Even though Yikongqing has a fortune of hundreds of billions and connections in the official announcement team of Divine Realm, it has still not been able to obtain any useful information about the god-level soul seal. Yes, I have seen similar soul seals that can match a magician. The maximum increase for the Lord level is 300 meters. I'm not sure about the heroic level, but I don't think it will be much higher. Qianjun said frankly. Wait, I can understand you saying he can stack the range, but what about the mana? Yikongqing asked with a frown. Qianjun, based on the damage analysis of his basic fire talent, Flame Burning, his naked mana is over 40,000 points. How could this be a monster? Zhu Shuangshuang looked at the mana value she was so proud of, 4,000 points. This is when she is wearing a set of blue power heroic equipment, and Fanxian's MP value without equipment is more than 10 times hers. Are you kidding me? 40,000 MP is higher than the Magic Lord boss. Zhan Tianqi cursed with a look of horror and grabbed the collar of the unreliable analyst. Qianjun said with disdain on his face, Boss Zhan, it's up to you whether you believe it or not, or you can just ask a fire mage. Stop. Yikongqing scolded coldly, and Zhan Tianqi let go of his hand angrily. What do we need to pay attention to when dealing with him? Please tell me clearly at once. Yikongqing looked at Qianjun. He had a sense of crisis. He had to curb the development of Lin Fan and the god-killing gang. Otherwise, it would become an obstacle to his dominance in the future. Although he appears to have mastered all 4 elements, judging from the damage values, he mainly relies on his passive fire talent to deal damage. Qianjun showed a shrewd look and continued. My suggestion is to buy a large number of potions and equipment related to fire magic resistance, and then try to force him into a one-on-one close combat. You can win by using the human wave tactic. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Yikongqing nodded in approval of the plan, then took out a green stone from the package and said, The thing is yours, come to our guild. After that, Yikongqing kicked out a level 23 B-class warrior from the guild and invited Qianjun to join. Boss, are you sure you want to give it to him? You spent 100,000 gold coins to buy this soul seal. Zhan Tianqi was frightened and wanted to persuade him. Zhu Shuangshuang frowned and agreed. This soul seal perfectly matches your S-level magic-breaking archer attributes. It's not worth giving it to him. Lin Fan uses a god-level soul seal. Does that mean I am worse than him? What a joke. Yikongqing glanced at the soul seal in his hand with disdain. The heroic soul seal that was enough to drive other wealthy players crazy was like garbage in his hands. I like to make deals with straightforward people. 1-year membership contract, I agree. Qianjun was immediately overjoyed. If it wasn't for this soul seal, why would he disband his guild and be willing to be a subordinate to others and join Long Hen? On the other side, Lin Fan was completely unaware that his underwear had been stripped off and was still cleaning up the battlefield with the fat man. It was too brutal. The Shura society was almost wiped out. There were only 2 of them. No, there are 3 of them. The priest may not look impressive, but he might be a great god. That's right. Anyone who can hang out with a mortal god is definitely not an ordinary player. The players who were previously forced to leave the monster spawning point gathered around, all looking at the mysterious master, young priest. I am a secret weapon. I need to be confident and not cause any trouble for boss fan. The god of war in the female dormitory had a hot face. He straightened his back and tried to show that he was very strong. Oh no, it seems that their financial director ran away. Otherwise, we could earn some money from the bounty order. The fat man shouted in pain. The other party accepted a large order of 4,000 gold coins. Even if the hunting mission was not completed, they at least collected a quarter of the deposit. This is the practice of red name hunting players. The conditions for opening the warehouse in God's domain are very harsh at this stage, and players can only put gold coins, equipment, and other items in packages. For red name organizations like the Shura Society, in addition to directly cashing out the gold coins they obtain, the remaining gold coins and rare items will be kept by designated personnel. Otherwise, if the red name is killed, it will be a huge loss. After picking up things on the ground for a long time, he only found more than 300 gold coins and a pile of broken equipment. They can't run away. This money is our union building fund. How can we easily miss it? Lin Fan said with a smile. There are usually no Imperial guards at the resurrection point. They can hide in the safe zone and not come out. The fat man looked puzzled. Shura water god. Come on, you bastard. Aren't you very strong? Let's fight at the resurrection point in E-City. Shura Tiantian. Everyone knows that trash like Fan Shin can only bully weak teams. When he meets foreign teams, he will be weak. Not only that, he will lose on purpose. I've seen it. Shura water god. I admit that it's hard to deal with you, kid. Pay attention. Can I hang up your guild members and control them? Shura called his father. TSK, Brother Shui is awesome. I heard that the girls in his guild are more coquettish than the other, haha. On the World Channel, more than a dozen Shura guild players who were killed began barking like dogs, threatening to avoid Lin Fan and kill the girls in his guild. I'm going to chop them up. Don't let me see them outside the city. The fat man was so angry that his hair stood on end. Those girls were licked by him, and the madman one by one. The people from other guilds said nothing and all hid behind the scenes to watch the fun. I can see that this mortal god is relying on his more gaming experience to show off when everyone else hasn't figured out the game. What's the point of showing off? Yes, I saw clearly about this kind of fake greyhound racing a few years ago. The fact that they were able to win the domestic championship was not because of God's gift. Others have the foundation they need. That band bastard caused me to lose $200,000 that year. Whoever joins the godkiller guild will be killed once I see him. The people from Shura Club kept calling Lin Fan a fake Saigu. They were the king level in leading the rhythm and talking nonsense. Many independent players who were unhappy with Lin Fan joined the verbal war. I'm so angry. The young priest felt uncomfortable hearing this. He was like a tiger in trouble being bullied by a dog. Those red name players were definitely not good people. What should we do? They don't dare to look for us, but those life players will be in trouble. The fat man was so angry that he had no place to vent his anger. He was even more worried that it would be difficult to recruit life players in the future. After all, most of the life players were there for the scenery and didn't like fighting and killing. If they were killed continuously, they would definitely quit the club. You two go into the city and report your coordinates. Lin Fan said suddenly. Why do you want to report the coordinates? Brother, I know you are tall, but there is a barrier in E-City and attacks cannot penetrate it. The fat man was stunned. Then look at what this is. Lin Fan smiled calmly, and a stone appeared in his hand. Southeast Barrier Stone. Chapter 62, Doomsday. The fat man gave a thumbs up and grinned. You are awesome. Can we hit it from such a distance, master? The god of war in the female dormitory looked confused. Even if he was bad at math, the outer city in the southeast was at least 2 or 3 kilometers away from the resurrection point. Is this guy a mortar or a mage? Young man, watch this and see what the length of a god of magic is. The fat man laughed strangely. He had seen the length of a god of magic before when he was fighting a group of monsters with Lin Fan. After saying that, the fat man grabbed the female dormitory god of war with one hand and rushed into the city. They divided the work in advance. One person was responsible for the specific coordinates, and the other was responsible for picking up the spoils. I saw them. A few minutes later, the fat man discovered the people from Shura Society. These guys were standing next to the healer NPC and spewing all kinds of shit. Anyway, even if their bodies are beaten to pieces, they can still be stubborn in their words. They are all masters of rhythm. Various remarks slandering Lin Fan appeared one after another on the World Channel, and even players in the guild began to look for Lin Fan to inquire about the situation. It's nothing. Let's all come to the resurrection point in East City. You can freely distribute the equipment and gold coins that are dropped. Lin Fan's guild shouted. No one was sure what was going on, but when they heard that there were equipment and gold coins to be had, they realized that anyone who didn't take advantage of the opportunity was a fool, so they all put down what they were doing and returned to Edgar City. What is the godkiller going to do? Hey, sister, come to your brother's arms and hug him. I will give you warmth. Shura Water God discovered the god-killing players around him and smirked at the girls in an obscene manner. This person's character is really ugly, and he's wearing a foot binding. Ladies, I'll show my respect first. I only love my Kai. Kai is the most handsome and hottest. Yes, Shao Kai is handsome and gentle. He even helped me kill monsters. The girls didn't care about the harassment from the creepy guy at all. Their attention was all attracted by the handsome guy sitting on the floor. Damn it. Don't delay the president's plan. Go away. Get out of the way. Uncle Kai was very unhappy and used his hands to pull away the claws of several girls who were grabbing at him randomly. Wow. Godlike style. I learned it. So many sisters. I like them so much. The god of war in the female dormitory was drooling. His true face as a wretched dog was exposed. He followed and joined in the fun. He really wanted to learn a skill to pick up girls from God Kai. Why the hell are you making such trouble? Go and pick up the things. The fat man glared and cursed, kicking the young pastor on the butt. So domineering. Kai is so handsome. However, in the eyes of the crazy fans, his rude behavior was clearly the demeanor of a domineering man, which caused another round of screams. The fat man was completely confused. Even though he had been living with his girlfriend for nearly half a year, he still couldn't understand women. Why didn't the madman come? Asked the fat man. Don't mention it. That wretched old man actually wanted to look under Xiaomei's skirt, and we beat him up. That's right, how shameless. He even boasted that he received a super hidden job mission. A blonde girl said disdainfully, and then put her arm around the fat man. The fat guy pushed her away in annoyance, but another girl came up to him, which made the young pastor next to him extremely envious. Oh, S-class warrior is so awesome. If you have the guts, you can stay here for the rest of your life. As long as you stay away, I will take care of your sister for you. Shura Water God mocked the fat man. He was fearless, standing in the safe zone. Really? If you have the guts, don't log off. The fat man smiled evilly and stared at them coldly. Almost all the members of the Shura Society gathered at the resurrection point. It was not that they wanted to stay here, but the Imperial Guards were nearby, and they would be hunted down as soon as they walked out of the resurrection point. Shura Inian received a deposit of 1,000 gold coins from the Longhen Guild, but he was temporarily unable to defeat Lin Fan and Fatty, so he could only show off his prowess with words. Coordinates 117.12. We are already in position. The fat man sent out the coordinate information with a serious face. Lin Fan got the news. He had already rushed to the outer city where the monsters were spawned before and started shouting to the guild channel. Everyone retreat 20 meters to avoid being accidentally injured by me. No. Can we really get here? Is it that exaggerated? The young priest still couldn't believe it. With a range of 2,000 or 3,000 meters, how different was this from the big dragon bosses recorded on the official website? If you don't want to die, stand behind me. My buddy is going to make a wave. The fat man laughed and opened his big hand. More than a dozen guild girls hid behind him. Qing Feng was standing nearby, as confused as the young priest. He had seen the verbal fight between Lin Fan and the Shura Society before, and had come over with a few new apprentices to take a look at the situation. Looking at the yellow dot on the small map, which was the president's icon, he roughly estimated that the distance was 3.5 kilometers. He couldn't figure out what Lin Fan could do to the red-named players in the safe zone. It's boring. I thought I could get some benefits, but it seems that the Triple Crown is just talk. The knight of the guild named Shinjo Iron Cavalry shook his head. Iron Cavalry, just open your eyes wide and watch carefully, and stop talking so much nonsense. The fat man glanced at him and sneered. Okay, I'll watch. If we lose the guild war later, I'll quit the guild. Tiechi said sarcastically. He was one of the top 10 kings of the street listed by Lin Fan, and he joined the guild just for a level 20 heroic knight's heavy sword. Otherwise, with his A-level career awakening and his ability to become a high-level MT, he could have squeezed into the top guilds. Back off. You can back off now, but I will chop you down every time I see you from now on. The fat man raised his eyebrows in mockery, and the Iron Knight's forehead was bulging with veins, and he had nothing to say. because during the previous sparring before joining the guild, he was chopped down 5 times in a row by the fat man. Hot horse, a comet is hitting the earth. A cry of surprise interrupted the conflict between the two, and the young priest who spoke looked straight up at the sky. What is this? Oh my God. The cavalrymen were numb, and the hair on their bodies stood up. God of Light is above. All the guild members present were so shocked that their heads swelled. Even the NPCs looked up to the sky. Scream? Keep screaming. Why don't you say anything? The Shura water god shouting and cursing stopped abruptly. Suddenly, a meteorite with a diameter of 100 meters appeared above the city of Egypt. The surface of the meteorite produced violent friction with the air, producing a large amount of sparks. A huge shadow was cast on everyone's faces, and everyone's face was filled with fear and anxiety. Back off. Back off. At least 50 meters away. No, 200 meters is safer. The fat man suddenly came to his senses, grabbed the 2 girls, and led everyone to turn around and run. Oh my God, brother Fan. You are lying to me. Do you want to smash us to death together? He swore that even the beast that summoned the meteorite had never expected that this skill would be so powerful. I wonder, how can it be so scary? Lin Fan himself, who was outside the city, was stunned. He thought the A-level skill, meteorite from the sky, was just a slightly domineering name, and at most it was just a large stone ball, but it turned out that 2,000 mana points summoned such a large meteorite. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. How could this be a long-range AoE skill? This is clearly the end of the world. The god of law has arrived. Boom! The meteorite hit the ground with a loud bang, causing layer after layer of shock waves, and a large number of NPC buildings were flattened. In the blink of an eye, the Shura Society members and the onlookers were killed instantly, and Lin Fan's sin value rose wildly. The entire city of Edgar shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Dense meteorite fragments splashed everywhere, causing indiscriminate mass casualties. Minus 4,400. Splash minus 1,500. Lin Fan's battle log rolled over like a ghost, with more than 400 kill numbers popping up in front of him. In addition to direct magic damage, there were also a large number of mixed physical rubble injuries. The killing effect was completely beyond his expectations. Half of the city collapsed and more than 10 buildings were destroyed. The power was comparable to an S-level small forbidden spell. Lin Fan couldn't calm down. He suddenly thought that the real physical laws also apply in the divine world. Even if ordinary Earth-type mages master this skill, they will never be able to achieve such an effect, because their range limits the power of God's Fall. Because apart from him, no one could bring the meteorite to a height of 4 kilometers. It was because of the acceleration of gravity that the stone ball exploded when it fell to the ground, turning into thousands of meteorite fragments with splash damage. Chapter 63. The Ambition of the War Beast. Lin Fan unlocked the ownership of the dropped items, and the gold coins on the ground were the benefits he gave to the guild members. Brothers and sisters, the president is giving us money to spend, so act quickly. What are you looking at me for? Grab it. The fat man and his group fully demonstrated their bandit spirit and rushed into the pile of spoils. I'm rich. This incredible wealth will be inherited by me, your sister. Who pulled my pants, my God? Are you human? I just stole more than 100 gold coins. Why did you rob me? Several fair-skinned and beautiful female players rushed over to the god of war in the female dormitory and robbed him crazily before he could put the gold coins into the bag. The players who were watching nearby were stunned and exclaimed that the godkiller guild's eating habits were ugly. But the most annoying thing was why they didn't get a share. They are all useless guys, so stupid. Gold coins are not as valuable as equipment. The fat man smiled cunningly, relying on his fast movement speed. He strode forward. Before others could react what was happening, he grabbed the dropped purple armor and stuffed it into the package, making a small profit of 500 gold coins for the level 15 armor. Qingfeng saw that the fat man got the most valuable thing, and he felt itchy in his heart, but due to his title of novice godfather, he was embarrassed to take action. But he soon felt that this guild was poisonous. There is one bandit per person, so there is no question of fair distribution. How much one can steal depends entirely on one's own ability. Never mind, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Qingfeng gritted his teeth, didn't care about being humble or not, jumped up, stepped on the cavalry's shoulder, plunged into the pile of equipment, and divided all the spoils with the others. Everyone gathered at the tavern in the city, and Lord Kai waved his hand and booked the whole place for 20 gold coins. Now he is considered a well-known figure. and he must show his style. Today's red name killing operation was a complete success. As the vice president, I would like to say the following 3 points. The fat man was ready for a long speech, but when he looked up, he saw a group of people chatting or drinking, and no one paid any attention to him. No fight, no friendship. Cheers. The Shinjo Iron Cavalry raised a beer barrel towards him. The fat man was stunned for a moment, then grinned. Good boy. You made a lot of money, didn't you? Hee hee, not much, not much. Tiechi laughed. The fat man was not a petty person. He pulled Tiechi to play drinking games with Ching Feng and a few others. The group of people toasted each other and had a lot of fun. With the experience of jointly besieging the red names, the group quickly formed cohesion. Where are the president and his men? Could it be that people with red names are not allowed to enter the city? Asked a girl in charge of making potions. With the exception of a few members, none of them had ever met the president in person, and they were very interested in this rumored Triple Crown winner. With the famous scene of summoning meteorites to wipe out the Shura society, they wouldn't be surprised even if the Triple Crown champion had 2 heads. After all, that thing is really too outrageous, and it is not something that ordinary players can achieve. The fat man said carelessly, Don't be ridiculous. Whoever dares to stop my brother in a chung, the old bastard lord will have to think twice. At this time, the fat man received Lin Fan's private message and stood up and said, Ching Feng is in your hands. We will meet at the stronghold outside the city in 4 hours. Iron Knight, huh? With so few of us and so many life players, how can we fight the stronghold war? The female war god ate the barbecue and curled his lips and said, My eldest brother can do the work of 1,000 men. I don't think it's a big problem. The fat man almost burst out laughing when he heard this. He raised his hand and hit the young pastor on the head. You really treat your boss like an ox? The young pastor blushed and smiled foolishly and said no, and everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw this. The fat man logged off at the speed of light after he finished speaking. Then a call came to Lin Fan. Are you sure you can recruit strong members? I see that the top group of people have all gone to the 8 major guilds. It's okay. Just upload the video first. Right now, a lot of high-level players are gathering on the forum to look up information about the Node War. It won't be difficult to poach them now. Lin Fan replied that with the latest gaming cabin sent by the Fairy Palace, it was finally possible to make phone calls in the game. Hey, it's true that we are too few in number, but what if we encounter a traitor who sneaks into the guild? It's very simple. After the fight starts, you and the madman will be the supervisors. Kill whoever you find, and that's it. Okay, time is tight. Even if we don't recruit 2 regiments, at least 1 regiment of 60 people can be done. Lin Fan smiled calmly and hung up the call. Instead, he walked into the blacksmith shop of the red-bearded dwarf. The gray dwarf king is alive. You? How come you are back? When the dwarf Wade saw him coming, the panic in his eyes flashed away, and he went up to Lin Fan with a smile on his face and hugged him, but Lin Fan rolled his eyes and dodged. You submitted the forging materials. Lin Fan threw the war god's heart and feather crystal to the dwarf and said, Here are the things. What is the success rate? Maybe, or maybe. Wade stared at this pile of top-quality materials with wide eyes, but his mouth was muffled. Holy Mirror of Power set. The overall success rate is 40%. System prompt came. Is this the 100% success rate you claim to have? Lin Fan's face darkened, and he wished he could weld the 200 pieces of fine iron in his hand onto the dwarf's head. The other players really scolded the right person. This damn dwarf was really unreliable. Well, I didn't expect you could actually survive the bone dragon. Wade forced a smile and drank beer to ease his inner panic. Oh, I understand now. You plan to prevent me from completing the game so that you can take the Silmaril for yourself? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and carefully read the task process. If he didn't have the strategy in hand, the Silmaril might have been stolen by Wade. Even if he cleared the level of the old bone dragon, he might not be able to find the hidden copy of the royal mausoleum, and there would be no way he could obtain the 2 top-quality materials. Lin Fan underestimated the intelligence of high-level NPCs. According to the setting of the Divine Realm, the dwarves were very greedy for top-quality materials. If they discovered a holy object like the Silmaril, they would definitely try to take it for themselves. You have seen through the Grey Dwarf's trick. You can make a claim against him. The claim items can be gold coins, mount skills, and a purple weapon. The prompt appeared again, and Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He had no shortage of gold coins, and the purple weapon was worth some money, but it was not important to him now. The mount clue is interesting. Riding skills are one of the life professions, and you can achieve transportation by purchasing horses and raising monsters. Currently, Some wealthy players have learned this skill by spending gold coins in the stable. Mount skills are different from simple riding. Mount skills can not only tame monsters suitable for transportation, but also make monsters serve as combat power. However, only after players reach level 35, some players can obtain this skill through tasks/gold coins. Those invincible dragon knights in the past had upgraded this skill to the master level and were able to tame giant dragons as mounts. However, riding a dragon is the professional privilege of the top-level divine knights. The sooner you learn, the sooner you can enjoy it. It is really tiring to run around the map all the time, so Lin Fan decisively chose the mount skill. You have learned the skill, elementary beast taming. Lin Fan got the skill but was still not satisfied. He pretended to be unhappy and slammed the table. Not enough. It's just a crappy skill that has tricked me for so long. Give me back my stuff. I won't make equipment anymore. Wade looked stunned. Lin Fan opened the panel and took the silmaril back. He turned around and left the blacksmith shop without looking back. Don't be angry, young man. We can discuss this. Now Wade was really furious, because that was the holy object, the silmaril, which was far from comparable to the garbage he usually came into contact with. To create a weapon inlaid with silmarils is his lifelong pursuit. Ah, that idiot Redbeard kneeled down to the player. Great. That old guy finally got his day. This guy is so proud of himself. This is really awesome. Lin Fan was a little dumbfounded, and the surrounding players were also shocked to see the hot-tempered dwarf craftsman half kneeling on the ground, holding on to the thigh of a mage player and refusing to let go. The dwarf Vader still has a conscience, and out of guilt he has given you a rare saddle called War Beast's Will. Do you accept it? A rare saddle. This is a generous compensation. Lin Fan tried hard not to laugh out loud. This was the treasure that all the non-knight professional tycoons coveted the most. Not only can it greatly speed up the progress of upgrading the beast taming technique, it also comes with cool dwarf war drum sound effects. Of course, the most important thing is the characteristics of War Beast's Ambition. War Beast Ambition. Quality. Rare. Description. After the War Beast is equipped with this item, it will be oppressed by the aura left by the Grey Dwarf King, and its proficiency in animal taming will be doubled, ignoring the restrictions on the War Beast's profession. In the past life, countless people spent countless days and nights trying to get this thing. The price was once driven up to more than 60,000 gold coins, but there was still no demand. But when it comes to him, it's given to him for free. Chapter 64, The Highest Mountain. Let's just say the success rate is 40%. Even if the holy relic of the forging body explodes, it'll be fine as long as it can be preserved. Lin Fan's expression eased a little, and seeing that the dwarf was so humble, he gave all the materials to the other party. Wade laughed slyly and told Lin Fan to come pick up his equipment in 5 hours. Hopefully, it will be equipment by then. Lin Fan had no choice. Going to the Krypton gold shop opposite not only required drawings, but the success rate might not be as high as that here with the dwarf. He could only take a gamble. On the other hand, Fatty contacted the moderator of the God Realm Raiders forum after he went offline. I spent 20,000 yuan to pin the post, Mortal God Fights the Spider Spirit in Panshir Cave, to the top of the page. Of course, if Lin Fan saw that this bastard came up with such a title, he would probably blow his head off. At first, the post did not cause much sensation. You should know that among 10 posts on the forum, 5 will have labels such as Ordinary God and Triple Crown Champion, and then when you click on them, you will see a lot of shit. Few people pay attention to such exaggerated clown posts. However, only 10 minutes later, the first player finished watching the entire video, holding his phone with sweat on his forehead, gasping for breath and unable to calm down for a long time, and could only utter a swear word to express his emotion. Immediately, he forwarded, commented, and collected the post in an attempt to attract more wizards to be disgusted. The King of Chaos Junlang, your horse. The Queen of Darkness was hit 956 times in a row. Can you keep attacking the monster like this? This is the Lord Boss. Mysterious opponent. Getting to the point, I can understand that the archer's high firing rate can perform combos like this, but who else can achieve this pure initial attack speed of the mage except the hot man? In a blink of an eye, the number of viewers exceeded 100,000, the number of likes broke through the sky, and the players downstairs were swearing crazily, expressing their admiration for Fan Shin, the ancient god of Sword Expedition. The fat man smiled complacently, thinking that his eye-catching title had worked, and left his name in the front row of the first floor. Welcome high-level main battle players to join Godkiller. I, Kai, welcome everyone to join. If you want to watch live broadcasts of the Divine Realm and learn the techniques, look for Unwooshing. If you want to create program effects, you must learn from Fanshin. That's not true. Dark Wuxing, the #1 fire mage given by heaven, can even live stream a level 20 mini-boss solo. No mortal god can compare to him. At this time in the TNC club, the head anchor was silently looking at the comments under the post. He was about to burst into tears and clenched his fists with a red face. Why is he so strong? Why can't I do it? Why? He is only 16 years old and his face is still very young. But in the past few years, he has become a representative figure of the God-given violent wizard. Not only does he have tens of millions of fans on the live streaming platform, he was also once believed by fans to be able to succeed Fanshin. Even he himself thinks that Lin Fan just debuted earlier, and the player's operation skills were relatively poor at that time, so Lin Fan appeared particularly outstanding. As a result, after this fighting post came out, and Wuxing turned into a clown on the spot. Comparing the two, those solo dungeon videos that he was so proud of seemed to be laughing at his ignorance and ridiculousness. Just yesterday, and Wuxing heard that Sister Ziyue, Brother Tsong and others were ambushed by Lin Fan. He even said confidently, "Mortal gods only have better equipment and soul seals. I will help you get revenge when my profession awakens." The slap in the face came too quickly. The video in front of him was pure technical flow. According to the zombie basic attack, demonstrated by Lin Fa in the video, seamless combo, this level of stable operation can produce not only 900 plus combos, but even 1900 plus combos can be achieved. Shaolin, why are you crying? Who offended you? I'll avenge you. A beautiful woman with a pure face and a good figure came over, chuckled and rubbed Xiaoan's head. I feel like I'll never be able to reach his level in my lifetime. I've let everyone down, Sister Xuani. Xiaoan became more and more sad as he spoke, and began to cry loudly, alarming half of the people in the club. Haha, you must have been abused. Who is so brave? It's okay. I'll beat you back later. We're not familiar with the game of Divine Domain yet. It's normal to lose to others a few times in PK. A dozen God-given professional brothers surrounded Xiaoan and comforted him, saying that he shouldn't be too sad. Even if he was bullied in God's domain, they, the brothers and sisters, would help him get back on his feet. Him. It's him. Xiaoan pointed at the ID on the screen with a childish look on his face. The air suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Wu Xuani walked away with a somewhat stiff smile. The professional brother who threatened to help Xiaoan with revenge was stunned and touched his nose awkwardly. Hey, I really may not be able to help you, young man. It was a simple two-word ID, and everyone knew it. Some old team members had even fought alongside this guy. This was an insurmountable peak for the Tianxi club. They watched with their own eyes as this man brought Tianxi to an astonishing height. Don't be discouraged. With your talent, you will surpass him sooner or later. Xiaoan is the club's key training target, and Qi Ziyue rushes over after hearing the news. Smiling, he began to analyze the video frame by frame for him. Look carefully, the shaking of his basic attack is too obvious, which shows that his skills have been neglected in the past few years. There is also a problem with his positioning. The tolerance rate is too low. If he makes a mistake, he will be killed by the boss. It seems to be true. It seems that his operation is not flawless. Xiaoan wiped away his tears and finally found a little light in the darkness. Wu Xuani stood by the windowsill and habitually lit a women's cigarette, with worry on her pretty face. Qi Ziyue calmed Xiaoan down, walked to Wu Xuani, asked her for a cigarette, and lit it. What? Are you thinking about that man again? Qi Ziyue said with a giggle. Wu Xuani avoided her sharp gaze and frowned, saying, You shouldn't lie to that child. You put too much burden on him. No, I just told you what I saw. Qi Ziyue has a beautiful face, but there is a firmness between her brows that is rare among women. Stop fooling me. The shaking of his basic attack is not because he is unstable. He is controlling the height of the boss's knockback. He does it on purpose. Wu Xuani felt that the other party was very hypocritical and coldly revealed the truth. What's the problem with your position that makes it easy to be killed by the boss? That's because my master has always been conceited and never believes that he will make a low-level mistake. You've been with him for too long, so long that you've almost become assimilated by his bad temper. Qi Ziyue's smile did not fade. He blew out a smoke ring gracefully and paused. You know, no matter how much you like him, he only has eyes for that little girl. He has never cared about you. Wu Xuani's heart tightened, and she felt a sharp pain. Qi Ziyue smiled calmly. Don't forget who helped you get the money to fill the hole when your father's business went bankrupt. How long are you going to use this to threaten me? Wu Xuani said indignantly, fiercely extinguishing the cigarette in her hand. Chi Ziyue raised the corners of her mouth, her eyes full of charm, and said, "Silly girl, of course it's forever. By the way, if I see you let Lin Fan go again next time, I won't let you off easily." These words came from the mouth of Chi Ziyue, who had always played the role of a caring sister. Although she seemed to be calm, they made Wu Xuanyi tremble from the bottom of her heart. It would be easy for Chi Ziyue to destroy her, and her parents would be implicated as well. "Have you figured it out?" Chi Ziyue said with a smile. Wu Xuanyi lowered her head and suppressed her emotions, her expression normal as she said, "I'm sorry, Sister Ziyue, I understand." Chapter 65. S-level career triggers mystery. I have to find time to ask the captain of the guard to renew the fee. Lin Fan appeared at the entrance of the Mages Guild, put on the imperial robe that was due to expire in more than 10 hours, and transformed himself into Boss Lin again. I have to say that with the big red name on his body, Boss Lin's disguise is really useful. The patrolling soldiers even greeted him warmly, because he is the master wizard among the NPCs. Listen carefully, the 1-minute time limit test is about to begin. All testers, get ready. In the Mage training ground, players line up to wait for the Awakening career test. Seeing that the guild war was about to begin, the major guilds poured into the training ground in large numbers in order to get immediate combat power. Thousands of mages made the place overcrowded. The magic crystals on the Shattered training ground will then be rated by the NPC magicians, with D-level professions being the lowest and A-level professions being the highest. Usually, A-level professions need to undergo multiple re-examinations and finally be rated by the 3 great magicians of Edgar, and these people are the best of the best and have a very deep understanding of the mage profession. For the fairness of mages of all schools, not everyone can get a high-level profession just by having strong output ability. They will also be assessed on skills such as skill accuracy, delicacy, control over mana, etc. I'm speechless. Our range is only 20 meters, and the red crystal is 50 meters away. And the target is so small, how the hell can we hit it? Let's try to break the blue crystal, but it's not easy. It will take at least 10 basic attacks to destroy it with a headshot. Too difficult. I should have played a knight earlier. I heard that their test was charging on horseback, and you can get a B job if you poke the target. Dozens of test players lined up on the training ground and complained. The first round of tests is very simple. You have to use basic attacks to smash 4 types of green, blue, yellow, and red crystals within a 20-meter radius within a time limit of 1 minute. The green crystal is the largest and easiest to hit, while the blue one is embedded in a puppet's head, requiring high accuracy of basic attacks/skills. The difficulty of the third yellow crystal increases. There are 2 of them scattered on the doll, and you need to attack them in order. As for the red crystal, it was even more abnormal. It was only the size of a fist and embedded in a stone palm, 50 meters away. Not to mention being able to hit the target accurately, many mages don't even have the range to do so now. Most players stood in front of the blue and yellow crystals. Anyone who broke the yellow crystal would be able to enter the next round and have a chance to get a B-level career. The strength of a B-level profession doesn't mean you can become a great god in the divine realm, but it at least has the potential to become a first-tier elite player. Lin Fan stood in the crowd and looked at the red crystal. It was the most difficult to break, but there were still more than 10 players standing there. My blind guess is that these people either have rare weapons with increased range, or they have special soul seals like him, otherwise ordinary players can't touch the red crystal at all. The test began, and everyone started using their skills on the target, and soon someone broke the first 2 crystals. In front of the red crystal, even if these players have enough range, the trajectory of the mage's basic attack is difficult to control, and they need to manually guide the attack landing point for a certain period of time. The attacks repeatedly missed the statue's feet or its body. It's too difficult. Only a few people have passed the A-class Mage Awakening. Hitting the red crystal 10 times in a row. Is this something a human can do? A player quit the test, looking frustrated. Lin Fan was not surprised. The mage profession is not only a big spender on in-game items, but also much more difficult to operate than archers and priests. It would be difficult for players to pass the test without a few weeks of polishing. After several rounds, only 2 people passed the shattering of the red crystal. However, this was only the first round of testing, and the next test will be more difficult. I say, what's going on? How did an NPC get in? I've never heard that NPC mages also need to be tested. Fuck, it really is an NPC. Several players who had just left the game were stunned. Boss Lin got the test number and walked straight to the training ground. His stance was very unique. He chose to stand in the middle of the training ground. Huh? After testing tens of thousands of adventurers, someone finally discovered it. An old man standing on the stand stretched his head. He was wearing a dirty gray robe and was obviously not the same as the well-dressed wizards around him. A gleam of light flashed in the old man's turbid eyes, and he saw through the clumsy disguise of Boss Lin at a glance. "Old Terry, I want this man." The old man showed a mouthful of rotten yellow teeth, and his smile was a little obscene. "Is it your turn to speak here, a pagan?" A wizard with a sinister face looked at him coldly. "Hee hee, what pagans? We are fellow travelers with a common past." The old man didn't care and turned his gaze to an old man in a star robe. Azente was calm and said calmly, "Even if he finds out the secret of the test, I don't think he will definitely follow you. No one can accept your way of doing things." The old man looked a little embarrassed and said, "Magic has no limit. There will always be people who pursue perfection like me. Is there no one to take care of this? Is there something wrong with the game program? Everyone, get out of the way. This NPC is crazy." Yes, to avoid accidental injuries. The Shura Society was inexplicably attacked by a magical meteorite, which gave the God Slayers a chance to be wiped out. The players standing around Lin Fan were like they saw a ghost, and quickly moved away for fear of being killed and having their equipment lost. Lin Fan saw the players around him making way, which actually suited his wishes. "Start switching to normal attack mode." He raised his hand and fired a wind blade, hitting the largest green crystal. The crystal showed that the health bar had dropped by 1 grid. He raised his hand again, and a water ball hit the blue crystal. A magic pattern appeared on the surface of the crystal and then disappeared. What is he doing? What does it mean to hit 2 crystals? That's not right. No lines appeared when I hit it. A bunch of players didn't understand, so Lin Fan switched to basic attack again. This time, he fired 2 stone spikes, one in front and one behind, accurately hitting the 2 yellow crystals. Ding! The magic pattern reappeared, and the light became brighter. And this was just the beginning. Lin Fan threw the fireball with a calm expression. "Fuck. This is the power of the Imperial Mage. He can travel 50 meters and move so fast." Everyone was shocked. The fireball accurately hit the most difficult red crystal, and the entire statue began to tremble. Amid exclamations, Lin Fan repeated his previous actions. "Wang Defa, this is the gap between players and NPCs. Tisk, it's just a program setting. I wish the AI could hit a target 1,000 meters away." Each of Lin Fan's basic attacks was accurate and precise, and the magic patterns on the crystal gradually became clearer, looking extremely mysterious, with 4 phantoms faintly projected onto the human world. "How did you do that?" The wizard who reprimanded the old man was surprised. According to the S-level hidden profession standard of the Mage Guild, once an adventurer discovered the secret of the test crystal, that is, each crystal corresponds to 4 magical elements with different attributes. Use different basic attacks to hit the crystal in order. As long as the hit rate is maintained at 70%, the task can be triggered. But the man in front of him shot every shot accurately, and it seemed that he had not yet used his full strength. The surrounding players and NPCs were completely silent, with only the roar of magic constantly ringing out from the training ground. Lin Fan smiled but said nothing. In his previous life, a player had discovered this secret and got not 1 clue to a hidden S-level profession, but 2. The first one is the S-level career clue of the Mage Guild, dual line practice / single line extreme school, elemental mage. The second one is the clue of the Chaos Sect's S-level profession. All 4 elements are cultivated, Chaos Mage. "Go and tell this person quickly, the Mage Guild needs such talents," the magician said to his subordinates. The old man stood up immediately after hearing this, his eyes flashing with ferocity. "I'm determined to get this man. If anyone dares to snatch him from me, I will make Edgar City a disaster." After saying that, a hexagram magic circle lit up in front of the old man. Unlike the white hexagram that appeared when the player released a skill, this hexagram was a strange dark red color, and the shadow of a chaos god could be vaguely seen in the middle of the magic circle. "What do you want to do, old bastard?" A gray mist enveloped the heads of the mages. They were all terrified and took out their staffs, ready to fight to the death. "Yin Tiancho, you are misleading the young man. You will only harm him." Escentry waved his hand casually, and wisps of holy light swept over everyone, and the chaotic aura was offset. "You have obtained a clue to a hidden profession. Option 1. Enter the Mage Guild Council Chamber to take the professional retest. Option 2. Leave the Mages Guild." The system prompt appeared. Lin Fan considered it for a moment, chose the second option, and rejected the invitation for the next round of testing. "You are the only one who talks too much nonsense. I know my limits." Yin Tiancho sneered and rushed down the stands amid the hostile gazes of everyone in the Mage Guild. It turns out those two old men are arguing. Lin Fan looked back at the stands, then walked out of the training ground amid everyone's surprised gazes and sat leisurely at the door waiting. Chapter 66, SSS Chaos Master. The Mages Guild believes in 6 elemental gods, corresponding to the 6 basic elements. The Chaos Cult also believes in elemental gods, but they believe in the 6 elemental gods, the mother of chaos. Because of this, the old man is regarded as a pagan by other mages, who believe that the mother of chaos is a fictitious false god. Lin Fan was not sure whether the mother of chaos existed or not, and everyone who tried to awaken an S-class professional chaos mage in his previous life failed without exception. Little guy, you have ambition and a bright future. Joining the Chaos Cult will be the best decision of your life. Old Yin came over and grinned at Lin Fan with his rotten teeth, saying that he would guarantee to make him the strongest wizard in the world of God's domain, and that when his chaos magic was perfected, he would become the new leader. This is like becoming the Grand Mage of the Mage Guild. Hundreds of thousands of NPC mages in the entire Light Dragon Empire will be under his command. Sounds awesome, right? Lin Fan's head was filled with black lines, because his entire sect only had this old guy. Even if he successfully awakened his profession and waited for the old guy to die of old age, he would still be just a commander without troops. Follow me and prepare to face the power of chaos. Old Yin opened his arms, his eyes shining, but from the contemptuous looks of the NPCs around him, it was not difficult to tell that this old man was doing extremely badly in his city. The old man got to work while talking. He pinched Lin Fan's cheek, then checked his hands, just like he was selecting pork on a chopping board. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way, Lin Fan said unhappily. Old Yin took him slowly into the teleportation array, and the two arrived at a village near the city of E. In front of a half-abandoned building, Elder Yin stretched out a hand and said with a chuckle, "It will cost a lot of money to build a sect's headquarters. Little guy, do you have any extra loose gold coins? Task 1. You need to provide funds to build a church for the Chaos Cult. Yin Tiancho asks you for a certain amount of gold coins." A number input window popped up in front of Lin Fan, but there was no specific amount marked on it. Lin Fan frowned and tentatively entered 1 gold coin. Yin Tiancho is hesitant about you and suspects that you are not the person he is looking for. Lin Fan was stunned when he saw the prompt. Damn, are all NPCs so realistic? He always said that he was extremely talented and would be the only choice to succeed him. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and entered 100 gold coins. Yin Tiancho gradually became disappointed in you and thought that you were not devout enough to the Mother of Chaos. Lin Fan almost vomited blood. He had never heard that other players had to pay fees to awaken their professions. Moreover, this old man is extremely greedy for money. If it were someone else, seeing that they couldn't even solve the problem with 100 gold coins, they would probably have given up. No wonder no one can handle this profession. I don't know how many heroes will be defeated from here. Lin Fan complained secretly. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. This was a task exclusively for the super-rich mage, and it seemed unlikely that he would not spend a lot of money. Lin Fan entered 10,000 gold coins helplessly. This was a full 10 million gold coins. It didn't hurt him much, but he had to bear it in order to hide his profession. Crash. There were 10,000 gold coins missing from the package, and Lin Fan's heart was bleeding. You are worthy of being the successor that I have chosen. The dawn of the Empire, the hope of mankind. Yin Tiancho was overjoyed. The contrast between before and after was huge. You have completed the first mission of the S-Class Chaos Mage. Task 2. Upgrade 4 different types of magic with C-level or higher attributes to level 10. I will give you 3 days. I believe that with your qualifications, you will be able to do it easily. After saying that, Elder Yin took Lin Fan to visit the sculpture of Our Lady of Chaos. Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to this annoying old man. He sat cross-legged on the spot and started to use skills frantically. You have consumed 7 skill points / 4 gold coins, and your magic has been upgraded to level 7. You spent 12 skill points / 14 gold coins, and your magic was upgraded to level 10. Lin Fan had been preparing for this moment for a long time. He had accumulated 380 skill points in the past few days, which were enough for him to quickly max out his skills. The Stone-Shaking Vine has been upgraded to level 10. You have obtained the C-level Earth-type Awakening Magic, Earthquake. The Sound of the Broken Wind has been upgraded to level 10. Awakening Magic, the Sigh of the Wind God. Chaos Tide has been upgraded to level 10. Awakening Magic, Wild Wave Bloodthirst. Except for Touch of the Fire Serpent, which has been upgraded to the maximum level. The other 3 attribute magics have all been upgraded to level 10 to obtain the awakening effect. Shaking the stone tendrils becomes earthquake and will be able to summon 2 stone vines at a time. The initial cooling time is reduced from 1 minute and 45 seconds to only 1 minute, and it will have stronger controllability. Other skills are similar, and their original effects have been greatly enhanced. Okay, I got it done. Lin Fan dusted himself off and stood up. Is this done? The old man stared at him. Even a magic apprentice who only appeared once in 1,000 years could not perform such an operation. The task 2 completion prompt appears. Hemph, young man, it's true that you have great potential. I'll also give you 3 days to complete this. Old Yin secretly rejoiced, put on a cold face and deliberately posed like a mentor and threw a scroll of notes over. You have obtained the fragment of the Chaos Scroll. Lin Fan took it and opened the notebook. A gray-brown mist surged out, as if there was a world inside. Lin Fan's eyes focused, and he vaguely saw a shadow sitting on a stone platform. He couldn't see the specific face, but he could vaguely make out a human head and a snake body. You have opened an incomplete magic talent tree. I clicked on the talent page to check, and found that the original magic tree disappeared, and instead there was an incomplete skill tree. To be precise, there was only the root part, and there were only 2 talent skills on it. Complete the awakening conditions, and you will temporarily become a primary chaos mage. Awakening conditions. Successfully open the talent tree. Lin Fanren was dumbfounded. He spent so much money and skill points, and in the end he was given this broken thing? Etc. Become temporarily? Doesn't this mean that this profession is still time-limited? Lin Fan was stunned. There was a small note next to the gray magic tree. Since the Chaos Scroll is a fragment, you need to find the remaining 2 fragments within 6 months. Hell-level hidden mission triggered. Mission description. In the middle of the fragment, you need to obtain a Dragon King horn and give it to Yin Tiancho's followers in exchange. For the second part of the fragment, you need to obtain the Ancient Titan's magic vertical eye and go to the Imperial City's black market to exchange it for it. Retrieve all the fragments and light up the talent tree, and you will obtain the SSS level priesthood, Chaos Lord. Duration of the mission, half a year. Penalty for giving up, you will not be able to awaken your profession again. Task reminders sounded one after another. When Lin Fan heard that he could become a god-level profession, he did not show any excitement. This is shameless, empty talk. Let a level 26 player obtain the Dragon King's horn? What the hell is the difference between this and one person taking on an aircraft carrier? It also pointed out that it was not a lower-level dragon that was killed, but a terrifying existence of the same level as the Dark Dragon King that he had seen in the illusion in the past. As for the Ancient Titan's eyeball, that's even more bullshit. This creature is known as the Ancient God in the Divine Realm. Not to mention whether it can be defeated, this creature has long been extinct in the background setting of the Divine Realm. Where can he get eyeballs? Old thing, I want to kill you. Lin Fan stood up angrily and glared at Yin Tian's enemy for being such a swindler. Yin Tiancho was shameless and laughed at him strangely. I believe you are the chosen one. My vision is not wrong. Chapter 67, Who is more deceiving? Lin Fan finally understood why no one had truly awakened to this profession. Hell-level difficulty. The second most difficult mission in God's domain. Second only to the Peerless Legend that can only be completed by non-human players. Most God's domain players are not qualified to access it even if they enter the hardcore mode. Most of those wealthy 4-element wizards failed at this level. They were all scared off by the exaggerated conditions for completing the task and had no choice but to delete their accounts and start over. Dragon King Horn, Titan Eye, these super holy level materials just sound illusory. It seems more like a legend. With the financial resources of these players, there is no S-level profession that they cannot obtain if they are willing to spend money to find intelligence. There is no need to fight to the death with this rubbish profession. 3S occupation. Hey, this pie is really good. Most of the double S-level professions in God's domain appear in the later stages of the game, such as the Forbidden Spell Mage who awakens in Bone Erosion and the Divine Lord Archer in Memory City, which are double S-level professions. As for the 3S profession, it is also called the God-level profession. It has only been introduced on the official website, but no one has ever awakened it. Now Lin Fan has really encountered it, and he doesn't know whether to be happy or cry. I'm the chosen one. Lin Fan was a little annoyed and planned to take action immediately to eliminate this evil for the majority of players and the people so that they would not be harmed by this old guy. However, as soon as the murderous intent appeared, Yin Tiancho's attribute panel appeared in front of him. The level is as high as 80, the same level as the Holy Swordsman Hyoga. His health is indeed not as exaggerated as that of the Holy Sword Master, but it also has an astonishing 30 million health points, which instantly dissipated Lin Fan's anger. I'll endure it. When I become stronger, I'll be the first to kill you, you old bastard. Lin Fan cursed in his heart. In the world of God's domain, the strong prey on the weak. If you can't win, you have to be timid. The bigger your fist, the truth lies. Even though you know you've been tricked by this old bastard, you have to endure it. To open the Chaos Magic Tree, you will need to consume 15 talent points. A prompt popped up in front of him. Lin Fan took a deep breath to calm himself. He knew that this profession required a lot of talent points, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. The boat has sunk. If you give up the mission, you will never be able to awaken your profession, which is tantamount to wasting your best account. Even if he was faced with a head-on collision with a wall, he could only charge forward with his neck stiffened. Congratulations, you have become a junior Chaos Mage. The Chaos talent tree lit up, with layers of gray mist lingering around it, and finally I saw the first basic talent, Chaos Orb. Lin Fan felt a little strange. He became an S-level professional, but there was no world announcement. Lin Fan couldn't help but let out a wry smile. It seemed that it was related to the incompleteness of the notebook. It couldn't be considered a true S-level career awakening for the time being. Is this a strengthening of the effect of basic attack? Lin Fan was shocked and checked the talent description. Chaos Sphere. Effect. When normal attacks are changed to Chaos Orb, normal attacks/skills will have the main characteristics of water, fire, wind, and earth elements. Water element, blood-sucking property, currently at level 1. 1% blood-sucking. Fire element, burning property, currently at level 10. 10% burning, full quota. Earth element, slowing down feature, currently at level 1. 5% slowing down. Wind element, attack speed characteristics, currently at level 1. 0.2 attack speed increase. This talent is a bit outrageous. Lin Fan rubbed his temples, not wanting to admit that this talent was a bit abnormally strong. Chaos Orb integrates the advantages of 4 elemental schools, and 1 output can trigger 4 special effects. If these talents were taken out individually, except for Lin Fan's extremely high mana, which resulted in an explosive burning effect of the fire element, the other individual effects could only be said to be average. But when they are integrated together, they are amazing. Especially the water element's blood-sucking. After it is upgraded to level 10, it can absorb 10% of the blood. If he uses a wave of skills to attack, if the damage per second is tens of thousands, the blood-sucking alone can restore several thousand. However, since it is a quadruple talent effect, each upgrade of Chaos Orb requires 4 talent points, and a total of 40 points are required when it is fully upgraded. Since he has already maxed out Burning Flames, he needs another 30 points to reach the maximum level. Turn your attention to the second Chaos talent. Chaos Chain. Effect. Fusing multiple elements together, there is a 0.5% chance of generating Chaos Chains, which will cause double true damage to the target the Chaos Chain spread to. Double true damage. I have to admit that this 10,000 gold coins is worth it. Lin Fan laughed at himself awkwardly. It was difficult to escape the law of true fragrance. What was more uncomfortable was that it also required 4 talent points to upgrade to level 1, and the triggering probability was a bit touching. There was not much to consider, and the only 10 talent points left were spent on these 2 talents. According to my estimation, it will take 70 talent points to max out 2 talents. This is different from the easy-to-obtain attribute points. Normally, you can only get 1 talent point per level up, even for S-level professions. In addition to solving hidden levels such as the Mystery of Metamorphosis, most of the talent points come from chance missions. This kind of task may be hard to come by for others, but it is not a big problem for Lin Fan. The biggest troubles at the moment are still the Dragon King's Horn and the Giant's Eye. If he can't get these 2 things within half a year, no matter how much effort he puts into building Chaos talent in the early stages, everything will be in vain in the end. This is undoubtedly a gamble. If you bet right, you can get a god-level career. But if you lose everything. Never mind, let's just leave it at that for now. Lin Fan said to himself. Okay, my dear disciple, my vision is as sharp as ever. Old Yin came up to him with a smile and stretched out his hand to continue to manipulate him. That's right. Who made you the leader? Lin Fan smiled, but his heart was not. He was very upset to be deceived by this old man. That's good to know. It all depends on your luck in the next 6 months, young man. Old Yin said with a sinister smile. Lin Fan ignored him, raised his staff, and launched a basic attack. A stream of chaotic energy rushed out and hit the dilapidated church directly. The mixed elements of the chaos orb exploded, the fire element burst, the water element impacted, the wind element danced wildly, and the earth element spread, with multiple characteristics manifested at the same time. Half of the church's already dilapidated wall collapsed. What are you doing? Old Yan's expression changed, and he stepped forward to dissuade him. Lin Fan appeared on the other side and sneered, "Don't you want to repair the church, old man? I'll help you flatten it first so that you can rebuild it." After saying this, two stone vines mixed with various elements rushed out of the soil, like two wild dragons wreaking havoc inside the church. It wasn't long before the entire church became a ruin. Even the foundation was lifted up. The scene was quite brutal. Lin Fan was still not satisfied, so he summoned the fire dragon and set the entire village on fire. The surrounding villagers ran out to curse and want to demand compensation from him. You are going to piss me off to death. How can you do this?" The old man was so angry that he jumped up and down and cursed. Lin Fan put on an innocent look and said, "Master, our chaos sect is very wealthy. If we destroy a few buildings..." "How many buildings did you burn?" The old man glared at him with his beard puffed out. There was a sea of fire in front of him. The villagers brought buckets of water to try to put out the fire, but they could not put out the chaotic flames. Lin Fan knew very well that as long as the players did not actively attack the neutral NPCs, the NPCs would not attack the players no matter how powerful they were. Even though Lin Fan burned down the villagers' houses, because it was an attack by a player, the old man could not interfere and could not use magic to put out the fire. He could only watch the fire grow bigger and bigger. A few dozen houses are nothing. The Chaos Church should be the largest and most luxurious in the empire. Burning down the houses will free up the foundation. Lin Fan became more and more excited as he spoke, and he decided to burn down all the houses. He also said, "I am the eldest disciple of Yin Tiancho of the Chaos Sect. If you are unhappy, go and settle the score with my master, the Chaos Sect Master." "I'll fuck you, you bastard." A group of villagers were so angry that they cursed and surrounded Yin Tiancho, swearing at him harshly, and directly regarded the Chaos Sect as a heretic of the empire. A traitor, a traitor." All the houses were destroyed. Yin Tiancho howled to the sky, so angry that he almost died on the spot. He tried hard to force a smile and went to find the villagers to buy land. "Trick me? I can't trick you to death, you old bastard." Lin Fan laughed triumphantly. After all, he had already paid the 10,000 gold coins, and the rest had nothing to do with him. Chapter 68 Chaos Chains. Crazy. Hello, is he there? I want to ask about career awakening. Yes, you got the hidden job? Lin Fan left the village and was looking for monsters to test his skills. Well, sort of. I'm still considering whether to take this career. The madman paused and continued. If this profession is S level, but seems rather vulgar and basically useless in PK fighting, would you learn it or not? Lin Fan didn't quite understand. As far as he knew, there was no S-level profession that was not strong, not to mention the thief profession, which was inherently despicable. This was the nature of the profession. Don't tell me it's another job of breaking into houses and picking locks? Lin Fan said with a frown. In his previous life, the madman's combat effectiveness was affected by this crappy profession. Otherwise, his understanding of thieves would be comparable to that of blank. Damn it, what do you mean by again, buddy? I listened to the advice and didn't choose to pick the lock, but the leader of the beggars sect offered me an S-level hidden profession. The madman cursed in annoyance. Is that so? What are the general characteristics of this job? Lin Fan asked curiously. Stealing. The ability to steal other people's things is called Master Thief. The lunatics were so embarrassed, they felt that playing this game was inseparable from the word stealing. Fuck. Lin Fan couldn't help but swear, and said excitedly, "Is this the skill description? There is a certain probability of stealing from all living targets, even bosses and NPCs? Yeah. How do you know? Aren't there very few guides on hidden professions online? The madman was a little puzzled. I have studied the strategies for each profession more thoroughly. Lin Fan was stunned and stopped talking immediately, not wanting to dwell on this topic any further. Learn. Learn immediately. This profession can be very powerful if used properly. Lin Fan said affirmatively. Master Thief is a hidden S-level thief profession, which is said to be able to steal things. As long as you touch the target's body, there is a chance to obtain one or more items from the other party. It also ignores any level or power differences, and it only takes 3 seconds of touching the opponent for it to take effect. The higher your proficiency in stealing, the higher your success rate. When fighting a boss, you can even steal some of the opponent's attributes. To some extent, Master Thief is stronger than some SS-level stealth jobs. Really? Fortunately, I didn't refuse. After hearing Lin Fan's certainty, the madman was still a little hesitant. After all, this profession still had some restrictions. Touching the target for 3 seconds was easier said than done. Once the theft is discovered by the other party, the attribute panel will be greatly reduced within a certain period of time, and it is easy to be slapped to death. You were right to listen to me, Lin Fan said firmly, emphasizing once again that he must get this job. The madman responded and immediately chose the master thief. He did not forget to give Lin Fan a shot of prevention, saying that if this profession was rubbish, then he would eat and use Lin Fan's things from now on, and would continue to rely on his father until his death. You don't know how lucky you are. Lin Fan shook his head and complained. The madman's skills really couldn't be considered a main combat profession. It was more like an exploration-type profession. If he steals by himself, he will be in trouble if the theft fails. But isn't this protected by his mortal god? Put the staff on the target's head, threaten him not to move, and then ask the brothers to steal. No, it should be said to be robbery. Just ask the other person if he is afraid. One more thing. Go take a look at the price of magic resistance potions at the auction house, said the madman. Any questions? You'll know once you see it. Lin Fan listened to the madman and opened the auction house to find the magic resistance potion category. A small bottle of fire resistance potion costs at least 50 silver coins? Why don't you just rob a bank? Lin Fan was shocked and frightened by the outrageous prices. When I opened the list of fire immunity potions, I found that the price was as high as 1 gold coin. This potion can offset the burning effect of fire for 10 seconds and can be made by pharmacist players at a cost of only 10 silver coins. In the first guild stronghold war in the previous life, there were indeed many fire mages, but at that time they were only 20 silver coins each. Now the price has increased 5 times. Lin Fan clicked to refresh the list. The player selling at the lowest price had just put up 100 items, but the next second only 32 were left. Is this how pharmacists make money? Lin Fan said, doubting his own gaming experience. The pharmacist in the guild makes a net profit of 200 gold coins in 3 or 4 hours, but I can't tell who the people who buy the medicine are from. The madman sent a helpless emoticon. It can't be me? Besides you, who else could be so perverted with such high passive damage, brother? Lin Fan was speechless. Could this be the method Yakongcheng came up with to deal with him? Ha! Ha 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 ha! I even want to go sell magic resistance potions. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh wildly. Crazy. If you can't deal damage, we'll be in a very bad situation. Now there are 120 main combat players, but 2 fists can't beat hundreds of hands. I guess at least 4 guilds want to fight us. It's not a big deal. Just focus on preparing for the battle. I'll leave the overall command to you. Lin Fan said with a smile. No, don't come to me if you get abused. The madman tried to pass on the blame first. Lin Fan knew his character and tried to refuse in various ways, but once the fight started, he yelled louder than anyone else. After saying goodbye to the madman, Lin Fan continued to look for high-level monsters to kill. There are still 4 hours before the dwarf blacksmith delivers the equipment. I will use this free time to brush up on my soul seal proficiency. The current proficiency of the left eye of the giant spirit is still more than 3,000 monsters away from reaching 50,000 points to reach the advanced level. I dare not imagine how scary this thing will be when it is upgraded to a high level and combined with the Chaos Orb. As for other guilds who want to buy magic immunity potions against him, they may limit his output to a certain extent. However, it only limits the effect of burning flames. He still has 3 elements of passive waiting for the opponent to feel. Magic Antelope, level 28. HP, 9,000/9,000. Attack power, 350. Skill, Rampage. Lin Fan found the target and attacked with a basic attack, and a Chaos Magic Ball hit the target. -820. Slow down. Burning. -4,500. Attack speed increased. Blood-sucking miss. The demonized antelope is covered in demonic flames, and there is a mud effect under its feet. The water attribute special effect turns into elemental leeches. The blessing of the Mother of Chaos buff appears on Lin Fan's status bar. With multiple features superimposed, the blood loss and blood-sucking effects will automatically miss. You killed the demonized antelope. Experience points +400. You killed. With his current output, he can kill these ordinary monsters almost instantly, and elite monsters can only last 2 rounds of burning. Lin Fan continued to move towards the riverbank swamp, where a level 25 elite monster, demonized crocodile, would spawn. In the distant pond, a demon crocodile with 30,000 HP poked its head out, staring at Lin Fan with its blood-red eyes. Few players come to this area now, and elite monsters are refreshed in piles. Without a strong meat tank in the front row, it will be easy to be wiped out. Crazy and bloodthirsty. Lin Fan raised his staff, and an advanced version of Chaos Tide appeared, causing layers of blood-red waves to rise in the pool. More than a dozen crocodiles became ferocious and began to bite the nearest crocodiles. A long string of damage numbers popped up, and the chaos lasted twice as long as before. The most outrageous thing was that it could still trigger flame burning, which meant that a control skill was turned into a group damage skill. More and more demonized crocodiles gathered around, and soon the number reached more than 30. Even a knight in full heroic gear might not be able to resist them. Lin Fan seized the opportunity to summon the fire dragon, and the giant creature fell into the water, picking up large ripples. Under the influence of chaos magic, the originally red fire dragon was covered with gray chaos mist, making it look even more bizarre and powerful. The fire dragon splits out fireballs that kill indiscriminately, and the damage value is quite considerable. Suddenly, a black light flashed before his eyes. Lin Fan's heart trembled. He saw a black chain appear on a crocodile, and then the chain split into two and spread to other crocodiles. In the blink of an eye, it turned into more than 10 chains, and all the crocodiles in the entire area were locked by the chains. Chaos chains. Lin Fan's expression was shocked. A platform appeared in the center of the chain, on which sat the phantom of the Mother of Chaos. More than 30 demonized crocodiles were caught by the chains, and they swam towards the platform automatically as if they had lost their souls. True damage minus 1,700. True damage minus 9,500. With a swish, the chains disappeared, and a large amount of true damage numbers burst out, and all the crocodiles in the range were killed. Chapter 69. Roar of War. Is this talent so terrifying? Lin Fan was shocked. From actual combat, he knew that Chaos Chain was not as simple as simply doubling the real damage. There should also be a 2-second hidden group drag effect. These 2 seconds are enough for an excellent mage to deliver 2 rounds of skill output, which will play a decisive role in PK. The only drawback is the Chaos Chain. Each level increase can only increase the trigger probability by 0.5% at most, and the trigger probability is only 5% at the full level. Of course, if it is a one-on-one duel, this probability is a bit of a gamble. But if it happens in a melee, it would be a bit scary. As long as the frequency of damage is high, you will be killed by real damage/control if you are not careful. The demonized crocodiles in the area were cleared out, and Lin Fan continued to go deeper to look for monsters. Unfortunately, his monster killing speed was too fast. After killing a round of monsters, he had to wait for the refresh point to refresh, and soon a large vacuum area appeared in front of him. Too slow. The monster killing efficiency was much slower than he had imagined. It took him 3.5 hours, and he only killed 2,000 elite monsters. He still needed more than 700 soul seals to upgrade. It seems that the dream of upgrading the soul seal before the guild stronghold war started was shattered. However, if other people knew about his efficiency, they would probably scold him for days. If players come here to farm at this stage, they will not be able to make it, and if they are not careful, they will be bitten to death by the demon crocodiles that are good at group fighting. Checking the time, there was still an hour before the battle started, so the guild members began to gather at the Stronghold Battle Reception Center. At this time, the NPC reception area was very lively. A massive number of players blocked the entire main road, and 10 regional divisions appeared, with as many as hundreds of thousands of players ready to join the battle. Fatty, damn, as the guild leader, can you be more proactive? We've got almost all the people here. We've got 3 level 20 elite groups, isn't that awesome? It will be here soon. My legendary weapon should be ready. Lin Fan replied. Okay then, hurry up, legendary weapon. The fat man asked in surprise. Crazy, damn. So you're busy making legendary weapons. What level are they? Shinjo Iron Cavalry, you are so ruthless. How much does it cost? I will make one when I have time. You? Just go to bed. Do you think legendary weapons are cheap? There are only 9 on the weapon list now, and they are all held by guild bosses. The fat man said contemptuously. Shinjo Iron Cavalry, don't look down on me. Everything is possible in the world of God's domain. Seeing that they were arguing nonstop, Lin Fan didn't have the courage to tell them that it was actually a legendary 3-piece set. Level 20. I mean, if I'm lucky, I should be able to participate in the battle with a legendary weapon. Lin Fan smiled bitterly, not sure if Wade was cheating him. Qingfeng, looking forward to your performance, President. Qingzhou Daniel Wu, please ask the King of Fighting to take us to flight. The second commander of the Tang sect, yes, with the King of Melee here, it will be easy for us to take down 3 or 4 strongholds. Please help us. The Melee Emperor? Lin Fan had a black question mark look on his face. Hey, stop talking nonsense and come quickly. You are the only one missing, the fat man said with a strange laugh. There were many new faces in the guild, but Lin Fan was unable to accept the way they addressed him for a while, and he didn't know what went wrong. Lin Fan changed his skin and entered Edgar City, heading straight for the dwarf blacksmith shop. Standing at the door, Lin Fan frowned, because he found out the blacksmith shop was closed? Fuck, is there a normal NPC in this game? Lin Fan went crazy, seriously suspecting that the damn dwarf had failed in forging the Silmaril and had now run away with his Silmaril. Lin Fan refused to give up and kicked the door in anger. The door was not locked. Walking into the dark blacksmith shop, Lin Fan began to feel around. You damn dwarf, come out and die. Are you here? A tired voice sounded, and Lin Fan shuddered. He saw a dark thing squatting in the corner, which almost scared him offline. When I got closer, I saw it was that damn dwarf Wade. Turning on the magic lamp, the workshop became much brighter. Wade looked haggard. His eyes were bloodshot, and he took several big gulps of beer. Failed. Seeing him in such a state of disgrace, Lin Fan originally wanted to call him to task, but he couldn't bear to do so. After all, Wade had already compensated him with the war beast ambition. Even if the forging fails, the worst that can happen is that you can find new materials and continue forging. There will always be a time when you can forge it. Although getting the 3-piece set of legendary equipment would make him stronger, even without that set, with the Super God level Soul Imprint and S-level Professional Blessing, he is still confident of sweeping the battlefield. It's done. Wade shook his head, crossed his short legs and began to perform Ultimate for Sai. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Perhaps the equipment level is too low. It is not difficult for this master now. Pretend to be your sister. Lin Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and breathed a sigh of relief. According to Wade, he had never created equipment with holy relics as the main body. The estimated success rate was indeed only 40%, but the actual creation process became 80%. It must be that the hidden attributes of the holy relics doubled the success rate. Wade handed the equipment to Lin Fan. It was a deep blue staff with a gorgeous and slightly exaggerated shape. The magic stone inlaid at the end of the staff was the Silmaril. Holy Power Staff. Quality, Legend. Level, 20. Occupation, Mage. Spell attack power, 600. Attack speed, 1.1. Critical hit rate, 15%. Effect 1. Skill cooldown reduced by 30%. Effect 2. 20% chance to trigger 2 additional normal attacks/skills. The only awakening skill activated by the suit. War Roar. Effect. Consume 1000 MP to grant friendly forces a roaring aura, which increases critical damage by 100% within 10 minutes, increases health recovery by 200%, and increases life sucking by 5%. The cooldown time is 30 minutes. This skill is quite good. Lin Fan's heart beat faster. This staff perfectly inherited the properties of the Silmaril, and its basic panel attributes were top-notch in its class. But the most amazing skill is War Aura. The critical hit damage is doubled. If this is coordinated with the Fat Man, once he hits a double critical hit and triggers double critical damage, the damage will be too scary. In addition, when wearing Fox jewelry, the cooldown of the awakening skill Swiftness is reduced by 10%. The staff has a 30% built-in cooldown, and the Roar buff vacuum period will only be a few minutes. It can be regarded as a powerful weapon in a melee, and can greatly enhance the strength of guild members. As for him, he has the Fox Clan Awakening Thunder, which has a 100% critical strike rate within 1 minute. If the double critical strike damage brought by the War Aura is added, within 1 minute, Lin Fan dared to guarantee that no guild would be able to withstand his bombardment. The other 2 pieces of Holy Land Legend armor are very good, and their panel attributes are 1 level higher than the Fox Robe and Shoulder armor. The dual resistance has been increased from 20% to 30%, and the defense and health have also been significantly improved. However, compared to the legendary staff with the word Holy in its name, it is obviously more than 1 level lower. After putting on new equipment, Lin Fan checked the character attribute panel. ID, Fanshin. Race, Human. Level, 27. Spell attack power, 920. HP, 5700/5700. MP, 49200/49200. Attack speed, 1.3. Agility, 40. Defense, 240/30% double resistance reduction. Critical hit rate, 28%. Range, 49,220 meters. Free attribute points remaining, 350 points. Skill points remaining, 100 points. I put 180 of the 350 attribute points I had saved into attack power. The panel attack power reached 1,100 points. The remaining 170 points are evenly distributed among health, agility, and attack speed. The attack speed exceeds 2.0, with 2 basic attacks in 1 second. The high attack speed does not provide much improvement to any school other than wind magic. But Lin Fan is an exception. The multiple strike effects of the chaos chains and staff require frequent damage to be triggered. The health points increase to 6,000 points, which is comparable to ordinary A-level professionals. Agility is increased to 60, and the critical hit rate is increased by 2 points, making it a perfect 30%. Lin Fan put on his new equipment, packed up the 3 fox suits, and put them up for auction. After doing all this, Lin Fan opened the door of the blacksmith shop and prepared to meet up with the guild members. But just as he opened the door, Lin Fan's eyes changed slightly, and several old acquaintances from the Tianxi Guild blocked his way. "I'm sorry, you can't fight in this stronghold battle, Lin Fan." Qi Ziyue looked at him with a smile, a chill flashing in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 70 Arrested again. Lin Fan? I don't know him. Get out of the way. Seeing that it was Tianxi and his group, Lin Fan waved his hands impatiently, pretended to be stupid under the ID of Boss Lin, and took the opportunity to distance themselves from each other. "We've been following you for a long time. When we saw you change your disguise outside the city, you should stop pretending." Qi Ziyue chuckled and stared at him calmly, with no intention of taking action immediately. Lin Fan's eyes changed slightly. The other party seemed to have something to rely on. With the output ability he has demonstrated, there is no problem in sending Tianxi and his group to the fountain immediately. There is no way Qi Ziyue, this scheming woman, is unaware of this. "Master, I think you will affect the balance of this game, so you'd better not participate." Wu Xuanyi stepped forward and said calmly. "Master?" Lin Fan frowned and said with a joking smile, "I am not worthy of being your master, Tianxi's main member and the Rookie of the Year Wu Xuanyi." Wu Xuanyi's cheeks turned red. She was able to make it in Tianxi thanks to Lin Fan's guidance. But she knew very well that she had hurt Lin Fan deeply, and it was also a fact that she had participated in the match fixing. Wu Xuanyi didn't say anything. Even though she felt guilty, she still maintained a confrontation with Lin Fan, which was enough to illustrate her current position. Why waste time talking to him? Just get started. Hitsong snorted coldly. He was wearing a legendary armor and spoke with confidence. Lin Fan's eyes were cold, and a sneer rose at the corner of his mouth. He said calmly, "I told you that I will not only participate in the stronghold war, but I will also make sure that you cannot get a single stronghold." Lin Fan waved his hand and took off the imperial robe disguise on his body. Hitsong's face suddenly changed, and he said in shock, "The number 1 weapon on the legendary weapon list is actually in the hands of this bastard." In order to surprise his old rivals, he even chose to anonymously appear on the equipment rankings, but now it seems unnecessary. Not only the legendary weapon, he also has 2 pieces of armor. Qi Ziyue's face became solemn. In addition, the level 20 Holy Power shoulder armor and robe were also the first on the armor list. At this stage, a piece of legendary equipment is priced at a sky-high price. The Tianxi Guild is not the top in the divine realm in terms of financial resources, and it only has 2 pieces in total. One is the scepter in her hand, and the other is the armor on Hitsong. What's more, he didn't have a complete 3-piece set. It was just that the attribute panel was stronger, and its actual combat ability was far inferior to the suit Lin Fan was wearing. With the 3-piece set of Legend of the Holy Land of Power and the 3-piece set of Fox Hero equipment, as well as 3x3 double awakening skills, Lin Fan can walk around the city of Egypt with ease. "Who dares to stop me? Please tell me." Lin Fan walked out of the blacksmith shop slowly with an expressionless face. His unrivaled aura made everyone at Tianxi feel suffocated. "I dare." A loud shout came from behind Lin Fan, and his face turned cold. A level 20 thief sneaked up from behind and attacked him. Just one person? Lin Fan began to have doubts in his heart. Although the Tianxi people were very powerful, they had suffered losses before, so how could a small thief dare to launch a sneak attack? There must be something fishy. Lin Fan activated the Fiery Sun Shield to block the attack, and the thief's damage was not effectively dealt. The thief with the ID Gold Farmer number 17 smiled sinisterly, made a sudden feint, and quickly threw out a hidden weapon. The anime is naturally fearless of this kind of trick and can accurately predict the flight trajectory of the hidden weapon with a single attack. However, after the basic attack hit the hidden weapon, the Chaos Orb actually passed through it and hit the thief directly. Critical hit minus 1900. Burn minus 4800. Gold Farmer number 17 was killed easily. Lin Fan frowned slightly, and the hidden weapon hit him at the same time. It quickly enlarged as if it had life, and turned into a pair of snow-white shackles that locked his hands tightly. This thing looks familiar. Aren't these the magic-suppressing shackles that he was put in after being arrested by the NPC? The jailer's special skill, Magic Prison, is triggered. You will not be able to use any attacks, items, or skills for 20 hours. Lin Fan was shocked and looked a little stunned. The thief's hidden profession, Warden, one of the 20 worst hidden professions in the God's domain? The Warden profession is rubbish, with only a pitifully rank. Not only is the rating terribly low, but it also does not improve the player's attributes at all, and the only skill available is the Magic Prison. Moreover, this skill can only be used once in a lifetime. When Lin Fan first saw this profession on the forum, he had no idea what use this profession had. Choosing this hidden profession basically made his life useless. Lin Fan shook his head lightly. There really were no useless professions in Divine Realm. There were only players who were not good at utilizing them. Shaoli, just go to the administrator to get the character compensation. Chi Ziyue said to the corpse of the thief on the ground, who disconnected and deleted his account directly. Ha ha ha, it finally fell into our hands? You try to call another one for me, kid. Aren't you very good at pretending? Hitsung laughed wildly with great pride. No matter how strong Lin Fan was, he would not be able to escape. This good news must be passed on to Shaoan, so that the silly boy can have a good time for a few days. What magic profession is the best? Phoenix Man is instantly turned into a chicken to be slaughtered? Nonsense. At least we have to call him a senior. Without him, there would be no Tianxi today. Several Tianxi professional players laughed and echoed in the conversation, mocking and ridiculing Lin Fan in various ways. Lin Fan's expression remained calm upon hearing this. He was not disturbed at all by the insults and ridicule at this level. Looking back to the past, he was slandered as a match fixer after the disastrous defeat in the World Championship and was violently bullied online by millions of black fans on social media. This has honed his ability to withstand stress to an extremely strong level. I used my teammates as tools and asked them to awaken trash professions just to trap me for 20 hours. Lin Fan said with a smile. Chi Ziyue is a very cunning woman. He fell into the hands of this woman in the match-fixing incident. Even his female disciple became her woman. It would have been impossible to do that without some tricks. Since you can create a guild on your own and have so many good equipment, I guess Captain Lin must be quite rich now, right? Chi Ziyue giggled, with a smile of victory on her face. The sin value is at least 5,000, so there will definitely be a lot of good stuff. Hitsung looked at Lin Fan bloodthirstily, drew out his two swords, and strode towards him. Today was the time to put an end to the inner demon that had troubled him for many years. Suddenly, a sharp wind blade swept between him and Lin Fan, leaving a hideous dividing line on the ground. Hitsung looked back with a resentful look. Are you fucking mentally ill? Watch your mouth, Hikong. We agreed to just trap him and prevent him from engaging in a stronghold battle. Are you going to go back on your word? Wu Xuanyi said in a deep voice. You hypocritical bitch, get out of my way. Hitsung was furious. He strode towards Lin Fan without fear of Wu Xuanyi's attempt to stop him. I said no. Wu Xuanyi snorted coldly, raised the heroic staff in her hand, and suddenly a strong wind blew around them. Wu Xuanyi exudes a green glow, as if she is about to become one with the strong wind. Her A-level job, Wind Messenger, doubles her combat power. I'm sorry, Sister Xuanyi. Chi Ziyue gave a look to the others, and 5 or 6 senior players stood in front of Wu Xuanyi. Are you still lying to me? Chi Ziyue, do you have any credibility at all? Wu Xuanyi's face turned pale, and she glared at Chi Ziyue. This is a serious matter. I'll explain it to you later. Chi Ziyue's face turned serious, and he urged Hitsung and others to take action immediately. Oh, you actually talk about credibility with this woman. How stupid. Lin Fan showed no fear in the face of Hitsung, who rushed over. He glanced at Wu Xuanyi coldly and said with a smile, Put away your hypocrisy. My relationship with you has been severed since that fake match. Wu Xuanyi turned pale when she heard this. She felt like she was struck by lightning, and the last bit of fantasy in her heart was shattered. Die, you bastard. Hitsung roared, maximizing the output of the enchantments on his 2 swords. He was going to chop that bastard into pieces with thundering power. Lin Fan smiled, and just before the two swords were about to hit his face, he waved his hand. Sorry, see you in 20 hours. The next moment, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot, having disconnected from the game. Disappeared? How is that possible? Everyone in Tianxi was dumbfounded. They couldn't understand how a player could forcibly disconnect and go offline while in combat. You should know that in combat, even if someone unplugs the power of the game cabin in reality, the player character will not disappear immediately. Players will be punished to stand in place for 5 minutes to prevent them from intentionally logging off during dungeons/PK to evade death penalties. Oh no, that idiot just now didn't do any substantial damage, and I failed to drag him into combat. Qi Ziyue's expression was gloomy. He reacted quickly and said coldly, let the people from the gold-making studio come here to guard the place. If he comes online, kill him immediately. Chapter 71. What if I die? Ah, it's really haunting. Lin Fan sighed, reached out to open the game cabin door, and stretched his stiff limbs. Playing games for a long time, immersing himself in them, was too much for him, even with the support of Nutrient Solution. He was used to a world where reality and virtuality were merged, and the current divine world always gave him a false sense of beauty. Beautiful things are always fragile. In God's domain, players can ignore death, but the situation in the fusion world is completely different. It was just dawn outside. Lin Fan stretched himself, found the freezer in the villa, and took out a bottle of milk to replenish his energy. The villa arranged by the fairy palace has a beautiful view. Lin Fan stood by the swimming pool and watched the rising sun with enjoyment. The feeling of the sunlight on his face made him feel very relaxed. Soon, the fat man started to make a series of deadly QS. Lin Fan walked into the house and found his cell phone. Hey brother Fan, can you be more reliable? We have all been teleported to the wild mountains. Where are you? Lin Fan smiled and said, at the moment, I've been sent off with a red card. Maybe I'll have to rely on you guys for the stronghold battle. Huh? Are you doing something weird again? The fat man was panicked. Lin Fan recounted what had just happened. The fat man was so angry that he cursed all over and cursed Qi Ziyue and his gang for generations. Don't worry, there's still time. We'll just be offline for 20 hours. The stronghold war will last for a day, Lin Fan said. The fat man was stunned for a moment and said, no, brother. The teleporter will disappear in an hour. After that, if you want to go to the Savage Mountains, you can only walk. Are you sure 4 hours is enough? That should be enough. You guys should do your best. Even if you can't make it in time, I will still follow your live broadcast. Are you sure you don't want to watch us make a fool of ourselves during the live broadcast? Crazy Guy estimates that there will be at least 4 or 5 guilds that want to attack us. Even if Fatty is very strong, he can't handle too many people. Fatty said worriedly. The Divine Realm Guild Stronghold War will be an annual feast. The Divine Realm Promotion Company and major global live broadcast platforms will broadcast it live to witness the birth of the King Guilds in each region. The number of viewers will exceed 500 million. If you want to make a fool of yourself, then make a fool of yourself. I'll give you 500 yuan for each death and 1,000 yuan for each kill. Please work hard and empty my pockets. Lin Fan enjoyed watching the fun. In his opinion, since he could not enter the battlefield for the time being, he could not miss this rare opportunity to train his troops. Except for a few veterans and top players, the Godkiller Guild is basically made up of newcomers. Normally, teaming up to clear ordinary dungeons is not very helpful for improving skills. Only through a fight of blood and iron can these brats grow as quickly as possible. Well, I'll have to die 800 times to be worthy of you. The fat man immediately became energetic when he heard that there was money to be made. After eating takeout breakfast, Lin Fan had nothing to do, so he sent a message to Xiaoxian. Knowing that she was in good spirits today, I planned to pick her up and find a place to watch the Guild War live broadcast. On the taxi ride to the hospital, the commercial street buildings were all covered with huge posters about the God's Domain Guild War. In the Divine Realm, the battle never ends. Let this ordinary Saturday crush almost all entertainment activities. After getting off the online taxi, Lin Fan immediately spotted Xiaoxian, who was wearing casual clothes. With her pure and delicate face and graceful figure, she attracts the attention of passers-by like a female star. The only thing was that his face looked a little sickly pale, which made Lin Fan worried. The day of the operation was getting closer and closer. He didn't dare to think about any bad results and could only try hard to force a smile. Hey, your brother is here. Lin Fan stretched out his hand and was about to call her when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes again. It was still his left eye that had inexplicably flashed back to 2 worlds last time. This time, The pain was so severe that Lin Fan almost fainted. He supported his knees with his hands, trying hard not to lie down in a mess. Am I going to go fucking blind? Lin Fan gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, then turned on the camera on his phone to check the condition of his eyes. A hint of light blue lingered above his eyeballs, which made Lin Fan think it was an illusion. You can see me, right? Then you and I are on the same path? A voice sounded in his heart, and a black-haired boy appeared in front of him, his face covered in blood but with a bright smile. The young man's figure appeared among the pedestrians, between the intersection of time and space, and the next second he appeared on a bloody battlefield. A thick black fog filled the sky above the battlefield. The young man suddenly roared like a madman. You villains, die, die, die. He held a black halberd in his hand and threw it towards the black fog. A beam of brilliant light exploded, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, with a loud noise shaking the world. Lin Fan was horrified. He clearly saw what was in the black fog. It turned out to be a group of huge demons. He was too familiar with this horrific creature. He had no idea how many trial takers it had slaughtered. Tens of thousands of demons were killed by the black spears, and there was finally a ray of light in the sky. But soon more demons appeared and extinguished this ray of hope once again. Who are you? Lin Fan tried to make a sound, but he couldn't do it. Then he saw an even more horrifying scene. The black-haired boy knew that his death was approaching, but he still had that cruel smile on his face. Immediately, he reached out and dug out his left eye, then his right eye. Two silver divine lights shot up into the sky, temporarily forcing back the demon army. Then the young man knelt on the ground, reached his hand into his chest and dug out his heart, and whispered with tears and blood, "Find the gift I gave you, carry my hope with you, and live on." "Hello? Bro, hey, are you okay?" Xiao Xuan's concerned voice came, and the illusion in front of him suddenly disappeared. "Why are you crying?" Xiao Xian tilted his head to look at him and took out a tissue to wipe his tears. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly and wiped the tears from his eyelids. He could still feel a burning sensation, as if his left eye was connecting two dimensions. "No, nothing much, just going to the park first and then watching the game." Lin Fan adjusted his attitude and smiled. "I want to eat ice cream. Buy it for me." "You're a fool. You're going to have surgery in a few days." On the way to the park, Lin Fan was a little absent-minded. He was wondering who that young man was. Why would anyone be the same as him? Could it be that he is also a reborn person like him? But the boy's attire was totally unlike that of a modern person. Very strange. This is too much of a coincidence. The super god level soul seal he obtained was called the left eye of the giant spirit god, and it was his left eye that caused him severe pain and hallucinations. Lin Fan began to doubt his real self, as if he was merging with the character in the game. This is a fantasy to other people, but for someone who has experienced the fusion event, it doesn't seem strange at all. Everything is just a matter of time. What's more, the existence of the God's Domain game itself is incredible. So, Lin Fan stretched out his hand in a mysterious manner and tried to shoot a chaos orb. "Why are you hitting me? If you don't want to eat, then don't eat." Yi Shaoxian was walking in front and was slapped on the butt by him. He turned around and glared at Lin Fan with shame and anger on his face. After saying that, the girl went straight up and ran behind him and kicked him. The two were laughing and playing in the park as usual. Seeing her heartless look, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile foolishly. It was hard for him to imagine how he had survived those 5 years in his previous life. On the bench, Lin Fan bought her favorite marshmallows and lazily basked in the sun. Yi Shaoxian stood up and threw away the stick. Suddenly, she shamelessly leaned into his arms. Lin Fan glared at her and said, "If you have to fart, just fart. Don't try to act cute or coquettish. There's no chance of getting ice cream. Brother, what will happen if I die?" "Gone, what's gone?" Lin Fan didn't react for a moment. Yi Shaoxian propped himself up, looked at him seriously, and said, "I mean, if the operation fails, I will die. Bye." "It just means click." Yi Shaoxian rolled her eyes and said in a coquettish tone. Lin Fan was speechless after hearing this and wanted to avoid this heavy topic by deliberately getting angry. Yi Shaoxian refused to let him go and said seriously, "Can you promise me that you won't give up on yourself and live a good life?" Lin Fan didn't know what was wrong with this girl. He had a hunch that this silly girl seemed to have a premonition that this disaster would happen in her fate. "I promise you, sir." "Oh my, I'm going to hit someone. I'm going to start my impotent rage." Seeing that his brother looked unhappy, Yi Shaoxian predicted that he would beat someone up, so he decisively got up from the chair and ran away. Lin Fan sighed helplessly, looking at the silly girl's back, and said to himself, no matter if I am reborn once, 10 times, or 1,000 times or 10,000 times, I will not let you die in front of me again. Chapter 72. Does Lin Fan dare to fight? The Wild Mountains are vast and wild. In the Chinese war zone, there are 3 battlefields and more than 1,000 guilds competing for 99 strongholds. This is a battle feast and a bloody fight. Who will be crowned king? Who will rule the rise and fall of God's realm? In front of the giant screen at the esports arena in the city center, the small area was crowded with onlookers. Lin Fan and Xiaoxian found a seat and sat down. OMG! Longhen Yikongcheng has killed over 100 enemies in less than an hour. It's just a team of 6. Do they want to attack a guild stronghold? In the picture, Yikongcheng is holding a golden bow and arrow like Hou-Yi descending to earth. He shoots an arrow, a magic light emerges, and the soldiers in the front row are shaken away by a terrifying force. 100 meters away, he actually found the boss of the other guild among a group of players. Minus 900. Critical hit minus 1800. 4 arrows in 1 second. With such powerful momentum, he actually killed the president of Biluo instantly with 1 arrow. The S-level Saint Archer is so strong. It is said that this hidden profession is not inferior to the double S-level hidden professions. The attack speed is frighteningly fast, reaching over 3.5. This beastly bow not only knocked away the knight's shield wall, but also caused split damage. The 4 mages were crippled. The 3 commentators looked at each other in bewilderment. Although they were surprised at Yikong City's strength, this was understandable. He is a ruthless person who spent all the money to build a complete set of level 15 legendary suits in 1 day. Dragonmark is terrifyingly powerful and has the support of a top financial group, so it is natural that it has become the darling of the official announcement department of the Divine Realm. The live broadcast is almost entirely filled with scenes of the Dragon Mark Union attacking and killing strongholds. Kill. Yikongcheng had a grim expression on his face and raised his hand to point at the senior players of 2 regiments of the Biluo Guild. There are only 6 of them, but they have the ambition to dominate the world of gods, and they have extraordinary strength. Death hail. Zhu Shuangshuang was protected in a heroic outfit, waving her aqua blue staff, and the magic hexagram emitted a cool light blue glow. There was a hint of chill in the air, and with a burst of bangs, B-class magic, deadly hail, was unleashed. Countless waist-thick snowballs fell on the opponents' heads, knocking down a large number of players in an instant. Zhang Tianqi launched a charge, and Gu led the knights deep into the enemy camp. The 2 coordinated their fighting skills and launched a fierce attack. The people of the Biluo Guild were harvested like wheat. How do we fight? How the hell do we fight this? The leader of the Biluo Guild was finally resurrected by the priest, but he was chopped down again when he stood up, and his teammates around him fell down one after another. His equipment was not bad, and he had 3 pieces of heroic equipment on him, but whether in terms of operation or combat power, the 6 people on the opposite side completely crushed them. Retreat! Retreat quickly. We can't defeat Dragon's Breath Castle. Damn it, the opponents are all insanely strong and wealthy. Seeing this, the other guilds that had originally planned to attack Dragon's Breath Castle didn't even have the courage to encircle Yikong City, and all turned their targets to attack other strongholds. The 6 people from Yikong City monopolized Dragon's Breath Castle. No one dared to fight. Spending 10,000 reputation to build the outer wall of the stronghold is a wise decision. This is a dangerous place, easy to defend but difficult to attack. The Dragon Scar Guild has made sufficient preparations for the attack, so other guilds should forget about attacking. Yes, but it is clear that his ambitions do not stop there. Other members of the Dragon Scar Guild are heading towards the first battlefield. The strategy book shows that the first battlefield has the greatest strategic value. Yikongcheng, wearing a bright silver legendary armor, stood on the stronghold. With the injection of a large amount of reputation value, a wooden city began to appear in the stronghold that was originally a wasteland. I leave this place to you. Don't let me down, Puqianjun. I have a debt to settle with Shirshin. Yikongcheng said indifferently. Don't worry, I'm here, whoever comes will die. Puqianjun said calmly that obtaining the heroic spirit-level soul seal made his strength surge. 1 man and 1 bow were enough to intimidate the guild that stole the stronghold. Switch the live screen. The first battlefield. Wulong Mountain Stronghold is said to be an ancient battlefield in the Divine Domain, where the Dragon Emperor once reigned, hence the name. Fuck. I can't kill them all no matter how hard I try. I'll kill them. What a bunch of cowards who only know how to use human wave tactics. The curse stunned several commentators, and the players at the scene burst into laughter. Unbelievable. The light and dark sword user Kai has killed 134 enemies, which is higher than Yakongcheng. The commentator came back to his senses and exclaimed, "He is so strong. A close combat can actually achieve more results than a long-range one." In the melee fighting in the Divine Realm, the front-row melee profession is always the most miserable profession. Their arms are naturally short, and it is difficult for them to touch the opponent's fragile professions. At the same time, they also need to bear damage for the battle group. But the light and dark sword users are different. Their skills have much longer range than ordinary melee attacks. The professional characteristic of double critical strike makes it difficult for even enemy knights to block the attack. The Wulong Mountain Stronghold is one of the 3 strongholds with the most resources and the largest area in the first battlefield. The madman invested heavily in this place, regardless of the cost. The godkillers were indeed impressive. With the support of a large number of sophisticated equipment, the fat enemy killed 2 powerful enemies from 2 guilds in just 1 hour and occupied the stronghold. The remaining life players, under the leadership of Crazy and Qingfeng, are trying to steal other strongholds to prevent the Wulong Mountain Stronghold from being lost. Lord Kai sat on a huge rock, looking at the densely packed enemies below. At least 3 more guilds were approaching, and he felt a lot of pressure. The bloody 1,000 on his body had already turned red. This was the effect of the passive skill, endless bloodthirstiness of the suit. The more enemies he killed, the stronger his blood-sucking ability would be. "Brother Kai, please stop moving. I can't feed you anymore." The young priest cast a healing spell, and the fat man happened to stand up and avoid the treatment. The fat man glanced at the young priest unhappily and said, "Curse me now. I'm going to keep working." The little priest looked quite majestic in the hero suit that Lin Fan had given him, but he was confused by the goat lying next to him. "Okay, Brother Kai." The young priest smiled bitterly and cast a healing spell on the goat, and a green light appeared on the goat's body. Seeing that the blood volume was successfully increased, he turned around and gave the fat man another curse treatment on his head. -999. Give the goat another treatment, then turn around and curse the fat man to continue reducing his health. This goat looks ordinary, and in fact it is ordinary. It is a neutral creature picked up by the little priest on the roadside. However, in the Divine Realm, neutral creatures generally have a terrifying amount of health, as much as over 300,000, which can serve as a cushion to trigger the Cursed King. This is the fighting method he and Fatty developed, which can avoid the probability of failure of curse treatment to a certain extent. After the fat man's health is reduced to 90%, other serious priests will heal him to full health. It is with this trick that the fat man is killing everyone. He is simply a player harvester. No one can stop his terrifying combat power, which has almost doubled. Iron Knight, something's wrong. These guilds didn't fight each other? Could they have joined forces? Below the Wulong Mountain Stronghold, the 3 guilds formed a medium-sized battle group of 500 people, all staring at the fat man fiercely. "Damn, this S-class is outrageous. We lost half of our people, and we still have 10 minutes to revive." Don't panic. Kai is the only one who can be a little confused. The others are rubbish. The cowardly Fanshin doesn't seem to be here. Everyone wants to step on the fake Greyhounds organization. The people from the guild below were furious. The pile of corpses on the ground were all caused by the previous battle. They did not expect that so many people would be lost without Fanshin present. "Kill them. The godkiller guild must perish." The regiment commander roared, and hundreds of soldiers rushed up the hillside to launch a general attack. "You bunch of country dogs, get out of here." The fat man's health was restored, and he jumped from the boulder, like a thunder exploding in the center of the enemy camp. His 2 swords were enchanted, and he killed decisively. "Stop showing off, you idiot. I'm coming." The Iron Cavalry roared and brought the guild members to support the fat man, trying to block the entrance to the stronghold as much as possible. Otherwise, the enemy's numerical advantage in the open area would be greatly magnified. The fat man was killing madly, and there was no enemy that could match him. At the same time, he was also targeted by the opponent's back row DPS, and his health bar fluctuated violently. So cool. He drank the resistance potion in one gulp, reduced the pressure, combined the 2 swords into one, turned on the broadsword mode, stood still and attacked, madly absorbing the opponent's blood like an immortal god of war. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out. The fat man looked horrified and tried to block it with his sword. With a clang, he was shocked and took a few steps back, and the golden arrow actually split into 5 in midair and came towards his face again. -600. The split arrow dealt 3,000 damage, scaring the god-killing priests into rushing to increase the fat man's health. The guild's strongest combat force was almost taken away by a single arrow. Oh no, Ekong City is coming. Longhen's army has arrived. The fat man's eyes flashed, and a battle group of thousands of people was attacking from a distance. Dragon Mark, Longlin, Dragon Soul. Fatty and the others were dumbfounded. All the 5 guilds with the word dragon at the beginning were branches of Longhen. However, because the guild could not be upgraded at the moment, the full quota was only 300 people. Kuyakongcheng was wealthy and powerful, and he created 5 guilds at once, almost all of which were composed of main combat players. Yakongcheng rode a black BMW, like a demon lord descending into the world, and shouted loudly, "Let Lin Fan come out to fight." Chapter 73 Baizi speaks. I'm Yakongcheng. Give him a chance to fight me. As long as he can beat me, I will take my people away immediately. Yakongcheng has a handsome face, elegant demeanor, and an unrivaled kingly aura. Despicable bastard! The Iron Cavalry shouted angrily upon hearing this. Yakongcheng, I'm OXing your sister. The fat man cursed, saying that the bastard Yakongcheng knew that Brother Fan was not online, but he was deliberately showing off here. He just wanted others to mistakenly believe that Brother Fan didn't dare to fight, and gave others the illusion that Brother Fan was not as good as him. Oh, it seems that the Triple Crown champion is also afraid of fighting sometimes. What a pity. Yakongcheng shook his head and waved his arm, raising the divine bow in his hand. Kill, 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 kill. The 1,000-man battle group under Yakongcheng's command was so powerful that the murderous aura seemed to break through the screen, moving countless audiences across the country. Crazy, we can withdraw now. Come to Fengqi Stronghold. We can fight for it here. The madman who had the command authority discovered that Longhen and others were coming to kill him. He immediately sent a retreat message to Fatty, as he knew there was no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. I'm so fucking angry. I'm going to chop that bastard Yakongcheng into pieces with my own hands. The fat man roared unwillingly. Crazy. Calm down, Kaizi. The game has just begun. We can turn the tide if we find the right opportunity. The fat man took a deep breath, swept the blockers with his enchanted broadsword, and quickly retreated back to the stronghold with the Iron Cavalry and others, and then went down the mountain from another path. Haha, fleeing without a fight. Everyone remember this is the way to kill a god. How dare such a rubbish organization occupy Wulong Mountain? How ridiculous and shameful. Make way for Boss Kongqing. This place will be ruled by Longhen. Amidst the mocking laughter, the guild that had previously besieged the area was very conscious and chose to give way and hand over the stronghold to Longhen. At this moment, it seems that the true number 1 in the divine realm has been chosen. Dear audience, let's take a look at the barrage interaction first. Yes, the barrage will definitely be exciting now. Godkiller is a guild founded by a former professional champion. I understand that they are losing 1 versus 9 at the start, but I didn't expect this triple champion not to show up. After seeing this scene, 2 commentators with ill intentions began to lead the discussion, with contempt written all over their faces. Baizi speaks. Baizi, aren't you watching the live broadcast? Speak. This is so funny. The leader of the guild base War Godslayer is not online. 66,666. That idiot god ruined my youth. I really thought that trash was going to rise. Haha, maybe the Esports Association took action and the strongest mortal god who killed gods was banned. The live broadcast director made an effort, and a large number of comments popped up on the big screen, and the audience burst into shrill laughter. Lin Fan, who was analyzing the battle situation in his mind, was stunned. Yi Shaoxian stretched out his hand to cover his eyes, not wanting him to see this scene. It's nothing, I don't care. Let them laugh if they want to. Lin Fan took the girl's hand away and smiled indifferently. Yi Shaoxian said angrily, Humph, I don't know what they are called. The stronghold war will take a whole day. Having an advantage at the beginning does not necessarily mean you can hold it. Besides, there are 5 strongholds around Wulong Mountain, which is naturally surrounded. It may not be a good idea to take this place first. Lin Fan smiled. Although this girl had no time to play games, she visited the Divine Realm Forum quite often and had some unique insights into stronghold warfare. The fierce battle is still going on. 10 top guilds including Longhen, Tianzi, Wanzue, Haoyue, etc. are shining brightly and can be seen on all 3 battlefields. The live broadcast platform knows what the audience wants to watch and occasionally inserts scenes of Fatty and others being beaten up. Even though Fatty and his companions had good operations and equipment, they could not withstand the attacks of a pack of wolves. Often, They would be besieged by multiple guilds within 10 minutes of occupying a stronghold. During this process, the fat man killed over 400 enemies, ranking first, but he also died more than 10 times and was separated from the team many times and could not be rescued by the little priest. Once a player dies multiple times, the time for each resurrection will be extended. Lin Fan watched all this silently. Being beaten up all the time was undoubtedly painful, but the more painful it was, the more potential it could stimulate. Military training will continue amid constant death. Madman, fight them and run away. We'll come back again after they run away. If they don't leave us in peace, we'll make them crazy. The madman, a top student, finally lost his temper and used the ancestral skill of the Chinese military academy, guerrilla warfare. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I harass. The godkillers split up into smaller groups and formed teams to harass other guilds. Don't be greedy when you just capture a stronghold. After withdrawing actively, wait for the enemy to come in, then go back and kill them. By the way, accumulate kill points to gain merit, and then you can exchange the points for various rare items. This is a rogue style of play. After hitting, run away, and continue to do the same after running away. A bunch of guild bosses were so angry that they jumped up and down and cursed, but they could do nothing about it. Of course, the madman also understood that it was almost impossible to capture a stronghold with such a strategy. Just standing in the stronghold is equivalent to passively accepting an attack, and they will also be targeted by Ikong City. They lack combat power, and it is difficult for them to gain a foothold. The god killing is over. There are still 8 hours left before the battle ends. Now they haven't taken any points. The game is over. What triple crown? You're just a clown. I don't dare to fight you in the stronghold war. Even if he comes, what can he change? The divine realm is not Jianzhong. His time has long passed. Looking at the endless scrolling barrage of comments, today has become a carnival day for Fan He. Yi Xiaoshuan's face turned red with anger. He was so angry that he couldn't eat. He quickly paid the bill and pushed Lin Fan to urge him, "Go back quickly. I want to see you win. If you can't win, I'll beat you up." Yes, stop pushing it. Lin Fan smiled bitterly. It would take some time for the magic cage to become ineffective, but he couldn't persuade this silly girl, so he could only send her back to the hospital and return to the villa. Drinking tea and taking a bath, everything was fine, and Lin Fan was still not impatient at all. I cooked myself a bowl of instant noodles and lay down on the bed to sleep. Beep, beep. The alarm rang. Lin Fan washed his face and entered the game cabin on time. We seemed to be losing. At this time, the madman looked tired, and he was unwilling to admit this fact. He led his men to almost every one of the 3 battlefields and 99 strongholds. Even if every member has gained a lot of merit, the stronghold is firmly controlled, and failing to take the stronghold is all in vain. Shirgu, in the last 30 minutes, come to Wangdianqi and this base will be yours. The madman was a little surprised when he received the message. He knew that the Kong family was on good terms with Fanshin, and that the other party was powerful enough to have taken over 2 strongholds. But they didn't expect that he would be so generous and give one to them unconditionally. You should know that strongholds in the divine realm can be sold. A medium-sized stronghold like Wangdianqi will cost at least several hundred million to buy. Crazy. Even if I accept it, that kid won't accept it. Bone erosion, why? Crazy. That grandson is very proud. I agree. Can he? Erosion Bone was speechless. With the pride of a Triple Crown winner, he would never accept such a benefit for nothing. I'll try to break through from other places. The madman sighed. The vast majority of guilds had already reached a consensus that as long as they attacked any stronghold, the guilds occupying the adjacent strongholds would come to assist in the defense. It was obvious that they were regarded as public enemies. No one wanted to be neighbors with the Godkiller Guild, and no one wanted to see them become bigger and stronger. Hold! The fat man pierced the towering tree with his sword to vent his anger. He had a golden title on his head, 1,000 Enemies. This exclusive title for killing over 1,000 enemies was very impressive, but he himself could not be happy. Get ready. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. The Shenzhou Iron Cavalry yawned, and the members hiding in the bushes remained silent. Almost everyone had killed over 100 enemies, but now everyone had lost their fighting spirit. Ding dong. Your friend Fanshin is online. Just as everyone was falling into despair, a clear prompt sound rang out, and everyone felt a tremor all over. Ding dong. President Fanshin is online. Chapter 74. The Scarlet Snake King. If you don't come soon, we'll be finished. The fat man was extremely surprised and immediately shouted in the guild channel. Crazy. You can get here in 4 hours? Most of us have died 7 or 8 times. If we are killed again, the penalty time for resurrection will be very long. Be patient, go find a stronghold and take it down first, and try to delay it until I arrive. Okay, let's give it a try. The madman tried every trick in the book, and he couldn't find any hope of turning the tables, but he believed that a certain pervert must be able to do it. Stop AFK. Check the minimap quickly to find my location and assemble. The madman yelled at the top of his voice. He had never suffered such a great loss when he was studying in the military academy. He couldn't swallow this. Qingzhou Daniel Wu. I don't know what to say. How much use can 1 or 2 people have? Shinzhou Iron Cavalry. To be frank, let's wait for the next stronghold battle. There's no hope. Bullshit. You're such a coward. If you're afraid of death, get out of here now, said the fat man unhappily. Seeing the fat man getting angry, the other members of the guild remained silent. The Iron Cavalry looked helpless, having been in an absolutely passive position. Even with the guild leader now online, it was a fact that everyone's fighting spirit was low. As soon as they showed their heads, they would be struck by thunder. Guilds frantically mobilized troops from all directions to siege them. There were so many enemies that they could not kill them all. Don't worry, Kaizi, just do as the president says and try your best to hold a foothold. The madman calmed down and comforted the fat man not to be reckless. This time, they would immediately switch to defense after their successful attack. With their overall level, 2 or 3 guilds would be able to hold on. Crazy, don't be so depressed. The president has said that you will get money for both death in battle and killing the enemy. Are you so picky about money? Upon hearing this, smiles appeared on the faces of the Shinzhou Iron Cavalry and others. Yes, you won't lose anything no matter what, so there's no need to worry about being abused. The godkillers took action again, and Lin Fan on the other side appeared in front of the blacksmith shop. You have triggered a hidden mission, an unparalleled legend. Search for the Holy Soul Seal, the right eye of the giant spirit god. Searching for the Soul Seal, the heart of the giant spirit god. Clue, unknown. Penalty for failure, unknown. Lin Fan was surprised as soon as he came online. There was a new Holy Soul Seal search task in the task list. How can this be? Lin Fan's scalp was tingling. He had never been online before and had not experienced any special events. How could he have triggered the subsequent tasks of the super god-level Soul Seal? And it is the most difficult task in Divine Domain. Is that really a task that players can complete? Lin Fan was skeptical. Lin Fan felt vaguely uneasy. Thinking of the scene in the morning, the black-haired boy said this was a gift for him. Fuck, this bitch is really online. The magic ban effect seems to have ended. What should I do? Hurry up and inform President Ziyue that fake Greyhound racing is online. The barking of a few dogs interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. More than a dozen people from the Tianxi Gold farming group had been guarding him and did not even participate in the stronghold battle. These people were just like him in his previous life, merely gold-earning players in the guild, and were not valued by the Tianxi Club. The meaning of their existence is just to work for the bosses and earn a living. As a fellow wanderer, Lin Fan knew how hard it was for gold farmers, and he didn't want to make things difficult for these players. We have more people, who cares? Let's do it first. He's just a former professional player, right? The ones I hate the most are the professional guys. Unexpectedly, these players took out their weapons and were eager to fight him. You can't blame me for this. Lin Fan sighed. The knight player in the front raises his shield to block and reduce damage, and the priest in the back row follows up with treatment at any time. At the same time, multiple archers attacked, and a rain of arrows tried to block his movement. The 2 local magicians began to cast spells to slow them down. Lin Fan shrugged helplessly, not having time to mess with them. Start with a Chaos Orb, which hits the knight's shield, and quadruple special effect spread. Critical hit reduction, minus 1,400. Burn minus 4,700. Die. Even if a knight with poor equipment uses a shield wall, it will be useless. It can block the damage from basic attacks, but not the burning. Several people in the gold farming group were shocked. A single attack instantly killed a B-class Templar? Lin Fan waved his hand casually, and a dark red chaos hexagram lit up. A fire dragon was summoned first, and then the Holy Realm Power Scepter emitted light, and 2 fire dragons emerged from the magic circle together. Dual skill split? Each skill has full damage? All the players who saw this scene were stunned. 3 fire dragons smashed down, and everyone within a range of 50 meters was knocked away. Hundreds of fireballs were flying in the air, brutally strangling all living targets. This guy is a mortal god. Why doesn't he fight a stronghold war? He's so damn strong. What a shame. He is so strong, but he doesn't dare to step onto the stage of the stronghold battle. Now the whole network is laughing at him. Some passers-by players sighed and watched the man turn and leave. Lin Fan walked out of Edgar City. Since the guide had disappeared, he could only choose to run around the map. The map of the Divine Realm is frighteningly large, and the Savage Mountains are located on the border of the Light Dragon Empire. If you don't build a teleportation array, you won't be able to get there even if you run for more than 10 hours. So, Lin Fan decided to fly directly over. Death Mountain, level 30 elite monster area. Lin Fan climbed to the top of the mountain and saw a group of winged lizards in front of him. Red Lizard, level 30, HP, 50,000/50,000. Attack power, 750. Skills, Bite, Flame Bomb. This monster has a red head. When it attacks, it will spray large areas of fire bombs around its neck. It is very good at launching surprise attacks in flight. A dozen red-bellied lizards discovered the intruder and let out sharp whistles while standing on the edge of the cliff. Lin Fan raised his staff, and the swamp slowed down. Two stone vines combined into a jagged dome, preventing the monsters from taking off and trapping them firmly inside. With an attack speed of 2.0, he could hit 2 basic attacks in 1 second and more than 10 chaos orbs to kill. It didn't take much effort to clear all the red-bellied lizards on the cliff. A low growl suddenly sounded, and a giant lizard twice the size of an ordinary monster flew over Lin Fan. This large lizard flapped its broad bluish-white wings, scaring all the surrounding monsters away in all directions. It had the vague majesty of a king of the sky. Red Snake King, level 30, elite creatures, HP, 300,000. Skills, Haste, Flame Controller, Claw Tearing. The Scarlet Snake King opened his mouth and spat out a stream of brown mucus. Before the mucus landed on Lin Fan, it immediately turned into a terrifying pillar of fire. The ground could not withstand the high temperature and cracked. Lin Fan smiled calmly. This skill was similar to the Dragon Clan's traditional talent, Dragon Breath, but its power was much smaller. Activate Windtalker to summon a fire dragon. The Scarlet Snake King reacted quickly, avoiding the impact of the fire dragon's attack in midair, and hovered in the air, trying to burn Lin Fan to death. Lin Fan dodged the pillar of fire with a flash, and with the help of Windtalker's skill, he started to move and attack. The Red Snake King could not bear the annoyance and rushed down, using his skill of sharp claws to tear. The sigh of the wind god. Waves of green ripples surged, and the wind quickly grew stronger, forming a green tornado that directly pulled the Red Snake King down from the air. Damage, 20,000. The Scarlet Snake King fell to the ground and howled miserably. Lin Fan pulled 100 meters away and continued to attack with basic attacks with an expressionless face. A gray chain appears and the Chaos Chain is triggered, doubling the critical damage within 5 seconds. True damage double, burst minus 2,200. True damage, burning, double burst, 9,300. Under the violent output, the Red Snake King was reduced to low health. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly stopped, and the contract magic pattern appeared in front of him, turning into a blood contract in the air. This is the basic beast taming technique I got from Wade. To put it simply, it is to make the monsters sell their bodies. When the Red Snake King saw the blood pact, he roared angrily and destroyed the blood pact with a pillar of fire. Your level of animal taming is too low, and your success rate in taming an elite boss is less than 3%. When the system prompt came, Lin Fan did not dodge and used 2 fiery sun shields to block the damage. The higher the level of the monster, the harder it is to tame. Lin Fan had anticipated this, and he had plenty of capital to fight with the Red Snake King. Transportation tool number 1. You are not listening. Lin Fan shrugged helplessly and pulled back, waiting for the Red Snake King's passive health to recover. When its health recovered to 20,000, Lin Fan fired a basic attack, and the chaos fire spread, causing the big lizard to howl in pain as it was burned. Another blood contract flew over and was burned again. This went on for half an hour, and the Scarlet Snake King was so miserable that even his blue bar had been used up, but he still couldn't threaten the bastard in front of him. Transportation tool number 1. This is your last chance. Cherish it. Lin Fan's patience was almost worn out. If all else failed, he could only tame the elite monsters, which would have a much higher success rate. The Book of Blood Covenant reappeared, and this time the arrogant King Chi Snake hesitated. As a fire controller, he was tortured to the point of being burnt all over, with not a single piece of good flesh on his body. This is a shame, but it proves that the humans before us have the power to crush it. Chapter 75 Despair. The Book of Blood Covenant shone brightly and sank into the head of the Red Snake King, and his blood volume began to recover rapidly. Congratulations! You have successfully signed a War Beast contract with the Scarlet Snake King. The gray War Beast icon on Lin Fan's interface was successfully unlocked. Looking at the well-behaved Red Snake King, who was as silly as a goose, Lin Fan took out the rare saddle, War Beast's Ambition, from the package. The saddle was all black, with the war hammer and flag of the Grey Dwarf King hung on it, as well as 4 ancient war drums. Lin Fan climbed onto the back of the Scarlet Snake King. The sound of drums rang out, making the listener's blood boil. The Willow Ghost Boy with the sound system is both awesome and hilarious. Brother is here. Opening the small map marked Wild Mountains, the Red Snake King soared into the air, spread his flesh wings that were 7 or 8 meters wide, and flew over the Death Mountain with a whoosh. In the first battlefield, the godkillers fought bloody battles. Under the command of the madman, the defense line of the guild named Zonghengtianxia was torn open. The fat man became excited, raised his sword and roared, "Damn it! Kill him!" The Iron Cavalry, Qingfeng, and other close combat groups followed closely behind, and the 2 main battle groups fought a bloody battle with more than 300 people from the main and branch Zonghengtianxia associations. The fat man's attributes doubled with the help of the little priest's curse treatment. He jumped into the crowd and exploded like thunder. It was no exaggeration to say that he was able to block the passage of 10,000 men. The madman led the 12-member assassin team into collective stealth, climbed over the wall into the enemy stronghold in the chaos, and focused on killing the enemy's fragile DPS hiding in the back. The Zhongheng Guild is not weak in strength, but it encountered such a group of evil stars. The top 10 kings of the road are headed by Iron Cavalry, all of whom are killing gods in various RGP online games. The players that Fatty found on the forum to post his videos were all technical masters without exception. Otherwise, they would not pay attention to the videos of Melee Emperor. For them, as long as the number of opponents is not too outrageous, everyone can fight one against many, which is a typical game of veterans bullying noobs. If you're a man, don't run. Let's fight again. Zongheng's boss fled with his remaining soldiers, and did not forget to tell Fatty and the others to wait. The fat man and others sneered, and said that it was a real battle between real men. It was obvious that these guys were going to find reinforcements. Similar situations have occurred many times before, with various groups of thousands of people surrounding them and leaving them no chance of survival. Hold on till the end. The madman sighed. There were only 2.5 hours left until the end of the Stronghold War, but there was still no sign of the boy, and no one responded when he called out to the guild. Fight to the death and let the resurrected people rush to Luanmagang as quickly as possible, said the fat man. The only option now is to hold on. They have no other choice. If anyone's equipment is destroyed, come to me and claim it. The madman shouted. You will not lose equipment and experience points when you die in a stronghold battle, but if a piece of equipment is attacked repeatedly, it will still be damaged and need to be repaired in a blacksmith shop. 20 or so players came over, and the madman said speechlessly, I don't have that much equipment anymore. These are all I have here. You guys can do whatever you want. After saying that, the madman threw out a large pile of blue equipment from the package, more than a dozen pieces. Gold coins? Vice President, do you also get gold coins? The madman also threw out a large bag of gold coins. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The madman quickly picked it up and said with a dry cough, This doesn't count. Wogan, you are really good at stealing. Just now I said that the people in the back row on the opposite side died so slowly. So it turns out you were stealing things? The fat man sent a private message, scolding the madman for being so unkind. Crazy. Nima, shut up, this is not. I need to practice proficiency in my profession. It's just a matter of convenience. The madman was obviously feeling guilty. The S-rank, Master Thief, was definitely a profession that would attract hatred, so he didn't dare to make it too public. If he wasn't fighting a stronghold war and didn't have much spare energy to make a big profit, otherwise, he would have already targeted President Zongheng, who was wearing the purple outfit just now. Fuck pills. With so many people here, are they here to fight a stronghold war, or are they here to specifically fight us? Only 10 minutes later, enemies attacked from 3 sides of Luanmagang, and 4 main battle groups of guilds appeared near the jungle, including the surviving players of Zongheng Guild. Where is the mortal god? Let him come out and die. A woman's voice caught the madman's attention. He frowned and said to himself, What the hell is going on? Are we not familiar with this Holy Cliff Guild? Are they going to attack us too? Chi Xiao man, I have endured the killing of me in the novice village for a long time. Oh my god. How many sins has Brother Fan committed? This woman is so vindictive. Even the things that happened in the novice village are taken into account. The fat man said speechlessly. Haha, Chi-Chi is getting more and more powerful. How can we, the Tianxi Vanguard group, be involved in the fight against the rats crossing the street? Tianxi Quangzhan laughed. Shit, the god-given guy is here. Everyone's heart trembled, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Tianxi's name is well known in the country. It is the top esports club in China. All the players who were able to join were experts among experts, which was completely different from the guilds they had played in before. The madman couldn't help but change color. The reason why his tactics could defeat the enemy with fewer troops was largely due to the fact that most of the main combat members were veterans of the competition. However, if I really have to meet Tianxi's person, I still feel a little lacking in confidence. Why do you only have so few people? Qi Xiaoman looked at Quangzhan with dissatisfaction. Tianxi only sent one regiment, and their average level was only a little over 20. Don't panic, the main force is still behind us. After we take over the 4th stronghold, the president and his men will come over. Quangzhan laughed. The 4th stronghold. The godkillers gasped in shock. Before they could even hold their one stronghold, the other side had already captured 4. Tianxi's financial resources cannot match those of the top guilds, but it wins in the number of powerful people. Most of them are professional players, and their actual combat capabilities far exceed those of ordinary players. Attacking cities and crushing ordinary players are the basic qualities of every Tianxi player. Why don't they attack immediately? Asked the young priest weakly. The madman stared into the distance with a gloomy face and said, These bastards are timing us. They want to wait until the last moment before the battle for the stronghold ends to flatten us, leaving us no time to sneak attack other strongholds. Why the hell haven't you come yet? We've taken the stronghold, but we're all surrounded inside. The madman sent another private message to Lin Fan. How many people are there on the other side? Have Tianxi and Longhin's men arrived? Lin Fan, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. The madman was shocked. Tianxi has encountered a small battle group. The other side is estimated to have about 1,100 people. What on earth did you do that so many people want to kill you? If Lin Fan was present, the madman would probably rush up and strangle him to death. Thinking of the plan that had been expected to have 4 hostile guilds, he now wanted to slap himself to death. There are enemies from at least 7 guilds in front of us, and their numbers are still increasing. This number of people is not particularly large. I didn't do anything, really. It may be because my temperament is too charming. Lin Fan replied with a serious thinking emoticon. Get lost. The madman cursed angrily. On the other hand, Lin Fan encountered a difficult problem, so he had no time to reply to the message. It is every player's dream to own a flying mount, but the sky over the divine realm is often more dangerous than the ground, and one's life may be in danger if one is not careful. Riding on a level 30 Red Snake King, he seems to be invincible in the sky, but in fact he is like a grandson. As soon as he reached the edge of the wild mountains, he was attacked by a mixed-blood flying dragon. Don't underestimate this thing because it's just an elite monster. It's at level 50 and has 200,000 HP, which is no weaker than the Red Snake King. Lin Fan and Number 1 cooperated in an air combat to fight back, but just as they started, a giant leviathan suddenly appeared. This thing looks like a giant whale, with a body that is a kilometer long and covered with hideous white scales. When it opens its mouth and sucks, there will be lightning and thunder, as if it can really swallow the sky. The leviathan ate a mixed-blood flying dragon in its mouth, just like eating a bug, and then disappeared in front of him with a flash of lightning. Lin Fan was sweating profusely as he watched. This level of monster was at least at the Domain Lord level. According to the background setting of God's domain, the Leviathan was once a pet raised by the ancient Titans. At this time, the first battlefield. A woman riding a white horse and wearing a white robe of the temple appeared, and the whole Luanmagang erupted in cheers. S-level Holy Spirit Priest. No wonder Tianxi is invincible. So far, less than 10 people have been killed. How can the number 1 pastor in the Huaxia region be compared to a fake like a mortal god? My goddess, how can you be so beautiful? The person who came was Qi Ziyue. Lead the god-given regiment in person. Qi Ziyue is already a good-looking esports superstar, and her appearance caused a carnival among the otakus. Please take a photo with me. Goddess Ziyue. Some shameless fans rushed up and wanted to take a photo with the goddess. Qi Ziyue smiled slightly. Facing the unreasonable requests of fans, she was gentle and generous, greeting them one by one or taking screenshots together. The game is about to end. Has the mortal god come online? A gentle voice came. Oh my god, this is a joke? The members of the godkiller guild felt as if they were falling into an ice cellar. Then, the coalition forces of Longhen and Tianxi appeared at the end of the horizon in a mighty force.